lips of lies, singing the song of shepherds. When a dream shatters in a trap of truth, or fail when on the run, doomed to be exiled and buried over and over again. When decisions become blades, when lies dictate everything, only by reaching deep into the soul.
Will redemption come?
The truth is an endless sea of darkness, and humanity resides on an island known as ignorance. If I knew of the madness waiting beyond the door, I would have never gone on a voyage into the unknown.
I heard the scene was as tragic as the others.
The ancient texts point to the city of stars, Providence. And the shepherd I have yet to meet is long gone. That night, I had a dream. A new opportunity broke the deadlock. They heard my calls, the organization behind Halsey. I know now that they are not mad. They are searching, pathfinding, and calling to him. From then on, this recurring dream grew clearer every night. They truly understand my existence, and I yearn to be with them.
Months have passed, returning at last.
Under the endless darkness, the mountaintop ritual is our final call.
Pre-tournament analysis, club analysis, highlights. Find them all in Call of the Biz 6 Global Finals Spectators Guide. Call of the Biz 6 Global Finals is here. The group stage is from April 7th to April 18th, and the playoff will be from April 30th to May 3rd. This video will take you on a journey for the prediction from the group stages highlights. The top clubs from all 6 tournament regions are ready for battle. Club GG, Club Wolves, Club ACT, Club Doe 5, Club WBG, Club FPX.ZQ, Club RB, Club GR, and Club GW from mainland China will be meeting at the venue in Guangzhou, China for the group stages. Clubs advancing from other regions will be traveling to the venue in Tokyo, Japan to compete, including Club ZETA, Club SC, Club AXZ, Club FL, and Club RC from Japan, Club B4U and Club OM from NAEU, Club GH and Club ZT from Southeast Asia, Club MS from the Republic of Korea, and Club RD from HK and MO and TW. The clubs from mainland China and Japan are professional clubs, and all other clubs in COA 6 are privately organized non-professional clubs. These 20 top classes from all over the world will be coming together to compete for the championship in the annual Call of the Abyss. The group stage of this year's COA will be based on the group points system. 20 clubs will be divided into 4 groups, with each group consisting of 5 clubs competing in round-robin matches. The clubs will be the most points in each group will advance directly into the top 8 of the playoffs. The second and third ranked clubs will advance to the top 12 of the playoffs, and the remaining 2 clubs will be ending their journey and be eliminated. The following is an analysis of the group stage based on the draw. Firstly, we have Group A. Group A consists of Club RC, Club FPX.ZQ, Club GW, Club B4U, and Club GG. Club RC is a professional club from Japan. Aka is an expert with Hermit and very skilled with Dream Wedge and Smiley Face. Club FPX.ZQ, GW, and GG are professional clubs from mainland China. The hunters from all 3 clubs are highly skilled with Guard 26. D from Club FPX.ZQ specializes in Guard 26 and Wax Artist, and usually relies on these 2 characters to gain an advantage in the earlier games. Aniv, Club GW, wants to use Guard 26 to pursue Survivor with only bombs while it's being slowed by the dancer's music box. Club GG is more than just the champion of the 2022 IVO Autumn Grand Finals, they are also the champions of COA 4. The hunter, Zom, is an extraordinary player who always does the unexpected in matches. Club FPX.ZQ Survivor Moen picked Antiquarian and Prospector repeatedly in the qualifiers and have an average containment time of 117.9 seconds. Club GW's Inel and Dis are experts at playing dancers and thief. Kuta from Club GG took the FMVP of the IVL Autumn event with an average containment time of 84.79 seconds. Club B4U is from the NAEU region, and they are a familiar face at international tournaments of Identity 5. The Hunter Sprinter follows closely with the version updates and gained an average elimination rate of 3.67 and winning rate as high as 100% in the qualifiers. Based on this alone, the club in Group A must repeatedly face and overcome the path of bombs of Guard 26 used by IVL players. Who will earn the glory of rescuing their teammates from Guard 26 this year? Will Club RC will be able to advance successfully in their first appearance in the global finals? Club B4U, on the other hand, will have to give it their all against the formidable opponents they will be facing from both regions. As for now, it seems like anything is possible. Let's move on to Group B. Group B consists of Club AXZ, Club RD, Club OM, Club ZT, and Club FL. The 5 clubs in Group B are from 4 regions, and in the group with the largest number of representatives from all the tournament's regions. Club AXZ and FL are professional clubs from Japan. Club RD, OM, and ZT are non-professional clubs from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, and AU and Southeast Asia, respectively. The diversity of Club AXZ's character pool for both factions is beyond comprehension. They have played a total of 25 different characters in the qualifiers and maintained a survival win rate of 77.8% in the qualifiers. Club FL's Hunter, Pipicha, and Survivor Umpire and Rauri are COA veterans. Pipicha's Scavenger and Umpire's Perfumer are still forced to be reckoned with. Relatively speaking, Club FL is better at coping with pressure and difficult situations. Club RD impressed by clinching the IVT championship. The Hunter Ryan played a total of 8 matches with 7 different characters, while their survivors always had an average of 2 assist characters. If you wish to witness a variety of setups, then don't miss Club RD's matches. Club OM is the dark horse of the NAEU qualifiers, a club made entirely out of new players, and it's their first time playing in the global finals. PB and Jen had an average rescue rate of 1.71, taking the top spot in the NAEU region and should not be underestimated. Club ZT is from the Southeast Asia and were the runner-up in the 2022 IVC Southeast Asia. Their survivor player MX often brought some of the older characters like Doctor, Thief, and Lawyer onto the battlefield during the qualifiers and successfully worked with their teammates to seize victory for the survivor team. We can look forward to the Club ZT's skillful non-mainstream lineups consisting of characters that aren't as popular in the version of the game. The highlight of Group B is the competition between the IJL clubs, and on the other hand, the non-professional clubs OM, RD, and ZT have varying inclinations. What kind of sparks will be ignited from the clash between non-professional and professional setups? Group C consisted of Club ACT, Club SZ, Club RB, Club WBG, and Club Do5. Club SZ is a professional club from Japan, while the remaining 4 are professional clubs from mainland China. Club SCT has been doing very well in the last year's COA. In the qualifiers, their Hunter, Chin Ash, and Yue respectively eliminated and 2.67 survivors on average. And the Hunters were crowned the best with a win rate of 57.1%. Led by veteran player QY and a new survivor TX, Club RB will ascend to the global stage of COA for the first time. Will Club RB be able to break the curse and grab points from the other professional professional clubs. Club WBG are the club with a 50% average win rate when facing all the other clubs. Yim, who eliminated 2.33 survivors on average, had the courage to risk it all. Iron, who had an average containment time of 92.2 seconds, used OB characters like Prospectors and Antiquarian to actively abstract the hunter, often effectively providing his teammates with time to decode the cipher machines. Club Do5 is picking back up where they left off, especially their new member Nan and Silver G. Their amazing performance with Antiquarian made up for Club Do5's lack of strength in the OB position. As a result, the pressure on their hunter Don X was elevated, and there was no need to worry about maintaining 4 eliminations to maintain the tie. Club SC was seeded for the group stage of COA 6 with the second highest score in the IJL event, and they are familiar face in the international arena of Identity 5 too. Club SZ thoroughly studied the opposition in the Japan region. Their survivors are extraordinary and their character pool is diverse. Group C can be described as a battle of fire and water, a clash of titans, the group of death. The clash between professional clubs of mainland China can be called an IVL sprint, where all of them have their sights on the crown. As one of the top 3 in the Japan region, Club SZ has always had a strong desire to take the global championship, but in light of their luck in the group stages, only time will tell if Club SZ is able to overcome adversity and rise above the other top IVL clubs. In the clash of titans, it's the brave who come out on top. We can't wait to see what happens in Group C. Finally, we have Group D, which consists of Club MS, Club GH, Club ZETA, Club Wolves, and Club GR. Club MS is representing the Republic of Korea in the group stage for the second time. It's still the same club of veterans, both in terms of players and characters. Their survivors has no frequent roles, and their average containment time is over 80 seconds. Club GH is a veteran powerhouse. They have won 2 consecutive championships in IVC Southeast Asia and represented Southeast Asia in numerous international tournaments. Seichu from Club GH has added Hermit to his character pool, and besides wax artist and sculptor that they are known for, Gojay had added a guard 26 to his character pool too. After bringing in 3 members of the runner-up club of COA 5 in 2022, Alf, KZNK, and Multi, Club Zeta's strength grew tremendously, and they took the championship in Japan's 2022 IJL Summer and Autumn. Their members, Alf and Dolisu, won the FMVP in the 2022 IJL Summer and Autumn respectively. On the other hand, KZNK won the Best Deduction Survivor Award and the Most Popular Contestant Award in the IJL Autumn. Club Zeta is definitely the strongest and most eye-catching club in Japan. Club Wolves are the defending champion from COA 5 and the first club to complete a Grand Slam after going pro in Identity 5. Their hunter, Alex, has a very diverse character pool, abundant experience and attention to detail, which make them want to be watched. Their survivors, on the other hand, adopt a rare dual command lineup as former triple championship winner and Grand Slam club from before going pro. Club GR's legacy is still thriving, and they never cease to innovate. PPX Dream Witch still linger in our memories for most of us, and Super Richard's X-Boy is no more the personification of a tie. Club GR's survivor lineup revolves around AK selection. The first match on April 8th will be between Club Wolves and Club Zeta. Familiar foes meet again in the group stage, and it will be the match to watch for all players throughout the world. All 3 professional clubs in Group D are formidable COA veterans, so will Club MS and Club GH, the non-professional local champions, be able to catch their professional counterparts off guard and grab some points? The results of the group these 5 clubs form is a mystery. Mainland China is a formidable tournament region and has taken the COA champions 5 years in a row. Will they be able to maintain their dominance for another year? After 2 years of turning professional, the Japan tournament region has also become a formidable competitor for the COA championship. Will they succeed this time and make COA history? While the clubs from NAEU, Southeast Asia, the Republic of Korea, and HKML and TW are non-professional clubs, there are still powerful clubs that often take the limelight in the international arena. These non-professional teams always bring exceptional lineups and outstanding performances to the stage. So will they succeed at breaking new ground this time? The battle is at hand. Get ready to rumble! What kind of sparks will we see in the collision between these 20 diverse teams? Let's look forward to enjoy Call of the Beast 6 together. The group stage begins on April 7th. We'll see you there.
皆さんこんにちは。日本地区から参戦するスカーズ戦隊のシリアです。僕はハンターを務めています。スカーズ戦隊は結成からだいたい約3年ぐらいになりますが、その大会の参戦経歴とかは、まず COAVI の世界大会出場ベスト8で夏季 IJL が準優勝、秋季 IJL が3位で IVS なんかにも、次に、スカーズ戦隊のメンバーについて紹介します。スカーズ戦隊はコーチ含めて、現在7名でこの世界大会を挑む形になってるんですけど、まずサバイバー4名は、リーダーのしなみさん、モネイロ、ソーラ、ピョネの、4名でハンターは、未来館と僕の2名、そしてコーチのシルクコーチの計7名で、参加していきたいと思います。そうですね、このチームはサバイバーが3逃げ4逃げをガンガン狙っていく戦隊で、ハンター側はどちらかというと負けないようにしようといった、プレースタイルで、頑張っています。COA6 で再び世界大会に立つことができたので、目の前の試合を大事にしつつ、そのまま優勝を目指して頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
大家好，我是中国大陆赛区斗舞精英俱乐部的丁玩者东璇。我们队伍已经成立3年了，有打过 IBL 还有 IBS 和深渊。我们队伍有我、D 叉，然后还有一坚、陈某人、白子、一花、南。然后我们队伍的打法是纵容越怪，赢得越快。深渊赛我们会竭尽全力直奔冠军，加油！
Dear detectives, Identity 5 Call of the Best 6 Global Finals is about to begin. The Global Finals has been upgraded this time and the participating clubs have increased from 16 to 20. The top clubs from the 6 major regions will gather to compete for the highest honor of the Global Championship and a total prize pool of 4 million RMB, around 600,000 US dollars. The knockout stage will be held in both Chinese and Japanese offline venues. Meanwhile, the design of the trophy has been changed, adding meaningful COA6 themed elements. For a better watching experience, let's get to know some information about Global Finals format. This year's Global Finals will be held for a month. The schedule is divided into 2 stages, group stage and knockout stage. The group stage will start on April 7th and end on April 18th in BO3 single elimination. The clubs are ACT, DOU5, FPX.ZQ, GR, GW, WBG, RB from the Chinese mainland qualifiers, Club RD from HMT, Club AXZ, FL and RC from the Japan qualifiers, Club B4U and OM from the NAEU qualifiers, Club MS from the Republic of Korea qualifiers, and Club ZETA from SEA qualifiers. With the clubs that have the direct invitation, Club GG, Wolves, ZETA, SZ, and GH competes. The 20 clubs were divided into 4 groups by drawing lots and split into 4 clubs in each group. Each club must play a match against the other clubs in the group. The top 3 clubs in each group will advance directly to the knockout stage. The bottom 2 will be eliminated. Knockout stage will start on April 30th. The 12 clubs that have successfully advanced to the knockout stage will adopt the single elimination format and will be divided into 2 semi-finals by drawing lots. With 6 clubs in each half zone, the 12 clubs will be reduced to 8, who will then advance to the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finals. In the knockout stage, the best of 3 BO3 format will be used for 12 to 8 and quarterfinals, while the best of 5 BO5 will be used for the semi-finals and finals. The final 2 clubs will compete on May 3rd, and the winner will be the global champion of Identity 5 Call of Abyss 6. The time for gathering of stars and glory of both sun and moon shines ahead of us.
convergent on a narrow path, we shall witness the emergence of the brave. We shall see who is brave enough to be champions.
被怪上诺斯救不了，一个来不及。
とりあえずグループ戦勝ち上がって優勝できたらなって。
いや素晴らしい作敵、引き打ちで。
솔직히 힘들겠다라고 생각을 안 했다면 거짓말이겠죠.
했거든요. 아대를 안고 가지고 지금 아대를.
그런 팀들을 상대로 저희가 만약에 우승을 하게 되면 어떨까 이런 생각도 가지면서
知道又没打到，一点又追出来，空了，这样空了也有你救吗？
Tension's out in 14 seconds here. Dungeon is close by. Goes for the wall.
我们每个人的上限也很高，这个就是我们的优势吧。
什么呢？
射频辅助上来了，
没收到故障。
是的，
哎呀，恐惧症上了，战水性炸毛了。CD 好了，抢先分岛咒术。
哎呦，
直接
疯了呀！这把要四抓了。
这一波，哎，打到海难油车，这还有床台，这波坏了。
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final few days of our group stage. My name is Elio, joined here with Veronica, and we have some even more exciting matches. We're getting down to the most important matches of this group stage. These will be the deciders of which teams will qualify and move on to the playoffs, and which teams will be sent home. Veronica, this is it. It all comes down to this. So, how are you feeling about these matches?
Very, very excited. We are starting off today with some very fan favorite teams, as I'd like to call them. I see a lot of excitement in chat and on Twitter and on Instagram and anywhere and everywhere that you can see support for teams for both Scars and Dou. So those are the teams that we're starting off with today. In case you are unfamiliar with the bracket that we're coming in on, you're just joining in now, you're not quite sure, so I'll lay it out for you. They're both extremely strong teams. They're what we're beginning with today. And of course, it's been a wonderful few days of COA. Of course, as you've said, Eli, it is more exciting than Christmas and more exciting than anything in the world. I like to call it the esports Super Bowl. So we're
there you go.
launching into, perfect terminology, but we're getting in final days, of course, as you mentioned, so stakes are extremely high. We're getting into the real insanity of it all. It's where things start to sort of separate out. And here we have some fun little things here, of course. There have been some social media campaigns, as I'm going to loosely call them, surrounding showing support for the teams and COA in general. So there's the illustration star, which is to post your work with the tag COA6 Global Support. Mention the official account at Game Identity V, and there will be a lucky supporting prize. You get some season essences, and then there is a best prize, which is a random store aid costume. If you're looking to pad out your skin collection and make some fun COA art, might as well, give it a shot. You've also got the story star function. Post your story with the tag my story with COA and mention the official account once more, or leave your story on the original tweet comment, which you can find on the official account tagged right up there. So there is one whole winner for that one, and that is season essence times 10, which is a lot. Maybe you'll get Dreamwitch Envoy. Who knows? I don't know. Give her a shot.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you see, obviously, some of these posts are featured on the stream as well. So, if you want to potentially have that happen, of course, again, hashtag COA6 Global Support and at Game Identity 5 for all of your COA-related posts. So, of course, don't forget to keep that in mind. But yeah, getting into our matches for the day, Veronica. Obviously, we talked about how a few of these will be. Some of these are extremely. These are deciding who makes and who doesn't. So the second match today is something I want to highlight in particular. We have FL versus RD there. And the winner of that, so if FL wins, that's actually a decider, essentially, if who will make it between RD and 0-2 for the third place spot, depending on how the AXC and ZT matchup happens. So if AXC beats ZT, and ZT finishes 2-2, and RD beats FL, then they both finish 2-2, but RD ultimately will most likely have more match points. So it really comes down to that. So if FL beats RD, then 0-2 is guaranteed. If RD beats FL, then it actually becomes a tiebreaker situation. We'll have to go down to individually rounds 1 between those teams. And then for Scars and Dou, which is another one, that's a very close matchup. I think it'll go 3 rounds. Dou definitely on paper will be statistically advantaged, but we will have to see. We're going to get into our prize pool, of course, which we have seen during each of these days. We have 4,500,000 Chinese yuan, which is the overall prize pool. You can see how the split is between each placement. We also have third and fourth place actually separate, which originally we didn't have in the past. but there has been an adjustment to the tournament schedule. You'll see in the final day there are the Constellation Championships to see who will be the 3rd and 4th place spot. And overall, we have the groupings, the standings for each of these groups. You can really see it's coming down to this. You know, some of these teams may make it, some of them will not. We have a bit of a surprise over in Group A. RC has actually fallen below GW. They lost to GW in an upset victory yesterday. So that's going to really come down to the RC and B4U matchup, depending on how well both of these teams play. In that final day tomorrow will be determined of who will make it to the playoffs and who will not. And you can see for today's matches, again, Scars and Doud, FL and RD will be the first two. And then Zeta Division versus MS and GG, of course, versus FPX.ZQ. Again, another, some other important matches there as well. I think Zeta Division, of course, already secured. MS still potentially trying to get that 3rd spot. And then GG versus FPX.ZQ will be a battle for the 1st seed. And, of course, GG has already been secured into the playoffs. FPX.ZQ not just yet. So they are really in a situation where they want to try to at least win this next game today. And we do have the first matchup, Scars versus Doud.
Yeah, exactly. Very exciting. I know I've said that before, but I cannot stress it enough. Both of these teams are extremely exciting to watch. We did have some very, very exciting matches yesterday. It'll carry on into today. And of course, if I remember correctly, tomorrow is our last one. So stakes really, really are high. Eli has given us a sort of layout of that with his wisdom and endless intellect on the game. But stakes are very high. So here are nice little team portraits. We just went over the one for Scars. This is our one for Doud. Of course, you will see in the middle there, perhaps the most important player, Dong Xuan, who is their dedicated and passionate and extremely talented hunter, going to be taking the field today, possibly first, possibly second. It depends on which side plays Survivor or Hunter first, which we don't know quite yet, but I am excited to find out. We are finding out. I believe that Scars will be taking the Survivor side first. Coming out onto the stage here, of course, we are going to watch them sit down in their comfortable little seats, get on their phones, prepare their hands for a long few minutes of gaming until we see who ends up being the winner. But we're gonna pan over here to now see the great reveal of Dong Xuan coming down here in this cool smoke screen with all the red lights right behind him. Of course, turning to white to put even more pressure on the field, I think. Even more exciting. So I love the little intros. I cannot say that enough. They're so fun, but I feel like if I had to walk up and down the stairs to play an extremely stressful match of IDB, I think I'd be less excited about it.
Right, for sure. Yeah, especially on a big stage like this. Obviously, Scars versus Doud. Again, Doud's already secured a spot into the playoffs. Scars has not. They're really in a situation where they have to essentially either put up a good numbers in this matchup or win. So a lot of pressure here. Again, Scars was one of the teams that was sort of on the verge of making that 3rd and 4th spot in a lot of people's predictions. You know, we talked about how Scars is one of the stronger Japanese IJL teams, but they do struggle on the global stage. So thus far, though, we have seen some pretty impressive gameplay. They have taken down, I believe it was ACT, which was one of the mainland China region teams earlier on in this event. So we'll see, you know, again, how they're able to do going into this matchup. We do have Shinami, of course, on the Survivor side. Only about 65 seconds of containment time, which is slightly on the lower side, but we do see a high escape probability, which means a lot more decoding and more support character in general with the Priestess and Entomologist. Typically, characters like that will rotate early on and position themselves in places where they don't get chased because they do have those supporting abilities that you want to be able to utilize to help out your first kiter rather than take that first kite. We are going to see Soar as well as on the Scars Survivor side. Multiple MVPs from this player. We talked about how Soar is sort of one of the strongest kiter in the Scars team. You know, we talked about how each of these Japan teams have at least one very strong kiting character, kiting player, and that typically is Soar with 106 seconds of average containment time throughout this event. Quite impressive, well above the average, which is around 70 seconds, 75 seconds. So extremely impressive to see.
Yeah, of course. And as we move into the Survivor side at meta, containment time has drastically gone up from what it used to be. It used to be kind of like you'd see someone hit a minute and be impressed, but now there's a lot of support on the field. You want to be near the hunter, so it's very different. We're going to get into Monet now, who plays quite a few different characters. Acrobat a lot, as far as I recall and as far as I'm concerned. Also has played the Professor, but forward, patient, pulls out the barmaid as well sometimes. And Scars, of course, as mentioned, are currently in 3rd place in their bracket, and they are up against, if I remember correctly, all mainland China teams, which is not an easy feat to do, even if you yourself are a franchised professional team who does really well in your own tournaments. They're just on a whole nother level. I cannot even put it into words. They're in a different plane, man. We're gonna get into Peony now, who does tend to play rescue quite a lot, plays mercenary, psychologist, also plays first officer, does tend to carry Tide on psychologist when played as well, which is kind of unconventional, but does tend to work out in their favor.
Yeah, of course, Pione, obviously mostly playing characters like Mercenary and First Officer. We've seen that throughout this event. We've seen that in the past from the Scars Survivor side. And, of course, overall decoding 122%, which, is pretty most likely suggesting rescue, because that's typically what happens. Usually see the rescuer decoding around 100 to about 130 on average, as most of the time they're not taking first kite, but also the decoding speed is a little bit slower, so they're not going to have as much cipher rush as most of the other survivors in the game. We see Dongshuan with we see him yawn about every single match before every match, but just the hard training is paying off here, as you can see. Again, Dongshuan, one of the strongest hunters in the world, if not the best. We had seen a 4 elimination with Bloody Queen. Average eliminations at 2.6. I mean, this is pretty unheard of in a competitive scene, especially in this survivor-sided meta. If you're able to get an average elimination of 2, that's already impressive, which means you're consistently drawing. But most hunters are typically under that threshold. 2.67 is beyond anything we've seen from any hunter in this event thus far. So this is beyond impressive from Dongshuan, and we really see, again, why a lot of people consider him the strongest hunter to ever play this game. And we will see, again, exactly how this works out in this matchup against the Scars Survivors. Scars Survivors typically have been very, typically, again, very inconsistent on the global stage, but in this event, very strong. There was one match where they had a 4 elimination. From there on out, I believe they've won almost every single match with 3 or 4 survivor escapes. So we will see, again, what's going to happen between these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Dou, of course, coming in so far in first place in their bracket. So as you mentioned, pressure's on Scars a lot more than it is on Dou. You've got Dongshuan on the other side as well, extremely strong hunter. Prefers to bring out that Geisha and that Clerk, but can also take out Naiad, Sculptor, Dream Witch. Can practically play any hunter in the game with full confidence. So you are kind of going up against a Goliath here. It's not going to be an easy feat, but you can pull off what you can pull off. And Scars, of course, the pressure is on. They're going to want to do what they are able to do. We're going to see another fun shot here that's grayed a little bit, but I think that adds flavor to it. Seeing some, of course, fan signs and whatnot, so during this time, I will briefly be able to give my first shoutouts to chat. Eli, if you would like to do the same, feel free to pull up the chat on your sort of half-dying iPad, but if not, I'll handle them, no worries. Hello to Honora, hi Chad, hello to Snooty, hello to Jennifer, hi Sonia, hello Divorced, of course, Divorced is a classic, we see Divorced around a lot. Hello to Postwife, hello to Not Malaya. Those are my shoutouts for now. You'll get more later. We're gonna get into our map selection now, which means fan picks are soon, and we are on Chinatown, which has been selected by Scars. Eli, do you have any thoughts or insights on what might happen here?
As we said first round Moonlit ban, the idea of Scars going a large map-free open, this opens up a lot of opportunities for Wax Artists and Naiad, and we typically see this as the typical round 1 strategy from the Scars Hunter side. Mid IK will lead the charge for them as the sort of the standard opening for this team. So I think that's definitely the main idea here. As for Dongshuan, a larger map opens up difficulties for playing Clerk, and that's why we do see the Moonlit River Park ban, as that is the worst map for Clerk. We're going to see a first ban Seer here, so Mercenary and Antiquarian should be the most standard. We also have Priestess available, yeah, so Priestess on Chinatown. Typically we usually see that get banned first, so that's why we're going to see the survivors opt to take it here. Dongshuan actually has opportunities to ban Antiquarian, but is going to go ahead and give it up here. Psychologist, Barmaid instead. Again, Dream Witch and Clerk bans, but you open up this Antiquarian character, which are obviously is strong against both of those. It could be that he might gear towards something else. Yeah, it's kind of curious because now Antiquarian is also a counter to Geisha, so you're kind of limiting your options by giving this character here. Looks like Prospector, pretty standard for the last one. Now, will Scars go with something like Mechanic, or are they going to go with more of a kiting strategy such as Acrobat? I think that would also make sense. If you go Acrobat, that counters, yeah, so they're going to go Acrobat. Obviously strong against Dream Witch, strong against Geisha, and also effective against Clerk. But I actually think that this comp's not too bad for Clerk, as we have seen some other team comps be a little bit worse. So I'm curious to see what Dongshuan leads with here. I mean, obviously we talk about Geisha being an option. It's unlikely to see that based off of Antiquarian and Acrobat counters here, but Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I feel like Dream Witch or Clerk would be a little bit more of a traditional pick from him here, especially considering the team comp.
Yeah, especially, you know, the bands as well, really gearing up and already sort of mentally prepared to take out the Dream Witch or the Clerk and prepared to sort of be around the map and every corner of the map with your recordings and with all of your followers. So we're going to see some fun little stats down here about, we've been getting them periodically about how often certain survivors come out onto the field. Of course, we do get a nice summary of those towards the end of COA most of the time, and I do love to pick those apart. Of course, more close to home, I guess, the COA stats do affect sort of nerfs and buffs that tend to come into the regular game with all of us regular folk. So just bear in mind the stats, see what's going on. We've got 27 seconds on the
Wow.
real fast. Dongshan coming right in for that geisha, Eli. Not really scared of these counters, it seems. Instead, just going right for her. On Chinatown, it makes sense, but with the team comp, it makes a little less sense.
It's an extremely anti-geisha team comp. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I mean, obviously, Dream Witch and Clerk will also struggle here, but against these particular survivors. But most of these kiters are not easy. Obviously, Acrobat and Antiquarian are direct counters, whereas Priestess is actually not. So Priestess technically is best chase target, but it's still like if you don't find Priestess, you're still in a bit of a tough position. I guess maybe the idea is that on this sort of map, Priestess only has sort of like two specific spawns. We usually see Priestess spawning over the tunnel area or over at the center. So he may try to spawn near one of those areas to try to immediately chase Priestess. He's an Antiquarian, yeah, and we are going to see, I believe that's a tunnel spawn from Priestess. I was going to say, Acrobat and Antiquarian are just not good chases for Geisha. I guess Acrobat's technically chaseable if you have Blink, similar to Antiquarian, but you still rely on getting a hit without having to use Blink. And considering that we're probably going to see triple flywheel here in preparation of both Dream Witch and Geisha, it seems a little bit less likely he's going to be able to do so. So anyways, let's see the spawn here. Is he going to spawn into Priestess? Again, that's probably his best chase target, even though it is Chinatown. And he is actually going to spawn into Priestess here. So I'd imagine he'll go for that chase first. The only downside, again, is that you're opening up Hotel, whereas Geisha can cut off kiting routes on Hotel. Priestess is still such a strong character for a two-story area. So that's something else you have to consider.
Yeah, of course. On top of that, too, Shinami being a very, very refined priestess, being very high in the rankings, and the server playing her often and making very good note of her. I think did some very impressive long portals in earlier matches that we've seen in both the qualifiers and this current COA. But here are little spawn pics from top down if you don't really understand what they look like on the graphic map, like Posh and I do. So here they are laid out a little bit easier for you to see. Shinami, of course, probably going to be first chase. When she runs out of resources, it is a little bit harder for Priestess to pick up, but as with any survivor, when you run out of resources, kind of out of luck. However, here we are into extra resources. Here are our builds. Eli's made a noise, so I'll let him go.
Yeah, we actually see, so this actually is interesting. We see double broken windows. So I guess the idea is they're really scared of Clerk. So you typically only, when you have a threat of a Dream Witch or a Geisha or some single hit hunter that's weak to Flywheel, you typically will have heavy Flywheel to deal with those characters. But if you're really scared of something like Clerk or Wax Artist, you're still going to go broken windows because they're just really, because again, Dongshan, I would think is safe to say, statistically speaking, is the best Clerk player in the entire world. So I think that's maybe the idea, is they're really trying to play around that, and you will see him go first chase Priestess, again, not minding that at all. As a Geisha, you can close distance a lot easy, so the portals are a little bit less relevant. And yeah, again, no Flywheel, which means his first chase is actually going to be quite strong here. So yeah, they're really just playing around that Clerk, and this opens up. Look, double portal. Priestess forced to use 2 portals right away because Geisha closes that distance so fast. She has made it to Hotel, but she's out of portals, no Flywheel available, and is already used for both their speed boosts. So I think Dongshan probably has a pretty decent chase, and this Geisha pick actually does pay off. He really, again, they went with the broken windows, and it ends up actually working on the Hunter's favor here.
Yeah, absolutely. They were prepping for something else and it didn't work out in the end. But we're going to see Shinami continue kite here. A beautiful butterfly going to land the swing, so Priestess has taken her first hit. Ciphers are being pushed accordingly. They're all at about sort of halfway there, pushing a little bit above or below, depending on who's working on them. Going to continue on this Hotel loop here. Oh, another portal has been gotten, going to break it and then drop down. Continuing the chase, looping around, using that butterfly from earlier. And the blink comes out, misses initially, but gets the terror shock afterwards, Eli. So you win some, you lose some.
Yeah, so he does still get, almost able to avoid that, but it looks like he's getting a little extra presence in the process. Typically, you don't want to chair here because it's very easy for survivors to rescue and then body block the stairs so they can get a rebound kite into hotel. But Geisha's the one character that actually plays around that, because you can actually jump up from the bottom floor and then dash up to the 2-story with the flying ability. So I think that's sort of the idea here is Geisha doesn't mind this. She's going to go for a drop down, which is not something you typically see. He has to be careful not to dash for that butterfly. He's going to go for the drop down. So say the butterfly off to the side there. Does miss the drop down hit. Is going to hit the mercenary here. And yeah, you can see they're not able to go for that body block play because Geisha can play around that. And now Priestess doesn't have flywheel, so she's just going to go down right away. I think what's going to happen here is we're going to see Antiquarian prevent this chair. She's going to die all the way in the corner. He sees the beautiful bait from Dongchuan. He sees that the Antiquarian was around the corner. She was trying to stay hidden. He figured that's just a prediction. He didn't even know she was there. He predicts that she might be hiding there. Baited like he was going to go upstairs and actually stayed there. And he gets a hit onto the Antiquarian. No, not able to fly with that swing as well. And now all of a sudden that harassment character is now injured. Priestess heals really fast, so he needs to get back quickly here. Yeah, what a bait. That's just he literally just predicted that Antiquarian would be hiding back there and baited her to come out from that hiding spot.
Yeah, she's coming back. She's come back into the play. Going to get the rescue, but unfortunately we're going to see the Priestess go back down immediately. Only one swing was utilized, so Dongchuan did have that balloon rescue happen, but was actually focusing on trying to harass over and over, it seems, instead of get the rescue off safely fully. So we're going to kind of see a little mind game here where the Antiquarian rescues over and over and the Priestess keeps going down, which buys a lot of time. You don't really get to push ciphers this way, but it's a nice little fun mind game to play between the two of them like they're friends. But we're going to see Priestess go down once more. Antiquarian now moving back down the stairs. Missing that hit there actually, Eli, so we are going to see a safe cheer on the Priestess finally after a little bit of playing around for it.
No, so this is actually fine. So that's actually really smart for the Antiquarian because it does actually buy a lot of time for decoding. As you can see, the last two ciphers are almost prime. Now, they're in a situation where there's no way that the survivors can win based off of the cipher rush they have for the first down. Because the Antiquarian buys, I mean, that's a good 40 seconds. That's enough for two ciphers. You see the last two ciphers already almost prime. With this rescue, as long as it's not an instant farm, there will be enough cipher progress to win the game. So that Antiquarian play is really important. Now, the one downside is the Antiquarian couldn't body block after the stun. We do see the drop down because she took that first hit. But it doesn't matter. The cipher is almost primed here. He needs the body block. I'm not able to get the body block. Acrobat has to go for force seal. Oh no, they're just going to go for the pop. They are able to get it off there. Priestess is able to portal as well. And we are going to see pushing for the end game. Surprised he didn't go for a red bomb because he goes for a slow bomb. Geisha can still catch up quite easily here. And she portals down. Can he get the dash down? Going to go back up. Has a butterfly waiting. Dashes to the wrong butterfly. And now there's no chance for a tie. I was going to say, you can down Priestess quick enough. He can go for a chair, then teleport to the gate. But now it's no longer a possibility. Priestess is going to use this broken window, is going to try to transition. Is Dungeon over in this tunnel area? It looks like it's not. So there's probably no opportunities for a 4 escape here. But we will see the survivors going for a win here. Gets the dash to the locker and gets the down onto the Priestess. That will be the 1 kill for Dongchuan here. But 3 survivor escape here from Scars. That Antiquarian support. Literally the difference between a tie and a win for the survivors. I mean, there was literally the first down was fast enough. It was a 60-second blink kill, fast enough to get a draw easily as a Geisha player, but because that Antiquarian support comes in, there's no counterplay. When you get to that upstairs area, you have to either kill the Antiquarian or you got to just take the stuns. And you can see Dongchuan just took the stuns, but it doesn't matter. That still buys enough time for 3 survivors to make it out the exit gate.
Yeah, what impressive play from Scars, of course, as we mentioned. Pressure is on today. They have to really pull out all of their stops, and they did. They prepared for that Geisha. You know, they were peering at the band, seeing what was going to happen. Dongchuan, of course, has brought out Geisha first round on Chinatown before, I believe, or maybe in the later rounds, but either way, has brought out that Geisha on Chinatown. So teams, of course, at this level certainly do their research on each other and know what they're geared up to. It's very exciting to watch. They know what they're doing. And of course, Dongchuan being such a menace of a hunter and being so hard to sort of pull your weight against, coming out of the gate with a 3 survivor escape immediately is very impressive on Scars' side. And hopefully they keep up this momentum for the rest of the game. Do has not lost a game yet. They are in first place in Group C, which is the set of matches that we're watching right now, and top 3 is where you need to place. Scars being sort of on the fringe and being in 3rd place, so if they are able to pull this win, they will be very safe, which is good for them, and Do will lose a little bit, but not as much as other teams would.
Right, and I also think that, you know, again, this is the second time we've seen Dongchuan lead with Geisha. The first time on Sacred Heart Hospital made sense, because Geisha is one of the few hunters that actually isn't too bad on Sacred, and the team comp wasn't too much of a hard counter. But now, here, it's not easy, because obviously Geisha is very good on Chinatown, but this team comp is such so anti-geisha, and you really see why it is there. I mean, not only, I mean, Priestess obviously, when Priestess is your only chase target, a Chinatown Priestess is your best chase target, then it's probably not an exceptionally strong hunter for that map. But you really see him leading with that character anyway, just trying to secure a round 1 draw. And we've seen him do this a lot. And Doe, typically what happens is they actually fall to round 1. We've seen this, I think, twice so far, where they lose the first round and then they win the last 2. So I think that this is still fine for them. We still have the Doe survivors coming up, but the problem is that I feel like there's just better characters to lead with. Obviously, Dreamwitch is not exceptionally strong here because obviously Priestess, Antiquarian, Acrobat, it's not easy. Same with Clerk, but it's still not as hard. It's not countering as hard as it is for Geisha because again, Acrobat is a counter, Antiquarian is a counter. So I guess he thought that the mindset here is that you can just chase Priestess first, you can get it down with Blink within 60 seconds, and you can just play from there. But yeah, the Antiquarian play, if you die in a corner of an area away from a chair and there's an Antiquarian there, most hunters struggle against it. And you see why Antiquarian is so strong against this Geisha. Geisha is one of those hunters that has trouble dealing with that. Even after he found the Antiquarian hiding out, even after he baited her out and got a free hit, she was still able to buy enough time for those ciphers to be primed.
Yeah, exactly. You kind of expect it to be in your favor. I mean, you sought her out first, you landed the hit before she could, but odds are ever in her favor, and it was a really, really good, very intelligent play on their side. But also, before we get into our next team lineup, some extra props to Shinami's Priestess. Just really well placed with those portals, making sure to loop around carefully, communicating well enough that the stuns and the time could be bought. And then if the dungeon was in that area, Eli, oh boy, that would have been very interesting to watch, a potential dungeon escape. Unfortunately, it wasn't, but really could have ended with a 4 escape, which would have been even more impressive. But we are getting into our second half of round 1. We are still on Chinatown. If you're just joining us, I'm Veronica. Eli O is here. I'm sure you know who Eli is. If you don't, I'd be flabbergasted. But we are now going to get into Scars being on the hunter side. Now, I believe this should be Mira-K, who is their round 1 hunter, unless I'm not recognizing anyone correctly.
Yeah, Mira-K usually leads with the round 1, so, and then we'll have Celia coming in the later rounds. We do have Yuhua on the on the survivor side of Doe here. Obviously, one of the main rescuer players has been with Doe. We've seen a lot of changes to the Doe survivor side over the years. It's always been Dungeon on the hunter side, but we have seen some changes. Yuhua actually technically is newer, but he's actually one of the older players because some of the other survivors have been recently added as well from the past IVL. So we do have Yuhua, of course, the main rescuer of Doe, Mercenary, and First Officer. Of course, will come into play here. ZYJ, actually ZYJ is the oldest, I believe, prospector. Barmaid has been with this team for quite some time.
Yeah, I believe I also have down capable of playing the Postman, the Patient. Mechanic as well was taken out in a round, I believe. Tends to play Kite and Support, of course. The contain time is a little bit lower, so definitely leaning more on that support than the Kite aspect. Spending a lot of time probably, you know, as we can see from the stats, mostly decoding 153%, so kind of resigned to doing what needs to be done in order to push the ciphers and keep things going along neatly and according to plan. Now I believe we'll be getting into our newer players here. This, of course, is Silver She, plays that Antiquarian, plays that Priestess. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, so yeah, not mercenary, Priestess and Antiquarian. So Silver G is a little bit, obviously containment time a little bit lower, and you know we talked about a little how sometimes the Doe survivors are inconsistent. We see the survivor side sometimes struggling for Doe. So it's again every key to every matchup for Doe is can the survivors, you know, stay strong. You know, are they able to get enough survivors out the gate to match Dong Chuan's performance? And we really see him bringing back the points a lot of the times, as we saw in the last round, or in the last matchup. Doe had a 4 survivor elimination with Bloody Queen. So, you know, the important thing now is that even if Doe loses round number 1, the survivors need to minimize the damage. I mean, even saying that, we saw Doe come back from an 8-1 deficit against Weibo. So, I mean, even here, the goal is to at least get a draw. They're going to be playing against Mid-IK, which is a tie-oriented round 1 hunter. You typically see this. The main strategy with Scars is they go for a 3 out in the first round, and then you have Mid-IK play for a tie, whether that's Wax Artist or Naiad. So what a lot of teams will do to counteract this is because this map works for both Naiad and Wax Artist, you have 2 approaches. You ban, or not, you don't ban. You try to counter one hunter, and then you bring traits to deal with the other. So Flywheel is very effective against Naiad, because you can Flywheel 100% water, whereas Broken Windows is more effective against Wax Artist, because it's very difficult to Flywheel the 100 wax. So basically what they're going to do most likely is they're going to try to counter one, and then they're probably going to bring traits to deal with the other one.
Yeah, a wise decision on their part, of course, doing your research. And, as you said, an extremely smart strategy to have those hunters in your pool, considering they're kind of opposite in terms of what you need to do to deal with them. You've got to pick one or the other and then play sort of mix and match with it, which is not really an ideal situation. The 0% for elimination rate, of course, coming out in round 1 just to secure those ties. Kind of having like a princess track, like they call it in musical theater, where you come in, do something very, very like vital and important, and then just kind of sit backstage and let everyone else do the rest. But you're there for support, and you did your part, and you did it well. But seeing some more very cool pans around, I believe, yeah, they are back in the mainland stage, so there's a slightly different from the one that we're kind of casting over. Some more fan signs and support. A very nice long banner, a very, very nice long banner. I cannot imagine how much coordination it took to have everyone hold that up at once. But congratulations to them for that. So everyone's sitting comfortable, of course. They're in different spots, so they cannot see one another, which adds to things, but it's mostly just fun to pick out, I think, and totally unnecessary to comment on, but I noticed it, so now everybody else has to. But we are getting into our ban picks now, so Survivor's, of course, going to be banned first and foremost. No Hunter bans yet, we're in round 1, still on Chinatown. Priestess coming out first, of course. No surprise there.
First ban Priestess from IK means that he is slightly gearing up towards Wax Artist a little bit more so than Naiad, but obviously Priestess is a good elimination here. We're going to see Seer right away, which means that they're going to be aiming to target Naiad a little bit more so than Wax here. Simply just because Seer isn't as strong as Wax. If you're able to get the 100 Wax onto the Seer, they can't use their Owl. And even if they do use their Owl, then you can still freeze them. Owl only lasts a few seconds, wait for it to wear off, then you go for the hit after. Next ban's here. Let's see what he actually opts to go with. I'd imagine Antiquarian plus one other character here. Could be... looks like Toy Merchant and Antiquarian. Okay. So this opens up Entomologist. Entomologist is strong against Naiad and against Wax Artist. But they have two strat. I mean, they have a few ideas you can go here. You can try to split the comp up, which a lot of teams do. They try to counter both hunters, or you could just counter one and again bring the traits for the other, which I think is actually slightly more viable in this situation since you're not playing for a tie, you're playing for a win. Dancer here is a little bit more oriented to countering Wax Artist, so it looks like they're trying to split it up here. Dancer can also be effective against Naiad, but is more so stronger against Wax. So you have Seer, which is better against Naiad. You have Dancer, which is better against Wax here, although Dancer is quite versatile. And so this does leave open Antiquarian. This does leave open Entomologist ban for Mid-IK if he wants to take that. And yeah, let's see what he actually ends up here. It looks like Prospector instead. So Survivor still have Ento, still have Patient, still have Psychologist. There's still a lot of options for this last pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interested to see what they will go with, of course. Oh,
Coordinator.
Coordinator come out, which is not very often,
Wow.
but we'll see her come in, take the field. Coordinator, of course, serving usually as a kiting and support character more so than she is a rescue, which most people expect her to kind of come in as if you're not really well acquainted with extremely high tier plays. But her flare gun, of course, being one of the longest stuns in the game, so that will be very useful, especially against Wax Artist, who does not take stuns very well.
Coordinator is pretty old meta. You typically see Coordinator for countering characters like Bonbon because it's a guarantee. It's one of those characters that there's no excitement, you have a guaranteed rescue off a good camping hunter like a Bonbon. But in this case, they're more likely using Coordinator for dealing with allowing the survivor to rebound kite. So if it's a Wax Artist, you can go for the rescue and then you shoot the hunter, stun the Wax Artist for some time, and allow them to make distance. So I think that's the idea here. Coordinator is a little bit less so useful against Naiad because even if you shoot the Naiad after the rescue, she can still swim and catch up to the survivor quite quickly. But I think the strategy must be is that she's more of a consistency rescuer because if you go into Naiad with no excitement, you open up a position where even if the Naiad's full presence, because he's probably gonna have an insolence build, even if the Naiad's full presence, and we're gonna see Naiad here, even if Naiad's full presence, you can still shoot and get the rescue, so it's impossible for her to stuff the Coordinator. So I think that's mainly the idea here. So now Miyake has two options. You could go Blink Insolence Attention, which is very standard, or you can go Trump Card and Excitement. And so that's going to be easier for dealing with something like Dancer if they decide to go for pallets with the boxes. Typically, they'll go the pallet over the box, but more so for dealing with the Coordinator. The only issue with that is then you don't have Blink for dealing with a triple hit character like Seer. So it actually kind of puts Maraiki in a slightly awkward position. So we'll see if this Coordinator actually makes a big impact here. Again, we haven't seen Coordinator for quite some time. It's not really standard to the current meta, but I do understand the logic here from Daewoo.
Yeah. Choice, but certainly a very viable one. Lots that you can do there. If there is no excitement, they technically have sort of 2 guaranteed rescues with that. Well, not totally guaranteed, considering the Mercenary still can get stuffed at the chair, but if he doesn't, which we'll hope that he won't, they technically have 2 guaranteed rescues with both that flare gun and the Mercenary's delayed damage and his good ability to rescue. So we're going to see our spawn picks load in here, of course, waiting for the top-down view for me to fully dissect them and understand what's going on there. Beautiful graphic, though. But we're going to see a nice little usual lineup. Everyone's kind of lined up ducks in a row in the center. Naiad is in the corner, and we are going to see the closest selection being, drumroll please, applause, there we go. We're going to see our closest selections being the Seer and the Dancer, of course with Coordinator, Silver She being the furthest person on the field. Eli, what are your thoughts on first chase, and why is it probably the Seer?
So it's kind of interesting, like, I was going to say Coordinator, if Coordinator gets taken down first, that's pretty decent. There's kind of an upside and downside is it prevents, you are able to eliminate one of the rescue characters. You know, another thing I just considered with Coordinator is we're actually going to see triple broken. So basically this was in preparation, they're expecting Wax Source, looks like a little bit more so than Naiad, but Broken Windows also works against Naiad. It looks like he did stick to Blink Insolence. So this leaves open Coordinator for potential free rescue, as there is no excitement. And so the important thing I was going to say is that if Coordinator gets first chase, it's kind of a trade-off. You're able to eliminate one of the rescuers that could potentially allow for a rebound kite with the flare gun, but then you also kind of like create a situation where you have Coordinator, which has a long chair time, and also where decoding speed is slower when survivor's on chair. So it's better to eliminate a different survivor first so you can slow down the decoding overall. So it looks like, yeah, it's going to be first chase Dancer instead. He actually doesn't opt to go for Seer at all, which is kind of interesting. I guess the idea here is that the issue with Seer, you chase Seer first. Seer can really farm owls easily off something like a Naiad. Dancer needs to not give a free hit here. You have to make this pallet. Dancer's going to try to push. No, she's going to go upstairs here. Owl is not yet ready. Can she get the drop down in time? She's going to go for this drop down, but does get a speed boost, so there's no way for the Naiad to get that hit there. And it looks like Seer Owl is back. Will they go for the observation right now? Going to go for the charge attack, and way too slow. You see Naiad's charge attack just not able to register that in time. And so Dancer avoids the free hit, has made it into Hotel, the strongest kiting area on the map. Still a Seer Owl available. And so this is a really strong position for the Daewoo survivors.
Yeah, of course, starting and performing really well. Gotta be careful with these drop downs. Now, of course, her little acrobatics trait is out of order, but I'm going to drop a box down, going to do a pirouette, but gonna take a hit. Oh! And going down to the humidity immediately after Eli too. That was a very quick down after the kite, you know. The kite took a little while, but the down itself was really quick, and the basement is here. Things are no longer looking good for Daewoo's survivors.
Yeah, what a turnaround there. Instant down from such a strong position. I mean, that's literally, you know, you have, and being able to chair basement here, that looked like it would have been a perfect position for the female Dancer. You have Hotel Loop available, you have Seer Owl, you have multiple hits, and if you're able to get that spin off in the proper angle, you avoid that hit, you avoid the water, and you're still you still Seer Owl, and you're able to cut away from basement. That double down is really crucial because again, Maraiki only needs to get a tie. So being able to share basement here is literally game changing, considering that start was perfect, picture perfect from Daewoo up into that point. Let's see if we actually see a Mercenary attempt to rescue. Keep in mind, First Officer would be a lot more effective for this sort of save. And they also don't know what the trade is. So you can't just send in Coordinator to blindly rescue with the flare gun because you don't know if he has excitement. And it is a basement camping Naiad. So they might just sell altogether. And they're kind of in a situation where now they're almost forced to just go for a 2-2 for this round, which means they will drop that first round to Scars here. Unless they're able to play for the endgame. Seer will have Owl, and you will want to hold on to that as long as possible. But if Seer's at any point forced to use the Owl before endgame, he doesn't have endgame kiting potential. Mercenary and Coordinator obviously do, but Seer does not, and already changing targets here, they're not going to go for that save, and Maraiki, because of that one play, now has a really good position.
Yeah, completely turning the tides with that instant down on the dancer, the basement chair, and the lack of rescue. Now going to finally change targets to the coordinator. Having the flare gun to utilize, no excitement, of course, on the Naiad, but they don't know that, so they have to be very careful about the way that they play through this whole little game. Throwing down these pellets, of course, which is a little bit of a detriment to her in swim form, but Mirake has been really strong so far with creating these large humidity circles. Ooh, the owl is going to come into play as well right now, Eli, in order to prevent the hit, but she's just going to continue on her loop, no fear, no care in the world. Ooh, and the flare gun is going to come in now. Of course, no excitement. Hopefully able to make some distance back into this sort of double stair area through to the bridge and just secure a nice loop while the ciphers are still being completed.
And so now they know he has blink. So this is actually really important that coordinator uses the flare gun here. Because, and coordinator needs to knock it, gets the pop, misses the swing there. He can't go for the blink right now, does blink and get the down onto the coordinator. Well, now they know they have blink. I was gonna say it's important that they would have known that he has blink, not excitement in that situation for the end game. But now that blink's gone, it does potentially open up. They're able to prime these ciphers and get to the end game before blink comes back online. There's still a chance to get a 3 survivor escape with end game kiting. But the problem is, if Seer gets chased, Seer has no endgame kiting potential. And if coordinator does not have any items as well, looks like we're going to see Mercenary come for the rescue. Needs to not give a double hit. He's just going to take a single water hit there. Coordinator's going to try to pop the Cypher with Tide Turn. This is actually the correct play. Because as long as you pop the Cypher, you can go ahead and die on the Cypher again. And they are going to go ahead and do that. And then Seer can just push the last one, and Mercenary can go for a second save. But the problem is, will the Cypher actually be primed by the time Mercenary comes for the second rescue? Keep in mind, there's not going to be any Tide Turner available. So if if Coordinator gets farmed off the chair and the Cypher is not primed, that means Manike can actually go for a 3 kill. Now, the one thing to keep in mind is Coordinator does have a longer chair time. It's actually going to drop here. I'm not sure what this is. I guess he was thinking Cypher might have been primed, which either way, I'm not really understanding the strategy there, but it looks like no, he's just going to go for the chair. Cypher's not ready. And now because he wasted time dropping, they will have enough time to prime. So I really don't understand what Miraiko is going for there.
Yeah, an interesting choice, of course, not one that's totally detrimental, that's going to lead to a loss, but certainly one that's going to harm your chances a little bit more than something else would have via just chairing immediately. But Coordinator, of course, close to expiring. You got to be really careful. Cypher is almost prime. Seer is going to get that completed. Blink has been utilized, so trait is on cooldown. Now we are just waiting for the Mercenary to come in. Going to try and, get a humidity down in order to force the Cypher pop to happen at an unfortunate time for Dou's survivor team. Ooh, managing to pull it off. The pop is going to happen, and we're actually going to see a missed swing here, which is totally unexpected. Coordinator having faster vaulting speed than some other survivors, so she's able to pull that off there. And now going to be forced to endgame kite, no items, and just raw kite sheer of will.
Yeah, and we're going to see that miss swing is super important there. Coordinator is trapped. She will go out of the water, but that's okay. Again, there's no trump card. They know it's Insolence Detention. So the survivors will have enough time to get the gate open. But Manike still gets a draw. That's fine. Scars does win the first round now, as we do see the 2 survivors make it out the gate. Again, that one, can't stress enough, that one dancer play was the entire difference in this match. It looked like such a strong start, and that double down, or that double hit onto the dancer was really important. And we are going to see a 3-2 for this round in favor of Scars. So again, the important thing for Scars, they have to take this first round. Doe really thrives in the later rounds. We have seen that in this event. They've won rounds 2 and 3 more often than not. So now, because Scars is able to take the first round here, this is the position they want to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. And very exciting for them, too. They are trying to climb their way up in order to qualify for our playoff stage, which is coming at us slowly but surely. Very exciting match. The basement play, the instant downs. Mirake is really strong with the humidity area of the Naiad, which, again, the way that Naiad has been played in qualifiers in COA has been sort of shifting and changing to be a little bit more aggressive. Do you find that, Eli, or am I just, like, a little bit insane?
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time? It was a little
No, that's okay. Naiad, I find, has kind of evolved to be a little bit more aggressive as she's being played, like from qualifiers to the end of COA, in that it was kind of, you'd use the harpoon and the humidity to transition more than you would to get the downs on the survivors, but now it seems that the play seems to swing more towards camping and getting those downs with the humidity and the hits than it used to be.
Definitely true. I would say the big key for Naiad is that, why we see Insolence being, because originally Naiad would go trump card detention, and now we see Insolence. You build up that full presence a lot faster. it's a lot easier, not only for camping, but also just for getting downs with Chase. Once you have that full presence, Naiad is so good because the difference between, you have such a higher percentage when you go for the traps. I believe it's 30% with non-full presence and 50 with full presence. And so that's one of the big difference with Naiad and why we see it becoming so strong. It's so much harder to fly with full presence because the water jumps so fast. So I think a big key here for Naiad players, again, as you mentioned, camping is really relevant. And, you know, again, bringing insolence, building up that full presence. Naiad doesn't need teleport. You don't need it as much because you have such great mobility. You have the potential to literally, you know, down a survivor and then swim across the map. You have 2 dashes once you have your first presence, giving you such great mobility to get across the map. Even a large map like Moonlit Park or Lakeside, you can get across so fast. And then there was one match we saw, I think it was like Sacred, where there was a long portal setup and Naiad still makes it across before Priestess even gets the heal off. It's just like, the Naiad's mobility is so strong, you don't need to have to switch to teleport late game because you can just use insolence, build to the full presence, get that increased water, and then just use blink for securing your down, and then your mobility to get around the map without the need of teleport. And that's really sort of been the strategy with Naiad.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Eli, for your wisdom. You heard it here, folks. If you are looking to play Naiad, try bringing Insolence. It will be a game changer and totally save your life. So we will potentially we will be seeing Celia in the next rounds as Scars plays on the Hunter side. What are your thoughts on that? Are you excited? Any Hunters you're expecting to see or maybe want to see?
So the thing with Celia is that we have seen Celia be a bit inconsistent. He has, unfortunately, not, because Celia has typically been a more consistent hunter from Japan. In this event, a little bit less so. The Scar survivors really have had to perform higher than normal because of this this sort of thing. But we're gonna go to a short break, and we will be back to talk about that in a moment.
Nice. いいよ。そのまま時間稼ぎで。ナイス。いいよ。壁。いいよ、大丈夫。引いて。あと一発分。つける。幽閉ないよ。泥当てた。俺まだかさ上ぐらい。オッケー。耐えてる。ナイス。
We are back, everyone, and we are going to be looking at some COAVI 6 global support posts. Of course, as we mentioned at the start of stream, these are fun and crucial and something new that we're trying out. So this one says, I'm excited to see the supporting boards and items, everyone prepared for Scars. So of course, as mentioned, Scars and Dou are both big fan favorites. They have a lot of support. This very cute art from Vanilla 823 is on the screen right now. I'm really loving the color palette selected for this one. Nice little green and all of that. And of course, to make it all fair, we're going to see some support for Dou as well. Break the winds and sail forward. Come on, Dongxuan. So hashtag COAVI 6 global supports at Identity5 Chimp. So wonderful cosplay here. That is gorgeous. The photography is absolutely wonderful on that. But other than our wonderful support for our teams from our wonderful viewers and enjoyers of COA, we are back. I'm Veronica. This is Eli O. We have just finished our first matchup between the two. Scars did manage to pull 3-2 in terms of points. Very, very impressive stuff to start off, and we are getting into our second round of the day now.
Yeah, definitely. And so we see, obviously in the first round, we saw Scars able to take the win there. And, you know, that's sort of been how a lot of those matches have played out, where they actually lose the first round. And then they come back and they win the second two. And so if Scars actually wants to win, again, this is a situation where Scars really wants to be able to win against this team, because Scars is really on the verge of not making the playoffs. They're in a situation they have to put up a good performance here, which they've already won one round, so that's already a good enough performance potentially. But they really want to be able to take a win here against Dou, and so they have to hold this lead. And Celia again has been less consistent in this event from what we've seen. So Celia needs to be able to consistently at least tie out these last matches. Again, Dou survivors, they struggle to be consistent themselves. So it's really just a matter of which side is just going to perform better here. Dongshuan, it's not really going to underperform. Obviously, we did see him get 3 escape in the first round, but as the rounds progress, it becomes even stronger. It opens up more bans, so you have less options to counter things like Clerk, less options to counter things like Dream Witch, and less options to counter things like Geisha. So you give a lot of opportunities for him to play pretty much any character he wants, because he's able to ban. He has more ban options, and there's less counterplay for the survivor side. So that's really the sort of strategy here you have to think about is, can you hold this lead as Scars? It's really going to be very difficult to do, and we're going to have to see.
Yeah, exciting. Of course, we are seeing Celia come in, just as you mentioned, a little bit inconsistent, so that is going to be difficult, especially against Dou survivors who have performed really well so far in the tournament. Seeing a cute little other meme in the audience here. They're very popular. We're seeing a lot of those. I am loving the audience involvement in the cuts here, but very excited to see Celia take the stage. There he is. We're getting real close to him. Celia, of course, tends to bring out that Geisha, that Dream Witch, that Bloody Queen, and that Clerk, so we might see one of those depending on the map selection and whatever is banned. Of course, in high tier, in tournament settings, you do want to do research on your opponents and see what they're going to take out, so it's possible that Dou is just going to ban out the hunter that Celia would be most comfortable with in this exact situation, but soon we'll see who that might be based on our map section. Eli, how are you feeling right now? Anything you would like to add before we get started?
Yeah, so I think I'm just trying to think of how Celia is gonna play this, because we saw him try to go. We've seen him go Clerk before earlier this event. He was able to get 3 elimination in a situation where he really needed to make a comeback. But when he's been in the lead, he tries to play tie hunters such as Bon Bon and has struggled to actually tie with those tie hunters. So I don't know how Celia really wants to go in this. I think Celia really wants to try to play Clerk here because he seems to be stronger with that than his other consistent tie hunters such as Bon Bon. But the problem is they're going to anti-Clerk really hard, most likely. And it looks like we're going to see back to Leo's memory. So I get the idea of this. I mean, this is a pretty good map for Dongshuan to work with again, because, you know, if you go Dream Witch ban, you have Geisha open. You have things like Bloody Queen open. And he actually has played Clerk effectively here, surprisingly. So I think that's sort of the main strategy. It looks like we're going to see... they actually banned Bloody Queen. So they're going to go BQ ban, and then because he banned Merc Seer, this opens up Priestess and Antiquarian, which most likely we'll see get taken here. Maybe Toy Merchant Anti, or actually Prospector, Psychologist.
Okay.
So I don't really know. I guess the idea is, okay, so I guess they're just going straight into anti-Clerk for the most part, but this gives Celia so many options for free bans now. He can ban Antiquarian, he can ban Toy Merchant, he can ban Antiquarian Dancer. So I guess the main idea right now is he's just gonna try to gear up for probably Geisha or Clerk.
Yeah, a very, very solid setup. We're going to see Officer come in next, and of course, in the interviews we had with the teams before everything started, Dongshuan is quoted as saying, "The weirder the lineup, the quicker we win." So while this is a very standard team comp, of course, to be anti-Clerk, you do expect to take up the Priestess or the Toy Merchant or something on Leo's, but they really are going for that sort of unconventional, right out of the gate, wanting to get rid of one of Celia's strongest hunters in order to secure that win. So comfortably selecting these characters, of course, your dedicated rescue in the Officer, the Psychologist for that remote heal under stress ability, and the Prospector, classical. I don't think I need to explain our Prospector.
Yeah, so it looks like, they didn't take Priestess before.
Last second just to make sure that she doesn't come in. Oh,
yeah, and
hello, Professor. The weirder the line,
Professor, yeah. Yeah, so Professor is actually a counter to Geisha, so, and also can be used against Clerk. So we saw this sort of strategy come out earlier on, where you go Professor, you force the hunter off of Geisha because Professor is such a hard counter to Geisha, and that can be also useful against a single hit hunter like Clerk. So I think that's probably the main idea with this, is that we're going to see Professor trying to counter both of those hunters. But now Dream Witch is still available. And that's the problem, is that you don't have a good comp against Dream Witch for the Survivor side. So I would actually really like to see Celia try to play Dream Witch. The question is, does he still have that available? He used to play Dream Witch a lot. Because Dream Witch has not, it always gets banned when he plays as Hunter. We particularly don't seem to use it as much. And also, Leo's memory is not strong for Dream Witch. So I think the strategy is you go Leo's here, and then you counter the other hunters, and then you open up a bad Dream Witch map. But the problem is, this comp is so weak to Dream Witch. Psychologist is really the only effective character here against Dream Witch. Prospector isn't bad, but Professor is extremely weak to Patroller. First Officer is weak to Patroller in terms of rescuing. So you're kind of playing really hard into a Dream Witch strategy from Celia. So if he doesn't go Dream Witch, if he tries to go Clerkigation to this, oh, he's gonna go Ann. Oh, this is actually okay as well. And obviously is weak to Prospector, but is also a direct counter to Professor.
Yeah, very exciting to see Anne come out onto the stage, of course. Lots of people who love seeing disciple gameplay. She is a very strong TIE hunter and, of course, can push for more if the conditions are correct. So, as you mentioned, going to be able to counter the Professor and the Prospector really easily with the cancel ability and the silence. It's called a silence. The silence with her cats when she decides to pull them back after they are on a survivor. And we are going to be getting into our map spawn selection now. Sorry, I'm fumbling over my words today, but we are going to see our spawn pigs here. Eli, I think you understand the graphic a little bit better than I do when it's not drop down.
Yeah, so it looks like so it looks like Anne is gonna spawn over at the bad corner here. So we could have options to either go 3-pal, you could either go factory. Let's see which place he'll opt for first. He may just go straight factory and chase Professor, but Anne struggles heavily inside factory. Prospector middle is safe because Prospector is a counter to Anne, and Psychologist being able to take 3 hits is fine. So you spawn the one character that's weak to Anne in factory. But does he actually commit to factory chase? Obviously, Professor is a very easy chase for Anne, but factory is so difficult. Now the question is, are we going to see broken windows or flywheel? I would imagine Professor has broken. You don't need flywheel for kiting Geisha as a Professor since you're such a strong counter. So Professor should have broken. We are going to see that here. And so, yeah, I guess the idea is this is a pretty nice. I actually really like this from Dawu. This spawn is really difficult for an Anne to deal with, and that's why I'm actually questioning the Anne pick from Celia. Because again, while Professor is an easy chase for an Anne, Factory Loop with broken windows is such a hard counter. So, and the rest of the team comp is not easy for an Anne to chase.
Yeah, going to be a little bit difficult, of course, in the factory, and not going to have extremely easy time in there. The cats, of course, you can't really bring them up and down the stairs as easily as you can with other things, but we're going to start off here, and she's going to send them right out, going to split them immediately, and actually transition over to Yihua here, who is currently on the first officer. So, could be potentially looking for that psychologist instead, as she is also in the area, but spotting out the first officer first, I believe. He's thrown down a pallet, and the cats are coming back out, Eli, using that watch immediately in order to not have to deal with the chase, but going to be pursued regardless, and using a beautiful dash on that cat to losing him for a second there, not really quite sure what direction he's going in, but continuing to follow along, albeit a little bit clumsily.
And so here it's interesting. Like, I get the idea is that you don't have a lot of good chase targets, so you want to go for we see the scale usage from the officer, which is really not something you see being able to get utilized against an Anne. I understand the idea of chasing officer, in that it's a rescuer that Anne can actually chase, but the problem is officer's chair time is so long, so it's very difficult to actually still be able to Cypher Rush. But if you do eliminate officer, gets a double stun, is going to freeze him for a second, it forces out the second watch right away here. Let's see if officer's going to go upstairs or he's going to drop down. He's trying to get out of range, where officer cannot. He drops down. He does get the second watch off there. I was going to say he was trying to get out of range so he couldn't use the watch yet to within a certain range for him to use the watch. He's trying to get close enough to use it here. Does he have it available? No, it doesn't. Actually runs out, goes to the charge stack, and can get the down here. So we saw this same strategy being utilized from Miraike earlier in this event, where you chase the rescuer first, you eliminate the tide turner, and if you're a good camping hunter like Knight or Anne, you can just force farms, and it's hard for them to actually get rescues off. And because officer no longer has any watches, and there's no tide turner available, it's actually really difficult to save this character, especially because Anne is so good at farming. You just put the cats on the chair, and then you stun the survivor as they get rescued, and you just hit them down right away. So I think that's the idea here. It was technically a 3-cypher kite, but because there's no tide turner to buy extra time, it might not actually be enough for the survivors to win.
Yeah, we're going to see actually Chaired on Silver. She's Cypher here, so forced to come in towards the chair for a rescue to, you know, have a fighting chance. Going to get the rescue off, but unfortunately the stun is going to happen as well. Officer, of course, trying to take a body block here. We are going to see some miss swings, but the officer is going to go down once more, which means that he's safe to be chaired again. So the long chair time, of course, being negated by that rescue, which kind of forced to do it, you know, on your Cypher. The Disciple is following you around, but that... Ooh! Using the abnormal...
Yeah, he's going to kick the Cypher here. So he uses his trade swap early, and he's going to knock it down to, I think it's about 30% now. So, I understand this strategy because I guess the idea with this is, obviously, if you switch to abnormal this early, you don't care about winning the game. You just want to tie. So basically what he's trying to do is he's trying to make sure there's not enough Cypher progress. And this is actually quite smart, considering that Scars actually has the lead. When you play Ann, you're only trying to tie, but because you switch to abnormal here as well, he's creating a position where he doesn't care about winning the game at all. He just wants to knock the Cypher progress down enough where he can guarantee that officer gets eliminated on chair, which it does happen here. And then they won't have enough Cyphers to actually go for a rescue at any point before the officer dies. And as soon as he kicks that Cypher, they can no longer save. Because we're going to see him get the first hit on the Psychologist. You can no longer save because if you go for the rescue there, officer has nowhere near enough time to kite until the Cyphers are prime because that abnormal knocked the progress down a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. What a big brain play, if you will. Just trying to work towards things, but continuing on Kite with the Psychologist here, sending out another set of cats, splitting them up, and managing to get one on her. So just going to have to place the cross down in order to really prevent... Ooh, nice little pallet vault over, trying to make it as much distance as possible, utilizing the broken windows to the best of her ability. Going to continue on with this loop as Cyphers are being pushed. So one Cypher remaining now. She has lasted quite a while with this Kite. The Disciple following her dutifully, sending out another set of cats. Now the pallets in this area are broken, which means that it is a clean, easy down. But waiting to see if there might be a potential Cypher pop first, it seems, just baiting time out. But the Prospector is in the area, Eli, to support with those Magdads. Missing the first one, however, and now able to get the chair off because the Prospector was unable to get the Magnet on the Ann in time to harass her.
Now, it's really important that he has Psychologist as his chase target right now because Psychologist doesn't have endgame kiting potential. Professor technically doesn't against Ann, but still can because if you're able to avoid cats. And Prospector has great endgame kiting potential. So because he's chasing Psychologist endgame, she has no way to actually kite against an Ann, against a full presence detention Ann here. We're going to see the cat onto the Psychologist. All he needs to do is secure down. Survivors will be able to tie quite easily from this position. But Celia doesn't care. He just needs, again, we talked about the key for Celia is just tying these matches. And we are going to see gets the down onto the Psychologist there. No scale available because of the freeze on the cats there. And we're going to see two survivors out the exit gate. And 2-2, again, it's perfectly fine for Scars. They have the lead. If they get a tie here, they still have the lead. And they just need to hold on to this. And now that puts a lot of pressure on Dongshu. He needs to at least get a tie. Obviously, no teleport because of the abnormal switch. But that one abnormal is actually the difference. Could be the difference in this match. I don't know if it actually would have been the difference, but it was enough to at least guarantee that the survivors cannot afford to rescue the officer, which allows him to secure the tie, which is, again, exactly what he wants here.
Yeah, of course, that was the Cypher that they went back to finish at the end period there, but it had been knocked down quite a bit because of that abnormal. So very convenient on the side of Celia to have that Cypher knocked down so much. They did end up having to prime it later and work it up from a lot less than it was before. So an interesting choice to have that trade swap work out so easily, so early on actually, but really impressive work from Celia there, holding down the fort with Ann, not wanting to see that Professor the entire time, you know, despite the fact that he's very easy to chase as her because of the silencing ability, but don't want to deal with the factory. Able to, you know, not deal with the first officer in the factory either. He dropped down, he transitioned away. No kiting there, and the Psychologist wasn't able to make it there either. So congratulations, Celia, for avoiding the factory loop, which is maybe one of the worst things in the world.
Yeah, and not even just the silencing, just the ability. If you freeze the Professor at all, if you jump on him and stun, you can't use any abilities while you're frozen. So it's just such a hard counter. But I think that early abnormal switch is not really a meta strategy, but I actually think it makes sense. Like, I feel like this is something that a lot of players haven't really considered. I've never even thought about this, but early abnormal switch is actually really smart now that I think about it. And this might be something, this could be a new strategy that a lot of hunters might start to adapt. This is something that Celia kind of pulled out of nowhere. Like, I understand why he goes for this, but most hunters usually won't do that. Because he's only trying to tie, early abnormals is very smart. You're able to kick down that Cypher against a good camping hunter like Ann, where it's hard for them to rebound. It makes a lot of sense. So I actually really like that play from him. And we might see some other hunters might try to use plays like this later in this event, because it actually seems to work quite well here. So I think that's a very intelligent play from Celia. Again, only needed to tie here. Leo's memory is basically chosen because you're trying to give Dongchuan doesn't mind playing on Leos, and you're trying to give Do survivors an opportunity to potentially have a strong match, considering that they need to come back in these later rounds. But now it's like Celia was able to tie. That's exactly what you want here. You know, this map is so weak for Celia's hunter pool if you're playing Geisha and Clerk counters. So you're in a position where he's forced to play Ann, which isn't necessarily good on Leos. It's a good tie hunter, but it's not very good on Leos. But because he's able to at least get a tie with that abnormal switch play, that allows that allows Scars to keep the lead, and that means that Dongchuan has to at least tie here, or else Scars will win.
Yeah, here are win conditions below at the screen. Of course, you need that to escape, and you are going into a round 3, but other than that, Scars will win if they are able to get anything more than that. So you might just want to push for it as hard as possible. Of course, as you mentioned, the more rounds that go on, the harder that duo is going to play and push to try and secure those wins in the later rounds. So if they're able to get that 3 escape or that 4 escape, they're kind of securing not only their win for this round, but furthermore their place in being able to proceed in the qualifiers. And of course, another congratulations to Scars for making it so far with all of these Chinese mainland teams. I mean, they're not easy to go against. They are from the main region Identity 5 is from, and as such, they're going to be a little bit better at the game than most of us are, but that's nobody's fault. So we're going to see Dongchuan, of course, sitting in his chair, comfortable. Are we going to get a yawn this time, as you mentioned? No yawn this time, but maybe we'll get another one in the future. Sitting, relaxed, ready to tear. Oh, and he's on the big screen too. Yeah, because they're not in the same spot, so very interesting to see just the shot of Dongchuan on the big screen there in the middle. I mean, I'd be frightened if I was Scars' Survivors and I saw that as well, but we'll be getting into our band picks soon, which I am very excited to see. Eli, any predictions as to who will be played here on this map? I know that you said Geisha's pretty okay to use here on Leos, but of course with the counter comp last time and how it went, maybe not the ideal choice in this situation.
We saw Clerk last time on Leos, so I think that from DX, so I think that Clerk is probably okay. But a lot of characters that counter Clerk also counter Geisha. So you can play things like Professor, you can play things like Acrobat, Psychologist, Antiquarian are all effective against those options from Dongchuan. And we should see that be the idea from Scars, is you try to counter comp Geisha and Clerk, and then you ban Dreamwitch. I think that's what they're going to go for. But then I guess theoretically you can ban Clerk and pick up early Acrobat as well. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, it's sort of I'm just trying to see, because Dongchuan has to at least tie here. And we saw them do the strategy before where they pick Leos and Dongchuan plays Clerk. Let's see what he opts to leave with the first 2 bans. We'll be able to get a good idea of what they're going to go with based off of this. It looks like we're going to see Merc Seer first. So this is sort of just a very standard round 1 ban option, and they're going to go Dreamwitch. So the strategy here for Scars will definitely be try to counter Clerk and Geisha and put DX in a bit of an awkward position. Yeah,
I'm very interested to see. Maybe they'll go with a very similar team comp that they did last time when they played against we're gonna see the Officer first, and we're going to see the Antiquarian come out as well. So of course, very solid first picks. You can't take the Mercenary, but you can take the Officer. He is a very, very strong rescuer, perhaps ranked 2nd overall in most effective, considering the Mercenary has been holding that #1 spot for quite a while now. But our next bans are going to come in. We're going to see the Prospector and the Psychologist are not allowed to come out and play in the snow on Leo's memory either. And we'll be seeing our next Survivor pick sometime soon. Any predictions, real quick? Anything you can bring up before they hit the screen?
Well, we're going to see places. I was going to say, first ban Merc is actually really smart because it does a few things. One, if you go first ban Merc, you prevent them from even being able to play the Merc, which is the most consistent rescuer. But you force Officer to get taken, because if you don't take Officer, you have to pick the rescuer now. You force them to go Officer right away, which means they lose out on one of their lock picks. And because if you don't, then Officer gets banned, and then all of a sudden you have no strong rescuers available, and you're forced to go with Graper Wildling, which aren't quite as viable. So first ban Merc is really good for that reason. Secondly, it's also very good because because you force them onto Officer, then that opens up Anne to be a lot better because Officer is so much weaker against Anne. So that's sort of what the strategy right here is that you go first ban Merc, force them to pick Officer so they lose out on one of their ban picks right away. And you get Merc out of the way, which is really nice. And you open up a better chase target for an Anne to deal with. If you want to go Anne, if you're Dong Chuan here. So first ban Merc is actually really smart. We saw Celia do it in the last round, so I really like that from both sides here. We typically don't see first ban Merc, but it actually works out perfectly in this sort of situation. Now here's the question: Do we see Clerk? Clerk is really weak here. So obviously it may be his only option, as that Anne does get countered by Factory Priestess, it's countered by Entomologist. Antiquarian has Anne has a good chase against Antiquarian, but besides that, the rest of this comp is quite difficult. It's not the same situation last game where you can chase a lot of those survivors. I mean, obviously Professor being the best, Psychologist is decent, and Prospector is technically chaseable, but it is a counter. This is a lot different. Entomologist and Priestess are really challenging for Anne, especially if Priestess is inside Factory. And then Clerk's really, really difficult here because obviously Priestess in Factory is difficult for any hunter, but especially Clerk. Antiquarian's a counter, Entomologist is a counter. So you have so many characters that Clerk has a hard time chasing. So in theory, Geisha might even be better than anything, but even Entomologist and Antiquarian are strong against Geisha. So yeah, he's just gonna be going with Geisha because it's technically the least countered here, but it's still not too strong.
Yeah, you want to be careful with that. Of course, Dong Chuan did struggle a little bit in the last round with this Geisha, so they don't have as strong of a team comp as they did last time. Of course, we're going to see things like the Acrobat Band at the last second, but we are going to be seeing Shinami on that Priestess once more, that sort of signature Priestess that Shinami is very comfortable with, he's very good at. So Dong Chuan is going to have to be a little bit more careful with the Priestess this time than he was last time. Of course, wary of that Antiquarian as well. Maybe things will change slightly, adapt and overcome from the last round. Try and down that Antiquarian, maybe a slight change in build or something of the sort. But for now, we're going to be moving into our spawn selection points. Of course, Priestess in Factory as predicted, and the Antiquarian, I believe, is in the shack with the Geisha setting herself up on the outside, maybe going for either the Antiquarian or the Entomologist.
Entomologist middle spawn is actually fine as well because it's very easy to position your bees in a place where it can cover most areas of the map. So I definitely do like that. And let's see who he opts to chase first here. Yeah, it's kind of tough. Antiquarian's not a great chase. Priestess is sort of like, obviously it's not, usually Priestess is not too bad for Geisha, but inside Factory it's so difficult. So, I guess maybe you go for Ento first here. But let's see where he opts to chase first anyways. We'll have to see. But again, Dong Chuan, he has to go for a tie here. You have to at least eliminate 2 survivors or Scars will win this round 2 in a row, which is kind of an upset victory. I think Do definitely favored here. And Entomologist also having a flywheel as well. So he's really prepared. They're really prepared for this comp. And Antiquarian, so he actually brings excitement so he can chase Antiquarian. But Antiquarian even has flywheel as well. So if he goes for a dash, Antiquarian goes for a stun, you excitement the stun. She can still flywheel the swing and avoid a hit that way. So Antiquarian having flywheel as well is even stronger for playing against Geisha. So overall, DX is really on the in a tough position right now. I actually don't know how he can play around this.
Yeah, going to be a little bit hard. We are starting off, of course, with our second half of our second round. I'm Veronica, the CLIO, and we are getting right into the action. So actually going to transition over into the factory area. Not too much trouble for a Geisha with her butterflies. Entomologist being the first choice of chase here. Going to hit the bees, able to get 1 hit of damage on them, so Entomologist is going to have to be somewhat careful with them. If she runs out of them, someone will have to come and do an item swap, or she'll have to rock hide. Oh, we are going to see a portal from the Priestess, of course, in the factory. Strong to place these here for support. It is a big building, that's what you want to do. And Shinami is a force to be reckoned with. But beyond that, we're continuing our chase on Monet, continuing to move around here, going to do a nice smooth butterfly to close the distance and landing our first hit.
Yeah, actually, this is a pretty early hit onto a character like Entomologist that is strong against Geisha. So DX actually has a pretty good start now. Let's see what he's going to break this pallet. Will he allow the beast to take a first hit here? He's going to buy some. Oh, he drops down early though. And this actually allows DX to close a lot of distance. Goes for the swing, not able to get that. The bees are going to absorb both those hits. And it's really just a matter of time now. Does still have flywheel available, so there's still a possibility to kite this out. Now the question is, DX try to bait that he has blink? No, he goes for the dash right away. Entomologist, So he does not try to go for a flywheel bait with pretending he has blink. It looks like goes for the swing there, still able to avoid this, cancels the dash as well, can get this vault off, and now Entomologist actually knows he doesn't have blink. He would have blinked in 2 of those positions there, so she doesn't have to flywheel at any point too early here. He's going to go for the swing on the bees. She's going to pull them back and actually able to save some of them here. And this is already turning into such a long kite. Here's another dash here. He's going to go for the charge attack. Early flywheel gets the down, as he did flywheel a little too early there, but 3 Cypher machines will go down in the process. They're already onto the last Cypher. He's able to chair basement, but you still have First Officer, a very consistent rescuer here, can easily get this basement rescue off. And they have enough Cypher progress to win the game. Now, that kite was so long here from the Entomologist. And again, you see why this comp is so difficult. This band pick was really good from Scars.
Yeah. We're going to see Peony, of course, coming in for the rescue as that officer. As you mentioned, stable rescuer. He is safe. He can do what he wants. So we're going to see him coming in through the stairs, doing a little bit of mind gaming with that pocket watch, able to juke and not take any hits quite yet. Going to land the hit now. The rescue is off, and of course, Tide Turner has come into play. The final Cypher machine has been started. It's only at about 30% at this point in time, but they're getting there. It's getting close. Last effort has been popped on the Entomologist, but they should have enough time to be able to get this Cypher primed and get another rescue off on the Entomologist before having it popped, and they will be pretty good and solid for endgame. Of course, they only need their 3 or 4 escape here, and they are in the position to do so if they get lucky enough with these conditions in their favor already.
Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna see he's gonna actually teleport away here. Finding the priest is not able to get that hit as well, so he's just going extremely aggressive here. He knows he has to at least tie this match, so he's sort of forced to teleport away onto the priestess. Goes for an early portal and gets the hit. Actually, it registers on the priestess and not the portal there, which is a bit of a surprise. Typically, that registers onto the portal, and we're going to see priestess is going to try to get as far away as possible from this last Cypher. Goes for that dash there. Can priestess potentially cut this out? Goes for mind game. Is actually going to use another portal here just to not give this hit, but it's actually still relatively close to the Cypher. Trying to go for the mind game there. Gets the pallet down. Goes for another early portal here. And actually is able to keep the priestess alive. He's just going to try to get it down right here. Able to avoid that, gets the dash off, and does get the hit registered, but they've already opened up a new Cypher machine. It's already 50% of the way done. Priestess kind of lasted too long there for Dongchuan to have any chance now, and because there's no teleport available, this should be a winning position for Stars.
Shinami's Priestess, man, really good for those portals even when they're small, but going to have to play even more aggressively as things go on. Dongchuan needs that tie. He has to play the field. He has to go back and forth on the map to prevent this Cypher from being primed and popped. So they have started another one. He is transitioning towards the shaking Cypher as he sees it, abandoning chair once more. Priestess, of course, sitting, waiting to be rescued, and we are going to see, unfortunately, the first officers in this area has a pocket watch to utilize, which is very great, but the only unfortunate thing being that he is on half health. He has his watch built-in Tide Turner ability, but he's going to have to be very careful. It's likely that they're going to push the Cypher that the Priestess was originally working on while the officer takes this kite for the time being, and they're just going back and forth on these Cyphers, and Dongchuan is going back and forth on these survivors, and it's not looking too good on Dongchuan's side. It's looking really good for Scars, however. They are going to probably send another survivor in to rescue Pione unless they decide to go for a crazy move. And nope, teleport is back online. Not a good idea. Yeah, we're going to see Soar is in the area to pull off this rescue. That is the Antiquarian. Dongchuan, of course, having a sixth sense for these Antiquarians in the area coming in for rescues. Going to miss the swing there, Eli, actually, but get a swing on Dongchuan's side. Going to transition over to the officer for the rescue, but Cypher is primed.
Yeah, we're going to see Plank for the end game. Does have teleport. So if he's able to down this survivor quick enough, but he knows he can't... Oh, no, actually, Officer doesn't even watch. He could have chased it, but it looks like he's changing to Antiquarian instead, who actually does have kite potential against something like a Geisha here. Let's see. He's going to... he's just trying to kill this. You have to kill the Antiquarian first before you teleport. Able to get the stun off, which means that she's not going to go down right here, and still has North Stick to work with. Is going to miss that one and is going to go down. He has to teleport right away here. He does not have time to chair as he has to go for a tie, and we do see the Priestess has the long portal set up, so there's really nothing he can actually chase here. He does see the Entomologist in the distance, so he'll probably maybe opt to go chase that. I mean, that's again really his only opportunity here. Oh, he's gonna go straight for the dash to the upstairs here, and we should see him get the Entomologist down as she only has flywheel, and she's actually not able to use it. Goes for a direct swing, not even a charge attack. But as long as the Antiquarian can get up, but this gate's not open, so, and she's actually dead on chair. The gate's not open. Actually, Dongchuan has a drawn position now. He can make it to this gate in time, And we're gonna see him. Yeah, they're trying to push this gate, but it's not ready. Antiquarian has some stuns to work with. There's one stun. They're gonna push this. There's two. She has one more. No, she doesn't. The stick's not available. And First Officer can make it out the gate in time, but he can eliminate the Antiquarian, and we're actually gonna see a round 3. What a turnaround! How do you get a tie from that position? That's incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. A beautiful dash from Zhangquan up onto that factory stair area in order to turn the game around. Dungeon is in the area near Shek. Antiquarian, however, sitting on the chair for the first time. Priestess, of course, Shinami does not want to risk anything, just going to finish opening the gate on the far end and exit through there, and they will take the round 3 happily, but they're going to have to be very careful. A beautiful play from Scars, but Zhangquan even more so to be able to, as you mentioned, very impressive to be able to bring that back to a drawing position. And I do think that there might have been several fancy little turning points in that game from each side, kind of like a ping pong battle where they're kind of hitting it back and forth a little bit with that one.
Yeah, that's absolutely unbelievable. I mean, that looked like I did not see any out for him to turn that around, because typically when the game gets into position, I try to think ahead and see how does the hunter come back. I didn't even see any possibilities there, and he's able to. Once you're down Antiquarian, because this gate wasn't started, Scar Survivors didn't have anyone able to pressure the other gate. He's able to get the down and then teleport before the gate gets open. That's so hard to turn that back into a draw, that position. I mean, it's incredibly difficult to do, and this is why he's one of the best hunters in the world. I mean, being in a position, you have 4 up at the exit gate, it take you a while to down the Antiquarian, you're able to teleport away, but they can just push the other gate, but they weren't able to get up in time. Keep in mind, Antiquarian opens the gate slow, she was down, they didn't have another survivor ready to push the extra gate. He teleports to the other gate, and there's no one there, because the Priestess is taking Long Portal away. So, he doesn't even have a chase target when he teleports, and he's still able to down Entomologist and play for the tie. I think Entomologist maybe need to take a slightly different route, because going upstairs, kind of trap yourself up there because he can just dash up ahead. So, and we saw that was the case. But yeah, they just weren't even able to get that other gate open because it wasn't even started yet. I think Priestess needed to pressure that gate the other gate a little bit sooner after she went through the portal, but they just weren't able to get there fast enough. And he's able to get a tie from a completely losing position. I mean, absolutely incredible.
This is why we, hound and talk about how Zhangquan is the best hunter in the game, the most impressive one that you're going to see in this tournament sphere, because it is not easy to turn around positions like that. But congratulations to Scar Survivors as well. Hopefully they're able to perform just as well in their 3rd and final match. I mean, this one, of course, coming in as a draw, a 2-2 in both rounds, which means that they're going to be very careful with the way they proceed. They are in the lead, however, so they're a little bit safer. However, they are still, up on the chopping block. They have to be careful with how they proceed here, but very excited to go into our first round 3 of the day. Maybe our only round 3 of the day. Who knows? We never know how these matches are going to go.
Yeah, so we'll see. But yeah, I mean, this keeps them alive. I mean, Scar still has the advantage right now. I mean, they still have the lead, they still have the map selection, they still have a lot of things going for them here. But yeah, I mean, the fact that Scars wasn't able to get out of that round with the victory, it opens up a huge opportunity for DX here. And we've seen him be able to come out of this position in the past. The last round they were down so many points, down Weibo 8-1, and they're still able to come. He's still able to come back with a 4 elimination on Bloody Queen, because of a completely, Bloody Queen not a very good hunter for winning, but he's able to work out of a hole because of there's no flywheel on that last team comp. I'm talking about the previous round against Weibo. But now it's like, it's just, he still has this opportunity. We're going to go to a short break. We will be back to see this last round in a moment.
鬼没は吐かせれると思う。興奮かもしんないからね。泣いてもう少しで3台。俺これ粘着入れる？入れてもいいと思う。ダブルダウンしないなら。ナイス。俺に瞬間。俺新規回すよ。オッケー耐えた。3回す。読み勝ったー。ナイス。でもやばい、死んじゃった。ごめん、スリーしかった。オッケー大丈夫。3待機でいい。4-3待機でいい。27、2回分。絶対分け取って。 もう一回。フラフォある。
Hello everybody and welcome back. We are currently here with some more COA 6 global support. So let's take a look at this one. Good luck to the players and coach. This is from Shirabi1024. Hashtag Scars win. So looking for the Scars win here. This being of course a very cute little piece of promotional and supportive art. I'm really loving the way that the phone is held up. And then between that you get to see the little survivor eyes with the button and the yarn hair. Really, cute detail. I love seeing the art that is submitted. Please do, if you have anything, if you have a particular favorite team and they are playing in the next few hours or tomorrow, please do send in your support. And of course, after that, we will be heading into even more Identity 5 action in this Call of the Abyss season with our playoffs and finals. So if you have anything to share on the grand stage, please feel free to do so. Of course, everything is displayed here as we see support for different teams. So if you want a shot at being up here and having us go, wow, you make such pretty art, so cool, wonderful story, thank you for that, please feel free to do so. And in fact, I would highly encourage that. But we are going to hop right back to us. Hi, I'm Veronica. This is Eli. Eli, how are you feeling? We're hopping into our third round.
Yeah, so we saw an insane comeback from Dongshuan in the last round. What looked like a easy 3 survivor escape from Scars. They had the endgame set up perfectly. I mean, I don't even think they could have done much differently there. You had your Antiquarian, one of the best targets for the survivors to be chased because it's a Geisha Kiter even when under detention. You get Antiquarian chase endgame. You get teleport under the exit gate with a Priestess that already has a long portal set up, so there's no immediate chase. He somehow finds a chase target by dashing all the way to factory, downs Entomologist, goes for immediate swing instead of a charge attack, so she wasn't expecting that, and Flywheel wasn't able to be utilized. And then, because Entomologist is the done on Chair Survivor, he's able to chair and not worry about a rescue, and then still make it to the gate before the other gate gets open. And that's just Geisha's map pressure, and it's so hard, even as a Geisha player, with good map pressure, it's so hard to work out of that position. But you see why, even if Geisha's not able to get a fast down in the early game, even if you get 3 Cypher kited, Geisha has very good end game potential. You're able to get it down. If you're able to get it down quick enough in the end game, you can leave the survivor slugged, teleport to the gate, kill another survivor, and then dash back to the other gate because your mobility is so good. You see this with hunters like Geisha and BQ quite often. But yeah, it's still really hard to do. It requires a next level insane amount of game sense, which Dongshuan really kind of showed in that match. I mean, it's absolutely, I'm still like very surprised that he was able to work out of that. It's so hard to do. And so we are going to see a third round here, and this is exactly what Dou wants. You can see this is where things get really interesting for them. We see them in the later rounds. Third round in particular, this is where they perform. This is where they work out of a tough position. Now that Dongshuan has an immediate 3 bans, he has so many more options to work with. We talk about the strategy for these teams when they play against him. It's his 3 best hunters, obviously, are Dream Witch, Clerk, and Geisha. And so what a lot of teams do is they try to counter comp all those characters. But because now he has extra bans because it's the third round, he can easily ban those characters and still create a pretty good comp for them. Even if they somehow manage to get a good ban pick and get an anti-comp, we saw him counteract this even more so by getting a 4th kill with a character like Bloody Queen that directly countered that counter comp in return. And he just has the game sense and the ability to do that. So that's why he's so strong. So Scars really needs to hold this lead. The question is, can Celia tie again? We've seen him, it's very difficult. Celia has not been able to tie in consecutive rounds throughout most of this tournament or as of recently. So it's really important that he's able to do so here. And it's really important that they're able to still keep good momentum against Dongshuan's Hunter.
Course. As we could see from earlier, oh, there he is. He's relaxing now. He will be coming out first for us in this round 3, which means that Scars has to push really hard against him in the best way possible. You don't want to leave Celia with all that pressure, especially as you mentioned, performing a little bit inconsistently compared to prior performances not on the COA Grand Stage. So the pressure is going to be on quite a bit, especially if they don't manage to pull this round. But Scars, of course, in the leading position as of right now. They can relax a little bit, but certainly not too much. They are in 3rd place in Group C right now, and if they want to progress further, they're going to have to work even harder. So Our map selection has come in. We are going to see, of course, in round 3, you don't get a ban, but you do get a pick. So we are going to see Arms Factory coming in, I believe, unless I'm totally seeing that wrong and making a fool of myself. But an interesting choice, of course. Eli, what are your thoughts on potential Dongchuan selections here on this map, if that comes down to it?
So I think that basically the deal with Arms Factory is that you kind of force them off of Geisha because Arms Factory is really good. They might actually ban Bloody Queen. I think what's going to happen is they're going to ban BQ and Dream Witch, and they're going to play Anti-Clerk, and then Geisha's weak on Arms. I think that's their strategy. That's really the only reason why you'd pick Arms here. In theory, I could be wrong, but it looks like we're going to see Seer, Mercenary, and Prospector first. Of course, I do like the Mercenary ban. As we talked about, it forces an early officer pick. And I guess the problem with this is they could also ban Anne, because you give Anne here. Oh, it looks like they're actually going to go Clerk and Dream Witch just because they don't want to risk a 4-kill position. But, it's interesting.
Yeah.
This puts a lot of pressure on Celia, because what they're doing essentially is they're giving Anne and BQ, which are both great for this map, but only tie hunters. So they're relying on Dongchuan only tying right here, and then Celia getting a tie in return. But Celia has to then actually tie, which again, he's had a hard time tying consecutive rounds. So it's a lot of pressure here. Let's see what they opt to go with right away. I would imagine they're going to have to take Officer early, although they could technically wait out for Gravekeeper if they're worried about Anne. And then you could go something like Dancer right away, or Antiquarian or Entomologist, something like that. Let's see what they actually end up with, though. It looks like Officer right away, as we talked about, and Entomologist. Okay, so yeah, they're really just going for, they're trying to cover all ground here. Entomologist can be very strong against Anne, but it's a little bit weaker to Bloody Queen, so they are playing into Bloody Queen a little bit here. So Dongchuan may actually end up on Bloody Queen. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we're gonna see our more bans come in. Psychologist and Barmaid are off the table. We will be seeing a final ban from Dongchuan after the survivor takes their selection. So, of course, we have a first officer and an entomologist so far. They are trying to create the strongest lineup as possible to counter what they might be dealing with here on this Arms Factory. A Dancer, of course, would be a pretty good selection. An Antiquarian as well. Antiquarian coming in, of course,
Right.
Extremely good harasser. We like to call this the Antiquarian meta because she is so very strong that you do expect to see her almost all of the time if she's not banned, because she becomes a very pivotal part of the team composition. Very useful, and has been really useful against Dongchuan so far. Been really strong in this Antiquarian up until this point, getting really good stuns, able to buy a lot of time, which has allowed the survivors to push for even more winning positions. So excited to see her. And Eli, the mechanic. So certainly swinging maybe for a draw just to be safe and then continue to propel things forward, but pressure on Celia will not be great in that position.
Actually, I think with Mechanic, it's more that you go Mechanic. If Mechanic is good for securing ties against hunters that have slightly more win potential, but when you're going against something like Bloody Queen, and you're going against something like Anne, Mechanic has the potential to out-Cypher Rush the tie hunters, and we see this with Bonbon as well, where a lot of these teams will pick Mechanic, and then they'll try to sort of out-Cypher Rush that consistent tie hunter and get to a point where you're still able to push for the end game, even if the first kite is not very long. So I think that's mainly the strategy, and also Mechanic is, as you mentioned, still safe. So as long as they're able to get a tie here, at least it creates a position where they're not losing. The Scars cannot afford to lose here, because if they do get in that position, then there's a good chance Scars actually comes out with a loss for this series. So it's Mechanic is very good for at least getting a tie, but actually gives them win potential against a draw hunter. Now let's see what Dongchuan ultimately ends up with here. He is going to go Bloody Queen. So I think this is fine. Bloody Queen can deal with Entomologist. It can deal with Mechanic relatively easy. The only problem with Mechanic as well is that because Bloody Queen is a hunter that is really consistent for just using 2 mirrors to down a survivor, Mechanic doesn't mind that. Because you're going to, for example, a kiter like Entomologist, probably still going to die to 2 mirrors. Mechanic, going to die to 2 mirrors. But Mechanic is even better, because as long as you force out 2 mirrors as Mechanic, you're still going to have extra Cypher Rush, whereas other characters will not. So Mechanic actually ends up being strong against something like Bloody Queen. And again, it creates one of those positions where you can just out-Cypher Rush the BQ.
Yeah, of course. Very good insight on Mechanic. Thank you, Eli, for your wisdom. Mechanic, of course, having her bot to work with, and we are going to see the spawn come in from Dongchuan's Bloody Queen, spawning very close to this Mechanic, I believe, in the shack area on the opposite side of where the factory would be. So might just go for first chase on that Mechanic, eliminate their dedicated decoder immediately, and thus eliminating the risk of being out-Cypher rushed by the survivor lineup here. So Soar, likely first chase. We're going to see Shinami, of course, spawning in the middle with the Entomologist. A lot of support that she can offer with her swarm of bees. Monet as the antiquarian, spawning closer to the factory, and Pionnet also spawning outside of the factory, closer to the ruins area. So everyone's all set up. They've got their dedicated cipher machines in the area. Going to have to be careful, but I do wonder what their builds are going to be, because Soar very likely to be on first chase here, so going to have to be very careful with usage of hiding the bot and whatnot. But here we are, we've got 3 flywheel, 1 tide turner, and of course Dong Xuan is carrying blink, detention, and trump card. Not something that we don't see with Bloody Queen, tends to be her most common build.
So they actually did expect Bloody Queen here because they have triple flywheel, and then also I guess it's also for Geisha as well, in case we saw that. But yeah, so triple flywheel. So flywheel is very weak to Anne. Broken Window is a lot more effective. So basically, the idea of triple flywheel is you counter 2 out of 3, because he has 2 out of 3 hunters available, and that's BQ and it looks like we're gonna. Does he find the bot first? Looks like he does. I was gonna say it's BQ and Geisha, and then also technically Knight. So flywheel covers more bases here. But we're gonna see Mirror onto the mechanic. Immediate switch doesn't actually need to go. Gets the bot body block as well. I was gonna say that's going for a charge attack there is a little risky because you kind of play into a bot body block play, and he does actually avoid the first mirror. So this is another reason why mechanic is actually decent against Bloody Queen. I forgot to mention is that if your bot does die, you can't use your bot to body block a mirror here, and he is able to cut out the mirror with that bot there. So now the question is, can Soar actually make the pallet? He needs to not give a basic hit. That's really important. He's going to now go for the mirror. He's able to make the pallet and does clip him just barely with that first hit. But already we see the 3 cipher machines already past 50% here, and mechanic, yes, still has flywheel to work with. So let's see if he's able to actually flywheel the blink. That's going to be really important here. Dong Xuan has 2 opportunities. He can go for a blink right away, which he is going to do, and he is able to flywheel it, but still is going to go down here as he doesn't have another pallet to work with.
Very impressive flywheel. Unfortunately, things did not work out like a fairy tale.
It's a watch out too, wow.
Yeah, lots of resources being expended by Dong Xuan easily. That early bot drop maybe was not the best idea, right out in the open, easily spotted out. Now the mechanic has absolutely no doll to work with. The body lock was great, but other than that, you're feeding presence, and now you can't decode with your Secret Twin Survivor. So Hyun's still using that watch, landing a hit there with the mirror and the basic body, and going to hang out in the area to try and, Soar being the one to take the kite. Of course, First Officer's ability to hide the survivor that has been rescued by masquerading the 2 as one another. But we are going to see a transition into the factory. Last effort, however, has already been popped, so probably just trying to, get in the area of this antiquarian for the necessary harassment to make things work out in their favor.
Yeah, and Antiquarian is not going to body block. It looks like they're just going to go the same strategy where you have the survivor die in the corner. Does Antiquarian actually take this hit? It looks like she is going to do that. Oh, actually flywheel but missed. And now this mirror angle change forces the Antiquarian away, so he's actually going to play around this here. Yeah, the harassment play doesn't quite work out how it does with Geisha, as Bloody Queen can actually force that hunter away, force that survivor away here. And they actually don't have enough cipher progress to win just yet. We're going to see the next cipher go down here. Entomologist or Officer may come. Looks like going to be Officer going to use that watch to try to save here. It's going to go for the charge attack. Not able to get that there. Second watch from the Officer. And if Officer can technically body block an entire cipher, survivors can still win. It just seems very unlikely here. And he does register that hit. Can Officer still make the save before Tide Turner runs out? He's not able to make it. He's not able to make the save, and he's actually going to go down here. And what is happening? Dong Xuan has created potentially winning spot here with Bloody Queen yet again. He's going to be placed on the rocket chair here. Only Entomologist can rescue, and they don't even have their last cipher yet.
Dong Xuan really coming out with these amazing plays that just turn the game in ways that you don't expect. They are going to be hanging out sort of the Entomologist on her bees, transitioning over to come in for this save, I believe. Antiquarian trying to push the ciphers and work on them. We are going to see one in this area that is almost completed, but will not be, considering that we have Bloody Queen in the area, pressuring that cipher and camping that chair. So not fully safe, but clearly kind of seeing that shaking cipher, aware of where the Antiquarian is. We do see that Shinami is in the area, does have that flywheel to utilize, no Tide Turner, and plenty of bees to still work with. First Officer having a really long chair time, but they're going to have to be conservative and careful about when they come in for the save, considering 3 ciphers remaining, and they did want to achieve that draw.
The rescues after half. Is he gonna have normal? I was gonna say he can have normal this cipher right here, and because the rescues after half, they might not have enough cipher progress to win. It looks like we're going to see Entomologist coming for the save. They have 2 Cyphers at 93 and 84, but the Antiquarian has to go to both of them. If he have normals at Cypher, I think he actually just wins. He can 3-kill. But it looks like, no, he's not gonna go for that. He's gonna actually hit the Entomologist instead of going for the farm here. And Entomologist has to body block until both these Cyphers are prime. We see the last one at 95. He needs to down the Officer. He has Blink, goes for the charge attack. He gets the hit through the Entomologist. He gets the hit through the Endo. They're not at the last Cypher yet, and she cannot force heal because Antiquarian's not to the Cypher. And now he's able to go for the cherry. He knows that last Cypher is at that sandbag, so he can actually potentially mirror there before the Antiquarian can pop. Let's see, it's 93 of the way, 93%. Does he go for the mirror right away, or are they going to get the pop-up in time? Goes for the mirror, and they do get the pop. We do see this flywheel and the speed boost, which means that he can push for the end game, so he should be able to get one survivor out the gate as he is going to have to use Blink to down this Antiquarian. But the Entomologist, so the Entomologist will be able to get up. He's able to get a 3-kill potentially with Bloody Queen. Does he go for the Blink here? Let's see. He's waiting. He's trying to get this down. No, he's going to use Blink to get the down here. And I think he'll chair Antiquarian first. No, he's going all in here. He's going for the X gate. It's not open. He can still mirror there in time. The biggest issue right now is that can Entomologist actually make this? It looks like she is going to be able to make it. She does still have flywheel, and the mirror is not quite far enough. But he gets a 3-kill with Bloody Queen here. Another win with a tie hunter. And all of a sudden, Doe has worked right back in to a winning position. The same situation we saw against Weibo Gaming last time. Dongchuan has made it happen again.
Yeah, very impressive play from Dongchuan both in this round and the round that we saw prior. Pulling that 3K with Bloody Queen, totally unexpected. Managing to put things in favor from the beginning, knocking down the mechanics bots very quickly. No extra decoding from her side, which is generally what she's there to do, so kind of not ideal that she wasn't able to fulfill her role in that position. And then we are going to see some very beautiful, well-placed mirrors as well. They didn't tend to miss, and even if they did, they put a lot of pressure on the survivors that they were sent out towards, which did prevent them from decoding and whatnot. So that first chair as well, right near the Officer's Cypher, that then ended sort of being their prime towards the end, was an interesting situation.
And this is not the same situation where it's like, okay, we're going into a match as Bloody Queen, where you have an entire, you're strong against the team comp you're playing against, and everyone has broken windows, so there's no flywheel. This is completely different. This is a team comp that is built for Bloody Queen. You have triple, well, not exactly built for Bloody Queen, but you have triple flywheel to be able to counter Bloody Queen. You have Dongchuan missing the first mirror with the mechanic body block, and you have a character like Mechanic, which is a very good tie survivor. This comp is literally perfectly fine for Bloody Queen. Flywheel counters, Mechanic Cypher Rush being able to deal with a tie hunter like BQ, even potentially pushing for one on the survivor side, and he still is able to win. Scar survivors still fall here. And so now it's a situation where Doe, if they get a tie here, we are going to see a 4th round, but if they get a 3 escape, they actually just win straight up. After being behind this entire round, they make a 3rd round comeback yet again.
Yeah, absolutely. That seems to be their absolute specialty, and I wonder if it'll carry on into when they are playing on the main stage later, as they're still first in Group C, and everything that they played so far today really goes to prove why they are so far in the rankings. So taking that from a potential tie position that even Scars had set up to potentially push further than a tie, with that Mechanic trying to out-Cypher Rush, with a strong team comp with all of those flywheels, and turning everything on its head there, Eli, you know, just like taking the situation, turning it in your favor, completely reversing, reverse Uno card, really. Sorry for the outdated joke, but that's the perfect allegory I can think of in the situation. But Dongchuan, beautiful job. So excited to see Dongchuan continue on later. And if Scars is able to push in this, oh, here we are, our win condition. So a tie, overtime. If they manage to tie this, it means that we're going into a round 4. But a 3 or 4 escape is a Dou win, and a 1 escape or a 0 escape is a Scars win. So you need either that 3 elimination, or that 4 elimination, or that 3 escape, or that 4 escape. Anything in the middle means that they're going to be forced to duke it out once more, which would be exciting to see, I think, but I'm not quite sure. There's a lot riding on Celia in this round as well, which might not work out too well, has been a little bit inconsistent, has been a little bit worrying, so hopefully the pressure is not too much on his shoulders and he's able to still perform to the best of his ability and pull this round in order to allow Scars to stay in their safe 3rd place to qualify further into COA.
Yeah, we have seen Celia again struggle to tie consecutive rounds, so I think here Doe has a few options. Like, they'll probably, so they're gonna ban Clerk and Dream Witch because they don't care if Celia plays a Tie Hunter, because it's like this. Okay, so as Dou, you're in a position where even if you tie here, you go into an extra round being able to choose the map. So you're in a spot as Dou where tie or win is still, if they tie, they're still at an advantage because they're going into the third round with map selection. If they win, then they win. So they don't care. They're not going to give any win hunter potential to Celia. They're just going to ban Clerk and Dream Witch, and you're going to force Celia to play Bloody Queen or Bonbon or Anne. And you're going to take all of those tie hunters, and then you're going to try to just win or tie the tie hunter, still have an advantage going into round 4, or just win straight up by getting a 3 escape here. So all the pressure. So Celia just doesn't have ways to deal with this. He doesn't have ways to deal with Clerk Dream Witch ban. Because either way, you're going to either lose or you're going to be at a disadvantage. He has to. This is sort of a situation where Scars, if we go into a 4th round, statistically speaking, Dou is going to be able to win because they have map selection. Because they have the 3rd round situation. Dongshuan has so many more options, and Dongshuan has been the most successful in the 3rd round. It's just so difficult for Celia if he doesn't. It's so difficult for Scars if Celia doesn't 3-kill here. And he doesn't have hunters to do that. If we see Dream Witch and Clerk ban, which should be immediate, I don't see any reason to ban anything else here, then it's so difficult for Scars to come back.
Yeah, gonna be a little bit hard. Of course, in this difficult situation, if you'd like to show support to either team, chat, my beloved, if you'd like to drop some red hearts for Scars, would be appreciated, and some gold hearts, of course, for Dou, as we're just matching them up to their region's colors on a whim. But we will be seeing those bans coming in soon. We have seen that the Seer, the Mercenary, and the Antiquarian are being taken out first, which is very classical. We have been seeing a lot of first-round Mercenary bans, which have been very exciting to Eli in particular. So I am excited to see what the Hunter bans are. We are on arms, as you mentioned, of course. Don't want to deal with, that Dream Witch and that Clerk. So those two are going to be the Hunters that are banned, which means that Celia will be forced to bring something else out.
So I think say they could go to Dancer first, but if you go Dancer first, then it opens up Bloody Queen. So I don't know if that's what they're gonna opt for. Because again, you don't want to play in the same strategy where you counter Anne, you counter Bonbon, but then you get in such a comp where Bloody Queen just counters you so hard. So I think that we're gonna see Barmaid, which is interesting, and Dancer. So Barmaid is pretty good against Anne and Bloody Queen because they don't have Blink available and they don't have enough. If they're not close to the Barmaid can easily cut out her Drake with multiple hits. I feel like Psychologist might even be better, but it looks like they're going to go Barmaid instead here. And then Dancer is just counter to Anne and Bonbon, or strong against Bonbon and Anne. And while a lot of you may think that Anne is good against Dancer, if Anne's chasing Dancer, typically that's true. But if Dancer supports a kite, she's not as good. So that's sort of the thing that I'm aiming for here. So that's basically the idea, is that Dancer's going to be really strong against Bonbon, and then good at supporting against Anne, and then Barmaid's going to be good against those single hit hunters like Anne and BQ. Looks like they're going to go forward as well, because they gave Officer as an option to be banned. This does open up the forward, which is weak to Anne, of course, but is also good at potentially going for a win against something like Bloody Queen. You have to have some sort of harasser against BQ, or you're not going to be able to win usually, as long as the Bloody Queen doesn't miss their mirrors. And then forward's also a strong rescue against a Bonbon, because you can just get a stun on share save.
Yeah, absolutely. Very excited to see this forward. He was very high in the meta in previous COAs. He's fallen down a little bit, especially with the Antiquarian in play now instead. And we're actually going to see the Psychologist as well. So as you discussed, she might have been a stronger pick than the Barmaid, but it seems that Dou is saying why not and. So we'll be seeing the Psychologist and the Barmaid come in at the same time. Hopefully, I think they're just pushing to be able to have as many heals as possible, tank as many hits. The remote heal on the forward will be extremely useful if he is hit during harassing, as then he can just continue on, seeing a lot of hearts and whatnot as requested from chat right now in support of different teams. Thank you for your audience participation, and thank you for your excitement. But Celia, of course, will be seeing who he locks in soon. Against this team comp, what would you say is the best position in terms of who Celia should select?
Probably Bonbon, just because Bonbon deals with Psychologist and Barmaid better than Anne and Bloody Queen do. But yeah, I would say Bonbon's the most logical here. Bonbon's weak to Dancer, very weak to Dancer. but Bloody Queen and Anne are quite weak to Barmaid and Psychologist. So I guess technically Anne would not be bad here. He's going to go Bonbon. I think that just makes more sense for the Barmaid and the Psychologist. But Dancer support can be detrimental here. It can be so hard for Bonbon to deal with. And then also forward guaranteed rescue as long as there's no excitement with a stun on Cher is also really important because Bonbon no longer has that camping to work with. So while this may seem like two of the survivors are countered by Bonbon here, it's still easily possible for survivors to win. Now the biggest question is, do we have Flywheel or Broken? I think we'll have Broken most likely, just because considering that Celia is going either Bloody Queen and or Bonbon here, Broken Windows are strong against two of those, whereas Flywheel is only good against Bloody Queen. And this combo is pretty good against BQ in general. We may see Dancer with Flywheel just for dealing with BQ, but I'm not sure. I think it's more logical to have a heavy Broken Windows, but let's see where the survivors actually opt to spawn here. Looks like we're going to have a direct factory spawn from Dancer to set up those boxes factory early. So you can easily kite to factory against Bonbon, get the Dancer support. It's hard for Bonbon to kill there. Seeing Psychologist spawn over near, we're going to see Barmaid Shack Psychologist at Shack Gate and forward middle for that middle support. And of course, forward's not really chaseable for Bonbon. He's actually going to spawn into Psych and Barmaid, but they can both. This spawn is actually really nice for survivors because while he does spawn into Barmaid and Psych, which are easy targets for Bonbon, they can easily rotate straight to factory from this position, and it's hard for Bonbon to catch up.
Yeah, exactly. Barmaid maybe being a little bit more optimal, you are able to completely negate her drink with a very well-timed and well-placed bomb, but Psychologist good as well. I mean, once her stress is gone, it's gone. She doesn't have any more, and she doesn't have as many kiting abilities as the Barmaid does, and by that I mean she has one less, being that she lacks the Durf and Drink that the Barmaid is able to use for speed. And of course, it would be completely mystical to try and chase the forward first. Definitely not a great idea, especially as a Bonbon. I mean, you're just a little penguin. All you do is waddle around. You don't want to get hit by some guy and his football. So Dancer, of course, set up for that support. Very excited to see how she positions those boxes. They will be very vital, very pivotal, very useful later on. And speaking of things being useful, here are our build picks. So we're going to see our persona webs here. Dancer has Flywheel, forward has Tide Turner, and the Barmaid and the Psychologist are both carrying Broken Windows, along with Celia carrying Detention, Insolence, and Blink.
Yeah, and that's absolutely the correct builds here. Obviously, Broken Windows for Barmaid and Psychologist are going to be strong against Anne and Bonbon. You want to have mostly Broken here for the potential hunters that Celia could bring to the table, but you need Flywheel on Dancer in case of the risk of that the Bloody Queen coming out, as Dancer doesn't have as much kite potential against Bloody Queen as Psychologist and Barmaid do. So that's sort of the main idea, and that's why I was suggesting earlier why it's really important for Dancer, for heavy Broken, but Dancer to have single Flywheel just for that potential option. So that's exactly what they went for, and I think that's going to make the most sense. And we see Celia struggling to find a chase target, losing Tinnitus, and we see the immediate rotation to Factory. As we talked about, it's so easy for Barmaid and Psychologist to rotate to Factory from the spawn, in which there should already be a slow box set up there, which I imagine there is. He's actually going to head back towards, it looks like that's Barmaid at Shack here. And that's going to be the first chase. Barmaid needs to not... Okay, she's just trying to hide out here. I say Barmaid needs to try to get to Factory as quickly as possible. She's going to use this boost because she can go to middle. She's going to go through middle most likely, and then try to make it to Factory afterwards.
Yeah, we're going to see the Barmaid begin on her kite here. Of course, she does have both of her double utilized, but that is a very early first bomb, able to land that little hit. And she does actually choose to take the drink right away to negate the damage from that one bomb, which is not a good decision, as she is then hit with another one. Fortunately, she is able to get that off, but kind of is left back where she started. Another beautiful time bomb from Celia, forward in the area, coming in for the stun, but he misses it, Eli. He takes a hit instead with no stun on the Bonbon. Transitioning here into the Factory area, and what a action-packed start. A lot of twists and turns that I did not expect to happen, but that Blink, of course, is here to utilize to get the down and the forward if necessary. However, there are slow boxes from the Dancer in the vicinity. Going to utilize
Blink's his football. He can just football away here. So yeah, so Celia, actually that's a misstep on the Blink there. I was gonna say, so basically I was gonna say that changing to forward is actually really good for survivors. They want that. They want forward to take the hit there. Even if he misses the stun, it's still okay, because now you have forward kite here, and he does actually snipe him with the control bomb. But I was gonna say the kite can last longer. Barmaid can just heal herself. And he does get the down here, and so this is not really winning because now you don't have your stable rescue character here. So forward chase would have been better for the survivors, but forward actually isn't able to kite very long. I'm really surprised he leaves factory. He could have easily footballed back to that slow box inside factory, but he didn't. He left, and that allowed Celia to get a fast down. So I think that actually that positioning was really good from Dou. It was just the forward's route was incorrect. And because he leaves factory, leaves the slow box, he goes to front gate. He has nothing to kite with over there. And that allows Celia to secure the down. And now the survivors can't rescue. So now it's really down to a drawn position here. And it's going to be very hard for Celia to actually get a win from this spot, as he doesn't have trait swap at all. He just has a blink detention and insolence build. And we'll see Psychologist most likely feed Tinnitus. Sorry, not Psychologist. Dancer feed Tinnitus here. But yeah, because there's not a lot of endgame kiting potential, Barmaid Barmaid and Psychologist won't have endgame kiting potential. This is probably just a drawn position. We should expect a 4th round here.
Yeah, we're going to continue on into things here, changing targets now, leaving that forward to sit on chair, eliminating the rescue, which means that there's no tide turner to be utilized if anyone else is chaired. I believe the survivor that we're seeing now will be the female dancer who now has nothing left to work with. She has placed down all of her boxes. Fortunately, she does have that flywheel. She is carrying that. At least she can use that when necessary. Going to see more bombs thrown out into the area here. She is going to throw this pallet down, of course, for a little bit of safety. Blink is still waiting to come back online. It has been utilized earlier in the factory, but we'll be back on in the next 30 seconds or so. Just a very straightforward chase following Nan's dancer around, missing that timed bomb actually, so she's been very good at avoiding these bombs so far. Not a single hit of chip damage on her, and they have started the final cipher.
Yes, we are almost to this endgame position again. Celia doesn't have trait swap, so it's really hard for him to actually, change to the last cipher. He'll probably just continue after this dancer and secure the down. But again, Dou's fine with this. They don't care about a round 4, because they have Dongchuan is extremely consistent in round 3. That's his best late round situation. He's actually not going to use flywheel here. This is also correct. You want to save flywheel for your endgame kite. But if Dou being able to choose map and going into a 4th round would be very beneficial. Now, this game isn't just over yet. He is able to chair close to the last cipher, so he can potentially pressure this. But it's still a bit challenging. It looks like we're going to see... He's going to go ahead, pressure the Barmaid here away from the last cipher. But it's still quite difficult. He's going to get the control bomb onto the Barmaid. So Barmaid has an illusion to work with, so she will have this endgame kiting potential. They're going to probably heal the dancer most likely. It looks like Barmaid is able to avoid all these bombs here. Just gonna... Does he use the illusion, or is he gonna hold on to it? He wants to get away from this last cipher machine. Does illusion that bomb there. Trying to hide away, but he does see the trail of the Barmaid, is able to secure the down. The cipher machine will be primed by the time he does go for this chair. So we will see dancer most likely go to the cipher, and Psychologist is gonna push this rescue.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be careful with this. Psychologist, of course, luckily having her stress ability, which means that she can tank 50 damage before she manages to actually be able to go down to a hit. So going to use that remote bomb, getting the first little hit of chip damage, but actually transitioning right back over to the cipher. They pop it, you don't want to deal with this sort of mind game back and forth fighting over the cipher. The speed boost afterwards is very great for the dancer to be able to rotate around this shack area, and she is going to throw down these pallets outside of it. Of course, we do have a detention bonbon, nothing new, nothing fancy, nothing scary, actually something scary. So you're gonna want to not take that hit, but only using the blink. So we're going to get a tie, it seems, if dancer is able to be chaired, and of course no one comes in for the rescue, which means, as you mentioned, we will be going into our round 4. It seems the survivors are opening the gate and getting ready to leave the premises of this arms factory.
And so now, we're gonna see 2 survivors out the gate, which again, this is a perfectly fine position for Dou. I mean, Celia really wanted to try to win here. Obviously, with this build, he was only really playing for a tie because you can't afford to lose. But it's like now you go into a 4th round. The ban pick will still be the bans will still be the same in a tiebreaker overtime round. It's still a round 3 ban situation. But now Dou gets to choose map here, and there's no map ban. And with how Dongchuan performs in the late rounds, he still has so many options available, and he does have extra bans to work with, so he can ban any of those counters. If they go for a Dream Witch Clerk ban, he can still get a hunter that's going to be good against this the sort of team comp that they're going to bring to the table here. So it's really, this is exactly what Dou wants. Right now in this situation, they definitely have the advantage.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, we're going into our round 4, totally unexpected. They've been really closely matched, of course, kind of as I said, unexpected. Scars has been really pushing, you know, they do need to be able to pull this win for this round. Getting the tie with the Bonbon in the last round, safe of course, but not so safe as you are now forced to go up against Zhongxuan once again on your survivor side. Now, Eli, do you have any thoughts on which side do you think they'll make play first if they do choose to maybe shift that up? Do you think they'll have Celia play first in order to alleviate some pressure, or go up against Zhongxuan first once again if they do have the choice between those two?
In this sort of situation, it makes more sense for survivors to play first, because you, as a hunter, you then know, you know what type of hunter you need to play for that next part of the round. Because in overtime, it's really, because it comes down to, if it is a tiebreaker, it comes down to points, right? So it comes down to points, and it comes down to time if the points are tied. So a hunter, it's really important for the hunter to go second, because for example, let's say Scar survivors get a 3 escape, right? Then as Celia, you know, it's like, okay, I can just play a tie hunter and go for a tie, or I can play a hunter that's good at 1 kill, but then I can draw the game out very long because it's the fastest survivor escape. So I can play a hunter that's good at getting a 1 kill, but then I can bring something like Abnormal, or I can bring something like Peepers, and I can slow the game down to a point where we win on time. Or for example, if the survivors only get a tie, then you know it's like, okay, I have to get a tie, but I have to play a slow tie hunter. So I have to be able to slow the game down enough in which that it's, again, fastest survivor escape. So it's sort of that sort of thing. So as having faction is also really important here, because now Scars will almost certainly go survivor first, because then the hunter knows what they have to, how much time they have to work with, what sort of hunter they have to play, what sort of position they have available for them.
Yeah, very wise. Thank you for your wisdom, Eli. So hopefully, of course, we will be seeing Scars take their servers at first. That would give them the advantage that they need in order to continue to be in the 3rd place bracket. 3rd place placement in Group C here, as we are, of course, in our last few days of CHOA. Chat, we're about to cut to a short break. Not quite yet, but in the meantime, how are you guys feeling? Are you excited to move into our next portion of this grand stage here? Of course, IDV Super Bowl, better than Christmas. However you want to view it, who knows? But for now, we're going to be hopping into our highlights for a short break, and we will see you guys for our round 4.
Nice, nice, nice. 多分開くと思う。
Hello everybody and welcome back once more. We are going to see some more very adorable fan art on the side of Scars here. Of course, if you are a big Scars fan, send your red hearts in chat to show your support. As for now, some fun fan art, fan support we are going to see. Congratulations on your first group stage win. I will support you guys till the end. A very sweet message from a very devoted Scars fan who has drawn a cute little photo with Scars' little chibis. I've noticed that they have these cute little chibis. I am a big fan of them. Eli, I don't know what your thoughts on them are, but I'm quite a big fan. Maybe we should get Fusion some little chibi personas sometime to proceed into competition.
Yeah, maybe. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, just sorry, this is like a really intense match, so I'm just trying to. This whole break, I was trying to think about how this is gonna play out. But basically, So now we're in a situation, right, as we saw, where this has happened before for Dowu, where they lose the first round, and then they manage to hold on in the second round, and they come back in the third. In this case, they did come back in the third, but not enough to win, enough to tie. So now we're in a situation where we have to see a... it comes down to this round, right? It's whether it comes down to time or it comes down to points. And so as Dowu, because they have map selection here, I think it's really important that, you know, Celia, again, we saw in the last round, Dreamwitch and Clark Band. That was mainly because, okay, so we're going to see, it looks like it is Lakeside. I was going to say, that's mainly because you don't want Celia to win. You want him to tie because you don't care. Going into this third round, you know you have the advantage. Dowu is stronger in the later rounds. They have map pick. They have a lot to work with. I would not expect to see this. Are we going to actually see Scars? Scars chooses to go Hunter first.
Yeah.
Which means that this actually allows Dongshun to know what sort of approach he needs to go with, whether that's to play a slow game or go for a win or something like that. So this is actually a bit of a surprise.
Kind of a pick your poison situation, you know, you want to ease the stress off of Celia's back, but in doing so you are giving up a lot by allowing Dongshun to have the upper hand in terms of knowledge, which means that he's kind of got, you know, he knows what to expect, he knows what he needs to shoot for, but the survivors as well, I think, maybe swinging for the angle that they'll know too what they need to try and accomplish in their round. But overtime, of course, being very, very, very time demanding and very stressful, and you have to apply a lot of passion to it. I mean, you've already made it this far, so your drive to win is going to be amplified even more than it was before. And on the Lakeside Village, of course, very strong map in a general sense. You've got a lot of good kiting positions, but you've also got a lot of open area sort of in the middle that is a little hard to transition about. So I wonder what the strategy will be there in terms of where they'll place their survivors. Of course, usually on Lakeside you see a classical lineup, like from little boat to big boat, and you let someone go off to the side and hang out in the shack. So probably be seeing something like that, and as soon as we see our survivor lineup, we'll get to kind of predict where they will go. So anyway, case in point, we'll be seeing everyone sitting down, getting ready for their match. They are excited, they are ready and raring to go. Some more cute little memes from chat. I don't know what that means, but I am a big fan of it, and I'm particularly a fan of the fact that the screen almost turned off. So I like this green shark shaking hands with the Dowu shark. Do I know what it means? No, but I'm gonna imagine that they're friends. Oh, there he is again. He vexes me. Sorry, I hate this giant mini Joseph. He really throws me off. Eli, I can't imagine that looking at that thing is going to lessen your stress in terms of preparing for this match and trying to figure out what's gonna happen.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, we are gonna see, it looks like, so yeah, of course, so Celia on the Hunter side against Dowu survivors on Lakeside. Let's see what we're gonna see for first bids. I think Mercenary Band I think Merc Seer again is another one of those things that makes sense. I really like the first band Mercenary. Yeah, we see Merc Seer again, Toy Merchant as well. Have to ban Toy Merchant on Lakeside. So that's sort of a must. So that's a good ban from Celia first here. Let's see what the survivors go. We're gonna see an immediate officer. We may see them actually shy away from that just because, again, officer struggles against Anne. Although we have seen, it's not a situation anymore where you have to go officer pick right away because, again, you are worried about Anne, and something like Gravekeeper might actually be a little bit stronger. But we'll see what they actually opt for first. We could just see Merc Antiquarian, not Merc, Officer Antiquarian first, which has been pretty standard, I think.
Yeah, would be a solid selection. What we're really excited and raring for, of course, are these Hunter bands. We are going to see Geisha and Clerk being taken out. They are no longer an option to bring out onto the field of the Lakeside Village. We will not be seeing either of these lovely ladies take a little vacation today. But what we will be seeing, of course, will be our first survivor lock-in soon. They've got quite a few seconds to decide what they're going to take out. But Antiquarian would be a very, very solid selection. You know, you want to take her out in this meta. She's one of the most pivotal, vital points of it. She really makes up the heart and the core of the Survivor Silent meta at the moment. So I wouldn't be surprised to see her, and I'm not. There she is, starting with the Antiquarian and coming with the Psychologist as well.
So yeah, so they give Officer ban here, and I think that that's fine. He could actually just go Officer Grave, like just straight up and ban all the rescue characters. That only leaves but then you still open up Forward, Yeah, so I guess that doesn't really make sense. Okay, so we're gonna see Embalmer and Barmaid here instead. Embalmer, of course, very good for a big boat spawn. You don't want to. It's very difficult to deal with that sort of character, especially if you're gonna go Dream Witch. He's actually, because they didn't ban Dream Witch, he can now go Dream Witch counters. He can ban Dream Witch counters and potentially play Dream Witch. So that's why we see Embalmer and Barmaid here. And it's also just good in general, as we talked about. Barmaid is quite strong for what Celia wants to play. It's going to be good against things like Bloody Queen. It's going to be good against things like Anne. And then Embalmer is just good in Lakeside in general with that big boat spawn. Looks like we're going to see First Officer finally being selected here. And what does Celia opt to ban last? Obviously, it's going to be some sort of kiter. You could also ban Mechanic as well, as they did leave that as an option to be banned. And we have seen a lot of these teams opt for that Mechanic character. But it looks like actually it's going to be patient and very strong. You can position patient in a lot of areas on this map. And it's very difficult to chase, whether that's mini boat or big boat. So yeah, let's see what Doe opts to end up finally here. You still have Acrobat, still have Entomologist. So those are most likely what we're going to see. We're going to see Acrobat. Yeah, it's the most standard versatile character for that last pick.
Yeah, we're going to bring out the Acrobat. Of course, we have a very, very classical lineup here. As I've been liking to describe things, it's kind of like you have two major support characters, one solid rescue, and a wild card character, which extends really to anything that you can bring in last. A decoder, a solid kiter, whatever. The psychologist and the antiquarian, of course, falling into the line of being really good supports. The officer, what is he but a rescue? And the Acrobat coming in as sort of our wild card final selection. So, of course, the survivors are working out all of their builds here as they wait for Celia to be given the option to select his hunter. They've already figured it all out. Potentially, classical one tide turner through flywheel, maybe some broken windows, depending on what they're anticipating from Celia. And they're certainly looking for an Anne here, but what they're going to see instead is a Bloody Queen, Eli. So we've seen Bloody Queen come out quite a few times throughout these main stage the group stage. We've seen a lot of Bloody Queen on Lakeside so far, and by a lot, I mean like 3 or 4, which is still a lot. So a very interesting selection, and I wonder how she's going to pan out. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so it really depends on what sort of traits we're going to see from the survivors here. I think that obviously Bond. So again, it's the same situation where you have Dream, but actually you have Dream Witch as well. So it's Dream Witch, Bon, Bloody Queen, and Anne are all options. So Flywheel makes the most sense for 2 of those, and then Broken Windows makes sense for the other 2. So Dream Witch and Bloody Queen obviously are better for Flywheel. So I think that because Dream Witch is such a big threat, you have to, although it's super anti-Dream Witch comps, you can't really play Dream Witch into this anyway. So I actually don't really know. We'll have to see what they actually opted for here. And overall, this is still a challenging comp for Bloody Queen. Like, Psychologist can take multiple hits. You want to bring Excitement for Antiquarian, but then you want to bring Blink for a triplet character like Psych. So it's really a bit of a challenge here for Celia. And you see the same sort of position right now. Acrobat technically also is not a great chase target for BQ. So Celia's actually playing BQ into a pretty anti-BQ team comp in reality. So yeah, these are a lot of tough chase targets for him.
Yeah, classical lineup spawn. As I promised, I would never lie to you. We are going to see them lined up sort of from big boat to little boat. However, a slight differential. We're going to see Celia actually taking that last position. We've been seeing a lot of Lakeside spawns where you kind of swap the hunter with the antiquarian position, but still kind of same old, same principle. So what we're going to see in terms of builds is Celia is carrying Trump Card, Detention, and Blink to begin. The Psychologist has Broken Windows, Antiquarian, and Acrobat are carrying Flywheel, and the First Officer, you guessed it, as Tide Turner. So the Antiquarian, of course, Flywheel is very good on her. You want to be able to continue to harass with your flute. You don't want to take any unnecessary hits. Psychologist doesn't have a lot of kite potential on her own, so the Broken Windows can be useful. And Acrobat, of course, just making him more of a menace. And we're going to start. Right. We're here in our overtime round. Scars and Dou. I'm Veronica. This is Eli O, and we are your casters for the first half of today. So we're going to see a transition on Celia's side over to this shack area, through which the Psychologist is hiding outside of. So hopefully going to be able to spot her out very soon, kind of monkeying around waiting to see where she is, but finally managing to spot her out. Sending out the first mirror, it does miss.
Yeah, it's a little bit off. I think maybe, he might actually just miss this straight up here. If he misses straight up, this could be really big. He's gonna try to push her away from the pallet. He's gonna switch. It's really down to a pallet mind game here. This is really important. Bloody Queen has to get the hit here. Isn't able to get it right away. Psychologist takes the vault. Does not get the hit. Does not get the hit on that first. super big miss from Celia, especially because Psychologist, as we talked about being a triple hit character, you have to hit every ability onto the Psych. If you don't, you're in a really bad position here. Gonna go for another mirror here. He's gonna be able to get, he is still gonna be able to get this. And she can transition away here. And he did actually bring Blink, so that's really nice that he doesn't have to deal, that he has Blink for the Psychologist. So that makes more sense that he goes for Psych instead of Antiquarian here. But now, yeah, we're just gonna see Psychologist try to waste as much time as possible. Just try to delay that Blink, you know, delaying the inevitable is really important. We talk about this a lot. And is actually going to kite towards Antiquarian, which could potentially work out for Do, as we know there is no excitement available.
We're going to see another mirror hit on the Psychologist. We're going to see Celia, of course, swap positions here in order to continue on chase. We are interrupting the Cypher in the middle here, which the first officer was trying dutifully to work on, poor dear. But instead, we're going to continue our chase on Nan, who is continuing to transition around. Lots of pallets to work with, throwing it down to get the speed boost, but that will be negated by the Blink, which comes in to get down on the site. Cypher progress has been really good, Eli. A very strong first kite from that site. Not only can she tank those 3 hits, but she is also able to, she did a really good job kiting, avoiding those mirrors, juking some hits, and the officer is now in the area to do his job as our dedicated rescue. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, we are going to see, coming in for this rescue, I think that the question is, so officer's going to go straight for the rescue. We're going to see, he needs to at least force out another mirror. He does continue after Psychologist. I'm not going to get distracted by that double image of the officer there, and we're gonna see Psychologist just die as far away as possible. And again, if Celia is able to get a tie here, that's good for Scars, but it's still the same situation with DX. You know, if he's able to get a tie in return, it comes down to the fastest survivor escape. So you can just play a slow, long game and potentially get a tie. And they actually have enough Cypher progress to win. I actually spoke too soon. It looks like we have 58%. We have 30% here as well. Mirror onto the Acrobat. Acrobat needs to be able to get this rescue off here. Oh, it's actually onto the Officer, sorry. Officer is going to go down. That's actually really important that he gets Officer down, because now no one's able to push that last Cypher, so that is a huge mirror. If he's hitting one of those survivors that has 2 hits available, that's really important. Gets the hit through the Acrobat as well. That's really important, because there's no opportunity for Officer to heal up and go for the Cypher Prime there. So that's actually really important. Both those plays were game-changing. Downing, being able to mirror onto the character that was injured, so he can't decode, is really important. And then because he was able to swing through that body block, that's really game-changing as well. He's able to get the hit onto the Acrobat here, and now it's looking like Celia has worked into a drawn position now.
Yeah, Celia coming back from a really difficult position there. A beautiful down on the officer with that long mirror, preventing him from both decoding and managing to still be alive and well and walking on 2 legs. So he has healed up, he has expended his exit path to do so, and now having to chase the Acrobat around the big boat. Of course, having these mirrors to utilize, which is great, but the Acrobat has his little bombs too, which means you gotta be careful. Managing to get the down. Cypher is not yet primed, one only at about 58%, and the other has only just been started and is in the 30s. So they are going to have to come in and rescue this Acrobat. The drawing position is strong, and it seems that Celia is going to be able to get this tie. Silver Sheet is in the area as the Antiquarian in order to support, get those food hits, getting a few in a row to prevent the Bloody Queen from being able to get this Acrobat down immediately after, and actually transitioning over to this Antiquarian instead. The charged attack to negate the flywheel, and potentially moving to, no, just going to continue chase here. I thought maybe it would go over to the Cypher, but instead just continuing on. Ooh, nice little jump to avoid that, but going to go down in this pallet Iman.
Yeah, actually, it's really important that Antiquarian wanted to get that rescue uninjured, because then they could save a second time. But because he actually downs Antiquarian, this forces Officer to use the last watch, which means Officer won't have endgame kiting potential anymore. So we see that Acrobat can prime the last Cypher, but again, it's just super important that Antiquarian was the one to go down for Celia. This is a lot better of a position for him. We see him really trying to hit this Officer. It doesn't really matter as much because the Cypher Machine is going to be primed anyway. We see him go for that pallet stun, not able to get the pallet drop onto the Bloody Queen. And he's actually going to chase Officer in endgame because he knows Officer has no items anymore. So you can safely chase Officer endgame. You don't have to worry about Antiquarian potentially kiting with her stick. You don't have to worry about Acrobat using balls or using flywheel. So you can simply just chase Officer, no items, no kiting abilities at all, because he does have Tide Turner. And this should, for the most part, guarantee the tie, unless he's able to use that elevation and 2-story to make a difference. Trying to mind game out this pallet, tries to get the pallet, so gets the drop, does get the hit there. We're going to see the Cypher pop, and we can see the Officer utilize this 2-story area. He's going to drop down early, and actually just rotate away, which might actually be a mistake because now he just dies to mirror. He has no way to kite it out.
Yeah, we're going to see continued chase after the super pop on this first officer running directly into the mirror, juking for a second, but not for the second time. So we're going to see the officer going into the mirror and swapping to teleport earlier, so now able to utilize it, going to teleport to the gate that the acrobat was at, it seems, but actually transitioned away from and never wanted to decode in the first place. So a little bit of a misstep there, no survivors to be found, but not too much of a misstep. We'll still be able to pick up the first officer before he picks himself up, because guess what? He can't. He utilized his self-heal, so able to push for a little bit more because the officer now no longer has exit path to work with, choosing to turn that mirror, not being able to turn it towards anything, but there is Silver Sheet at the gate there. Acrobat, however, hanging out in the area. The dungeon is there. Officer, however, you gotta wait for him to expire. He has volunteer time, and just going to transition away over to this gate, and we will hopefully be seeing a 2-survivor escape on the side of Dou and a 2 elimination on the side of Celia.
Yeah, there's no teleport, there's no mirror, so there's really no way for them to catch them. We are going to see the survivors make it out the gate, and looks like that was a 7-minute game. So Celia is a bit, I guess he's disappointed he wasn't able to get a 3-kill there. But that's fine. I still think this position is actually quite fine for him. He got a long game. Remember, it is faster survivor escape here. So I think Celia actually should be fine with this position. I'm not really sure. I guess he's upset because he knows he could have potentially 3-killed if he teleported to the right gate. But in this sort of situation, it's actually fine that he's able to tie there because it's a long tie. 7 minutes is a long tie. And so that means that Dongchuan has to tie or win, and it has to be, again, it's faster survivor escape win, so it has to be a longer tie than 7 minutes, which is not easy to do. So I think that this position it's actually just fine for Celia. So I think he definitely did the job you're supposed to do. There's nothing to be disappointed with this position.
Yeah, send some love to Cecilia in chat, of course. I mean, support means the world. Being a Hunter player is not easy. We say it all the time. If you know any Hunter mains, if you're on any team with any Hunter mains, which of course you need to have on a team, but give them a pat on the back today, shake their hand, give them a kiss on the forehead. Seeing the Hunters on stage after they end up in positions that they don't like very much is perhaps maybe, in my opinion at least, the most brutal part of COA that we endure, because I just sit there the whole time and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna cry so hard. But fortunately, the position, as you said, is not actually that bad. They do have the draw. It has been 7 minutes. That means that Scars' survivors just need to be able to get this draw against Dou in a little bit of a better way, or have more of an escape than Dou's survivors were able to accomplish, which is hard against Dongchuan, but they did manage to do it in the first round. So not all hope is lost. A tie is certainly a good position. It leaves things in a very good, easy way to counteract everything. And here are our stats. So just to go over these real quick, a lot of decoding from the Antiquarian, a lot of decoding from the Acrobat. The first officer also doing his job, of course, with pushing those ciphers, and a lot of containment time from the officer, along with a 94.4 kite on the Psych, who started off extremely strong, really, really good in that early game in order to negate Celia and keep that kite going as long as possible, of course, with the 3 hits and all of the beautiful mirror dodges that Non was able to accomplish.
Yeah, that first mirror miss was almost enough for the survivors to win. Keep in mind, like, if Officer's able to not go down there to that mirror, and he's able to prime that cipher machine, and then Acrobat's able to, I think it was the Acrobat that got the rescue, was able to body block. Survivors can actually win from that position, but this is why you see Mercenary banned first, because if you give Mercenary is not going to die to a mirror. You can just elbow pad the mirror. Whereas Officer cannot watch the mirror because you have to be within, I think it's like 32 meters of the Hunter. So you have to be close enough to actually use that watch to avoid the hit. And then additionally, it's also like Bloody Queen can still get the hit even if he does use the watch, because their hitbox is so large on the mirror image. You can sometimes still register the hit anyways. So it's like there's so many reasons why Mercenary is strong. That's why we see Mercenary banned first, because it forces an early officer pick. In that case, it didn't happen, but it still usually forces an early officer pick, which wastes one of their lock-ins, essentially. And it also creates a position where, against a Hunter like a Bloody Queen, you could still potentially snipe out the officer, and it's harder for the survivors to deal with because Mercenary can obviously avoid the hit, officer cannot. So it's really just, it just really creates like one of those positions where there's really not much that an officer can do if you get mirrored there, and that was sort of the game changer that allowed Celia to get a draw.
Yeah, of course. And maybe, of course, This is why Officer is number 2 and Mercenary is number 1. It's kind of like that song from Muppets Most Wanted, but it's not. We're going to see Zhang Xuan here, of course, preparing for this final match. We have, of course, our overtime win conditions. It was a tie in the last round, and it's been pretty tied up into this point. So if they are able to pull either a better time on their tie, or if Scars of Survivors can get more of an escape, then they will be in the winning position. But same is the win condition for Zhang Xuan. So if he is able to get more eliminations, or if he is able to get a better time on his tie, that means that he's all well and good. So Eli, what are your thoughts out of his Hunter pool so far that would maybe be optimal on Lakeside in this sort of situation for him to play against Farsa's lineup?
So typically I would say Clerk's not good because Lakeside's not a very good Clerk map, but it is a slow game when you play Clerk. So it's sort of like, it's sort of, if you do manage to tie with Clerk, the game's slowed down so much, or you can sometimes make it last longer than 7 minutes. And then also, something like Geisha, the problem with Geisha's a very fast game. So that's sort of the problem, is that it's really, it's hard to win with Geisha, because Geisha's more of a tie hunter in the current meta. But Geisha's so fast, so even if you do tie, it's a long game. So you could technically play something like abnormal Geisha, to slow the game down. Because again, the key here is if Scars ties, but they get a fast survivor escape, then they win. So Scars can easily play like a double decoder strategy, which sometimes we'll see in this sort of position. And then it comes down to the hunter. You know, can the hunter make it a slow game? He needs to make a slow game, and he needs to tie, or he needs to win. So because it's very difficult to win now in this position, in the late rounds. I mean, we have seen Zhang Xuan do it, obviously, in the last round and also against Weibo. But even so, we see Mechanic Band here because you want to eliminate those decoding characters, because he has to have a slow tie. A long tie is Zhang Xuan's strategy right now. And Scars wants to either get a tie or get a win. If they do get a tie, it needs to be a fast one in under 7 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to see our first selections here. Officer being locked in first, and after that we're going to see the Barmaid. Dream Witch and Clerk have been banned, of course. They do not want to deal with these hunters that are more all or nothing. Clerk, of course, not really ideal for this position, but Dream Witch on Lakeside can be quite a menace and very hard to deal with. So you don't want to see her either, and she can certainly drag games out. Clerk as well can totally drag out a game if she even chooses to or even thinks of it. So our next few bans are Prospector and Antiquarian, taking out those stunners and harassers. You do not want to deal with these characters who are going to hit you back. It's really not the ideal situation. So Zhang Xuan taking them out, which means that we will be seeing them potentially replaced with something that can also put some more pressure on the hunter in terms of things, but we do have an officer already, so we have a rescuer, so I don't see any need for a forward or anything, so we'll be seeing an acrobat instead coming in to do some very good kiting.
Yeah, so I think that said, I don't know the exact translation, but I think that said something like Zhang Xuan get all kill, or maybe all escape, one of the two. But I'm not sure. Anyways, I could be wrong, but it came really fast and I didn't, like, my Chinese is not up to par just yet. Anyways, still learning IDV terms. Anyways, so we are going to see from the survivors, yeah, this is sort of no decoders here, but still a pretty fast comp overall. Let's see what they actually what Zhang Xuan opts to go with. And so the idea with Dream Witch Clerk, obviously, is you don't want to give any win. Obviously, Clerk's not that strong on this map, but you don't want to give any win potential hunters. Because if you give win potential hunters, it does two things. So Clerk here is actually really good for Zhang Xuan, but he can't play it because even though Clerk's not good on this map, it's still a situation where it's a very slow game hunter. So if you're able to get a tie with Clerk, you're probably going to win because the game slowed down so much. Or it's a win potential hunter in which Zhang Xuan gets a win, the game's over. Same with Dream Witch. So it really just comes down to time, and it comes down to what hunter he's going to opt. What if he's able to get a tie or able to get a win, or Survivor's get a win. So he's going to go Geisha. I don't know if he's actually going to play Blink Geisha. He might actually go abnormal and try to slow the game down, or he might just have normal switch late game. Because again, you're in a situation where Zhang Xuan needs to at least tie, and it needs to be a slow game. It needs to be longer than 7 minutes if DX wants to win for Do here. So it's interesting because Barmaid is a pretty easy chase for a Blink Geisha, but Acrobat and Dancer are not. So overall, I think Geisha makes sense based off of the comp just because you have some decent chase targets. But then you also have to consider that you need to have a slow game, and Geisha is usually a fast-paced hunter.
Yeah, going to have to be very careful with that. Might just want to push for more eliminations in that regard. Would be better to do, considering the way that she works. But fun little fact before we get into our spawn selections, the Valkyrie model that they have on the stage for the dancer is actually the old version of the skin before optimization. That is my wisdom for today. Chew on that one so you're not too stressed over the way that things are going between Dou and Scars right now, because we are at a vital point of things. Of course, red hearts for Scars if you would like them to be able to pull this, and some gold ones for Dou if they are your team of choice. They are, of course, in the lead right now still, and things are looking pretty good for them. We got Zhang Xuan on the field once more, and boy is Zhang Xuan good at what he does. So we're going to be getting into our top down soon. So here are the spawn picks. We're going to see the dancer hanging out in the shack there. We're going to see Monet hang out towards the little boat, barmaid on big boat, first officer in between, and Zhang Xuan is actually going to spawn closer to barmaid, first officer, and acrobat all together, which usually you do see the hunter spawn more in the line with the survivors, so a little bit of a variation from what we usually see, but certainly not a bad decision. Can certainly go right for maybe the officer to start. Barmaid is on big boat after all, which is not an ideal chase. And here we are with our persona builds. We are carrying all flywheel except for the officer, who has, again, you guessed it, Tide Turner. So we will be seeing a classical trump card, detention, and blink to begin build on Zhang Xuan, so could change that abnormal later, as you suggested, Eli, to prolong the game out if necessary.
And so the reason why we actually see him spawn there is because this way he can actually block off Shack Cypher, so it forces Dancer to go to a different Cypher machine. So that's why we see him spawn over at this area. And so we're going to see immediately, is he going to go for... Actually going to go for Sword. So you can go for Barmaid, obviously Barmaid being the best target, and that's why you spawn Barmaid Big Boat in this situation. But Big Boat is a good kiting area. Geisha, again, one of the few hunters that can usually cut off kiting loops. But let's see the rotation. Beautiful rotation from the Barmaid already, being able to evade the Geisha here. And I don't know if Dodgman actually knows where he went. Let's see, does he see the end of the trail there? I think he does. So he's going to try to close the distance here on the Barmaid, which obviously being a Geisha you are able to do. And so, yeah, just going to go immediately catch up to the Barmaid here. She should be able to make this pallet. And just trying to mind game around here, dropping the pallet a bit early. Does still have a speed drink potentially if she wants to use it here to make it to the pallet. Nope, just going to take the hit. Going to use the drink early here. Blink is not online just yet, but it actually will be ready before the Barmaid's heal is going to activate. So it's going to be really important that she activates his flywheel at the right time.
Yeah, Barmaid going to have to be really careful. We do have butterflies to work with. We do have Zhang Xuan. Ooh, missing the butterfly there, but getting the blink and no flywheel. So we're going to see the Barmaid go down. Not a lot of progress on these ciphers. So we are going to see her sit on the chair for the first time and close to Monet's cipher along with the cipher in the middle, which means that both Pione and Monet have pressure put on them. Wow, they rhyme. That's kind of cute. We're going to see the watch used by the first officer here, dashing right through that pallet as it's being broken, allowing Zhang Xuan to get a little bit of a better view as to where exactly he is, but he's looping around back and forth behind this rock. You know, hide and seek, you can't see me, I can't see you, but I'm going to land the hit on the officer, who will now get off the rescue, and the Barmaid will be good to kite once more. Luckily, she has her flywheel to utilize, but unluckily, she's already been placed on the chair. So we're going to see Monet come in for support in this area here.
Yeah, it does go for the hit there. We do see the flywheel, though. To avoid that hit, Acrobat is going to absorb that. And, of course, Dancer could just go for that last save where Officer can save again. That's why Officer is so good, in addition to Mercenary, because they can always go for 2 rescues. And it looks like we're going to see, yeah, just dashing after the Barmaid. Can't she make it to this window in time? Goes for the swing here. Oh, gets the hit through the window there. That didn't look like that was going to hit. Barmaid already had some distance, but still able to register that and is actually able to get down. That's really important. If he's not able to get the down there, there's a good chance survivors have enough Cypher progress to win the game. Now I'm not so sure because they're not able to pop the 89% Cypher just yet. We're going to need to see a body block after the rescue here. It looks like DX trying to cut off the rescuer from as far as possible. If you're able to cut off that officer before they get close enough, before the 5 seconds will be enough to get the rescue. It looks like, do they even go for it at all? It looks like no, they're just going to feed Tinnitus, I think. And potentially, can Officer get there in time? Let's see. It looks like, no, Officer's not going to make the rescue. So now it's a situation where we're only 3 minutes into the game. So there's a good chance that if survivors are able to push these ciphers, you know, DX has 2 strategies to get approached. So he can go, gets it down on Acrobat. He doesn't use the bomb, and he's going to go down quickly there. So now Dong Chuan can actually just go for a win. This is actually a position where you can win from here. So again, he has 2 strategies. He can try to play for a win right now, or he can just try to slow this game down. So 2 ways you can do that is you can actually just abnormal the Cypher machine, and that creates a situation where it's going to slow the game down immensely, and also still potentially give you a winning spot. We'll have to see, but it looks like we're going to have Dancer try to pressure the rescue. Goes for the charge attack and gets the hit through the flywheel. He can just go back to the chair now and potentially double down this officer and then down the acrobat. After that, he still has blink available, and now this position might actually be winning.
Yeah, going to have to be really careful here. We're going to see the officer go down. Lots of progress on these ciphers, but they're going to have to be able to pop them in time. Officer will be sitting on the chair. He does have a really long chair time, luckily for them, but they're going to have to try to heal up or something. Who knows in this position? Dongshuan has been rotating around, camping the chair from a distance. Going to spot out the acrobat here, actually, and lay chase right into him. Dancer has set up some support outside of the big boat here, so he could transition over there, and that is what he will do. But the blink will come in before he can make it to that slow box, and we're going to see a down on the acrobat. Now we're going to see Dongshuan transition back over to the big boat where he knows that the Dancer is. She has just popped the Cypher, and just going to have to rotate around, jumping up into the air using the Geisha lift up ability in order to get a butterfly right back over to the acrobat. Oh, getting stopped from some barrels there. That's okay. That happens. But we're going to see continued little loop around here. Sort of some mind games trying to look for the Dancer while the first officer still sits on his chair, and the acrobat might be
This is a winning position. This is now a 4-kill position here. Because he was able to get the down on the acrobat, that's huge. He can now just win. I mean, they can't save the officer. I mean, he has a win on board. As long as he gets one more kill, that means Dou is going to secure the victory here. He's going to dash back to the chair just to make sure that no one can get the rescue. But yeah, I mean, this is pretty much over now. He just needs one more kill, and Dou will be winning on points, not even on time here. It's not even necessary. So he's actually able to get a potential 4-kill here with Geisha. Goes for the Dancer, goes for the charge attack, not able to get the spin off. Dancer's going to go down here. He can honestly just chair the Dancer. Again, you really just need to get a 3-kill here. You don't even have to push for a 4-kill. Points won't matter, obviously, because Dou will be undefeated. So getting the 3-kill will be enough. He's going to chair the female Dancer. Acrobat cannot make the rescue, and this should be it. Dou has somehow come from behind again, and Dongshuan with another victory, securing the win for this team.
It is the more matches they play, the more powerful that they become, and it is so very fun to watch. So we're going to see Monet kind of hanging out in the area, not sure what to do next. He probably is just going to aim for this one escape if he can get it. Going to, hang out in the back area there. Unfortunately, the dungeon is actually near where the Dancer has been chaired, which means that there's really no chance of a dungeon escape either, unless he gets very lucky. But Dongshuan has a really, really good view in terms of where the survivors are. Actually, very quickly teleporting right back to the Dancer's chair after being all the way across map in order to guard this dungeon. Just want that 4-kill, don't want the acrobat to even get out, just transitioning back and forth, making sure that he's not hiding anywhere, trying to spot him out, and he's going to try and make a run for it, but it might not work out here. Eli just going to stand, figure out what to do, and now this will be a mad dash for the dungeon, but it seems that we're going to see Dongshuan be able to win out this game here.
Yeah, it's really important that Scars gets as many points as possible, though, because, again, it's going to come down. We're going to see the slow bump, and gets it down. He's not able to fly with the swing, and that is a 4-kill. I was going to say it's really important for Scars to get as many points as possible because they're still not secured for playoffs. They're on the verge of that 3rd and 4th spot. And now that Dongshuan, he gets a 4-kill here with Blink Geisha to secure the victory against a pretty difficult combo. I would say triple flywheel, which is counter to Geisha. You have Dancer and Acrobat. And another come from behind. I mean, we saw this against Weibo Gaming. Now here against Scars. 4 elimination with Geisha. I mean, he started out. It's incredible to see how he starts out in a difficult position every time. Losing the first game to both these teams. And then they somehow managing to tie that losing position with Geisha on in the 3rd round. And then all of a sudden here, just a come from behind. 3 elimination to win the last round. The 3rd round, and then a 4 elimination to secure the victory here. It continues to impress me every single time, and I don't see the MVP going again to anyone but Dongshuan here. I mean, absolutely impressive.
Eli has been left flabbergasted, and with good reason. What a wonderful play today from Dou in order to secure this win, going all the way into overtime and achieving it with that 4K in the last round that was applicable to do. Dongshuan, of course, going on that Geisha over and over again. Very comfortable with that Geisha, a really big fan of that Geisha. We are going to see all of the team players hanging out now, giving him some hugs, some pats on the back. They're excited that their hunter has been able to pull off such an impressive feat, and, you know, that's what he's there for. They're excited excited to have him around, giving him the necessary praise that he deserves afterwards. And congratulations again to Dou and what they were able to accomplish. And they are in first place. They have been in first place. And I believe that this means that they have not lost a single round the entire time that they've been playing here in Group C. So absolutely wild. I mean, mostly mainland China teams too, which is within their realm. I mean, they're a mainland China team, so they all play together in their IVLs and their IVSs and their COAs. So very, very beautiful play. Scars, of course, being the underdog here. They are the only Japanese team in this bracket, but they really did show us what they were capable of today, and I hope that they're still able to secure their round 3 slot moving forward by sheer luck, because they might not have beaten out Dou today, but they certainly did show us their skills and their talents and deserve praise as well.
Yeah, and so another thing to keep in mind as well is that chasing first chase Barmaid obviously is the best target for him, because Barmaid is actually countered by Blink Geisha. Barmaid has a really hard time kiting Geisha, and that's also chasing against Sor, who's the strongest kiter of Scars, one of the best players out of Japan. So it's the fact that he's able to get it down relatively quick is good, but keep in mind, like, Barmaid is really this is why, like, I understand Barmaid for dealing with other hunters, but Barmaid is so weak against Blink Geisha, so there's really nothing Barmaid can do in that situation. You know, there might have, a lot of people probably have the mindset of, it's like, oh, Barmaid, you know, first kite should potentially be longer, but there's nothing you can really do against that. Blink Geisha just directly counters Barmaid. As long as you're able to get the first hit, you can just blink right, you just dash to catch up right away, and you blink right after the kill. The reason why Barmaid can even be good against Blink hunters is because you can take a hit and then just use that speed boost you get from the hit to keep enough distance where the hunter's not able to down you before the 20 seconds is up. But Geisha counters that, because you hit the Barmaid, then you dash up to her. Even if the dash isn't enough to get the hit, then you just blink after. As long as you close the distance, you get close enough to blink, you can secure the down after. And there's nothing a character like Barmaid can do against that without any support. So even Sor being one of the best kiters out of Japan, there's nothing you can do in that situation. So that's why going first chase, even to big boat, forcing Barmaid away, the rotation was good, but there's not much you can do there, and that's just an incredible job there to take advantage of that. And again, even with the comp, Dancer, Acrobat counters to both counter Geisha, triple flywheel, they were expecting it, and they still couldn't play around it. That's just how incredible Dong Xuan's game sense is, how he was able to play that game. I mean, and you see exactly what I mean, how he gets stronger every round. The first round, he allowed a 3 escape. The second round, he ties. The third round, he 3 kills. And the fourth round, he 4 kills. It's like consistently, he's able to get more kills and win more as the rounds progress. And you see why his hunter pool is so specific for dealing with more bans are just so much more valuable for him. And you could say that about any hunter, but especially for him, because he has all these win potential hunters that you can't outban him, because you're going to have Dream Witch, Geisha, Clerk no matter what. But once you're able to ban the counters in the later rounds, that's when it becomes important. And yeah, as you can see here, first kite, he was able to down Barmaid within 60 seconds. Even with the support from the Rio, there's nothing Barmaid can do. She struggles against Blink Geisha.
Yeah, not much you can do in that situation. Did have the flywheel, wasn't able to utilize it in time, which certainly cut the kite a little bit short, but sometimes you're just not expecting it. You're not really sure quite what to do, but this beautiful 5-0 to close things out for Dong Xuan, and another congratulations to Dou. Of course, they have gone undefeated, which means that it'll be very interesting to see them play in their major follow-up here, which is our playoffs and, of course, our finals. So I'm very excited to see what will happen there. However, in the meantime, just real quick, as you know, if you've forgotten, we do have other matches coming up, and next we'll be seeing FL versus RD. They are also going to be very, very fun to watch. So if these matches were exciting, maybe that one will be a little bit quicker, maybe that one will be just as long. But the 4K elimination at the last second, extremely impressive, especially, you know, when you're dealing with things like Big Boat, when you're dealing with things like counters to the character that you're playing. But Dong Xuan, you know, just cool as a cucumber, doesn't buckle under the pressure, totally aware of what he is doing. And as Chocho said, you know, just has eyes everywhere, has such impressive eyesight. It's peak tier. How is he able to do that? But who knows? He's certainly a lot better at spotting things out than I am.
Right. So now we're in a situation, looking into this bracket, where if ACT beats Weibo Gaming tomorrow, ACT might actually qualify over Scars, which is actually, I mean, statistically speaking, Weibo will have a slight advantage. But a lot of teams, people actually predicted ACT being higher than Weibo in this event anyways. And ACT, obviously, they're sort of one of the middle of IVL teams. They're not the weaker, they're not the strongest, whereas Weibo's slightly more towards the top. But ACT, I mean, ACT versus Weibo has happened quite often. ACT's I think Weibo ACT are very close in reality. So it's definitely easy for ACT to win against Weibo Gaming. I think Weibo again will be slightly advantaged, but it's a close matchup. So if ACT actually takes down Weibo, there's a good chance that it's Dou, Weibo, and ACT in the top 3, and Scars actually misses out on qualifying. And you see how close this matchup is. Scars starts out with the win. Dou's barely manages to tie the second round, then with an incredible display of Hunter in the third round to come back, and then a 4-kill in the final round for the victory. And now Scars, Dou has guaranteed themselves that first seed spot in their group. And now Scars really just has to sit back and watch and see what happens in the ACT and Weibo matchup.
Yeah. After this, I do believe we'll be getting into our MVP at some point. My bets are on Dongxuan, and totally related for a quick interlude. Speaking of bets, I won't make any concrete ones, but Eli, are you excited for your 3-hour in a suit wax artist stream, which I believe that you promised to the people?
Oh yeah, no, definitely. We'll have that sometime after COAVI for sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't know about. I'm not really worried about playing. I like playing wax artist, so that's totally okay for me. It's more that if I have to dress up, then that's not really.
Yeah.
It's what it is.
Maybe we'll get a hat or something. And Dongxuan, of course, has taken the MVP, but totally expect it, something that you do want to see.
Right.
Really, really exciting. He did pull off a beautiful performance, getting stronger and stronger as the match goes on, even more so than most matches do. Overtime, of course, is not unheard of here on the group stage, but we're getting into our interview, and we have a beautiful, talented, charming guest star for you. Chocho is going to be translating for us. Give her a warm welcome, and good luck, Chocho.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, 大家好，我是
So we have Dongxuan as well as Yihua taking this interview.
看得出来，这是肉眼可见的开心。那先问一下两位吧，有没有想过今天比赛会打到加赛
？Do you guys expect to play until BO3 overtime?
C 组的各位都挺强的，然后我觉得最后
I personally feel that in Group C everybody's very strong.
或者他们2比0我们，加赛
Dongxuan actually expected it to be a 2-0. Either they 2-0 Dou or Dou 2-0 them. Yihua didn't expect the BO3 overtime.
那想先问一下Yihua，其实也知道对面他们是有
This
监
question is
管
targeted
轮
to
换这样的一
Yihua.
个操作的嘛？那在赛前针对他们不同的监管者，你们有没有做哪些特别的准备？
Were there any special preparations going against the opponent's team's hunter?
我们会做出一个调整吗？
Oh, because they know that they will be changing hunters from BO1 and 2, and they did the necessary arrangements for that.
其实使团也是期了时长，当时你们是怎么样去进行后续的一个局势运营？
When hunter changed into abnormal,
揣电机了，我们就说卖
了，
相信队友。
the team decided to just sell it. Yeah, because Cypher wasn't enough. The end match, Leo's memory.
第一局抓一个，第二局抓2个，到我们最后加赛抓了4个。那想问一下，第2局的时候，当时是红蝶嘛？
In the second match,
你是通过什么样的一些机会，然后去抓住，然后最后极限保了一个平局的呢？
what were the chances given by the survivors to get the tie?
然后那个时候就老太太告诉我，礼物传送你就没了。
Oh, at that point in time, Dongxuan's mind was telling him, if you don't teleport to the decoding cipher, you're definitely gonna lose this match.
那其实，在第3局的时候，也是在有被防到是红夫人的情况之下，
In the third match, Bloody
打得
Queen.
太帅了。能不能跟我们小小复盘一下你当时的一个思路是什么样的？怎么把血球？
What was the game plan like?
主要是那把就
Firstly,
状态有所回升了，然后那个时候
the condition while playing Bloody Queen was actually really good.
就直接选了那个点。
是，其实开局也是2刀直接。
然后最主要还是后面那一波跟大。
He said the most important thing is
是那2波真的是太帅了。
the behind part, the camping of the chair. That one was the most important part, which allowed him to have winning potential.
今天对阵到 SD 这一支队伍，你们加赛的时候，两边阵营的这个 BP 思路大概是什么样子的？
What was the BP condition adjustments like for the BO3 overtime? Tie first. If cannot tie, I mean, if can go above that, then they'll do it. The main goal is to not get 4 elimination 4 kills. Afterwards in BO3 overtime, second half, the pressure was back onto Dongxuan. And Dongxuan said he feels that the first 2 match of the Geisha match was played pretty badly.
教练也是跟我说，你别想拖时间，你这把就多抓他们。
Oh, so his members were telling him, you don't try to use geisha and try to drag out time. Just get 3 and 4 eliminations. Just go for that.
经常被2个镜子做掉。
Yuhase usually against Valley Queen. I think Dongshan's Valley Queen usually 2 mirrors and he'll be out of the. He'll be down. How was the endgame play style for Survivor side? Oh, so main goal was to not get 4 eliminations, so one of them was just at the gate, the other person was the acrobat was actually at front gate, but wasn't opening the gate though. Okay, so in the BOC overtime match, the Bami was pretty much an instant down. So she asked Dongshan how confident was he in that match after that stun. Then Dongshan said like, oh yeah, pretty high. He knows that he has that match. He's probably gonna win that match. So words for the fans, I guess. Dongshan say this grouping is actually very deadly, but from this process, we managed to clinch the first spot, so we did it. Yuhua say we'll continue working hard. Sorry, there's a plane. Oh, so she's talking about the ice. Okay, sorry, Iman.
Bit of cleanage. It's okay. It happens to the best of us.
Alright, so entered ICU and yeah, it was a very nerve-wracking match and a lot of ups and downs, but
There's a plane, she can't help it.
Bro has a plane going by during the interview.
Poor Chocho works so hard for us and he like unmutes, just be like, bro, got a plane.
I'm so sorry, Singapore is so small, so the plane is so
oh my goodness.
Okay. Alright, so finishing the fan interview right now, we'll be giving the plushie and then the photo taking session and then moving on to the next match. So yeah, that will be the end of the interview.
Yay! Thank you, Chocho, so much for your contributions. I hope that the planes leave you alone soon. A beautiful little interview. I love the MC's outfits, and of course, we're going to see another little Gardner plusher go out. Gardner plushie. We're going to cut to a short break now. I don't even know if you can hear me right now.
OK、抜けなかった。あるよ。プラフォ残ってるよね。オッケー、大丈夫。もう離れていいよ。オッケー。あれ、血忘れ。フィード行くわ。いや。
皆さんこんにちは。日本地区から参戦しているフェンネル戦隊のラオリーです。チーム内の役割はサバイバーです。所属戦隊での参戦経歴は、フェンネルは結成から約2年が経ちます。これまでに日本地区の IVC、IJL などへ参加してきました。フェンネルとして COA の出場は初めてになります。所属戦隊メンバーを全員紹介。フェンネル戦隊のメンバーは現在7名で、サバイバーは自分とマエケン、ヨー GG、マカ、ウンピー、ハンターはハシャ、ピピチャーの7人です。サバイバーは少し特殊な編成を使うのが好みで、ハンターは、ハシャも結構特殊なキャラ範囲なんですけど、ピピチャーは結構いろんなハンターを使えて結構幅広く戦えるのが特徴です。今回 COA に参加するにあたりチームの意気込みは、練習してきたことをフルで出して上がれるとこまで上がっていきたいなと思います。
大家好，我们是港澳台的奥迪战队，我是闪控。
我们队伍大概成立4年，前身是台港澳深渊2 NL 战队，后面改名重组。我们有参与过深渊2、深渊3、深渊4、深渊5，拿下了2、3、4的代表。然后后面有参加台港澳第1届 IBT， 拿下冠军，之后代表台港澳参加 IBS。
我们队的成员包括就是5位的求生者，我队长真凯、拼浅叶跟焚烧，还有监管者就是一本的愿和适可儿。最后还有就是我们的教练年景。我们这支心愿的目标是在享受比赛的同时，打出该有的水平，尽力争取更高的名次，也希望大家能为我们队加油。
Alright, what's up guys? Welcome back to our second match of the day. We just saw a very intense matchup, and which went 4 rounds between Doe and Scars. And yeah, it looked pretty good for Scars throughout most of it. They started out with the early lead, and Dong continues to prove, you know, why he's one of the best hunters, if not the best hunter in the world, with an incredible comeback in such a survivor-sided meta. And 3 of those rounds playing Geisha, able to go from 3 kills to a tie to a 4-kill position at the end there. And yeah, just very impressive gameplay overall. A very exciting match for sure. But now we get into one that's even potentially more interesting for this group, because now this is FL versus RD. And if RD wins here, that creates a must-win situation for ZT against AXC. And if FL wins, that will secure ZT's spot in the playoffs. So this is just a really important one between these 2 teams, and we will see ultimately at the end of this most likely who will be qualifying and who will not.
Yeah, we're really at the tail end of our beginning of the competition here. Of course, I mean, if you're unfamiliar with COAVI, if you're just chiming in, it's always nice to go over the reminders. So we had the qualifiers for each region before. Speaking of qualifiers for each region, RD is the only team representing their region, so definitely give them a lot of love. They are here alone against the world. So we're seeing the lineup of FL here, but you know, you go through qualifiers and we're currently in the group stage of the terms of eras that you go through when you're going through COA. So next we'll be moving into our little playoffs and whatnot, and then we'll be getting into our actual finals. So there's a lot riding on this. We are getting into the tail end of the days. I believe we have 1 day left after this one. 2 more matches left today, not counting this one that we're just getting started on. RD will be on the Survivor side first, of course. And a lot of exciting stuff to come, Eli. I mean, we've already started off with a crazy match with Dou and Scars. We had an open time with that one. If you have a lot of time on your hands and you're just chiming in now, I'm sure you can rewatch that later, and there will be lots of content for you to pick apart and lots of very good things to watch out for and learn from if you're looking to maybe improve based on the abilities here. So FL is going to start on the Hunter side here. I'm very excited to see what they're capable of. Of course, like we mentioned, FL is in 2nd place at the moment. They are a Japanese team. RD is in 4th place at the moment, so this is very vital for them, and they are from the Hong Kong region.
Is that? I think PBCha might actually be playing Hunter first for FL here, which is not very. Yeah, that's usually not what we see at all. We usually see Hasha start first. So PBCha out first here for FL is very interesting. So a bit of a different approach here from FL. But anyways, we're going to see in this matchup, FL definitely is heavily advantaged here. RD, as of course, being from the Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan region team. Sorry. I had like a sneeze coming in and then it sort of like disappeared. It was one of those moments. But yeah, so we do have Pin on the stars side. As we were talking about, so FL definitely heavily advantaged in this matchup. RD is really going to need a huge upset victory if they want to beat FL here. So we have seen, of course, RD struggle a little bit against these Japanese teams in the first match against, I think it was AXE, had a very difficult matchup here, and FL, of course, on the same level of AXE. So RD's going to come out with an impressive victory if they want to turn things around. But it's definitely possible. We'll see COI here as well on the Survivor side with Entomologist and Female Dancer. And overall, yeah, average containment time of 83 seconds. Quite impressive from this RD player. So definitely above the standard average.
Yeah, and our average, of course, Eli going over earlier, being about 70-75 seconds. We are, in case you haven't learned yet, in a very Survivor-sided meta. There's a lot of support from the team, back and forth. They want to get along. They want to be able to prolong each other's kites as long as possible. And these Survivors in the meta right now have kits that allow them to prolong being in the chase as long as possible. So there is CY, and we will be moving on to our next player here, looking ready and raring to go, giving a nice little wave to the camera. We're looking at Xiao now, who plays the Mercenary and the Patient, and has a just little below average contain time at 71.41, so pretty close getting there, and a 1.0 average rescue. So that's a very clean stat, you know, 1 rescue a game, and a 60% escape rate is not bad at all. That means getting out a little bit over half the time they play.
Absolutely. And yeah, we also seen batter from Xiao as well here, so we'll see if that eventually comes out here in this match. Most likely not anytime in the first round. PBCha probably will be leading with Dream Witch. And we do have, I think that's, ZETA is the last one? Yeah, ZETA is the last survivor here from RT. A lot of positive energy, so always nice to see that. And ZETA average containment time only around 71 seconds, but also potentially playing rescue characters as well. I see the average decoding progress only 107, which, again, indicating towards rescue type characters. So we may see that come out from him as well. And yeah, looking over to the Hunter side of FL here, which is PBCha. Again, surprising to see this in the first round because PBCha is not really a first round type of hunter. He's more later round. Hasha we see with Dreamwitch and Clerk usually leading. We've seen FL mix up the strategies quite a bit. We've seen in the Omega matchup, we saw Hasha go 2 rounds, which is not very common. And so PBCha leading first here, again, just not very standard for FL, but we'll see if this strategy works out for them.
Yeah, being speculated in chat at the moment that we might not be seeing Hasha because he might be at school right now, so might have some commitments that are stopping him from playing. I know Chocho mentioned that MX won't be playing for ZT at a point because he's going to be busy with some stuff. So now we are going to be seeing, of course, PBCha come out instead. So having that Sculptor, having that Naiad tends to be extremely consistent as a hunter, but struggles a little bit in this new meta. So has been floundering just a tiny bit on the group stage, but not enough that it's too much of an issue. Gonna give us a nice smile at the camera here and another smile at his phone, which is good. You want to create a good bond, Eli, I think, with the device that you're going to use to hopefully crush these survivors on RD's side to get a strong beginning to get ready and raring to go. But
Mhm.
in terms of this match, we could be looking at something like a clean 2-0. I mean, FL is of course in second place right now, but we are going to see that we're seeing Red Church first, which we have not been able to pull out a lot. I mean, it does get banned or not selected often because it's a very fair map, but because of that, it's very hard to predict what's going to kind of happen on Red Church. There are a lot of twists and turns that are more applicable than on other maps.
Yeah, definitely. So I guess so according to some people in chat, I guess we do have that potentially Hasha is at school, which is good because taking
Get your education.
prioritizing education over video games is probably a good thing. So that's always good to say. But looks like PB will be taking the stage here. We see first ban Seer, Mercenary, and Antiquarian obviously will be the most standard set of choices here. Let's see if that's something that RD opts to go with, or they go with something a little bit different. Obviously, Dream Witch is potential. We see Barmaid here, just in preparation of Dream Witch as well, or Clerk. So trying to force them off of those options. Of course, it does open up Sculptor. You got to keep that in mind, as that is a likely option that PB could go to here.
Yeah, instead we are going to see our bans come out next. So of course Priestess and Dancer. You don't want to deal with the Priestess on any map with a lot of walls that support can be offered. Church are a really, really good place for Priestess to put her portals down and support the rest of the team. So that's a bit of a detriment. You don't want her around. Dancer as well, plenty of good places for her to put her boxes. Don't want to see the Dancer. We will be seeing Entomologist as our last ban here, so no bees, no bee support. If you land a hit, you do not have to deal with the ever-creeping fear of those bees coming at you and preventing you from finding the survivor afterwards while you're in recovery. So Acrobat will be our last selection here on RD's side, so they've created a pretty decently strong team comp. What are your thoughts, Eli, on them being able to counter something like a Dream Witch or any, sort of standard round 1 pick that they might see?
Yeah, so this is very good against Dream Witch and Clerk. Obviously, this comp directly counters Dream Witch in that all 3 kiting characters are all Dream Witch counters. The Barmaid support's very good. I don't think you can play Dream Witch against this. This is such an anti-Dream Witch comp. Clerk is possible, but it's still difficult as well. Just because Barmaid, obviously, again, it's one of those situations where as Barmaid you take a hit and you get the speed boost. You make enough distance, right, where the Clerk can't catch up to you and blink you before the drink heals the Barmaid. You also have the characters like Antiquarian who probably will spawn center map to potentially support that. You can also have Barmaid spawn center against a Dream Witch, but against something like Clerk, more likely Antiquarian. And so Clerk and Dream Witch are very weak. So I think that it makes most sense for PB to play Sculptor, maybe Naiad as well. I think both of those would be fine. Because if you try to play Clerk or Dream Witch into this, RD really is going to have just an effective team composition overall for dealing with those hunters. And it looks like he is going to go Sculptor, so just not going to take the risk of Clerk or Dream Witch here, and he's going to leave with that round 1 Sculptor.
Yeah, Sculptor, of course, always being a good choice to bring out if you're really confident with her. Red Church having a lot of window vaulting spots, among other things, a lot of pallet areas, a lot of places where the Sculptor can position her statues in order to hit you out. Of course, being really good with further presence, but I don't think we usually see Sculptors carry insolence in order to gain it more. Do you think maybe Pipicha will push for something like that, or be comfortable with taking sort of a more generic detention and trump card build in order to achieve a round 1 draw, just to get things off on an even footing?
There's 2 ways that you can play Sculptor here. Most standard would probably be Insolence, Detention, and Blink, because Sculptor really struggles to get chips without full presence. So probably Insolence, Detention, Blink is what we'll see here from PB Chop. But he could also technically go Trump card, but it's just a little bit less likely, especially in the current meta being so Survivor-sided and Sculptor not being quite as strong anymore, because there's a lot of characters in this team comp that can really deal with avoiding statues at things like windows and pallets. Acrobat can bomb through the window, and it's because typically as a Sculptor, you put a statue in the window and they vault to try to chip them that way. But as a character like an Acrobat can just simply avoid that, because Acrobat can just bomb through the window and you don't have to vault and get chipped. Antiquarian can swing through flip through the window and avoid that as well. We do see the Antiquarian, of course, spawn middle. So if any kiter does take a hit, they can immediately rotate straight towards the center of the map, and Antiquarian can support. If he does opt to go first chase Barmaid, which is technically his best chase target, she can, as long as she's able to kite in the open, force a basic hit, and then run to the center of the map, the Antiquarian can support that and potentially help the Barmaid kite out that heal.
Yeah, very exciting to see how this plays out. Of course, they picked strong spawn selections to the best of their ability. Pipicha is going to likely transition over to that Barmaid, going to have to be careful of that Antiquarian. Mercenary, always a very nasty first chase, so he's not option, but we're going to see that the barmaid and the acrobat are carrying broken windows, with the antiquarian carrying flywheel, and as predicted, Eli, we're seeing blink, detention, and insolence. I have been enjoying the insolence entry into the meta this year. I know that it's always been useful, but we've been seeing it a lot more recently. But anyway, let's get into things. This is our first round for FL and RD. I'm Veronica. This is my good homie Eli O, and we are going to hop right into our match here. So PPChat currently looking around for the first survivor. One cipher has been started so far. It is making pretty decent progress, and now the second one has been started as well. So the unfortunate little thing here is that there's actually no one in this area. The barmaid is hiding out pretty well in terms of making sure that she's not going to be the first chase. Transitioning now into the church and going to spot out the first target, which will be Pin on the antiquarian, currently carrying flywheel, which is almost online. We're just waiting on that, but actually going to leave her alone, it seems, and look for a more viable chase target, which might be ZETA, which is probably not a more viable chase target, as he is a mercenary.
Yeah, and we are going to see, going for the mercenary first here is very good for the RD survivors. Unfortunately, missing the elbow pad a little bit there. He's probably just going to waste some elbow pads. I don't think he'll actually commit to the mercenary here. Oh, does get that chip onto that mercenary there. He's going to cancel one of the elbow pads. So only one left. Double hit and triple hit onto the mercenary there. He's going to go down immediately to this sculptor, hitting every single one of those statues. Beautiful statue placement from this hunter. And typically chasing mercenary first obviously is very bad, but a fast down on Merc could actually be very beneficial for the survivors. We should see the antiquarian come in support that harass this right now. You don't want to give more presence, but is going to give an extra hit of presence. Antiquarian needs to be here to support, because if you can stun and get the mercenary to drop down, that's actually really good, because mercenary then takes a hit and has a delayed effect, which is really important. So here comes the antiquarian. Will he go for the drop, or is he going straight for the chair? Misses the swing there. Has another one to work with. Will she go for it? Does get it. Not enough there. Does get it now this time. Mercenary will take the hit, but again, keep in mind, he's up to full presence. Mercenary will take some time to go down.
Yeah, gonna take a while to wait for that Merc to go down, and in the meantime going to focus on Pin, using the flywheel to negate the hit here, but going to be able to get the basic attack right now, which means that there's 75 damage on the antiquarian, and the mercenary is on the ground. Of course, the only character with Ty Turner, and that was a very impressive— Oh my god, okay, blinking into the basement by mistake, which means that Chase is going to continue on here, going to just loop around this shack area. Unfortunate little misplacement. We're going to see some beautiful hits, which means that Pin could have taken that vault safely and chose not to, because any smart person knows that those sculptor statues are coming. So just continuing on forward here, trying to get that statue down instead of a basic hit, which does happen to be what is accomplished. So we're going to see Pin go down with no more harasser on the field to negate this balloon here and get the save off. With mercenary, he has been given a drink to calm down and relax a little. He's gotten some Doblin, so he'll be healed up sometime soon. However, unfortunately, has been hit so many times that his healing in any other way than the drink will definitely take a while.
Yeah, PPChat just, he's really struggling in this opening game, making a lot of kind of not so great, not very good mistakes here for him. And we're going to see, he's going to go into the mercenary, going for that full presence statue. Mercenary able to avoid that. We're going to see double rescue with the acrobat. Is able to get one of the chips there. Goes for another one, does get the chip, does get the save off, and the hit onto the antiquarian, which is fine. The survivors have enough ciphers to potentially go for a win now. So we'll see ultimately what happens here. And it looks like he is going to chisel onto the mercenary at middle, just try to slow down that decoding a little bit here. And antiquarian's going to die all the way in the corner of the map. And we're going to see him get placed on the rocket chair over at this this red carpet area. But that last cipher machine, 50% of the way done. And you really see PPChat just chasing the mercenary first. Obviously, he was able to get him down quick, but that antiquarian support was big. But just chasing the mercenary in general, just unfortunately a big misstep on PPChat's part here. He's going to spike onto the mercenary, able to get that chip. But now trying to pressure this barmaid into cutting off from the distance, is going to get that hit there. And she is going to use the speed drink so she can make it to this chair, trying to use these statues to potentially stuff her, but no, too late. Use the statues too late. They already get the rescue off anyway. Yeah, we're gonna have the end game pretty soon.
Yeah, Cypher is primed, so they're just waiting for this hit, and now, there it is, right on cue, the Cypher pop. So, you know, speak of the devil, and he will appear. So the Cypher has been popped, we are now in our late game. The dungeon is not in this area, despite the fact that, you know, this is where one of the places the dungeon spawns. So we're going to see Pin continue on chase here, using a beautiful set of statues, but an even better pallet stun to stop this chase from continuing on in a solid way. However, speaking of stopping the chase, the Antiquarian is actually just going to go down, and now this is her third chair, so she will be sent back to the manor. All of these survivors are pushing the same gate. However, they are going to be able to get it open and get a 3 escape to start off. What an exciting first match to load into, you know, PP being a surprise hunter. Usually we're used to Hasha coming out for FL, and instead we've seen him come out with this Sculptor, but perhaps not making the decisions that you probably would have expected him to make in order to obtain the draw that you tend to see with Sculptor nowadays.
Yeah, unfortunately, just Peach chasing the Merc again. You really see why first chase Merc is just so weak. And like I understand again, once you're able to try to force out elbow pads for the Merc and you're able to get him down quickly, it's nice. But then you create a position where it's like you chase Merc and then Antiquarian can support. So then it's sort of like now, you know, she can get the stun off. And then after, another interesting choice he made is after he hit the Merc down after the Antiquarian harassed, he changed to the Antiquarian, which doesn't really make a lot of sense because you have full presence. You can easily just chip the Merc while he's on his delayed effect and it'll knock him down right away. And you can just go for the chair again. I guess he didn't want to have to deal with the Antiquarian harassing, but yeah, it's really a really curious decision for him to go with that. I feel like it makes a lot more sense to just chase after the Merc. So unfortunately, yeah, just a very weak start for PP here. RD taking advantage of those mistakes, and now they're ahead 3-1 here right out the gate. So RD, if they do want a chance at potentially qualifying for these playoffs, it would be right now in this situation. So really you got to give the MVP to that Antiquarian, able to save the game. When Antiquarian's able to save the game by that harassment, keeping the Merc alive, that was the big game changer. So excellent job for Pin here.
Yeah, we have seen that for the second time today, I believe. We saw it earlier in Chinatown with Dou versus Scars. The Antiquarian came in with some beautiful, beautiful harassment with the flute in order to prolong the time that it took to get the Priestess on chair, which meant that they were able to push for a 3-man escape, as well as what they achieved in this round on RD's side. So I'm excited to see how their Hunter picks up the pace from this point forward. Of course, the Hunter is a big secret until we get to the stage, and then, and only then, will you be granted permission to learn about the Hunter on RD's side. But for now, a wonderful job from their survivors, a very strong start, and of course, as you mentioned, very vital because they are currently in 4th place and need to get up. And I know we keep mentioning the placements and whatnot, and maybe those are a little bit confusing, but the more that we talk about them, the more that you'll understand them, and the more that you'll know that they are the most important thing in the world to qualify in the next stage of COA 6.
Absolutely. So now, yeah, if there's any chance for RD to come back, it is now. Very surprising start again. Like, you know, going into this match, we predicted FL should be heavily advantaged here, being one of the stronger Japanese teams against this Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan team who has struggled on both the Survivor and the Hunter side. So, yeah, I mean, and especially PP being one of the strongest Hunters from Japan, giving out a 3 escape like that is so unlikely, but it looks like it did happen here. So now RD, you know, they really need to take advantage. Let's see if Rune's able to at least potentially get a tie here and just hold on to this lead.
Yeah, definitely good to hold on to the lead. You know, having the first round in your favor is always a good thing to do. However, the match that we just saw, they won the first round and then everything snowballed out of their favor. So hopefully RD does not suffer the same fate that could be awaiting them. However, everyone is getting comfortable, everyone is getting seated. And in the meantime, chat, how are you feeling? We have just finished our first round. We're excited to be here back with you folks and go over all of the matches for your listening pleasure. You know, sometimes it's nice to just have a guy who tells you exactly what the survivors are doing at any given time and can recognize all the little logos for you. You know, we're here to be your friends and serve as little helpers for you. In the meantime, before we get back to the matches, right before we get into... No, actually, you're saved. I was going to ask Eli what his favorite Muppet is, but now I don't have to because now we're going to be getting into our player overview. So we're starting with Maka here on the side of FL. Of course, bringing out that mechanic, bringing out that psychologist, and a 74-second containment time, which is not bad at all. Does not tend to go in for those rescues whatsoever. And 121 on the decoding, which is not bad whatsoever. Definitely delegated to hanging back and helping out with the support and the kite, and also, you know, being able to whip up those ciphers and make sure that they're being completed.
Yeah, I think that another thing is, so I mean, FL survivors have been quite strong as well. So I think that it's really important that you know, they're able to potentially come back here and hold on to this lead. We do have Rune probably will lead with Bonbon here. I think that it's like Rune needs to. He has a Bonbon obviously being a very good round 1 tie hunter. So Arms Factor, Richard actually ends up being a very good map for him here. So I think that it's really important that Rune's able to get a tie with this tie hunter he has with Bonbon. This is their one chance. This is the opening that RD has. They need to take advantage of this opening. They need to capitalize on this this Survivor start here. But obviously, we have seen the FL Survivors be quite impressive in this matchup. So it's really important that they're able to try to. It's really important for FL Survivors to try to come back and get 3 out right now. If they're able to get 3 out, I think that our FL can hold on to this and sort of, even with a tie here, still win in the later rounds. Obviously, being stronger on paper, a stronger team, and also having a lot more late game or late round potential than RD does. But right now, if Rune can come out and get a tie right here, that is their best opportunity for RD to win.
Absolutely. And as we're going over our player stats, of course, me here to show you exactly what's in front of you, we just went over Myken, who is the dedicated rescue of the team. But even more excitingly, now we're going to get into Unp, who is the dedicated, extremely good kiter of this team lineup here. So has pulled off some very impressive kites so far as we go through this group stage and the qualifiers and the playoffs and all of it. You know, playing that Seer, playing that Antiquarian has also brought out the Prospector, definitely a standout player on FL, being a very, very good, very difficult chase who really holds his own in a battle of a secret 1v1 portion of the 1v4 against the Hunter.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, really see the FL Survivors here getting ready. How do they approach this matchup, considering that we'll probably see a most likely a round 1 Bonbon from Ryun? You know, we have seen him play Clerk, we have seen him play Dreamwitch, but both those hunters for him have not been very consistent. So it's really important that he's able to probably just play a tie hunter like Bonbon. And for the Survivors, yeah, again, it's just like you have to build, and I think you just build an anti-Bonbon team comp is probably their best strategy here. So you can lead with something like First Officer. You don't really, obviously, you're not going to go Merc right away into a Bonbon most likely, as Officer is a more consistent rescuer against Bonbon because you have that guaranteed save option. And then also you can play any sort of transition kiters against Bonbon are also quite good. So just Patient, Acrobat, also Prospector is good for supporting Rebound Kite. You have a lot of options you can go to. You know, Antiquarian's good as well. You can obviously kill the bombs every time they throw them with the stick, which is also useful. And then, you know, also finally Mechanic is very good as well, because Mechanic Cypher Rush can just out-Cypher Rush the Bonbon, obviously, as we've talked about. And it's quite difficult for Bonbon to deal with that Cypher Rush, because the Cypher control is so limited. So that's probably going to be their approach, is bring some sort of team comp like that for FL to approach Rune's Bonbon here.
Yeah, absolutely. They do have a mechanic in their pool. We did see Ryori play her at a different portion in time. Did pretty okay with her, so we could see that mechanic coming out to negate the tie part of the tie hunter in Ryun's Bonbon, who has been used very dutifully. We've seen a lot of Bonbon from Ryun in different portions of playing, and of course RD are in the lead already, so he can just settle for that tie comfortably, and let's hope that he's able to achieve it. We're gonna see some fun little fan signs and everything. Some love and support for the teams out there. I love these little moving phones. You know, there's some cute coordination, and I believe that's a little costume there in the back. But oh, we're going to hop into our fan picks now while we're still focused on that. But our fan picks are now beginning. Of course, we're in round 1, so only Ryun is able to take survivors off of the field. All of the hunters are still available, and this is Red Church after all, so I would definitely be expecting that. Oh. No mechanic, Eli. They've taken out the mechanic. No mechanic. Priority banning the mechanic is interesting. What are your thoughts on that of all choices?
Yeah, I guess the only hunter that would ever do this is probably Bonbon, so I guess it sort of makes sense. Typically, we would see, looks like they're going to go Thief first ban, but they know he's probably playing Bonbon, so Thief here actually makes no sense at all. Interesting choice from FL. I guess the idea with Thief is that you can also like put the flashlight in the window, so when the hunter vaults, you can still get the stun off at the window. But yeah, considering they know he's probably playing Bonbon, Thief pick is unlikely. So I don't really understand the Thief idea here. But yeah, we'll see. Let's see what his last option is to what he bans last year. It looks like he's just going to ban Seer. Typically Bonbon wouldn't ban Seer, but I guess it does open up some other options for other characters as well. So that's also okay. And let's see what FL ultimately decides on their last character. Looks like it's going to be Acrobat, just a very standard kiting character. But yeah, Thief here is just really surprising. You don't ever really lock... You also... I feel like you don't need to lock in Thief first either, because it's not going to get banned. And it also is kind of, Thief's kind of weaker to Bonbon than some other hunters he would be good against. So, Thief here from FL is very interesting.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little thrown off by the immediate mechanic ban over anything else. They did not end up selecting anything like a priestess, so it's not as baffling in retrospect. But very, very odd to watch go through. I'm like, oh, the mechanic, what an odd ban. And then they hit me with the double whammy, and we see Thief locked in first. Of course, he has been coming up really strong in this meta. Maybe they know some secrets about Ryun that we don't quite know yet, but definitely not something that you would bring out against a Bonbon immediately or anything of that sort. So I do wonder if they're anticipating a different hunter instead. As far as I know, Ryun can also play Bloody Queen, so maybe that would be why, but that still wouldn't really win the Thief, I don't think.
Yeah, so, I don't know, just very curious decision-making from FL, but we'll see what Ryun will have to go with. I'd imagine just Bonbon. I mean, Bonbon's not going to, has no problem chasing Thief, is also, fine at chasing Acrobat. Obviously, Acrobat's very versatile, but, Bonbon will probably chase Acrobat. Prospector's a bit of a difficult chase, as that Bonbon's always actually got Bloody Queen here as well. This is also fine, I think. Bloody Queen, obviously a very good tie hunter. There's no real anti-PQ characters here. The question is if they brought Flywheel or not, or if they went for Broken Window instead. But let's see. I think that Thief probably has Broken. Prospector might have Flywheel. I'm not sure about Acrobat here, but I think Bloody Queen actually works out fine if they do opt for Broken Windows.
That would be very exciting, I believe, to see what will happen. Bloody Queen, of course, on Red Church, not too bad. I think that everyone notices that she shines really well in Arms Factory in particular, but Red Church and Arms are of similar sizes and of similar building amounts, so we're going to see how she performs. She should do pretty okay. Red Church, of course, being one of the most evenly matched and equal maps in the game, so I'm excited to see their spawn locations. Eli, of course, says, oh, there they are. I requested them, and thank you for answering my call. So we're going to see the Prospector, of course, in the church, going to see Maka spawning closer to, I believe that would be the graveyard area, and then we're going to see, of course, Myken in the shack there, and Rayuri's Thief at Red Carpet. So, Ryun, of course, what are your thoughts on first chase here in this situation?
Well, obviously, Thief would be a great chase target. Bloody Queen is quite good against Thief. And then also, Prospector's okay as well. Looks like we have Flywheel on Prospector and Thief here. So that is in preparation of the Bloody Queen, it looks like. Does have Excitement as well, just for the Prospector and the Thief too. So, so Thief or Prospector would be a great chase for Bloody Queen. Obviously, Flywheel will be a little bit effective there, but still, I think that those would definitely be the most sense, because he does spawn into that Prospector. I'd imagine he'll probably go straight for him right away here, but let's see. It looks like, no, he's actually just going to go for the Thief first. As again, Thief here is just so weak with this team comp in this situation, so I'm very surprised. But let's see what he's going to do. Looks like he's going to go mirror onto the Thief. Thief needs to make sure he gets close to try to flashlight this mirror. He's going to try, but yeah, just takes a free hit right away. And again, yeah, there's just nothing this character can do really against the Bloody Queen.
First hit on the Thief here. The mirror is still hot on the Prowl. It'll be on cooldown for another 15 seconds now, but should be able to get that down sometime soon. Thief trying to use that flashlight to negate the damage, wearing his little pirate hat and getting ready to go. But transitioning over into the church area, we're going to see Ryun stand for a second and just, Excitement being utilized right now in order to get the quick down on the Thief. However, we're going to see that the Prospector is also in the area. He does have those magnets to throw for harassment, but chooses not to try and harass and boon rescue the Thief, who is now going to be placed on chair, his first chair, with 5 ciphers remaining, and only about barely under halfway progress on most of them. So a really quick down for Ryun. Congratulations to Ryun for your Thief kill. We'll wait until he's eliminated from the game to fully say that, but a beautiful mirror hit on Acrobat as well.
Yeah, Acrobat messing up the bomb there as well, so he's going to be able to get a free hit there. Typically a long range mirror like that, a character like Acrobat can easily kite that, but unfortunately just missing, I guess maybe missed angle on the bomb or something. And then as for the Thief as well, that's a very fast down. That's probably the fastest we've ever seen a single FL survivor go down here. He's going to get the farm on the Thief as well. So Ryun just taking full advantage of this team comp and of this situation. Everything's just going perfectly well for RD right now, and we're going to see a mirror onto the Prospector as well. Prospector may try to harass this, so he's unable to get to the chair. Looks like he's going to come in for the magnet stun here, trying to force the Bloody Queen away. Does he get the stun here? Huh? He didn't go.
Ooh.
He's still following, still trying to get it. Doesn't get it, and Ryun's able to make it to the chair. So another misstep from FL Survivors, and Ryun is just gaining even better position now. Just so many little things he's able to capitalize on. This is, wow. This is so surprising.
Yeah, we are going to see the Prospector in the area to maybe come for a rescue. We are going to see some more chase going on with the mirror multitasking. Keep it up, Ryun. Currently dealing with this Prospector here, trying to prevent him from coming in for the thief, but likely going to, if at all, allow a farm just to hit the thief right off immediately. Yep, choosing not to. Ooh, the excitement coming in, actually landing a hit on the Prospector instead of the thief there, so he will be able to live for another day, or at least as long as he can. A throw back into the wall instead of a propel forward, and we're going to see that flashlight come into play again. But in order to counter that, we do have the mirror image. So mirror is going to come up. We're going to continue chase on the thief with the trusty mirror as he transitions back into the church, along with the Prospector throwing yet another magnet in order to try and get a stun, but kind of just following Ryun around like a lost puppy with those magnets that he can't seem to fully get a complete stun off on as he continues his chase on Rory here.
Yeah, let's see. He's gonna try to use this flashlight to cancel the mirror here. Can he get it? Oh, he does actually get the cancel onto the mirror there. So he's able to potentially kite this out. Ryun just needs to wait out. Yeah, he's just trying to wait out the flashlight, but now the mirror cooldown has reset, and they actually have enough Cypher progress to go for the win now. All of a sudden, this is a winning position. It looked very weak for FL. They were in such a difficult spot, but now all of a sudden, yeah, this is definitely winning for RD. Looking at the Cypher progress, they have 80% Cypher progress there, going for the mirror. Should be able to get the down. Oh, misses that hit there, and does now get the down on the thief. That last Cypher machine, 50% of the way done. So yeah, Prospector most likely, he'll probably just try to buy a little bit of time here. He's gonna get that stun there. Does get the stun onto the thief here. Can he potentially body block this swing? And gets the pallet stun as well onto the Bloody Queen. And all of a sudden, yeah, this is a winning position. It was looking so weak, just Ryun having such a good position, but turning it back into favor. Another flashlight stun. Prospector just going to try to body block this up, but they are kiting to the last Cypher. So unfortunately, some miscommunication from FL here. You want to make sure you don't die in the last Cypher. He's going to go for excitement, really trying to get this character down. And Prospector's going to take the hit, actually dropping the pallet on himself, which is fine. He's going to go for the mirror angle change, trying to down these survivors, trying to down this Acrobat, unable to get it here. And it looks like he's going to... yeah, Cypher Machine is primed, and there's no trade swap for endgame, so it's really, how does Ryun come back from this? This looks like should be at least a 3 escape here. Looks like we're gonna see Mercenary coming for the rescue. As long as they can get this last hit before the trait comes online, this should be a winning position for FL.
Yeah, absolutely. They really did turn that around. Didn't have too strong of a kite with the thief to begin, but so many pallet stuns from this Prospector here, and this is why we expect Unp to kite this strong, because it is really coming in real time. But we are going to see a pop on the Cypher here, so going to have to chase Maka on the Acrobat, who of course has bombs to work with in an endgame kite. We're also going to see the Prospector in the area again. It seems that the two are planning to sort of kite together. They have been working together really strongly this entire match. I mean, you know, the Prospector following Ryun around like a lost puppy with those magnets to support and help the thief and getting all those pallet stuns. So they're kind of running together. They are trying to get a body block with this Mercenary, which is achieved, and the gate is going to be open in time. However, mirror image is also up, so they're going to have to be really careful.
Yeah, Acrobat needs to time this right, and he goes down here to that swing. Mercenary is going to be able to make it out the gate here. We're going to see Thief out the gate as well, and Prospector should just... Prospector's gonna try to make it out here. Oh, he's really gonna take this risk? Ryun, okay, Ryun's just gonna take at least the one kill. Goes for the stun, he actually gets the stun. Excitement is gonna get the down there, but Prospector will be able to make it out the gate here, so this still will be a 3 survivor escape and a tie for this round. And Prospector taking a really risky play there at the end, and it almost cost them there, but they do manage to get 3 out the gate there. Just a very interesting game there, but yeah, FL still manages to come back from a really rough start for them. I mean, it was not looking good. Just so many things that went, perfectly for Ryun, but they were still able to turn it around, and that's really goes to show how survivor-sided this game is.
Yeah, the survivor-sided meta really is coming into play here, Eli. I mean, the thief having that quick early down and not being able to do too much against that Bloody Queen and her mirrors, but you've got a friend in that prospector who is coming in along to support and help out and utilize those magnets to the best of its ability, to the point of, you know, trailing after that Bloody Queen to try and make the connection happen and hang out near the chair. And I think changing targets away from the thief afterwards was certainly an interesting decision. I mean, obviously the prospector was there and making it difficult for the thief to be hit, but yeah, maybe should have. What are your thoughts on that endgame situation there? Because it was kind of impossible for Ryun to make it work in his favor, but the Cypher was not like fully completely primed yet, so maybe could have transitioned over there instead.
Yeah, so interesting. Well, see, typically you never really would kite, because what happens when you communicate as a survivor team is like, you know, you say like, okay, don't kite on this cipher because, you know, this is, don't kite anywhere but Shaq, right? Because Shaq's the last cipher, but he still ends up kiting to Shaq, which was a big surprise. I was honestly a little shocked that happened, because that usually doesn't happen at this level. But yeah, maybe just unfortunately sometimes little miscommunications do happen, and it almost cost FL, but it ended up not mattering. They still were able to come back there. I mean, a super fat, like, instant down onto the thief. And then Prospector also missed a lot of magnets that game, but which is a big surprise, because that Unpi is one of the strongest players out of Japan. That's, you know, FL, both sides just, you know, struggling a little bit, but, you know, they were still managed to come back. That's how strong this FL team is, and that's how strong, you know, this Survivor meta is. They're still able to come back from losing position. You saw the one mirror that Ryun missed really was a big difference maker, and then I think there was a second one where the thief canceled. Those were two important plays. And then from there on, they were still able to get the ciphers ready in time. So, you know, excellent job from FL Survivors there to come back and tie up this round.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly smooth sailing from the start, so they got rid of those rocky waves and they got their boat ready to go, and they managed to pull a draw for this first round. So Ryun, of course, doing his best with the Bloody Queen against this team comp, which, you know, you don't expect to be too much of a problem for her, but it was. So we're going to look at her stats, of course. The Thief and the Prospector have almost matching containment times because they were kind of together the whole time, and a lot of decoding on Maka's Acrobat as well, kind of consigned to being the dedicated decoder at that point in time for this game.
Absolutely. So yeah, RD is, you know, at least they're able to. We're gonna see at least 3 rounds. They're able to tie this one, which again, FL having a huge, heavily advantage against RD, but RD, you know, putting up a good show so far, able to get through the first round with a tie. And let's see if they're able to move forward and potentially win this. We're gonna go to a short break, and we will be back in a moment.
消した。好みね。どれぐらい？消した。ナイス。はい。俺も行くわ。あと5割。壁。行くわ。ナイス。気をつけろ。オッケー、大丈夫。ナイス。あ、もう出ていいよ。
We are back. Here are some fun little things that we're looking at here. We are back with our COA 6 global supports, which are my favorite thing to go over here. So this one's a story I retweeted. Thank you for this exciting game. Fennel win. And this is from TP06, COA 6 global support, FL win, FLIDV. So this is exciting. I love this little piece. We've got a lineup with all of the different players on the team, you know, starting with Hasha, moving all the way over to our friend UGG. So this is really cute here. I like this one. I believe that they are maybe different survivors. I'm not quite sure. But either way, of course, we're seeing a lot of the teams with their own cute little designs. So again, Eli, maybe we need to get fusions and personas. We'll figure something out.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, not me because I can't draw stuff, but somebody else. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, back to us. So yeah, we saw the first match there ended in a 4-4, very interestingly back and forth game. We saw PBCha started out with very sort of weird thing, like first chase Merc ended up actually working out because Merc took a lot of early statue hits. And then Antiquarian with the really saving the game with that support to allow the Merc to go free. But then, interestingly enough, he actually changes to the Antiquarian instead of just securing the down on the Merc, which was a very interesting play. I didn't really expect that, but yeah, I guess he decided that he didn't want to deal with the Harasser, so he just kind of gave up on the character that he had down, which, yeah, just a very interesting strategy that didn't work out for him in the long run. The RD survivors were able to take advantage of that misplay, and they're able to turn things back into their favor, and they were able to get a 3 escape. So excellent job from RD survivors, you know, coming into this matchup being unfavored and able to work out that situation for them was really nice. And then the second round, Ryun with a very strong start, but unfortunately, yeah, he was able to capitalize in the early game with, you know, Prospector missing some magnets and obviously the Thief pick, but he still kind of fell behind as the Prospector in the end ended up making the difference with that support. So definitely redeeming himself there and turning things back into their favor. Almost looked like it was going to fall out of favor as he did die in the last Cypher machine, but they still were able to get the pop off, still able to play for the end game. And then Prospector even trying to play extra aggressive, going for the rescue under detention with the magnet. Seemed like it might have been risky there, but it actually ended up, he still was able to make it out the gate anyways, and that did result in a tie for the first round. So really just a really back and forth, interesting match that so far is all tied up between these two teams.
Yeah, I am excited to see how things proceed. Of course, we will be seeing what map we're on next in just a few brief seconds, maybe a little longer. I never know when they're coming, I'm not gonna lie to you. They just come at me and I get excited when they do. But, oh, there they are! I love speaking of things when they appear. I believe that we're gonna be on Ever Sleeping Now, which has been selected by RD, and they are beginning on the Hunter side, obviously. So we're gonna see Ryun come out once more, here on the Ever Sleeping Town, which is exciting. Yep. So team comp, of course, bans we can predict real easy. Probably definitely not going to see that Priestess. She is going to probably be a priority ban. You do not want to deal with her on Ever Sleeping Town. But other than that, I think sky's the limit. Maybe they'll... FL did, of course, pick a sort of weird team comp last time, so maybe they'll see for something unconventional once more. Maybe not a Thief pick again, but maybe something else. We could potentially see either the Prospector or the Thief be banned, considering the way that they performed in the last round and gave Ryun such a hard time, but I'm not quite sure. Other than that, before we get into our band pick section, let me do once more my favorite thing to do, which is to say hello to chat real quick and ask you all how you're doing. Hope that it's not too late for you. If it is, I hope that you have sweet dreams later when you do decide to go to sleep. We're seeing, of course, some fan support in the audience, and as mentioned earlier, if you're just tuning in now, I'm Veronica, this is Eli O, an encyclopedia of knowledge, and later we'll be seeing Nello Mello and Posh Spice on the mic, sharing together, of course, everyone's favorite duo, Nell Posh, as I call them, but I think they call themselves Nell Spice, which I think everyone else calls them something else, but maybe you guys can make that happen and make them feel happy when they come on later. But for now, we're in FL versus RD, so FL and RD are currently actually tied. They both got a 3 escape in the last round on the Red Church, so I'm very interested to see how things play out from here. I believe that means, Eli, that we are automatically going into a round 3 because we started with a tie, but we had overtime earlier, so it can't be too bad. I mean, we're used to it now.
All right, so now, yeah, so getting into this, let's see, now I think getting to that first round was... I mean, normally I would say the first round is usually better for FL, but they played such an anti-Dreamwitch and Clerk team comp that PBCha was forced on the Sculptor, and so that actually worked out for the survivors of RD in the long run. So going into this later rounds, I'm trying to think who. I think the later rounds actually favor FL because PBCha is a lot deeper of a hunter pool than Ryun does. Ryun really only has his main hunter being Bon Bon. We've also seen him play, Bloody Queen, Clerk, and Dreamwitch, but you can tell he's a bit newer to some of these hunters, whereas Bon Bon is sort of his main go-to hunter. So, he has about a 4-character hunter pool in general, whereas with PBCha, he's really diverse when it comes to characters like Naiad, Sculptor, Dreamwitch, Clerk, even has something like Breaking Will and Bon Bon as a backup character if necessary. He's just very proficient with so many of these meta characters, and his hunter pool runs really deep. unfortunately, compared to Ryun. So we'll see. But yeah, let's see if Ryun can keep things going here. Again, it was a bit of a difficult start for Ryun, as he did have a good position, but FL was able to make a comeback there. But the RD survivors were also off to a good start. So you have to consider both of these things here. And let's see. For the key here for RD is, can Ryun come out and have a successful matchup here? Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I do wonder what they're going to proceed with in terms of banning. They did go up against the Bloody Queen last round, so we could be seeing something like a respect ban on the Bloody Queen, but the unfortunate fact is that they really did not struggle against her at all. So fortunate for them, but really unfortunate for Ryun, because that means that his sort of signature character that he is the most comfortable playing is that Bonbon, which means that they could go for just banning out that Bonbon, expecting to maybe take on the Bloody Queen once again, and then either forcing Ryun to pick a hunter that he's less comfortable, less familiar with, or even just on the Bloody Queen again and going to have to deal with the survivors that come against that, considering it was a little bit of a power struggle last time. So, but maybe, that strong start can be capitalized once more. Maybe Ryun will just learn how to sort of take the snowball and run with it down the hill instead of leaving it for a second. But either way, we're getting into our ban picks now. So of course Ryun is going to start with some survivor bans, and then we're going to see whether or not my fake facts and theories were true about what potentially could be banned in terms of how FL is going to approach this match. Priestess and Seer, of course, do not want to deal with either of these. Priestess, especially here on Chinatown, she's great from, oh no, Eli, they've done it. They've taken out the Bonbon.
Yeah, so Bonbon here definitely makes the most sense. Obviously, that is Ryun's most consistent hunter. So I think that definitely was, because we talked about how he has Dreamwitch and Clerk and these other hunters, but Bonbon being the most consistent that he's been able to play with thus far. So Bonbon, of course, making the most sense for the survivors of FL here. And also, as for okay, so we're going to see Barmaid Merc. So this is sort of just, they're gearing up for both Clerk and Dreamwitch. So they're going to force him off of Clerk and Dreamwitch, and they're going to ban Bonbon. Also, Bloody Queen is not strong on Ever Sleeping. So that's sort of the main strategy here, is that they're really just pushing Ryun away from kind of all his options. Psychologist as well. All these characters, are going to be good against BQ2. Any extra hit character like a Barmaid Psychologist, Bloody Queen will struggle against. And then also single hunters like Dreamwitch and Clerk as well. So they're just banning Bonbon, and they're just going to sort of counter all three hunters that Ryun has left.
Yeah. Fortunately for me, the Bonbon ban is devastating in terms of watching Ryun, but did not elicit the same anguished reaction that the Mad Eyes ban on Ever Sleeping did the other day. However, we're finishing out our survivor pool here. We are going to see Prospector come in last, so we've got Psychologist, Barmaid, Mercenary, and Prospector to go. And now we are going to see, of course, what Ryun will be forced to take out. So, of course, as you mentioned, Bloody Queen not strong on Ever Sleeping. It's really not her map. It's really not where she belongs. We need to send her out to more open places with a lot of nice ruins and good mirror spots. Oh my god, Eli, your best friend is here, the wax artist.
Yeah, so wax artist actually definitely makes sense for this team comp. So they kind of overlook this a little bit. So you have characters in here where it's like, single hunters like BQ are going to struggle against these triplet characters like Barmaid and Psychologist. Also Clerk obviously will struggle, Dreamwitch will struggle, but Wax Artist is actually be pretty good in this sort of team comp. Obviously, Wax Artist is a single hit hunter, but he's able, if you don't have any kiting abilities as a survivor, he's able to get consecutive hits easily. So on a character like a Psychologist, for example, if you're able to wax her, get her to like 90-something wax, hit her, and then immediately wax after, you can get a double hit right away. Similar to Barmaid, she's not able to get her heal off in that instance. And then Prospector as well struggles against Wax Artist because, if you go for the wax on the Prospector, and then he goes for the Magnet, you actually have to get an Attract off. If you go for Repel, you're going to be able to get the hit and cancel attack recovery. And Prospector's really only good against Wax Artist for supporting Rebound Kites. So besides that, it's going to be really difficult for the survivors to actually play against Wax Artist here.
Yeah, we've seen that our good Wax Artist here has found himself an ideal stomping ground to deal with these survivors, a good map for him, and a good collection of survivors. And on top of that too, Eli, a lot of broken windows on their side too, and one flywheel. So that's good in terms of them being able to counter him in that way, but Prospector with the flywheel will make it a little bit easier for him to handle that chase too. You're gonna see Detention, Trump Card, Hello Fury. I'm Veronica, the CLIO, and we are starting with the first half of our second round between FL and RD. So the Wax Artist is going to begin his chase, transitioning now over to Rari, who is playing the Barmaid. So our Barmaid is our first chase here, going to shoot some wax way up past the stairs and going to continue on chase here. She's currently just standing at a standstill. You know, she's here in this window, going to drop down once he comes up, just wasting some time, some precious time, throwing the pallet down in advance, and now he will be forced to break it. But I believe that's fast pallet breaking speed, because Wax Artist is not really known for his speed in terms of anything really.
Yeah, I believe it's Detention and Trump Card with fast pallet breaking. We're gonna see Barmaid's actually going to push for this window. She can take a lot of wax in the process. The key for Barmaid is make sure you don't give a free hit, a free basic hit to the wax, or else you're not going to be able to get your drink off. You need to force a force 100 wax. So we should see Barmaid definitely try to get that here. It is going to be 100 wax here in the process. Able to get the hit on the Barmaid, and the heal is going to get started. Barmaid needs to make sure she breaks the line of sight here. We're going to see going for the Mercenary. Mercenary should be able to escort the Barmaid here, blocking this wax. As it's okay for Mercenary to take a hit, as he can easily just get healed up by the Psychologist. So definitely the correct play from the survivors to go for this. Mercenary, yeah, Barmaid does get the heal off. Mercenary probably will just go back to decoding here. Barmaid's actually going to go to mix the drink in front of the Hunter here. So very interesting decision. This is actually not very strong, because he can just wax right away after. You have to have someone to body block here. He is able to get that freeze there. Can they body block the hit? Gets the pallet stun as the Wax Artist actually walks into the pallet here, goes for the blink, and does get the down onto the Barmaid. So yeah, Barmaid going for that play there. Very curious decision. He's going to see him wax off the middle Cypher machine here. And Prospector's just going to try to harass. Just going to slow down the decoding a little bit, it looks like, and just try to push this Prospector away.
Yeah, Unp, of course, on this Prospector gave a lot of trouble to poor Ryun last time and is going to continue on with this trend. Getting the stun for the balloon rescue and then getting a stun to try and negate the ability to hit her down right away, but failing to do the second part of the plan there. So going to place some wax down to Unp. You want to be able to stop him from getting even more balloon rescues off on the Barmaid. Going to actually get the drop down this time, so we're not dealing with any more pesky dropping her out of the air and taking her out of the balloons. On your terms, they'll be on mine, says Ryun. So I'm making things up about Ryun now. Anyway, we're going to see the pallet be broken here in the middle. You don't want that for kiting, you want that out of the way, and it's very possible that the Mercenary will be coming in for a rescue rather soon. Currently, actually, yeah, we're going to see them kind of hiding around in this area, pulling the same strategy as last time, where they put a lot of progress on the ciphers and then kind of finish them all at once.
Yeah, so we're gonna see does get the rescue onto the Barmaid there. I'm just gonna go ahead and die away from that middle Cypher machine. You don't want to die on the Cypher. You know, obviously to slow down the Cypher, especially against Wax Artists. It's very easy for Wax to just bomb off. Wax bomb those ciphers, slow down the decoding. And still 5 ciphers for FL, so the cipher rush in both these games from FL has just been really underwhelming. Typically you don't see this from FL. They're usually able to keep consistent cipher rush, you know, keep a lot of pressure on the Hunter, but just such limited cipher rush from these survivors is not yeah, just unfortunately not working out for them right now. It looks like we're gonna see RD's Hunter trying to keep the Mercenary away from making this rescue. Mercenary's going to drop down. Does he actually come for the save here? Trying to get this before the survivor expires here on chair. Goes for the rescue. No tide turner available, keep in mind. Can he get the rescue? Just baiting this chair. Does get to the 100 wax. Does he switch to the hot wax in time? He does. He does not get the right timing, though. Unfortunately, too slow on that hot wax switch. He's going to body block here, but you got to be careful body blocking that full presence, because it is that hot wax. Just going to keep spraying the hot wax, trying to get the down onto the Barmaid. And they're trying to body block this as long as possible. Does get the down onto the Barmaid. Mercenary is going to go ahead and elbow pad away. But this means this is enough time for them to get a potential tie here. Prospector coming for the harass. Pushes, just pushes them away. Not enough there, yeah. And it looks like we will have the last Cypher machine almost ready here. But yeah, the Cypher rush just not quite enough here. And that means that Rune can potentially go for a tie now, and they're not able to even pop the Cypher in time.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing, of course, the best cipher in this area here. They're trying to work, they're trying to do their best. Dungeon in middle, just to note for later, in case we might see a fun little dungeon escape or anything. But here we are looking at the things as they play out. So Maka, of course, transitioned out of the area. The other two, however, are in here. The Mercenary and the Prospector hanging out with one another. And now we are going to see that Makan is our ideal chase in this situation. So we're in the graveyard area. We're going to throw down some wax. Going to get the pallets done, however, which means that the wax artist will have to continue on chase here. The Prospector is still hiding, so Unp has not given up on putting more pressure on Ryun here and is going to wax up this cipher once more as things continue out and about. Maka has transitioned back over to this little two-story cipher and has managed to get it primed. So they're just going to have to... Ooh, I think he tried to put a wax bomb up above through that hole and managed to miss it. Just dropped down as well, and now they are going to abandon that cipher, actually the one that is primed.
Yeah, it looks like their last cipher... I think it was it. Oh yeah. So he's just okay. Never mind. Yeah. So he's just gonna. They're probably gonna have someone else go pressure here. Looks like gonna continue trying to get the down with the hot wax, but he switches to the hot wax now, which is interesting. Because you want to try to go for the instant. I guess you're in a situation now. So the goal here for Ryun, I'm trying to figure out how he can avoid attack recovery here. Is you want to wait for your hot wax to come back, and then you want to freeze the survivor and then go for the hot wax play. He's gonna block off this window here. The survivors need to pop before he gets his hot wax available. He needs to not freeze before he gets the hot wax as well. So survivors should actually just run into the wax bomb to force the freeze because he doesn't have the hot wax ready. But now you potentially play into an instant down with the hot wax here. They need to go for the pop at the right time. They pop and they get the down. Unfortunately, just an unfortunate pop there from the survivors of FL there. And now this Ryun has he has trade swap available. He can potentially go for an extra kill here. He's going to chair over at the Geisha Gate area. Does he immediately go for the teleport right away here? And it looks like he is not, and they will be able to get two survivors out the gate here. So the pop ends up not actually mattering here. I'm not sure what the survivors are waiting for. I feel like just leave it and take the tie. There's no way they go for this, right? So I'm not really sure what they're waiting for here. Yeah, it looks like they are going to go out and just take the tie here. But yeah, it looked like that should have been enough time for FL, but unfortunately, you see the first kite, the survivor died on 2 cipher machines, and you have to make sure you never do that against wax artists. If you do that, it's so easy to pressure those ciphers. So yeah, just kind of a miss route there from the FL survivors actually worked out into Ryun's favor here, and he's able to get a tie from what looked like it was going to be a weak position for him.
Yeah, beautiful start on Ryun's side. A tie, of course, is always a good way to set the tone of a match. I mean, even better to get those wins, but on both sides, if you are able to get a little bit of a tie, you are in a good position for both sides. So there's a little less pressure, but we are starting with a tie from the first round in terms of 3-1, 3-1. So not a solid draw per match, but still something that was very, very fun to watch. And we are continuing sort of this trend of the two teams tying together. So FL and RG seem to be playing on an even field at the moment, and I'm excited to see our stats, because I'd love to see if the Prospector again has sort of very, very high containment time from spending so much time harassing and helping out his teammates. But it's really a testament to how well FL are working together in terms of supporting one another. I mean, as you said, in this we're in a survivor side at meta, so the support is probably the most important factor in getting anything done nowadays.
Absolutely. We will get into our stats for this match. You see first, yeah, kite from Barman 113 seconds. So first kite was about 80 seconds of time, which is, considering the rebound was probably about 30, because he was farmed right off a chair. So first kite was about 80 seconds, which, yeah, is usually enough for a survivor win. But because Barmaid actually dies middle, the ciphers was a little bit behind, and also because Barmaid actually died middle, he was able to wax off 2 of those ciphers to slow down the decoding enough to a point where they just weren't able to have the last cipher machine primed in time. And that was enough for Ryun to get a tie. So even after a long early game from FL, Ryun's still managed to get out of it, and that's why Wax Artist is another a strong hunter, one of the best names, because you have such good cipher pressure. If you die anywhere near cipher machines when playing against Wax Artists, you can just wax off those ciphers, prevent the decoding. You can wax off multiple ciphers at one time. So the middle cipher and the Geisha Gate cipher both completely blocked off. And there's nothing survivors can do to play around that if you die near a cipher. So that's why you saw after Barmaid get rescued, she goes and dies all the way in the corner. Make sure you die away from all cipher machines, so it's impossible for him to keep that pressure up.
Yeah. very good insight from Eli, as always. So, of course, we'll be hopping into our second half of this round so far in some due time, but I'm excited to get into that. Of course, we'll be seeing PP Shaw playing again. I know that everyone is a very big fan of seeing PP Shaw play, so hopefully we'll be seeing some very good plays from him this time around. I think I had some people calling for Dream Witch. We're very interested in Dream Witch, and of course, as you know, Every Sleeping is kind of like her playground in a way, or at least it has been a very strong map for her to place herself and her followers on. So, potentials of seeing a Dream Witch map, Eli, what are your match potentials of seeing a Dream Witch match, or maybe not looking at her at all because they'll go for that ban right away, perhaps?
So I think that I mean, yeah, we might see Dream Witch ban first, but I don't really know. Like, I think they could take a similar approach where they actually just ban something like Sculptor and then play anti-Clerk and anti-Dream Witch, but yeah, I'm not really sure. I think typically in this sort of situation, a lot of teams will ban Dream Witch and just play an anti-Clerk and force a non-win potential hunter, so that's probably the strategy, especially considering this was a tie for this round. RD wants to at least get 2 survivors out, so you don't want to risk giving a win hunter here. So I think it makes the most sense probably just to ban Dream Witch and just play an anti-Clerk team composition.
Very excited to see that. We'll see, what they're capable of and what they choose to counter this comp with. Of course, we are seeing PP Cha sitting in the chair once more. He does tend to come out in the second and third rounds, but we did see him as a treat in the round before, as Hasha's not here at the moment in order to take out that round 1 position. So I think it's Eli who mentions it most commonly, actually, but Japanese teams do tend to have their round 1 hunters and then have other hunters to pull out later who obtain a little bit more points, take on a little bit more pressure. We saw it earlier in our earlier matches with Scars. Kind of followed the same strategy. It's a comfortable way to proceed. We're seeing our players, they're all relaxing. Eli, silly thought. Do you think if you were on the co stage, would you prefer to wear the little t-shirts of the team the team uniforms, or maybe the zip-up jackets?
I don't know. For me, probably I don't know, whatever looks better, and I don't know. I have to look at it and see how it looks, but for me, I prefer probably t-shirts. I guess usually I'm kind of a t-shirt kind of person, but I don't know. Anyways, we'll see. Yeah, looking into the hunter side of PP Cha. So we saw in the first round, PP Cha needs to sort of turn this around right here, right? Because we saw in the first round he had a good start on that mercenary, but the Inquisitor was able to turn it around, and then unfortunately a really big miss on that blink. So right now, I think this is definitely a good map for his, of course, for his hunter pool. Obviously, we'll probably see Dream Witch get banned, and then we'll see some sort of anti-Clerk comp. And then it still opens up Sculptor for him. You could even see potentially Breaking Wheel in a position where, you want to see FL try to jump ahead here. We might see an aggressive hunter such as Wheel. Obviously, Wheel is kind of risky, though, because Flywheel is such a strong counter. But overall, yeah, I'm not really sure. PP Cha, again, has such a deep hunter pool. He's got Naiad, Sculptor, I think potentially Wax Artist as well. Breaking Wheel is very good here. Clerk is good unless it's an anti-Clerk comp. There's just so many ways where, PP Cha's hunter pool is can kind of cover all bases. So I'm not really sure what he's actually going to opt to go with. We should see, looks like we're going to see Priestess Seer. Typically we talk about how Mercenary Seer is a good ban, but you got to eliminate the Priestess on the Ever-Living Town. Let's see what they opt to ban first. I would imagine probably just going to be Dream Witch. You never really want to have to deal with that, and just got to go with anti-Clerk, I think.
Of course, being over
there we go.
Long position to make. So there it is. The Dream Witch ban has been settled in, so no Dream Witch match for today. Instead, we will be seeing Priestess Seer taken out first, which means that our first 2 survivors will be locked in really fast. Mercenary and Antiquariate, of course, being very classical picks, especially from the Japan region. So I'm very interested to see how they play out, and by that I mean they're going to play out the same way that they always do. They're very good at being coming in with that solid top tier rescue, and again that very good harasser in terms of the Antiquarian. We're going to see Barmaid and Acrobat be banned as well to come in next on PP Cha's side. So definitely want to take that Barmaid out, of course, if you are expecting someone to play sort of an anti-Clerk team comp.
Yeah, so they're basically eliminating all the sort of Clerk counters. We see Entomologist as well. So Entomologist obviously is quite strong against something like Clerk. We actually don't see I'm surprised they don't go Dancer here. I feel like Dancer would be very useful for everything that PP Cha has left in his hunter pool, but I guess Entomologist is also fine. Where you see Psychologist is the last one. So he's really trying to get a good Clerk comp, but Dancer is still open. I really think Dancer or Toy Merchant would be very good here. Merchant and Dancer, obviously both good against Clerk, both good against something like Breaking Wheel. Merchant good in a 2-story map such as this. So we'll see what they end up. Especially be Patient. Patient is also fine. If he opts to go Wheel, the Patient can hook once he gets out of Wheel form to create distance, to make it hard for him to actually go for a blink. He can transition kite very well against Clerk, whereas the name of the game against Clerk, of course, is transition kiting. And then also against something like Naiad, he can kind of hook out of the water circle as well to avoid getting water buildup. So Patient, I think, is, and then also against Sculptor, transition kiting is good. So Patient here is also fine. It's not really a support character such as Dancer, but a good kiter in general for the type of hunter pool that PB has. And he is going to actually end up on Naiad here. So it's kind of interesting. This comp is pretty strong against Naiad. Antiquarian, obviously. Once you pull back the Trident, you can go for the stun, and then force her back into swimming form to try to go for the water. As long as you're able to stay out of that, you can just keep stunning and prevent any sort of hits. Patient can hook away to get out of the water range and make distance after she pulls back the Trident. And then Entomologist also can be a good supporter against Naiad and also a good kiter as well. Again, since you can block off the Naiad from potentially going for a basic hit when you have those bees.
Of course, always being very, very good support. Plenty of places to block off with little hallways, can slow down the Naiad in her dash form. There are lots of pros. There are little cons. So going to be a very, very strong team comp to go up against. We are currently waiting on our standby for them to select their little spawn locations and see where they're going to place themselves. And of course, they are coming off of a tie situation, so both sides, of course, are probably only aiming for, I mean, they definitely don't want another tie. I don't think anyone does. Then they'd be tied in 2 rounds, and that really wouldn't be ideal. So instead, we are probably going to see both sides push for either a 3-4 elimination or a 3-4 escape. Of course, settling more for the 3 than the 4 because one of them is a little bit easier to obtain than the other. Naiad, of course, generally being delegated earlier as more of a tie hunter, but now kind of coming up being able to achieve her 3Ks, 4Ks. We've seen a lot of 4Ks, not a lot, but enough of the 4Ks from Naiad on Eversleeping in particular, so if PB Cha plays really aggressively, could totally turn the tides in FL's favor.
The kind of approach PB Cha has here, I would imagine, again, probably Insolence Detention with Blade is the most standard for Naiad. Going into this team comp, yeah, again, Naiad just seems really difficult for dealing with this. I'm actually a little surprised he didn't end up on something like Sculptor. I feel like because he did bring that out in the last round, it would make sense here. Just because Sculptor is also, not only is Sculptor decent on Church, it's also quite good on Eversleep. It's very easy to block off those kiting routes in the alleyways. And then also it's just, I think, better at chasing these characters in general than a Naiad probably is. But I don't know, we'll have to see here. Sculptor, of course, a little bit less consistent than a Naiad is. Playing a consistent character like Naiad is going to be a little bit safer as of right now. So yeah, let's see what PB Cha will again go for the in terms of builds. And the other question is, what kind of builds do the survivors have? Are we going to have Broken Windows? Obviously, abilities like Broken Windows are a lot more effective against Sculptor for that transition kiting. It's a lot better against Clerk for transition kiting. And abilities like Flywheel are better against things like Naiad and Breaking Wheel. So as the RD survivors, you have to take these things into consideration. And which one are you more actually worried about? PB Cha even had options to technically go Geisha or Bloody Queen, which Flywheel would be stronger against. So I think in reality, Flywheel is more likely from the survivors because it covers more options that PB Cha has. But overall, yeah, if we're really worried about that Sculptor, we might see Broken Windows instead.
Yeah, that wouldn't be ideal, of course, against the Naiad in this situation. You do want to be able to have that Flywheel to counteract her 100% humidity, especially because now we're dealing with a lot of things like Insolence on the Naiad, and the less presence you can give her, the better. Of course, as it goes up quicker with those potential builds, it means that it's going to be a little bit harder to Flywheel that humidity, but if they're able to pull it off, it's going to be a little bit of a game changer and certainly very useful in their favor. So of course, they're all sitting and waiting, and everyone else sitting waiting. I hope that everyone is enjoying the matches so far. Of course, we're still doing FL versus RD. We are in the second half of the second round. Of course, lots of 2s going on, and we're also working off of a few draws. A draw in the first round and a draw in the prior round with the Wax Artist against FL survivors. So RD on the field now. They've settled out all of their things. We're having a little bit of a break, it seems, in between this match. So seeing that haunting, vexing little mini photographer figure again, but they're certainly all relaxed. They're having a good time. They've been waiting for this moment to show off the cool stickers that I think that they've probably received as gifts, maybe. Ooh, taking a little nap. Do love to get to see the players in their relaxing moments as they're waiting for their next big break and big match, and just playing around a little. Oh, giving us an eyebrow wiggle. Oh. Lots going on to keep us entertained in the meanwhile while we wait for the match to begin. Eli, how are you feeling in general today? Did you enjoy your yogurt earlier for your protein grind?
Oh yeah, I did. I had a like a non-fat protein yogurt. It tastes like really bad, but it's good for you. So I have to make sure I drink it. Yeah, during the interview when Chocho was doing the interview, I was like drinking it and trying to like not make a face because it kind of tastes bad, but it's it is what it is. We gotta it's for the grind, so it's all good.
Sometimes.
Yeah, it's all good. So yeah, just waiting for us to get into the match here. Slight delay. Not sure what's happening, but we should have this up in a second. And yeah, again, big key here for RD is they cannot fall to this Naiad. You got to at least get 2 survivors out the gate here. And we'll see if PBCHA is able to turn things around. We saw a bit of a rough start for him in the first round. So just not really, which is a bit of a surprise to we see him come out very strong. Sculptor being one of his stronger hunters. Back to us. Maybe I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe some difficulties, but yeah, we can just sort of talk about the match here. So I think the best chase target, looking at this team comp, probably Entomologist. Obviously, Patient, if utilized properly. Basically, the idea with Patient against something like a Naiad is that you, as a Naiad player, you kind of water off a certain area so they can't kite in that area, and you force the survivor to transition away from that kiting area. So then as soon as you run out of the kiting area, obviously the Naiad, they're going to pull back the trident, whatever, right? And they're going to chase after you. And then you can just hook away and make distance. And you force them to go back into swim to catch up to you, loop off the next area. And as they're doing that, and they're pulling back the trident, then you hook away and make distance again. And you can, as a patient, use 3 hooks. You can kite out all 3 of those block offs, right, with the water. And if you have flywheel, you can also do it for a 4th one. So that's also useful too, because you can water flywheel 100% water. And then also if there's Entomologist support, you could potentially even cut out a 5th. So Patient's very good against Naiad in that way. And then for Entomologist, it's sort of the same idea in that Ento is very fast on bees. So you want to try to position yourself in a narrow area for when she does pull back the trident. You can sort of jump off the bees, block off an area, and then kite it out that way. And then Antiquarian is just very good against Naiad, because Naiad being a single hit hunter, you force the Antiquarian out of the water zone, but she just stuns you. You can't go for a basic hit, and it's really difficult to deal with that. Unless you have the dash ability at your first presence, it's so hard to deal with the Antiquarian when chasing Anti first. So that's why we typically would see Insolence as well. So I think that the best chase target, even though it's not great, is probably Entomologist. Getting rid of one of that support character, and in theory, it's easier to deal with as a Naiad than Antiquarian and Patience.
Yeah, sometimes you're in between a rock and a hard place, and you have to pick between the rock and the hard place. So it seems that in this position, we are picking the bunch of very aggressive bees that might sting you. So that's our secret 3rd option, and that's what we'll be selecting, of course. We'll see PBCHA hopefully go for that Entomologist in order to create the best situation at the beginning. I mean, they are working off of a draw situation, so PBCHA definitely is going to want to push for that 3 elimination in order to take this round, which means that then we can just go clean into our next one and see what happens there, instead of creating a situation where we might go into our 2nd overtime of the day, which would maybe not be ideal, but more matches to watch, more fun, but also, you're stuck with us all day, and sometimes you don't want that.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think it's okay. I think people are, hopefully you guys are enjoying our commentary. So, but yeah, so far, obviously we saw a very long first match between Dou and Scars, but a very exciting one. It's always nice to see a matchup, obviously going 4 rounds. When it's that close and that exciting, and the team's able to make a comeback, and just very impressive hunter gameplay from Dou, it's so great to see. It's very nice to be able to cast that, so it's really enjoyable. And even a match like this, still pretty close, right? A team that typically would struggle against, like RDs would typically struggle against FL, has actually managed to tie the first round. So let's see if they're able to keep up with that, and they're able to do well against PBCHA here. So yeah, again, just a matter of can RD potentially hold on to this tied game and maybe win in the third round? Seems like, again, it seems like FL is just looking a lot, stronger. We saw obviously Ryun with a very good start, but just he had a very hard time securing that tie with the Bloody Queen and wasn't able to do so. In the second round, it looked like it was going well for the survivors, but unfortunately Barmaid died on 2 Cypher machines, allowing Ryun to wax off those Cyphers and make a comeback and just barely prevent, because I think the Cypher was at 80% when Barmaid died. So it was just things like that that actually worked out quite nicely for Ryun. So now, yeah, just can the RD survivors, I wouldn't say keep the momentum because we're tied, but at least like keep things even for now, or maybe try to even jump ahead here. But yeah, against PBChuz, Naiad here, it's gonna be a bit of a challenge for sure.
Yeah, definitely not an easy feat. They kind of got a mountain to climb here, so let's hope that they've brought their hiking gear and they're able to do it in terms of things like, I hope they brought all of their flywheels that they need, and the confidence and the good spawn locations and what they should be, ready and raring to do in this particular matchup. So, of course, we are still in our second round, in our second half, which means that we will be going into a round 3 eventually. Not quite yet, but we'll be getting there after this match comes to us. And of course, RD currently in 4th place. Again, we cannot emphasize that enough, while FL is sitting comfortably in 2nd. So if RD is able to pull this round, they could possibly shoot all the way up to 3rd place and then maintain that title there comfortably. They have unfortunately lost their round so far. They did have 1 win against Omega, which is congratulations on your feat. They do have that one. They do have that 1 win under their belt there, which is good for them to work with. This group, of course, I know has been discussed as the hardest one to place in terms of rankings. Did you have those similar struggles, or did you find them kind of easy to place along?
Yeah, I think it was a bit challenging. I think definitely the top 3, in my opinion, was definitely the 2 Japanese teams, FLAXC, and then 0-2 being 3rd. And then, yeah, it just seems like RD and Omega, in terms of how these teams have played during qualifiers and how they've been in the past, it makes the most sense for ZT, FL, and AXC to be the top 3 for sure. It seemed like it was pretty much obviously going to be that. But yeah, maybe if RD can pull out a huge upset victory against FL here, that could potentially put them back into a spot of making that 3rd place spot, which obviously seemed unlikely to a lot of people, but technically still possible. So we'll see what they're able to do right now. And then obviously the ZT and AXC matchup is still yet to come, so we'll see how that ultimately plays out too. But yeah, I mean, I think overall, I think in terms of predictions, it's just sort of where to put each team. I think most people had FL actually in 1st, as FL being the strongest team in this bracket in this group, but they actually did fall to AXC, which is, both Japanese teams playing at it, which are pretty even, but it was a slight upset, is that FL is usually stronger than AXC. But yeah, FL definitely on paper should be the strongest team in this group. So I would be surprised if they don't finish 3-1 here in this group at least.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they weren't there either. So very interested to see how things play out. Thank you for your insight, Eli, on your apples and things. Hope that chat is doing well as well. We are just kind of hanging out with you while we wait for the match to start. In the meantime, I will check on them a little bit and give some shout outs while we're kind of waiting for things to get back together. Hi to So, hi to Salty B, hello to Bee's Nest. Oh, we've got 2 B names. Can you imagine? 2 of them? Hello to Manuel, hello to Divorced, of course, Horton Hines. Horton Hines, of course, being the kind person that has been reminding us to drink our water, who is seemingly, yesterday while Pasha and I were together, gone through a little bit of a character arc, changing from Norton to Horton. So I do wonder what that means, and maybe we'll get answers in the future. But those are my shoutouts for now. Hope the chat is doing well. Of course, you guys remember to get your snacks, stay hydrated. We might be here for a little bit, so if you need to run and do something, maybe you can go and do it now. But Eli, I've been waiting for the perfect time to unleash my single silly question of the day. Do you have a favorite Muppet?
I don't really, never seen the Muppets, so I don't even know what each one is. So I'm not really sure, to be honest.
You seem like the kind of guy who's never seen the Muppets, to be honest.
Yeah, the only thing I've seen is I've never really seen the Muppets. I don't know. So I could not tell you. I'm sorry. That's not really. Yeah. So I'm maybe a little uncultured, but I apologize for that. But anyways, we are going to get into our We're going to get into our match here finally. Looks like we're going to see the L-shaped spawn here from the Survivors Entomologist over at the corner house gate. Mercenary middle. We see Antiquarian. Typically Antiquarian or Ento would spawn over at the Geisha gate, and it's going to be Antiquarian in this case. And then, of course, we will see Patient taking the 2-story. You want to see Patient start in a 2-story area if possible. It's very easy to utilize those hooks. And also 2-story Patient is quite strong in that you can vault the window, and then you can actually hook the pole that overhangs near the graveyard window off to the right. You can hook over the fence and make it to graveyard quite easily. So Patient spawning middle 2-story is very strong. We do see single flywheel and Antiquarian and actually broken windows, so they were in preparation of Clerk, not the Naiad, which actually means that PBChaw should have a lot easier time chasing characters in this team than he typically would when going Clerk. So this actually works out really well for PBChaw here. Let's see what he's able to do. I would imagine he'll probably go look for Entomologist first, in that Entomologist, again, is one of his easier chase targets, and also with no flywheel, chasing Ento should be a lot easier for him than any of these other targets.
Yeah, we're going to start our chase here, of course. As predicted, the Entomologist in the area as our potential first chase here. We've seen Cypher started by other survivors. The bees are going to be dropped here and then picked up once more, wearing, of course, a cute little matching set with the snow bees and the Sophia skin. And going to continue chase here and loop in this area, going to hopefully block it off with this harpoon pull back, which means that the Entomologist will be forced to transition away. Really high humidity there, almost got a quick instant down with the combo of the water damage and the main body hit, but unfortunately wasn't able to pull it off. So utilizing a lot of these bees here, you want to expend as much as possible to make this first kite as long as possible, but pulling back and no flywheel, of course, on the Entomologist, so she is going to go down with the Cyphers just at about halfway and just above the halfway point.
Yeah, very fast down from the Naiad, not even needing to use Blink there. So a great start here from PBChaw. This really puts the RD Survivors on the back foot. We don't even see 80% progress on a single Cypher yet. And he's already going to go ahead and water off this middle Cypher, just preventing this decoding from happening. We're seeing Mercenary actually able to get a free backdoor rescue here. And he's going for the hit on the Mercenary, which is a little bit aggressive here, but I think it's okay. He can still catch up to the Entomologist using this swim form and then go for the Blink afterwards to secure the down. You have to be careful of this Antiquarian potentially coming into support here. He actually loses sight of the Entomologist here, and this allows a lot of distance. So yeah, a very curious decision to see him go aggressive for that free hunt onto the Mercenary. It ends up not paying off for him, and we're going to see Entomologist make a lot of distance in the process. Antiquarian potentially coming in for the support here. Still has Blink available. Will he go ahead and use it to blink through the beast here? Is going to blink through the beast to secure the down here. You have to be very careful of this Antiquarian. He can actually just go the other way, away from the Antiquarian here, and is able to play around the Antiquarian support there, unfortunately for RD. So now I was going to say, if Antiquarian was able to buy enough time, they would have had enough time to potentially go for a win, but now it does not look like it's going to be the case. They're still a bit short on Cypher machines here. So we're going to see who's ever at that 92 Cypher probably go for the pop and then try to rescue with no Tide Turner available. And Entomologist having very limited bees here. There is a huge risk, of course, of farm happening.
Yeah, they're going to have to be really careful considering the circumstances that could come from that. PBChaw, of course, is going to want to push for this 3 elimination. You do not want another tie situation. I mean, it's fine, but it's really not great. So we are going to see another backdoor rescue. Actually, Pin is going to come. I know, right. But we're going to see Pin come in on the Antiquarian in order to get that rescue and knock back the Naiad while she is in her swim form. Following along, got to be careful of these pallets following on that Entomologist, who will be sent back to the manor when tiered again, but it is only a question of when the Entomologist will be tiered once more. A little bit of
he hits him. Yeah, hits him into the Entomologist, but actually misses the hit. Goes for the walks through the pallet. And Antiquarian's able to get a stun there, and this allows more distance for the Entomologist, and so PBChaw having a bit of a hard time getting this last time, but they're actually going to kite onto the last Cypher machine, so you have to be careful of that as well, and really just trying to get the down here. Antiquarian continuing to support as long as possible. He really needs to water off this whole area before pulling back the Trident. He kind of misses the water a little bit there. Doesn't really water off the area he would have liked, I think. And is going to take the down onto the Antiquarian. But that last Cypher machine is almost prime. He's going to continue to just go for the Entomologist here. The last Cypher machine, 60% of the way done. Can Entomologist potentially... He falls down, Oh, PB falls down. This allows the entomologist to keep kiting even longer. Now she's going to get the vault off. He's going to continue after the ento here. Needs to pull back the trident. He can get the down right now. He should have enough time to get this down. And he is going to be able to get the down to secure this elimination here. It looks like we're going to see Antiquarian try to come in for the support, but it doesn't matter. He can just take share away from the Antiquarian here. And this will secure what should be a tie, as the Blink will be back online shortly. They do have some endgame kiting, potentially a Mercenary if Antiquarian with Stick, and you do have Patient with the hooks here. But yeah, PB just, unfortunately, the rebound kiting was just too long for him there, and we do still have Blink available for him, so he's going to go ahead and go towards the, looks like the Patient here, which obviously Patient can be a good kiter against Naiad, but because he has that Blink in detention, he should be able to secure this down. He's going to go ahead and push the dungeon, but the other exit gate is not yet open.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be really careful here. They do want to get this 3 escape, so Patient is going to go down to the blink hit actually, which means that the other 2 survivors are going to be able to open gates and get out that way, but Patient is going to be seeing the chair Eli, so it's possible that they might send the Mercenary in for a rescue, but it really wouldn't be worth it. I mean, he's got no tide turner on him, it's just a little bit too risky, so they are actually going to have their 2 survivors exit through the exit gate, and now we will be seeing, of course, a tie in both of these rounds.
Yeah, so I think the biggest kind of misstep was going for that hit on the Mercenary after the first rescue. I feel like it's a lot safer just go for the hit onto the Entomologist. Because when you go for that play, you allow the Entomologist to make a lot of distance. Like, I understand the thought process is that maybe you're going to hit the Mercenary, you're going to swim after Ento and then Blinker, but the problem is, you know Antiquarian's at Graveyard. As the Hunter, you know Antiquarian spawns there, and it's going to be doing that Cypher Machine. So if you do that, you allow the Antiquarian to freely support. And then you also are forced to expend your trait as well, which you could potentially use to maybe blink through a wall while picking up the Survivor to play around Antiquarian harassment. So I think that, yeah, PB just got too aggressive hitting that Mercenary, and that almost allowed the Survivors to have enough to go for a win. They did fall a little bit short, of course, but yeah, I think overall it's just that one play, going for that deep hit on the Mercenary there, really kind of backfired and allowed the Entomologist to rebound kite long enough for the Cypher Machines to be primed to at least go for the RD Survivor tie here.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at our stats here, of course. ZETA with a very short kite didn't need to be there often, but 200% decoding on the Mercenary, which is very impressive. You don't see that often. Xiao with 202 and Pin with 100. Finished one good whole Cypher Machine. So, of course, the Merc and the Antiquarian came in for a rescue, and the contain time on the Entomologist, very impressive, 142 seconds. Antiquarian with about half of that, considering she was there to support about half of the kite. So they really were pushing for that 3 escape, especially with the Antiquarian support on side. To prevent the Entomologist from being sent back to the manor, but it didn't really work out in the end. They weren't able to get the Cypher primed in time, but I think if they were able to get the Cypher primed in time, they might have been able to pull this round for RD's side.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, Antiquarians with a very long kite there. You see, not the Antiquarian, Entomologist, but you see like how 142 seconds, for example. Think about it as like if you're in a rank match and you just kite by yourself for 142 seconds. That's enough for a win. But because Antiquarian support is there, that's so crucial to help support the kite. You do lose out on a little Cypher progress, but then you also are able to gain longer kiting time. So if so that's why you're kind of asking, like, a lot of people will kind of be like, oh, 142 seconds, that seems like it should be enough for a win. But the Antiquarian support was big. We're going to go to a short break, and we will be back for the 3rd round in a moment.
Yo, okay. Yeah, America. Yeah.
We are back, so we are going to see some more fun fan support. Here we are seeing some support for FL, of course. Fennel Win from Kira C 3322. So we will be seeing, of course, hashtag COA6 global supports at Identity5 Champ FL Win FL IDV. So this is going to be very exciting to get into. Of course, the support for FL, they've been doing really well so far. They have been tying really consistently with RD as things stand at the moment. A lot of very interesting rounds that we've been getting into. Of course, we started today with an overtime match between Scars and Dou, and now we've been watching FL and RD consistently tie all of their rounds up until this point, which means that we're going into our third round, and we're going to see what needs to happen here.
Yeah, absolutely. And so going into our this situation, so we have 2 ties for both of our rounds thus far. And so now basically what happens here is that if this third round results in a tie, then we will go to overtime. But if one team is able to win here, then it means that whoever wins this round will win the series. If this round is a tie, then we go into a fourth round because everything will be tied up. Because think about it this way, right? If there's 2 ties, then both teams don't get any points for either round, so it's technically still 0-0. And then if one team wins this last round, then they will just win 1-0 because the rounds will be over, but they will be up on rounds. We only go to a fourth round if the third round ends and it's tied in rounds like 1-1 or still 0-0 because all the rounds were tied or something like that. So in this case, because all the rounds were both tied in the first 2, if this third round is a tie, then we'll be tied on rounds and then we'll be tied on points. So we will have a fourth round. But if one team wins this third round, then that team will ultimately be the winner of the series.
Makes perfect sense. Thank you, Eli, for your wisdom. So those are your win conditions, everybody. This third round is basically our first round. We've seen them go out onto the field already. It's like a first round with a bunch of extra bans. This will be, the one that they need to make count. They're going to want to win in this one. Otherwise, we'll be going into our second overtime of the day. So FL versus RD coming into our third match now. They've just completed their first 2, again, which were ties. They were 3-1, 3-1, and then 2-2, 2-2, beginning on the Red Church, transitioning over to the Ever-Singing Town, and now we'll see what map is in store for us in our third round today. And I've sort of gut feeling was being something like Lakeside or Leo's Memory. They've been kind of popular for later round picks, but we could be going something smaller like Arms Factory, but who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. So I think it's really hard to say because again, when you go with PB Cha, his hunter pool is so he has so many hunters available. So there's a lot of maps that'll benefit his hunter, like kind of no matter what. So it's sort of like no matter what map comes out, he'll probably have something available for that situation. Whereas Rune, it's a little bit different because again, we talk about how his Bonbon is sort of his main hunter, and once that's banned, which the Survivors have an opportunity to do so, he doesn't really have a lot of options after that. I mean, obviously he has. As we saw, he has Wax Artist. He has, I think Wax Artist actually ended up working out pretty nicely for him. But besides Wax Artist and Bonbon, sort of like his Bloody Queen is a little bit newer. That has been less consistent with that. Not so consistent with Dream or Clerk. So it's sort of like Bonbon and Wax Artist seem to be his best options. And then once those are banned, sort of left with not a lot of great options left. And it's quite easy to counter comp, as we saw in the last round. It's quite easy to counter comp Bloody Queen, Clerk, and Dream Witch because you can just play triplet characters like Barmaid, Psychologist, something like Antiquarian is effective. All those sort of characters that are those single hit hunters, those basic hit hunters, like a Bloody Queen, like a Clerk and a Dream Witch. They're all going to struggle against those extra hit characters.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get into our third round here, of course, as you mentioned, picks. Usually when we get into later rounds, we expect some kind of more unexpected picks because of the amount of bans that are on the field. So the Survivors you usually take out are no longer an option. The Hunters that you usually like to take out, also not an option. And on top of that, the team is probably playing a counter comp to one of the other Hunters that is in your pool. And as you mentioned way earlier, a lot more of a struggle for Reun in this third round here. So it's possible FL might be able to pull the win on that alone. Of course, as we said, Reun doesn't have a very, very deep Hunter pool, tends to stick with the same 3-4 Hunters comfortably. And now that Wax Artist and Bloody Queen have been utilized, those two could be banned, but we did see a ban on Ryun's Bonbon in the last round, which Ryun is very comfortable using, so might be prevented from utilizing the trusty old penguin robot as well, which would really not be an ideal situation in a place where you really need to get the lead in order to take this whole matchup. So PB-Cha, however, very deep hunter pool, can play plenty of different characters. You know, got the Naya, got the Sculptor, got the Dream Witch, got the Clerk, can even take out a Breaking Wheel if absolutely necessary. So I do wonder what the situation will end up being, and I do hope that it doesn't totally crush Ryun's favor. That would be a little bit brutal to deal with, but hopefully, you know, he's got something up his sleeve. He's going to be totally able to counter this troublesome potential situation. But again, welcome back, everybody. We will be hopping, of course, back into the main stage soon. Hope everyone's been enjoying everything so far. This, of course, is Eli and I's second and last match of today. We are on again tomorrow, which I hope that you will find exciting. We'll be there either way. And Nello, Mello, and Posh Spice are on later on today. So we are going to hop onto the main stage. As promised, I would never lie to you about the main stage, and we'll be seeing Chinatown as our map selection here, Eli.
Right, so Chinatown from FL here is, I'm trying to think how this affects Ryun. So if we have Bonbon, assuming they ban Bonbon and Wax Artist, which Bonbon being his best hunter, and then Wax Artist being strong on Chinatown, that sort of leaves Dream Witch, Clerk, and Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen not too strong on Chinatown, a lot of buildings, very hard to mirror in some situations, also the two-story hotel, plus the other two-story area are quite difficult for Bloody Queen to deal with. And then additionally, Clerk on a large map like Chinatown isn't necessarily the best. Dream Witch is fine for Chinatown, but we have seen Ryun's Dream Witch not be one of his more consistent hunters. A little bit struggled with that a little bit, so it's a little bit less likely we'll see that from him. And yeah, and then as for PB-Cha, trying to think about hunter bans, probably Dream Witch and Clerk will be banned from PB-Cha. Depending on how Ryun does here, there's a good chance Dream Witch and Clerk will be banned. So then he's sort of left with, I guess Naiad is still quite strong. You could ban, I guess they could ban Dream Witch and Naiad and go anti-Clerk. That actually might make a little bit more sense. So then he has Clerk against probably an anti-Clerk team comp. He has Geisha, which will be probably Geisha, Bloody Queen, Sculptor's not too good on Chinatown, very open. So I guess technically, I don't know if he has Soul Weaver available. If he does, that could be very good here. And that might be one of the reasons of the Chinatown pick. Chinatown is usually selected third round by hunters that have Soul Weaver available, because they force you to ban things like Wax Artist and Clerk and Dream Witch and whatnot, and then you're sort of left with Soul Weaver still as an option as an S tier hunter for that map. Soul Weaver's really only S tier map obviously is Chinatown, and then they also of course have things like Breaking Wheel. If he has something like Breaking Wheel, if he wants to be extremely aggressive, play high risk, high reward. But yeah, we'll see. Again, we have the FL Survivors against Ryun's Hunter here. We should see Bonbon and Wax most likely get banned. And then how does Ryun play into this? He doesn't have a lot of great hunters left for this map, and it's very easy for FL to counter comp his hunter pool.
Yeah, they're going to have to be really, really careful about how they approach this. They do have ideal bans. I mean, they're essentially taking out 50% of what he can offer and then able to probably counter the rest of it. So they'll be well prepared. However, getting into our ban picks, of course, naturally, again, Veronica, Eli, we're here with you today. And we will be seeing our first little ban. So Eli, the Seer, has been taken out. We'll also see the Priestess taken out, Antiquarian 2. And the interesting thing that we are all waiting for, folks, is the bans that they choose for Ryun's hunter pool here. So I'm curious about what that will be. And of course, we are actually going to see Dream Witch and Bonbon be banned. Eli, you have thoughts?
Yeah, so they give Wax Artist here, which is interesting considering that how the last round went. And it also doesn't really make sense for the type of characters they can select. Because again, you can play anti-Dream Witch, you can play anti-Clerk, you can play anti-Bloody Queen. Characters like Barmaid, Psychologist, they both work for all three of those hunters, but they're not good against Wax Artist. So it technically makes more sense to ban Wax Artist, but it looks like they're just going to try to play... So they're going to go Merc Dancer. I guess they were going to try to countercomp Wax and Clerk at the same time. That must be the idea here, which is a little bit interesting, but it's also not bad because it also opens up broken windows. I guess it's harder to countercomp both those characters directly with character-wise, but with persona-wise, it's a little bit easier because Broken Windows is going to be strong against Wax and Clerk, whereas it's less so good against Dream Witch. So we're probably going to see heavy Broken Windows from the survivors, and we're just going to see, it looks like Merc Dancer. Dancer, of course, very versatile support character, not good against Dream Witch, but is good against both Clerk and Wax.
Yeah. coming in as our next survivor pick. We've been seeing a lot of entomologists in the second half here today. They're very fond of her. They want to take out that lady with the bees. Of course, the mechanic and the toy merchant are not allowed. Priestess and toy merchant being banned very well on Chinatown. Of course, they have a lot of mobility. They're good to take out. We're going to see psychologist be banned as well. Will we see FL maybe take out the barmaid in response to this? Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. They do have their last survivor to clock in. Prospector has been left open. They have been playing a lot of Prospector today as well, of course. FL being a Japanese team, Japan teams are really big fans of the Prospector. However, as my first prediction comes in, we're going to be seeing the barmaid instead. You know, sometimes you see a ban and think, I'll play that to the left. So we're going to see psychologist banned, and then we're going to see barmaid selected in the end for the be-all, end-all. So Ryun will have to figure out a character that is going to properly sort of go against this comp quite well. Don't want to deal with Dancer as wax artist, but barmaid, of course, giving less trouble than maybe, yeah, barmaid was pretty okay last time, so who knows what Ryun will whip out this time, but probably the wax artist once more.
Right, so yeah, let's see what he goes with. I think it's really hard to play Clerk here. Obviously this comp counters Clerk. He's really thinking about his options. I don't think Bloody Queen would be good just because of this map. Bloody Queen could technically play against this comp. Like, you can chase Dancer if she doesn't have Flywheel. It's a pretty easy chase to go against Dancer, and then Entomologist is fine. But Bloody Queen's not very strong on this map, so I think, yeah, Wax Artist makes more sense. But even so, Wax Artist can struggle. I mean, Entomologist is a direct counter to Wax Artist, and then Dancer is also very good at kiting wax and also good at supporting. I think that Barmaid's probably obviously his easiest chase target, but Barmaid with this sort of support should be able to kite out their drink even against a character like Wax. You can also spawn Barmaid in a strong kiting area like Hotel, and it should be okay. So I think the idea here is that you're going to have Barmaid probably get first chase depending on where she spawns, and then characters like Dancer and Entomologist can easily support her to kite out that drink. As long as FL plays that properly, they really should have no problem dealing with the Wax Artist here.
Yeah, they do have the team comp prepared to deal with him. We are on Chinatown. They can spread out a little bit. They've chosen not to. They are all lined up nicely. We're going to see, a neat line from the hotel up to the little two-story area there with Unp on the Entomologist, of course, all the way at the top. Mercenary in the middle, and Dancer hanging out sort of closer to the hotel area, but not quite. And we're going to see, I believe, Ryun in the hotel itself. So, or no, I think I'm looking at it upside down. Either way, we're going to see Ryun in the corner, and we're going to see the rest of the servers spread out accordingly in order to kite to the best of their abilities. However, now we're going to be getting into their selections. So we're going to be seeing a lot of broken windows. In fact, all three of the survivors are carrying broken windows except for the Mercenary, who is the fourth survivor and carrying Tide Turner as he should. He is a rescuer. Meanwhile, Ryun is going to have Insolence, Detention, and Teleport on this Wax Artist, particularly a very, very aggressive play. So loading in, Ryun is of course spawned here at the hotel area. And Veronica Elio is here with me. I've said it a million times, but I mean it. It's true. And we are going to transition over to our first selection for Chase here.
Looks like he is gonna try to find, I guess, probably not gonna go for Entomologist. That's a pretty hard counter. So yeah, it looks like he's gonna try to find, obviously Barmaid would be best, but he's actually gonna go ahead, continue towards Hotel. No, he's gonna rotate away. He's gonna go after the Mercenary a little bit here. Probably not going to commit to that. Really just trying to find where this Barmaid is hiding out, just taking down all these pallets. We will see the Barmaid early rotate towards that hotel, which I think is probably the best place for her to position herself. He's really just taking down all these. They have all these pallets set up a bit early, so they're going to have a lot less pallets to work with later. We're going to see him teleport onto the Entomologist here, but Entomologist, of course, a very strong kiter against Wax Artist, can easily go to that two-story area. Actually not going to go upstairs. He's actually going to kite outside of two-story, which is a surprising route here. And this might actually allow him to get an early wax hit onto the Entomologist. He's able to get this freeze here, and he is able to get it. So early hit onto the Ento. She's also not able to get into the two-story, which is actually really good for Ryun here. This makes this chase a lot easier. And still continuing to go in the open. I guess she's trying to get to the boxes here. We're going to see Dancer come in for the body block to at least absorb some of this wax so she can make it to the slow box.
Yeah. Nice little kiting area here, of course, for the wax artist, and we're going to see a very old play that we don't see with the dancer a lot nowadays, is to put the box down, not throw down the pallet yet, and wait for the hunter to break it in order to get a pallet stun. Unable to get a hit through this pallet here, and Rory is going to continue on the chase, getting a 100% wax, which means that will be frozen in place for just a little bit, and now we will see the dancer take her first hit. So the bees are coming in for some support here. Ryun is going to hit them, get rid of them, and the entomologist is going to take them back home. So this pallet is thrown down, which means that slow box will be very useful for the dancer to kite with later as she loops around the hotel with another one set up outside. So she really did plan for everything, but there's a lot of wax on her right now, so she needs to be very careful with the way that she proceeds.
And now this is actually really good from the survivors that he stops to break the pallet. I feel like maybe just chasing the dancer down, trying to get that 100 wax would have been a little bit better. And now that Rune's actually not taking down, he takes down the pallet, but not the box. And actually the entomologist beast pushing the wax artist back even into the slow box. This forces a teleport away here, but it's actually onto the entomologist who already is injured and does not have any beast to work with here. So this teleport from Rune is actually quite good. Even if he's able to down the entomologist here, they should still enough cypher progress to go for the win. He is able to get the down onto the ento. But yeah, they do definitely have enough cypher progress spread out across the board here to push for a victory here. I'm surprised they actually didn't stop to heal ento. Typically, you'd want the entomologist to be healed up in case you do get teleported on. And it looks like he is going to go ahead and pressure down this barmaid cypher machine as well. We see one cypher down, another at 80, and two more at 50, plus another one at 40%, or two at 40. So there is technically enough cypher progress for the win. Entomologist needs to die away from this cypher. She should die all the way in the back of hotel. So there's no option because all three ciphers are here. Beautiful rescue from the mercenary. Gets the swing onto the chair, but entomologist is actually kiting towards the barmaid cipher machine. You really need to make sure you get away from both of these ciphers. And she actually just vaults into the wax artist, I guess, to try to make distance, but can't really go anywhere with this. Sort of just trapped away and is going to get down. She is going to get away from these ciphers, but does die close to the barmaid cipher, which means it is going to get waxed off. So barmaid's actually not able to finish this cipher machine just yet. So I'm surprised. I think we would like to see the entomologist die in the corner of hotel. But Rune's actually not going to chair to the barmaid cipher. He's just going to chair away here. Of course, he can still wax bomb. But he does have to go a little far away from the chair to do so. And he is going to wax bomb that cipher just to slow it down. Again, still enough cipher progress to win the game here. But we should expect the mercenary probably to have to body block after this rescue.
Yeah, we're going to see Unp, of course, on the chair still as the entomologist. A beautiful elbow pad from the mercenary to make it to the chair. Gonna have to be careful with the wax here. Did hit the chair last time, so feeling a little bit confident. Ciphers are being pushed, pulling back and forth, making the chair time a little bit longer and allowing the survivors a little more time to get this cipher primed and ready to go. Gonna have to be really careful here, though. You know, it was almost expired and she goes down, but the cipher is primed, which means that we're going to see the pop right now. Doesn't have a lot of bees to work with in this final endgame kite here, but we do see a slow box in the area and a teleport on the gate where most of the survivors are currently waiting, trying to get it open. So the barmaid is here to chase, of course, and most of these survivors are carrying, you know, their broken windows. They don't have a flywheel to utilize against this wax artist, so they're going to have to be careful in not taking any of those detention hits.
Yeah, we're going to see barmaid. He's kind of trapped up here, so she will go down in a moment to this wax. We're going to see the down, but all three survivors can easily make it to the other exit gate here. And that exit gate 80% of the way, it is going to be opened and finished here. And it looks like FL, that even after getting that entomologist down so quick after the teleport, they already had enough cipher progress for the win. We're going to see three survivors make it out the exit gate here in a 3-survivor escape here for FL, which means that they are going to take the lead. Finally, you know, going into this third round, they do get 3 out the gate. They do take the lead now, and this forces RD for a 3-survivor escape to at least tie up this round here. So things are looking really good for FL. This is the sort of gameplay you would expect from FL. You saw in the first 2 rounds, they kind of struggled a little bit to find their footing on both the Hunter and Survivor side, but now we do see the survivors of FL coming out, playing that quite well. Yeah, just being able to kite to the dancer boxes, able to use that support well. Having the female dancer boxes set up in hotel allows for constant looping. And Rune just never really took down those slow boxes, and that kite was so long. Even after the entomologist got teleported on, doesn't matter. They already had enough cipher progress. Yeah, FL was able to go for the win. That's the FL we expect to see what we've seen them been doing in this tournament up until this match. So, you know, all they have to do now is PvP just needs to hold this lead, and that will be a win for FL.
Yeah, a very strong survivor side to boast and brag about is what they have. They worked really well together, they transitioned really well, they shared the kite, they spread out the kite, and the support from the entomologist was especially crazy, along with the dancer. They were very support heavy in this lineup. Barmaid, of course, you know, sparing her drinks for herself, maybe could have stood to spend some time giving the entomologist a drink at that crucial moment, just in case she got teleported on, as you mentioned, but they still managed to pull the 3-man escape in the end, so it's not like that was the end of the world, just maybe something they could have changed just a little. We're going to see an almost identical kite on the entomologist and the dancer, which is funny to me in specific. They're literally off by like a 0.3 millisecond, which is a little bit funny, but very close together. But they, as mentioned, of course, the teamwork is they swapped back and forth, Ryun, of course, teleporting on different survivors over and over again, trying to apply as much pressure as possible, which unfortunately didn't work out in his favor in the end, but at least showed us what he is capable of in terms of applying the pressure with this wax artist, still managing to get his 1 elimination in the end, and now leaving RD's survivors up to hopefully not tying their 3rd game in a row and maybe getting a 4 escape or something to pull out the win, but it's going to be a little bit difficult considering the circumstances that they're in.
For sure. So now, yeah, just so now it's just up to PBCHA is able to get a tie here. That means FL will win. And yeah, RD just, you know, they fought really well through this match so far. Again, being really disadvantaged here, still able to hold on up until now. So now it just comes down to this. And you know, looking at how this will probably play out here, I think that you see the win condition there. FL just needs to get 2 eliminated or more here. So I think that right now, PBCHA probably wants to play Knight. It's a very good tie hunter, so I expect them to probably ban it. I think they have to ban, because it is Chinatown, you don't necessarily need to ban something like Bloody Queen. So I think it probably is best to ban Dream Witch and Naiad, because you don't want to have to deal with Dream Witch. You have to get a 3 escape here. And obviously Dream Witch is a high win potential hunter, but you know, Dream Witch is fairly consistent as well. So because of your overall pressure, it's very hard to actually win against Dream Witch in reality. So I think the best case here is to ban Dream Witch, to ban Naiad, get rid of that consistent tie hunter and Naiad, and then you're forced to kind of just take something like Clerk or Geisha or Sculptor. But Sculptor's not incredibly strong on this map. And neither is Bloody Queen. So you can kind of just play like anti-Clerk, anti-Geisha at the same time. There's a lot of characters that work well against both of those, and that's kind of just going to be your strategy if you're RD.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to see what kind of stops they pull out. I mean, this is all or nothing for them, so they're definitely going to play as aggressively as they possibly can, try and pull out whatever is applicable to their team comp, and will go up well against PBCHA and whatever is chosen to be played. So the Naiad and the Dream Witch are certainly very, very, very strong bans, and certainly ones that they should consider opting for, but they'll have to then counter, of course, any other potential characters in the pool. And as we mentioned, PBCHA can bring out that breaking wheel. Now, that's a lot. That's a lot to do. It's maybe a little bit excessive, so it's likely we won't see it, but that is kind of a fear factor of there's the slimmest chance of seeing the terrifying Chinatown breaking wheel. You're probably not going to, but what if you did? What then? It's kind of like that horrifying principle of something that's totally not going to happen, but still has the slimmest chance, and that makes it still very scary. But it's more likely, of course, that they're going to counter something that's a lot more, you know, applicable to come up. Maybe they'll be preparing and expecting a Sculptor. They did do pretty well against the Sculptor in the first round, so that, of course, is going to be what they wish for, but it's likely that we will not see her come out in this round, as PBCHA has other stronger hunters to take out on Chinatown here, even if Dream Witch and Naiad are banned.
All right, so I think we'll probably see Soulweaver. So I've heard Soulweaver is also an option. Yeah, with Breaking Wheel, it's just Breaking Wheel is a very high risk, high reward hunter, and he only needs a tie here. So there's no reason to there's really no reason to take a risk like that. So I think that realistically, it makes the most sense to if he does have Soulweaver available. I'm not actually sure if he does have Soulweaver available. We're probably gonna see Naiad ban. We're probably gonna see Dream Witch, and so Geisha or Soulweaver are definitely the most consistent for at least getting a tie. Clerk is also fine, I think, but it also depends on the composition as well. I think if Soulweaver is an option and if RD knows about that, they'll probably ban it. They'll probably go Soulweaver and they'll probably go Naiad ban. And then they'll kind of be forced to take Dream Witch because Soulweaver is extremely consistent on this map. It's very difficult to win against Chinatown Soulweaver, similar to Naiad being a very consistent tie hunter. So I think that If they're worried about Soul Weaver, if they think it's an option, they need to ban it. If they don't know about it, then PBChat could definitely go it. If they go Naiad and Dream Witch. So I just really think the bans here have to be Dream Witch, Naiad, some combination of Dream Witch, Naiad, or Soul Weaver. If it's anything else, it doesn't. I don't know if it really makes the most sense. I guess technically Geisha could be a ban as well. But yeah, there's just so many ways PBChat has to just get 2 survivors down.
Yeah, just need to prepare for whatever PBChat can achieve. You don't only need that Thai, there are plenty of Thai characters in the game and plenty that are good on Chinatown. So the ban pool is going to have to focus, of course, on PBChat's specialties, but could extend, of course, to things like the Spider, considering how well she performs on Chinatown here. So we're seeing some cute, fun, very blue light visions of RD. Their signature color, they are the only people from this region, so they're afforded a little bit of a specialty. So all relaxed, ready and raring to go. They need to, the pressure is on. They really need to see what they can pull off here, because they need either a 3 escape to go into overtime, or they need a 4 escape to be able to pull this win. But we're seeing some support for them in the audience here, which is very sweet. 2 Mr. Whiskers. Can you imagine? I don't even have 1. So we've got our 2 Mr. Whiskers plushies and some support for RD right next to some support for FL. So everyone is ready and raring for these teams to go, excited to see what they are capable of in this final round, to show us the best of their best, considering we've seen them so far 2 rounds already doing what they can. And now, getting into our ban pick selection.
So yeah, here we go. Looks like we should see probably Seer Priestess and then 1 other character from PBChat, maybe Mercenary. Could also be an option here, but let's see what he actually opts to go. Looks like Priestess, Seer, Antiquarian. So they do open up Mercenary here, which is still fine, I think. Obviously, Antiquarians, you want to get rid of sort of support harassment characters, because those sort of characters are going to be the best for actually propelling a drawing position into a winning one by supporting for a potential win. So that's the idea of eliminating Antiquarian first here. So I think that's fine. Looks like we're going to see Dream Witch and Naiad. Yeah, so that definitely, I think, makes the most sense here. Now, PBChat does have Soul Weaver. That does open up that. You have to be careful. But let's see what if that's even an option for him. I'm actually not sure. So it looks like I would think they're going to go some sort of counters. I mean, you have to counter Clerk, first of all. You can't play too hard into Clerk. You can't play too hard into Geisha here. So, because both of those are options. I don't think they're too worried about Sculptor. Looks like we're going to see Dancer, Merc. This is fine for both of those characters. So those are for sure logical options here.
Yeah. Dancer, Merc, very strong starts. We are on Chinatown after all. Dancer very strong on Chinatown, especially to pretty good against Clerk. Mercenary in a general sense. Very good survivor, very fun to have on the team. The best rescue that you can have. So beyond me kind of being like a cat with a hairball, we're going to get into our next ban picks. So the Prospector and the Entomologist have been taken out, and now we'll be seeing what will be selected by RD to fill their next position. Of course, they are looking to counter Clerk, so it's really just a question of how they're going to do that next, and they're choosing to do the Acrobat. So as you mentioned, not only Clerk, but also Geisha could be a good idea to counter, and Acrobat, of course, being a very strong counter to Geisha. Clerk as well, not as strong, I'd say, but enough in the sense of being able to use those bombs to vault over things and jump over things and make the distance that you need to make against Clerk without throwing down any of the items in your vicinity on the map, because that's what she's waiting for you to do. So Psychologist is actually going to be our last ban here, Eli, and we will be loading in our 4th and final survivor anytime now. And by anytime now, I mean right now. And we'll be seeing the Mechanic, actually.
Yeah, so Mechanic is, Mechanic's usually there, as we talked about, usually there for a sort of a Thai survivor. But I guess in a position, as we talked about, where you go against a Thai survivor, you can sort of out-Cypher Rush that Thai. And as long as you have good rotation, and the first kite is decently long, the Mechanic Cypher Rush can be enough to play for wins. The question is, what does PBChat actually play, though? Because here you can actually play Clerk. This comp's not such a hard counter to Clerk, where Clerk is actually still viable. So you have to consider this here. As the survivors of RD. Also, Geisha, I feel like, is not bad. Like, obviously, Geisha can chase Mech quite easily. He's going to go Wheel when he needs a tie. That is so risky. Unbelievable. Yeah, so Breaking Wheel is such a high-risk, high-reward character. And in a situation where he just needs to go for a draw, that is one of the riskiest calls you could make. Yeah, so I think,
especially when anything other than that, you're in a.
yeah, I was just gonna say, I think, yeah, so the only way I could see this being like a good pick is if like all the survivors saw Broken Widows in preparation of Clerk, and they didn't expect any sort of flywheel hunter. I mean, that could be the case, and Breaking Wheel can be good against teams that bring all Broken, you know, if you're trying to like surprise them. But if they brought flywheel in preparation of something like Geisha or Bloody Queen, then like you're in a really tough position as a wheel player. It runs a huge risk of tying. I would imagine he's going to have a very consistent build, like Insolence Detention with Blink. And actually, Mechanic gets the farthest spawn here, so that actually works out really nicely here for RD. So that's going to be pretty beneficial for them. And let's see who he opts to go for first. Pretty much any target. He could go straight to Mechanic because he has good mobility with the wheel, but you risk the Mechanic hiding and potentially not actually finding the Mechanic quick enough. So you may just go straight for Dancer or straight for Acro. Either of those targets are pretty equal. I'd say Acrobat's probably a slightly easier chase target than Dancer, because Dancer can use slow boxes, and slow boxes actually slow down the wheel form. So you have to think about these things. Let's see who has flywheel. They actually go triple flywheel. So, and it is Detention Insolence, but because they go triple flywheel, they actually have a comp that's prepared for wheel. So they were actually expecting something like Geisha, or maybe worried about wheel, and Clerk would have been, I think, actually the best pick just based off of these personas. But yeah, this risk from PB Shaw in terms of builds does not work out, but let's see how it goes in terms of the actual match here.
Yeah, able to pick any target he wants from the laundry list of 4. Of course, playing the Breaking Wheel, meaning that you can get anywhere you want in a brief period of time with just one wheel form and some turns of the arrows on the left side corner of your screen. So first we're going to select this Acrobat, looping around in this area here, just following along. I'm going to land the first spike and going to now come out of wheel form and continue chase on foot onto this Acrobat here. He has loaded up a bomb. Xiao is ready to go with that bomb. It is a red bomb, which is detrimental to our friend the wheel here, who is going to avoid it and throw another trap, which the Acrobat avoids in kind. We're coming over to the lock sniper here, so he's come as far as possible, landing the first hit, getting 75 damage and going back into wheel form just as the locked sniper unlocks.
Yeah, beautiful job for Pipicho walking through that pallet, able to register that hit onto the Acrobat. That just barely clipped him. He's gonna be able to go for the second spike, and now we're gonna see if the flywheel is gonna have the correct impact or not here. So this Acrobat needs to use the flywheel properly to avoid the snap. And he flywheels the snap. He flywheels the snap. He tried. You saw PBTR try. Oh, but he actually runs into the trap and he gets the down anyways. What a turn of events there. You saw PBTR tried to, he hid behind the wall, so he couldn't see when he went for the snap, but the Acrobat was still able to time that. So beautifully timed from the Acrobat, but unfortunately ran into that trap at the end there and was able to get the down. And even with Mechanics bot Cypher Rush in play, this first kite, unfortunately, I don't think was long enough. We're going to find out in a second here. He's going to go ahead and pressure the bot, trying to eliminate this bot as quickly as possible. This will allow a free rescue if he goes too hard on this character. And it looks like no, he's actually just going to snap the bot for extra presence here, and he's going to continue after the Mercenary, almost giving a pallet stun. Mercenary is going to take that hit there. That's actually okay. Breaking Wheel can catch up right away. Still has Blink available, and he still has the snap available once if he goes for 2 spikes. So let's see what he's going to go for. Really trying to get this onto the Acrobat. Is able to get that there. Acrobat's going to cancel the snap with the firebomb, but he's just going to go down anyway. Unfortunately, was not able to make it to that window in time, and that's going to be the second down here. And I think now PBCha playing Breaking Wheel again is so risky, but I think it might actually work out in the long run, as the first kite from Shao just was not long enough. And it looks like now, they have to go for 3 escape here. So they have enough Cypher progress, technically, but they need to also get this rescue off successfully, and Mechanic does also get wanted order, so does have flywheel to work with, but if she does, PBCha doesn't want to get out in full presence right away, because again, she still has that flywheel. He's going to be able to get the rescue, but he has to body block this last survivor. Gets the down, nope, goes for the swing, doesn't get it onto the Mechanic here. Acrobat trying to body block, and Acrobat doesn't bomb. Mechanic's unable to get the body block as well, and Acrobat will be dead on chair here.
Yeah, going to get the snap as well. So the mechanic now very, very injured. The acrobat coming to sit on chair and be eliminated by being sent back to the manor. Luckily, the mech still has some bot to work with. Dancer has expelled all of her boxes, but Pipicha, of course, knowing Zekai is going to be in this area pushing this cipher. So changing target to the mercenary, who is on half health and with some good spike damage and a nice little basic hit will be going down hopefully soon. So I'm going to continue on chase here with the blink to utilize. Will he go for it? Maybe, maybe not. Does just only need a tie, so going to get the snap here, and then actually instead of cheering the mercenary, choosing to change target to the mechanic.
Yeah, and we're going to see him, just trying to down this mech here. Does still have flywheel available. The snap is on cooldown. So he's going to have to actually down the mechanic in terms of a basic hit. He does have blink. He actually just blink the mechanic right now. Not going to go for the... Oh, gets the down and isn't able to flywheel as well. We're going to see the bot try to pop the cyber, but he just pick up the mechanic and hit the bot as well. Oh, no. He's actually not going to hit the bot. I guess he figured maybe the bot doesn't have enough energy to pop anyways, so he's just going to go ahead and leave that there. And then back into wheel form here, trying to find where this female dancer is coming from. And it looks like this high-risk, high-reward character he's getting the high reward. Obviously, he's able to flywheel the snap as well here. And yeah, Pipicha taking the risky strategy, but it is working out, it looks like.
Yeah, CY doing a really good job on that dancer there with the brief but notable kite, and it's going to continue on. So getting back into wheel form to continue chase, she is just looping around this area here and going to take the long way back to the mechanic's chair. So Pin is sitting and waiting. Zekai has expended self-heal in order to get up. The bot is hanging in the area to kind of give an ear tick no matter what. Not enough juice to pop just as suspected, but now going to go for CR once more. Ooh, putting the box down, getting a beautiful pirouette, but 3 spikes, so gotta be really careful. And the blink comes into play, and we're going to see a down on the female dancer. Really only now just need to push for Mercenary, who is expended self-heal. Now is just the survivor that needs to be downed, and we might be seeing Pipicha get this impressive 4th elimination in the final round to secure the win for FL in this matchup today.
Yeah, beautiful stuff on the rescue. That was definitely the deal breaker there. So huge play from Pipicha to get that down there. And now it's really just a matter of time getting this mercenary. Is able to get the 2 spikes. Does connect that there as well. We used the dancer get up. Tries to go for the trap. Mercenary, no elbow pads available and no longer with any self-heal. So yeah, it is just a matter of time here. And with 2 survivors down, that does mean, of course, that that FL will be winning this best of 3 series here. And you really see Pipicha. It took him 2 rounds, but he finally came out in the 3rd round, showing his full strength of his hunter side, and is really showing what he can do, even with a character like Breaking Will, which is typically not something you play in this sort of situation, but still bringing it out. Gonna go for the snap down onto the female dancer. That is going to be a 4 survivor elimination, and that means that FL will be winning this series at long last. It looked very close up until the end there. RD put up a good fight, but FL will be securing the win.
Yeah, a huge congratulations to FL in this regard. You know, they pushed for it. They went through all 3 rounds in order to get here, and they did it. In the end, they pulled their victory. They got their win. They are going to secure, of course, they've been in 2nd place, so they might push themselves up a little bit with even more points, but of course, some handshakes between the players as we wait to get into our interview later. But for now, you know, we're still waiting for that. They're going to do their very fun group photo together here on the main stage to celebrate what they were capable of today, and Pipicha really got to hand it to him. I did not expect the wheel to come out. I really went on that monologue of like, I mean, wheel's a slim chance, but still a chance, but we're not going to see that. There's no way we're going to see a wheel. Lo and behold, we did see a wheel, and Pipicha did manage to get that very impressive 4 elimination with the wheel on top of it all.
Right. And yeah, I mean, Wheel, obviously it doesn't really make sense for position. Wheel's like one of those hunters you bring out where it's like, it's do or die. You have to win. You have to do, you know, put up a really good performance. But yeah, Pipicha just having a lot of confidence, and it still ended up working out. I mean, it was, the comp was not really anti-Wheel necessarily, but they did have all flywheel. But it's sort of just like, yeah, Wheel's just one of those characters where, you know, you sometimes maybe you'll lead with it in round 1 if you want to get as many kills as possible. Typically not, but if you need a 4 kill or if you need a high kill, you go with Wheel. In this situation, you didn't need it, but still had a lot of confidence in his Wheel, and it ultimately did pay off and really just shutting down RD at the end, securing that victory, which means that FL advances to 3-1, and that actually concludes our top 3 for this group. So basically what this means now is that FL, AXE, and ZT are all secured for the top 3. So basically, how this works now is if I have this properly, I believe. So if AXE beats ZT in their next round, that means that AXE and FL will be tied for first, and then it'll go based off of match points. Whoever has the best win to loss round ratio will be advancing as the first place seed. The other one will be the second place, and then ZT will be the third place seed. And then if ZT beats AXE, then I believe they're all 3-1 at that point. So from there, it's just, again, whoever has the best most match points, the best win-to-loss ratio in terms of rounds. So yeah, but yeah, that will guarantee our top. If I believe I have that right. All 3 of those teams will be guaranteed top 3 for Group B.
Yeah, and they've been very popular in chat as they play. I've been seeing a lot of love for them, so I hope that everyone is very pleased with this outcome. I'm sure that the teams are, they worked really hard to get here. This, of course, has been probably our most confusing bracket, as we discussed earlier during our little break before one of the matches. This one tended to be the one that people had a hard time ranking their little gambling apples for. So they did struggle a bit with that, and everything has settled out nicely. The top 3 teams have made themselves known, and that is who we'll be seeing proceeding into the playoff stage and the final stage. I'm probably using those terms wrong, but that's okay. I'm just feeling silly. So we are, of course, going to close this out today with our final match stats for this one. We're going to be seeing who our MVP is, and the beloved Chocho will be back to do another little fun interview translation for us when the time comes down to it, but we are not there quite yet. I hope that everyone has enjoyed today. Of course, Dolomelo and Posh Spites are on next for our next few matchups, but for now, let us go over the stats while we're still with you. So Xiao with a very long kite on the wheel as Acrobat here with the other survivors doing a really good, diligent job of trying to get those ciphers done. They did manage to get enough decoding progress to get to about 4 in completion, which is not enough. You do need to get those full 5 and get the cipher pop, and considering they needed to achieve a 4 escape, it really was not going to happen under these circumstances, especially against something like a wheel.
Yeah, so Breaking Wheel is a very fragile character. The lack of harassment characters, it actually ended up being okay for first chase. Even when Acrobat was able to flywheel the snap, it didn't actually matter. He was still able to get the down without even having to use the blink. So that was a really big factor there. So, and yeah, even with Mechanic Cypher, it's just a little bit short. You see the final score, 16-9. The last one, FL really came out and really showed their true colors in this third round. The first 2 were really interesting back and forth games, but FL decided to come out and play in this last one, taking that 8-1 victory. And yeah, 16-9 in this one. It will be PBShot on the MVP. So average eliminations of 2.3. Obviously did unfortunately drop that first round because of a couple of missteps, but was able to tie the second round and come back with a 4 elim in the last round, securing the win for FL.
Yeah, a huge congratulations to PBShot. Congratulations on your MVP. I mean, there are so many players playing. How did you manage this? With wonderful hunting skills, huge commitment, and doing something that is out of usual play because Hasha was not here today. We're going to see, of course, PBShot go all 3 rounds, which is usually not heard of, but got this best deduction to show for it. So congratulations to PBShot and congratulations to FL again in general. A wonderful job that they did today, really showing off their power. And here we are into our interview portion. So that's enough of me and Eli because we do not know how to guide you through this.
恭喜获得本场比赛胜利。好的，谢谢。好的，那首先想问一下，获得比赛胜利之后的一个心情什么样呢？先问一下。
How are you feeling?
首先也是完成也是小组赛出现了，也是非常的开心的嘛。然后我们也会在。
Yeah, firstly, advancing into top 3 of this group stage, so yeah, quite happy.
突破小组赛非常开心。
Yeah, I'm also very happy.
我们也去问一下关于比赛的一些问题吧。好的。
So I'm gonna ask some questions relating to the match.
因为今天我们的 BO1 监管的哈沙选手，
BO1 Hunter Hasha is not around. So PBShot is in charge of all 3 rounds.
也是好久没有来参加过这BO1 的比赛了。那么也是。
Oh, so it's been a long time since you played BO1. So how does it
也
feel?
是我之前在业余战队阿 K 哈的时候打过，但是后来到了 FL 之后，我也没有负责过。
Last time in another team, I actually played as a BO1 hunter, but yeah, when I switched to FL, I didn't get a chance to play BO1. But how do I say this? It's a bit not. It feels yeah, not normal. Something he's used to. But you still managed to get a 1 elimination, so that's still not too bad.
开局之后，整个求生者的整个局势不是非常的好吧，但是中途慈善的2溜也是改变了整个求生者的一个局势吧。当时我们看到，有祭司，有那个。
In BO1, the match wasn't very favorable for the survivor side, but then in the middle, it was getting better.
那么你们当时是预想对方会用什么样的一个监管者呢？
What were you guys predicting with that kind of team comp? Like what hunter?
有机也是还是不太好打吧，所以说，说不定当时对方很有可能是想选邦邦的吧。
At that point in time, we thought that the hunter might be choosing the corrector bonbon.
也是因为考虑到马卡选手使用机械师也是非常的厉害的嘛，所以说对方很有可能是因为不想让你去用这个机械师这个角色吧，很有可能。
So yeah, there could be a possibility that the hunter didn't want you to be a mechanic.
问一下 PP 叉选手在。
So now I'll be asking another question to PP Cha.
就是破人的4抓。
Playing Breaking Wheel and getting a 4 elimination.
追到了求生者。
Yeah, at the start of the match, you managed to chase the survivor that you wanted. The acrobat. So what was the entire game plan for that match? Yeah, so my main motive is to still want to chase someone that's easiest to chase in that team comp. And I feel like my chasing wasn't very good still. In terms of spawn locations, my location wasn't the best. So yeah, I didn't want to change the mechanic also because if I chase the main body, the bot could still be out there decoding. In the third match, first half, you used Barmaid. And you didn't leave a lot of footprints until only when Hunter left. And MP was trying his best to kite out the Hunter. And when he saw the Barmaid, what was the process like? In terms of character spawn locations, my spawn location is the furthest. The hunter could probably want to come and chase the Barmaid first. Oh, so yeah, when the hunter came to me, we were sort of prepared because our team was talking about it already before the match started. So PP Cha, any words to say to anybody? In the playoffs, we will cherish all the time that we have left. Playoffs, of course, we will do our best, and our primary goal is definitely to get the win. So most likely first place as well. Right, so thanking them, passing back to casters.
All right, so yeah, that's going to be it for our interview and this long two matches. We're going to go to a short break, and we will see you guys after this.
Nice. もうやめよう、もうしない。オッケー。うますぎです。一回壁すら。でもこの後救助したらさ、最強2回から DD してほしいこれ。オッケー。了解。ジャッキー狙おりさん。オッケー。いや、まだ狙おうこれじゃあ。あともうちょいです。していいよ。する。もうすん。上げる。ナイス。絶対勝ち。うわ、いい位置それ。ナイス。
皆さんこんにちは。日本地区代表ゼータディビジョンのカズネコです。ゼータディビジョンは去年の5月に新メンバーを迎え、夏季 IJL と秋季 IJL を2連覇することができました。そして COA でも実力を出せるよう日々練習をしています。ゼータディビジョンのメンバーを紹介します。ハンターはバンピーさん、アルフレの2人で、サバイバーは僕とアゲドリ、モチ、ソソリさんの4名です。コーチはラッキーくんです。僕たちのチームの強いところは、それぞれが高い PS を持っていて、例えばアゲドリとかだったらチェイスや補助をメインにしていたりとか、モチとかだったら救助キャラをたくさん使う係っていうか、ソソリさんは補助全般っていうかもう何でも使えちゃうので、 COA 優勝目指してメンバー全員で頑張るので、それでは COA でお会いしましょう。バイバイ。
안녕하세요. 저희는 한국 지역의 MS 클랜입니다. 저희 팀은 2년 전에 만들어진 클랜으로 2021년 IVT 우승, COA5 한국 예선 진출, 2022년 IVT 준우승을 한 경험이 있습니다. 저희 팀은 생존자 4명, 감시자 1명인 교체 멤버 없는 총 5명의 인원이며, 감시자인 마이타케 선수는 아시아 감시자 랭킹 2, 생존자인 총총 선수는 서포트에 능하며, 오브이오 선수는 독보적인 어그로 피지컬을 가지고 있으며, 새로 들어온 오니 선수는 높은 커버 실력을 경험하고 있습니다. 지난 시면5 본선과 이번 한국 예선에서 아쉬움이 많았기에 이번 글로벌 시면에서는 연습 성과를 보여주겠다고 다짐하고 있습니다.
What's going on, you guys? Potch Spice and Nello Mello on the mic for the second half of COA Group Stage Day number 9. Amazing matches. like going down to the wire. The first match was just incredible. The second one was a real nail biter. But now we have ZETA versus MS, another barn burner of a match. I think people's champions, you know, one from hailing from the Republic of Korea, the other one from Japan. How do you feel about this matchup?
Well, I mean, I guess this is where they decide which one's better once and for all. J-pop or K-pop. Just jokes aside, I feel like they have so much to prove in this tournament because they, like what you said, they represent their regions. It feels like ZETA has already proven themselves by being the runner-up in last COA. But MS so far, they have their ups and downs. They have their wins and losses, but ultimately, it's going to be a show to spectate. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing these two teams.
Oh yeah, especially I think you were the one to see both MS matches where Mitake brought out the Hell Ember, and the Hell Ember was able to take down 487 Wolves right off the bat. We thought it was like maybe he's just doing an exhibition pick or something, but he was actually really good. Yeah. So again, that they usually bring that out when it's like do or die time. So again, MS, a team of the people, they really like showing like the dancer picks, just the incredible lineups. But ZETA, you know, they're no nonsense. They go with the meta. They kind of establish the meta, especially in IJL, two-time IGL winners. I would say a close second coming into this COA, since they made it so close last year, winning the entire thing when they were still technically in Sun Sisters. But we're about to introduce the lineup, folks. We have ZETA in one corner. We have MS in another corner. Again, this match doesn't have as much bearings, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a barn burner here now.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise there. We're just going to be reacquainting ourselves to the faces of these players from ZETA. Alfu, Vampy. I mean, for those of you who don't know, Vampy is always the round one hunter. He's the designated BO1. Alf is usually the one carrying in round 2s and round 3s, all the way to round 5 if needed. And of course, no surprise, Survivor side, which will be reacquainted later more thoroughly. But now MS, Posh.
Yeah, MS, you have I'm So OVO on the dancer, Mitake on that hunter, you have Seiyun as the stable rescuer, Oni and CC as the respective kiters. So again, I would say a menace when it comes to, you know, in this tournament. They're definitely the wild card in this group. I mean, they had victories over GH, and I'm pretty sure they want to cement their status here in the group stage, right? This is their last stand. This is their last match. So I think they want to go out in a spectacular way. And what better way to do that than gun for the heads of ZETA? So they're starting off pretty hot. They're going to go up against Vampy to start off with.
Yeah, I mean, MS, regardless of the horrible group placing, I would say that because there's so many good players. Yeah, but they managed to secure one win, so here will make a really huge difference if they can, you know, this is their last stand to show the viewers what they can do. But look who came to the podium, Posh. What a surprise.
I know, this is kind of like the match of how it was before. Usually we kind of built up Vampy as the point hunter, but Alf coming in, I don't know, does Alf want a quick night at the office? Because usually Alf comes in with the big guns to cement the victory here, but now this kind of I would say this would throw off any team strategy, right? Because you start off, you'd expect Vampy, but then Alf coming in, Alf has a deeper hunter pool, so it's like you have a lot more to consider. Hopefully MS has map pick so they can kind of control the hunter picks of Alf, but I don't know, I'm not liking this. How do you feel about this? I'm very nervous for MS at this point since Alf is coming up first.
Yeah, I think I definitely share your sentiments. I'm nervous for these teams as well. You know, more to elaborate after this.
Yes.
Just right now, CC will be the first to be showcased. Plays the priestess, plays the psychologist. Of course, he's like the supporter of the team.
Yes.
Not to mention, he also has a barmaid if he ever needs the heal. So, yeah, he's definitely the one to look for in terms of support in this team.
Yeah. CC unfortunately not playing in the venue, but you know what, the comms are still very good. I would say, yeah, the Korean meta is just very support heavy, and they try their best to create their own type of meta. But Seiyun, you guys know her, you guys love her. She is a very stable rescuer, and in clutch situations, you can rely on her. Yes, she has, I mean, in the group stage, unfortunately, like they had to go up against the best of the best teams, so some of her rescue attempts were thwarted, but when push comes to shove, she's still able to make the best out of a situation. So hopefully we'll see some clutch rescues coming out of Seiyun.
Yeah, she's definitely cemented herself as a very reliable and dependable rescuer coming into this game. I mean, usually you would think that rescuers they wouldn't be able to kite much without their items, but well, she's been very stable so far, even in terms of kiting when she's being chased first. So yeah, definitely hashtag girl boss going here. But next up, I'm So Ovo. No, we're no stranger to him anymore. He plays the entomologist, the dancer, and mind you, he played the enchantress. Who could forget I'm So Ovo's enchantress against GH God Jake's Hermit, 5 Cypher Kite.
We were there.
Yeah, we were there for sure. It was such a sight to imagine, but wow, he's.
Oh, I got scared. I was like, oh, is he gonna? Yeah, it's little eye drops happening there, and he wants to make sure he sees 2020, folks, when he's kiting on that dancer. Oh, we see a little saying like slap there. But I would have to say though, I'm So OVO kind of set the bar of dancer mains, right? Before people were picking the character, he was already using it, and he really made a splash last year. And Oni, the ever reliable kiter, also supporter. He brought out the batter, which he is actually the only one to bring out batter in this group stage, and also an acrobat, which is a very stable pick. So yeah, I feel like I would like to see more of Oni, because yes, we keep saying I'm So OVO, you know, we know him, we love him. So hopefully Oni will have his moment here, because as you said, Nell, this is MS's last stand. Unfortunately, like in the group stages, if they do win here, I'm not sure even in spectacular fashion it's gonna make a difference. But again, I think it's not about the placing anymore for them. It's about sending a message that the Korean region is one of the strongest ones out there, and they can do that by getting a victory over ZETA.
Yeah. Let's all be reminded that these teams are actually, like all the teams from other regions, they are actually non-professional teams, meaning that they are not getting paid to play full time. They're not getting sponsored or in any way. So just coming into facing these huge major teams who pretty much gets paid to play 24 hours a day. I mean, figuratively speaking. So it's definitely very commendable that they're putting a stand here. But right now, ZETA Elf is going to make his appearance first instead of Vampy. What do you think, Sposh?
Yeah, you know what? The thing that they don't put here is his incredible Bonbon. Yes, he has a good wax artist, his Naiad. I'm so scared because it's round 1 Alf, and we're not used to seeing round 1 Alf, even from last year. So would Alf the Great be Alf the Greater in round number 1? What's going to happen, especially in this type of meta? So all those questions will be answered later on. But I do want to double down on your point, Nell, that these teams like MS, GH, the ones that don't really have like a league just yet, you really have to commend them, because if they get a win, if they're able to make a huge splash with their following, with whatever, who knows? Maybe NetEase is going to look at that region as like, we have to have more tournaments there. We need more backings for these players just so that they can have a future in this game. And it seems like, Nell, we're heading towards Arms Factory, and ZETA is the one that picked it. So I think Alf wants to come out of the gates, guns blazing or bombs blazing, because we might bring out that Bonbon.
Yeah, he could bring out the Bonbon. Of course, he could bring out the Dream Witch as well if he really needs it,
Right.
right? Yeah, I mean, Vampy used to play Dream Witch a lot, especially when he's going up best of 1. But Alf being here, well, he does kind of have what it takes as well to play any hunters like Dream Witch, Bonbon, Wax Artist. Wax Artist probably doesn't make sense in Arms Factory. Yeah, but he definitely has all those in his arsenal. Even if he wants to go Naiad, that would definitely work as well.
Ooh, it's a bat. Oh no, he got the swing. Look at the recovery on that. He just keeps going. Oh my goodness. But the ZETA light sticks, folks. So big shout outs to all the ZETA fans out there. As you were saying, Nell, yeah, maybe not Wax Artist, maybe the Naiad, maybe the Dream Witch, maybe the Bonbon. There's a lot to pick from, since this is round 1 Alf. This is again, I would say this is a very aggressive start, because Alf, I would say, one of the most stable hunters out there. Of course, Dongxuan is like the one that jumps out of the gate, right? But Alf the Great, you know, he's always cemented himself as one of the most stable hunters out there. And for him to start things off now, yeah, it puts MS in a tough spot, and CC is feeling it.
He is. I mean, Gandalf appearing in game 1 is definitely no joke. And not to mention, he has to play from his home as well, which is also something you have to consider. But before going to the band pick screen, yeah, I feel like one of the reasons, this is just a speculation, Alf is probably coming out first, because yes, they may be getting 2 wins, but they did sort of lost one game in the process against
Yeah.
Wolves, right? So 2-1, but technically they sort of have only a 1 net win compared to Wolves, who has like 6 net wins with 3. So maybe they feel like they're not having enough of an impact. Yes, they are in second placing. It's still good with a 2-1 victory. But maybe they just want more impact. They just want,
Just as I said, MS was making a statement. I think ZETA also wants to make a statement, say that hey, they're also the big dogs in the yard here, and Alf coming in first, unlike Vampy usually, definitely is the grounds to make that statement. Maybe that's what they want to gun for, is that 2-0. So it seems like, wow, Alf doing his homework here. I would say targeted ban of the dancer and batter. So that just takes out Oni's batter. That takes out I'm So OVO's dancer. And now they're kind of forced to play like a traditional comp here. I think they're kind of preparing for that Dream Witch since the barmaid was picked up at the start. But then again, this is one of the signature characters of MS. So they kind of play a little unconventional. So hopefully Alf would have his wits about him. And now, Nell, they banned the composer.
Yeah, I think it was made known. Like MS was the first team to actually bring out a composer,
right?
And sort of make it work. I mean, the idea with composer is like, okay, you have the fast decoding after you play some music game. You have what's going on. You have that boosted accelerated decoding, and of course, when you're getting chased, you do have those bells to work with, and it goes in transitions, like in intermissions of 4 or 5 bells. So it allows you to speed boost a little bit throughout the process. So maybe that's what they really need. And Alf doesn't want that to happen. Like fast decoder, it's like a lawyer, but with a mini game. With a mini game and a capability to make distance away from the hunter.
And Terror Shock. You have to add the Terror Shock. So, yep. And Alf, he's gonna go with his signature Bonbon here, and I don't think he has anything to consider here. Anything else? Like his Bonbon was so stable. Him bringing out in round number 1 in Arms Factory, he should do that. Great bans, I would have to say, on his side, because he really did the homework going into this match. He knows this. Again, if you look at the bans completely without looking at the team MS, you think, wow, it's very unconventional bans, but I think they're very targeted. He did the homework against MS, and this shows, like you said, Nell, I think they really want that 2-0 because they're taking MS super seriously. They're not going to hold anything back, and they're going to give MS their all.
Yeah, this is after all their last chance to make a stand, right? So what better way than to go all out right from the very start? I mean, I believe we all have this question before, somewhere in time before, where we're like, in the previous COA until now, we're like, the team's actually really strong. The survivors are doing great.
The mix-up, the bow, and then the handshake. You should go for a fist bump later.
I know, right? Yeah, but it's great to see such good sportsmanship going on between J-pop and K-pop. But yeah, I would have to say it doesn't have to be this way, guys. They can always coexist. We still love
music. And they're having it. They're coexisting in stage, folks. So I'm excited to see how they're gonna shake this one out. Nell, best possible chase target for Alf. Who do you think it's gonna be?
I mean, if he can sort of get the barmaid. Barmaid's always a good choice to chase first, especially if you're confident in nailing your bombs. Because the moment you get hit, well, technically barmaid, he has a choice to make. Sometimes you just get hit by 1 chip damage, but because you're so fearful of getting hit by next, or you still have you have a little bit of distance, you sort of can just use it in advance to prolong a little bit more kite. But we'll just have to see who Alf goes for. I mean, technically, barmaid would be the best choice, but he is making his rotations towards the factory at this point, Posh.
Yeah, he's still trying to look for someone that's at the center. So it seemed like he was going to chase CC first, but CC, still crouching down, making sure he's not going to be felt here. Seiyun could just gladly just run around, because I don't think Alf will try and commit towards chasing a mercenary early on. So relatively slow start for Alf. Just keep rotating around. If he just goes tunnel straight, he's gonna see if anyone's there. So Tinnitus is probably giving him kind of confusing him on which route to take. But luckily, this is the arms factory, so it's kind of small. But now CC is gonna run out in the open. I think Alf catches a glimpse through the window.
Yeah, he's so patient though. Like Alf, I mean CC, props to CC for like, you know, hiding. That's exactly what I talk about. We just want to hide first. But he was hiding so long, and Alf at the same time, he was waiting for CC to just come out of hiding, and it worked. So CC using, like, he got 1 chip damage, he's gonna use the heal straight away. He doesn't want the possibility to get down. He's just gonna eliminate that possibility. But Barmaid heal to full. Alf going in. Posh.
Yeah. Yeah, so CC again, you know, patience versus patience, but yeah, that drink, I think attempt was actually really good. He now has his time bomb, so Alf having the patience of Job here, uses the blink just to close the distance. Very Chad-like move, and now we see that the barmaid does fall down. So, I mean, patience has definitely paid off for Alf in the end. Yes, it was a slow start, but yeah, he just had that hunter instinct kicking in. He was like, something's up here. I gotta just be patient, find my best possible chase target. I'm not gonna get distracted by that mercenary nor anything else. I want this barmaid since her rebound kite won't be as good as anyone else. And now the mercenary is gonna position himself for the rescue.
Oh, and the free rescue going on. Like, yeah, that's the thing about mercenary, which is why it's such a good character to have as a rescuer. The hit's gonna be there to pop the last effort by barmaid. But again, just shows why Mercenary is just so strong. Seiyun being really sneaky there, no pun intended. Just using, you know, just using the pads to close in the distance in an instant. But only at that moment, in this moment, oh, will he be able to make it, Posh?
Look at that. Alpha just walking down the line here. Oni just baiting out the stick. Wow. Able to get the push. And now just dropping some bombs. He's very confident. Unable to get it just yet. Gonna get a basic attack. But look at that. Oni is unscathed out of the barrage of bombs.
Yeah. And he's just buying so much time. Only being here is definitely more useful than I mean, it's definitely more useful than just staying at the cipher, right? Because as we're talking, 3 ciphers have been completed, 2 more are about to be done. But unfortunately, he's being placed right next to Seiyun cipher, so they gotta get CC out of here.
Yes.
And get the decoding done at the same time. So, man, this looks really hard for MS.
Yeah, it does. Now he's trying to go for a double rescue situation. Oh, tried to get the push, unable to get the stun. But the thing is, Bonbon could just keep dropping bombs here. Now the barmaid, regular basic hit is gonna keep him down. But the Antiquarian is still here. He's gonna try to harass her away, so that is gonna be a safe chair on Alf's side. But it seems like Oni's still tempting fate here. He's got to be very careful. Flywheels away from the bond. Can't close the distance.
The Kung Fu fly. The Kung Fu fly. I mean, it's just so unfortunate. Like, I definitely respected attempt there, right? But it's just unfortunate that Alf has this calculated, right? Like, he has the barmaid on the last chair where the cipher's supposed to be. If it was anywhere else, if the barmaid died anywhere else instead of this area, the outcome would have been different. So I'm not really sure why barmaid was running there in the first place. I think he should definitely just come back to this corner. But wow.
Whoa. Okay, now he's gonna go aggressive. Now he knows that he's down the best rescuer in the team, and now he's gonna down Oni. Double down situation. And mind you, now we have not seen the Enchantress at all. She is really good early to mid game, so she can farm that cursed the cursed stacks. But I mean, Alf had a really good pick off of the barmaid. Shift the attention to the mercenary. Once the mercenary was down, shift attention to the antiquarian. So now the Enchantress is forced to go out of objectives and go for rescues. So this is definitely Alf, peak Alf we see. He is definitely at the height of his power when he's in round number 1. His limiters are gone, folks. And now I'm so OVO is going to try to make this rescue happen.
My god. And Antiquarian is going to go down almost instantly. Now he's going to stop from a possible 3-man escape all the way towards a possible 4K elimination. This is
huge. This is huge.
It is. Oh. And all because he died at the last cipher. My god. What a ton of events.
Yeah, I'm so OVO has a 2-stack, but he's gonna try to tempt fate here. He just gets the regular 3-1 now, and now this allows Seiyun to get off the rocket chair. So you got to give MS their props. They are trying to fight back. Antiquarian is up already as the Enchantress falls down, so Alf still has some chairing to do.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Seiyun has no more pads to work with. I'm so yes, still has one stack, but not really gonna work. Um, it doesn't really make a huge impact in this situation. But Oni is decoding the last cipher as we speak. Seiyun probably just gonna wait, but I don't know, man. Posh, one bomb, one hit.
Yeah.
I mean, one bomb, he's already down. So
True. I think they might salvage. Yeah, they're just gonna have to go for that pop. I don't think. I think they just have to go for a tie at this point. The thing is, yeah, Alpha's gonna know he's close to one of the exit gates, which is being worked on at 15%. But I mean, it's the Antiquarian that's opening the gate, so it's gonna take some time. And Enchantress is actually about to expire. Mercenary doesn't have any elbow pads to work with. Oh my goodness, the Antiquarian. Seiyun trying to close the distance, but she's gonna overextend here. Here we go.
Are you sure you want to go for it? Because Seiyun should have probably. Yeah, I mean, he has no choice, right? Because if he doesn't come, Alpha will disturb Antiquarian. My God!
Wow, he's just on fire, folks. You let him cook at the early seconds, and this is what you get. Peak Alf. And now we see he is trying to hone in on Oni. My goodness, one basic hit. Nice flywheel for Oni just to prolong this chase. So now the saving grace here is for Saiyan to open up the other exit gate and just get one man. You cannot try to 5-man this or get a 5-point game out of Alf, and that's what happens. Mercenary able to open up that gate, and Oni at least they have that consolation. But my goodness, on the first round, no.
Yeah, I mean, not getting 4K by ZETA is definitely already an improvement. Oni falling down to the raining bombs. Yeah, Saiyan's just gonna escape. Fortunately for MS.
Yeah. Can I give another pun for Alf? Okay, ready? Ready?
Okay,
He is the Alpha Hunter.
Wow,
Alpha. Let's go.
Done.
I was like Alpha. Yeah, I was like Alpha, dude. He's round one. Alf is just on another level. That was masterful work of that Bonbon. And I'd like to take you back, Nell. Talk to us about the first early seconds. How did you feel about the patience? And did you think it was going to end in this spectacular fashion?
Well, technically, okay, thanks to Robert as well for pointing it out. Technically, we overlooked what skill that the Hunter has. Yes, he was being very patient waiting there, but he was actually kind of, like what I said, he wanted to focus on Barmaid, right? He definitely knows that Barmaid's around this area. So he was just staying around, and he had one skill called Quenching Effect. So the moment 60 up, he saw it. Yeah, and that's why the Barmaid had to move away. So it's not that the Barmaid doesn't want to hide much longer. It's just that, I saw that, so I have to start running.
Shout outs to Robert. Thank you so much. A little throwback to Koa 4 when everyone brought Quenching Effect Teleport on the Sculptor. So yeah, I mean, Alf, just alpha brain mindset there, just making sure like I'm gonna just get the best possible target, which is the Barmaid. I think it was also respect, because it's like I'm not gonna chase I'm so OVO because we know his containment time is insane. Mercenary Saiyan, she can kite for days too. I think when it picks and bans, they were possibly thinking of a Dream Witch counter. That's why they brought the Barmaid. But like you pointed out, Nell, that was the best possible chase target, and Alf really hit the nail on the head there with how he played this one out. Because now, Zeta survivors, I mean, they just get a tie and they win this round. But we know Zeta survivors want to get more than just a tie.
Exactly. But if you notice, there wasn't anything spectacular like a Terror Shock or a failed double rescue. You notice that? But why is it still 3K? For a very simple reason, guys. Like, this is what we some of us always do in rank. We die at the last cipher.
There's nowhere else to fall, Nell. I'm so sorry. Like, probably like sorry, don't fall here. Don't fall here.
Exactly. Like, for reals, right? Like that was exactly what happened, right? Like, there wasn't anything like a spectacular play, but just because of that one fact, and Alf grabbed it and ran away with it. It's like, yo, I know it's here. You guys, you fall right into my trap here. It's the alpha at hunting, right there.
Yeah, I'm allowed some puns, Frog. Let me have that pun. And can I just say, Alf? Yeah, it was just. This is the first time we're seeing round one Alf, and he was very accurate with the bombs. His placement also, that was another big nail in the coffin there for him to solidify this 3-point game. And unfortunately for MS, I think they were just a little step behind in this matchup. And you gotta love the support. You have to also love the tenacity of the Antiquarian trying to go for the flip and then the hit, because it kind of did I would say delay the chair time just a little bit, but in the end, Alpha was still Alpha's still able to.
You're allowed to defense. You're allowed to defense.
I sorry, it was just in my head while he was hunting, while he was cooking. But yeah, Alpha again. I'm excited to see now because round number 2 they for sure have to ban his bonbon.
Yo, yeah, they definitely have to respect ban his bonbon. But right now, what's going on in the chat? Kermit the Posh.
Oh yeah, that was my little character arc yesterday because they're. I did a Kermit impression and that kind of took over. So if you guys stick till the end, I'll do it. So just we gotta pay respect to the players for now.
Exactly. Yeah, the players are gonna be getting ready on the stage. You can see all serious, all focused faces. Nothing. Yeah, they're planning to run this game with a 2-0. They definitely want to make a strong impression during the last leg of the group stages, where Mitake seems like he is his usual self. You know, pretty much looks pretty with all smiles and pretty carefree, I would say. So I'm not sure, man, but I mean, he pulled off that amazing Hell Ember against 47.
He did.
But now that he did, I'm pretty sure ZETA knows, because the only reason that Wolves got that streak, they got 3K'd by his Hell Ember was because in the interviews they said they weren't expecting this at all. They weren't prepared. They didn't think that the Hell Ember was going to be played and make such an impact. So yeah, I think they're definitely more prepared than ever to face Mitake in the 2 rounds.
Yeah, so we're gonna introduce the team of ZETA and get you more acquainted with them. We got Dolisu again. When it comes down to it, they have really 3 strong kiters and then Mochi as the stable rescuer. So Dolisu, you do see highlighted here. He does have an acrobat. He does have a toy merchant. I think all of them, 3 of them, they've all been highlighted as MVPs, right? And I think that's why Mochi in the previous interview was like, I wish I got MVP, because rescuers, they don't necessarily get highlighted, but I mean, they're very pivotal in the role. So again, Dolisu, expect a lot of amazing highlights in kiting. But I think if we're gonna go with stuns, that might be it might actually go to Kazuneko.
Yep, Kazuneko, no surprise there. I think he sets the standard for being one of the best harassers out there, especially on Norton. And now with an addition of Antiquarian and with his already well-known forward, he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. Not an easy target to chase at all. And when he comes to harass, he's also a force to be reckoned with. I think ZETA's just he just makes up one of the strongest cores in ZETA, and yeah, don't let that smile fool you guys. He's just crazy good with his skills.
He is. He's super good and also very shy on the mic, I would have to say. So if he does get interviewed, it's like, I don't know, it's just something with the stunners, man. They're just so good mechanically, and then they're just very soft-spoken. They just want to go for, they just want to play. They just want to stun. So we're going to round it off with Sasori. Again, does have a dancer, does have a mechanic. He's also brought up the barmaid, entomologist, mechanic. He's patient, just pretty much all the kiters. Yeah, it's between these 3. It's Sasori, Dolisu, and Kazuneko, and Mochi being that stable rescuer, similar like Seiyun.
Yeah, I mean, again, without a good rescue, it doesn't matter if you kite that long, right? Then the game's gonna crumble from there. But speaking of Mochi, here he is, cool, calm, and collected as always. As a matter of fact, I've never seen him fail his rescues. And I don't know, man. I don't think I can jinx it, even if I say this. But he really has been really successful.
He has been.
And I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, you talk about best deductions, right? Usually, I would say rescuers. I would consider rescuers to have a higher deduction point. But
you think, right?
Yeah,
we talked about how we can like highlight more of the rescuers, and in also other games it's like, yeah, I think this should have more points than this. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, like Koa would have like a rescuer MVP thing, because you could put Seiya there, you could put Mochi there, you could put the dedicated rescuers, Skyfall, Jam as well. Just the ones that really just hone the role. Because as much as best deductions go to the best kiter and the best hunter, respect the rescuer mains out there, chat. So big shout
Exactly.
outs to all the rescuers out there, the stable ones out there. And we're going to shift things over to Mitake. We do see that he has a Bonbon Dream Witch here, but what you don't know is that Hell Ember. He's also brought out, I believe, if I look up my notes, I know he's brought out Clerk in the qualifiers too. Yes, he's brought out Clerk once, Dream Witch twice, Geisha once, BQ. So he just has a lot to offer. Again, in Arms Factory, similar situation. He can try to go Bonbon, maybe not Wax Artist. He can go Clerk if he wanted to, but yeah, at this point, all to gain, nothing to lose for MS.
Exactly. I mean, if he wants to, he can definitely go for a mirror match. Pick a Bonbon, get rid of. I mean, he can definitely get rid of survivors who he doesn't really feel comfortable playing against as a Bonbon. Like, there are some people who rather get rid of stunners and harassers. Like, get rid of Prospector, Antiquarian. That's their priority. Some of them would rather have a better chase because they and would rather get rid of the female dancer first.
Right.
So ultimately, it just plays into what style you really like and how comfortable are you playing it. It's like pick your poison. Do you wanna be annoyed when using boxes? Or you wanna be annoyed when the bamboo hits?
I don't know, chat. That's a would you rather question I'd rather not answer because that just seems like a long containment time, both scenarios. So I think that's the advantage Zeta has because both their survivor teams, and shout outs to this amazing fan art, their survivor pool is just so deep. MS though, they have signature survivors, and I think that's how Alf was able to counterplay them and shadow ban tech. Well, he targeted banned the known survivors, and imagine, like, even chat kind of brought it up, like, wow, they're not even considering Seer because in their MS's repertoire they're not really known for bringing out Seer, and they're really gearing towards that Bonbon. But he did amazingly with that, banning out the dancer, banning out the what else did he banned out someone else. I forgot. He didn't ban out the enchant. Oh, batter. He banned out the batter. Right, and that's very unconventional because it's very targeted towards MS's survivors. So now Mitake banning out the Antiquarian to start it off. So yeah, but Kazuneko still has that forward, so we've seen him on that forward. He's pretty insane with that. Let's see if he's gonna pick it up.
I mean, Mercenaries hasn't been banned, so he would probably consider. And even if Mercenary is being banned here, I think he would definitely want to have. He's more comfortable playing on a Prospector because the decoding's fast. You can kite, you can harass. What's not to love, right? So, they are still keeping their last rescuer choice hidden. And Mitake realizes something's up. So the route he's gone for is he's taking out all of the rescuers and the and Antiquarian. So, Sasori, what can he? What will he be picking for Mochi? First officer?
Yeah, there's still the first officer, just so, or patient if ever you would really need a rescuer, or you can make Mochi play a kiter and then get MVP. But no, he's gonna go with this. He's the stable one, folks. He's the one that keeps things in lines. So now it just seems like this lineup is very strong. I mean, they're playing to their strengths. I think Kazuneko is gonna be in that Prospector though. They have a heal off the Psychologist, and Mitake Dream Witch against this lineup is still kind of terrifying. So Bonbon, you think, or anything else?
I mean, this looks like a lineup against. I mean, Bonbon could be very possible here.
Just so he doesn't fall into the Dream Witch counter, right?
It can be a Dream Witch too. He can definitely play Dream Witch here as well, if he's confident. I mean, that's just one Prospector to work with. Other than that. But I just feel like letting out the Seer would be more dangerous than letting out Antiquarian. I'm not too sure about that. But Antiquarian, we have seen the Antiquarian dedicated players use the bamboos to stun hunters, and even out of the patroller even. So so yeah, again another game of would you rather face the outboard or the bamboos. Again, it's just. Yeah, I think they're just covering all bases here. Mitake can definitely go for Dream Wish if he wants to, or just go for a mirror pick off the Bonbon.
He could possibly. So sticking to the Dream Witch here. So Yeah, I could see that happening. I guess I think he doesn't want his patroller to get hit with the bamboo or just anything. At least maybe again the lesser of evils. I'd rather face the seer owl because he's gonna have to siphon another owl out of the followers. Not allowing the barmaid to come in is actually good as well. So at least it's not the barmaid seer combo. Interesting that the wildling actually. I thought he'd prioritize banning the first officer more than the wildling. Yeah, but I guess it's just more of a preference thing. I think Mitake is gonna take his chances, trying to find the first officer once he pops the pocket watch.
Yeah, but then I don't know, man. I absolutely salute people who play first officer. The mind games going on, right? I'm absolutely horrible at mind gaming. When I play first officer,
same.
like,
It's just
no.
they know where I'm going all the time. There you go. They go for the bow and the handshake. Oh, he's got the
Yeah.
two hands though.
The two hands.
The two
He's like
hands.
the double respect going on here.
Yeah,
So
the double. He got more respect, more riz. There we go.
yeah, more social credits going on. Oh, we gotta bring China in here. But yeah, I mean, it's good to see good sportsmanship going on. Again, win or lose, it's all part of the game. But you know what? As I always said, win with humility, lose with grace. Nothing to lose here, but but everything to gain. Especially for MS, I mean, ultimately, they're here just to show what they can do and to gain experience as well. So.
Yeah, so we don't see the persona yet. I'm pretty sure they're gearing towards this Dream Witch because of how they picked and banned, how the picks and bans went. So we're gonna see how this match is gonna play out. Mitake is gonna have to make haste here, and for him to tie it up, he needs 3 survivors out. We're gonna see Mochi actually get leached out. So it seems like Mitake is gonna chase the first officer, which again can be quite troublesome. I don't know how you feel about this one, no?
We've seen the first officer getting chased before, and in fact getting committed on until 2 watches have been expended. But it seems like Mitake might not. Oh my god, he is committing. He is committing towards the first officer. Yeah, let's just see how it goes from here. The watch is about to expire. He needs to activate it for a second time.
So the thing is, yeah, he's got main body patroller. He's gonna try and go for the bite here, able to get it across the map. So that's actually a great bite he was able to get. And now the main body has to follow up along with the leech follower. So let's see how long Mochi. And this is actually Mochi's MVP moment. If he's able to kite someone out, oh my goodness, doesn't get the hit, but at least for him, that was the leech hit. So now Mochi's gotta kite this one out.
Yeah. I mean, the last time we see this happen, first officer getting chased first, right? The result wasn't good towards a Dream Witch. But now, with the addition of a second patroller, let's see if... Oh, he's just waiting there. He's like, yo, bite me.
Yeah. He's waiting. Yeah, he's staying beside that, but he's going to run straight because he's got owl support here. Let's see if he can get through. Oh my god! Look, he broke the pallet, so he doesn't have the pallet to work with to cancel out the patroller. I tried to go for a swing, but the stop with the pocket watch, able to give him that 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Mitake knew where he was going. This is exactly what I talk about. The gamble didn't work out. He was hoping for the pallet vault to cancel off the patroller bite, but Mitake be one step ahead, breaking the pallet, so he got stunned, and then ultimately he had to sacrifice his watch to mind game Mitake. But Mitake just knew exactly where he was going. That's exactly like, wow, because the radius is just too small. The moment he activated it, the swing hits, and now Mochi has no more items to work with Rebound Kite. But you know what? Doesn't really matter, Posh, because at the end of the day, 3 ciphers have been completed.
Yeah, so it was still okay. Now the rotation needs to happen for them to make this rescue, or are they going to go for a full blood rescue because he's already at the halfway mark. Kazuneko is far off the map, so this time on the rocket chair is actually buying the team ZETA some time to make rotations happen and try to push for more ciphers. While Mitake is kind of relegated to just staying here and camping it out. Sasori is here. Sasori will get leeched. Psychologist can tank 3 hits, but you have to tank those hits wisely. So at least, oh my god, the patroller drops. So this is gonna make this rescue a lot harder now.
Yeah, Mitake trying to delay the rescue as much as possible, but it is against. Oh, they have to body block for reals here. Wow. But no, Mochi's gonna get hit the second time, Posh.
Yeah, and also the psychologist can eat another hit too, but the psychologist has that healing factor to work with. So my guess is Kazuneko is going to be here to try and stun any pickup away from Mitake, because last Cypher is at 70%. So Mitake has going to have to make haste trying to get this. And here we go, Kazuneko.
Yeah, but it's being camped though. That's the thing.
Whoa!
Oh, what a long pull! What a long pull, and two people covering. My God.
Two people covering, and we do note that the owl is being siphoned as well. So now, yeah, the numbers game are unfortunately against this dream, which psychologist does have a leech, but she's not anywhere there. So Mochi and Kazuneko are trying to de-leech. So that's actually a great strategy to have, because in endgame you don't want any leeches, and you want to be in tip-top shape when it comes to items. So
yeah,
let's see how this one's gonna go.
It's gonna hit the psychologist, but it doesn't really matter because they're just trying to bring the leech as far away as possible from the last cipher, so that the host will have no choice. Mitake will have no choice but to move the host towards where they are. But now Mitake is right next to the psychologist, dodging that by a hair's breadth, and now it sort of gives them the opportunity to heal up because there's no leech on the side of Mochi.
Yeah, this is not looking too good, but the blink is gonna connect, and now this allows a little breather for the survivors because they know psychologist will get chaired. And Nell, first officer still has Tide Turner, so actually the first officer can go for this rescue. So it's gonna be a little tough. Dolisu, yeah, has to make haste and get out of the middle spawn area. So Mitake at least can play a little defense here on the psychologist side, knowing that ciphers aren't being touched. Kazuneko is actually trying to rotate towards the opening up a new cipher, I believe, or trying to push the ones that have progressed already.
Yeah, they have to try and make the rescue before half though. But it's not gonna. Oh, is it gonna happen? Yo, the direct shock is very crucial here. But he's so patient. It's gonna be after half. Oh no, it's not.
Yeah.
My God.
But he was siphoning an owl, so let's see if this this kite is gonna happen. No cipher is being pushed here, ladies and gentlemen. So now we see Mitake wants to down the psychologist through the pallet, but he switches targets, and look at that, the down psychologist. I think it was after half now. The patience, did it pay off?
No, I'm not really sure. I feel like it's 49.9.
Whoa, that would be insane.
Close, yeah. But now they just can't.
Oh, it was. Yeah. That's insane.
Yeah, this looks like Zeta's game to take because now they have two ciphers being done. So one's at 86%, one's at 99%. It's already primed. All that matters is they have to make that rescue before going down. Dolisu!
Oh, the blink attempt. I think he was looking back, and now it seems like Dolisu will take his chance on the rocket chair here. No more Tide Turner, so this is going to be a little risky for them to go for this rescue since first officer just expended it. Psychologist still has the heal. Oh my God, Kazuneko able to get the stun, but unfortunately, Seer is still injured. So now he's going to go for another throw.
Wow, but Mitake was so quick. Yeah, he dropped.
Yeah.
But I feel like he can struggle if he wants
probably
to.
do it. Yeah, he's following behind with the other follower just in case. But now able to get a free here, so can he move on accordingly? 99% on that last
the host is so far. Yeah, the host is so far. He lost control of it. Now he has no choice. He has to leech. He has to leech up the psychologist. He has to make it work. But the cipher has been popped. 3 leeches on the game though, so not really sure if it's gonna be a 4-man escape. Definitely. Mitake still has to make this count, cannot allow for the 4-man escape.
Right.
If he can get a draw or even a 1k here, it will be really beneficial. But Tosh, there's one owl available.
Oh no, yeah, you're right. And the thing is, he used the blink already, so now it's gonna be hard to down these survivors unless he creates a pincer situation. First officer has already opened up the exit gate. Kazuneko dropped the magnet, and my goodness, it seems like Kazuneko's the last one to be out in the gate. The magnet, the connection's still there, and now we're trying to move the main body, able to get the stun, and now it's a 5-point game, I believe. They have a bot out too.
My God, and they didn't even need to use the extra owl that has been siphoned. They are already on the other gate. Oh wait, no.
Wait a second. I thought that,
yeah.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Sasori's opening up the last gate. This is not actually good. But the thing is, at least there's no follower on him just yet, but now it gets spawned out. So now the psychologist does have like a marathon to run to get across here.
And
but
he's,
the Seer
and he's gonna go out, and he's gonna go out through the dungeon because the Seer has just escaped the exit gate. My God, what beautiful connect. coordination going on there, Posh.
Wow. Just when you thought they were all going to exit, the seer actually says, hey, hang on. I got to give a safe passage for my psychologist over here. Hang on for 1 sec. Let me just send this owl out. Beautiful plays. Man, the ebbs and flows of that match. It was really going back and forth. But in the end of the day, Zeta survivors, so strong. 5-point game now.
So strong. I mean, they're powered by the elf. Hunter.
Yeah, he's using it.
The alpha team, But we can definitely appreciate how the communication was chef's kisses there. There they were cooking all the time from the start to the end. And just when we were saying, yo, there's still an owl. Are they just gonna escape without using the owl? Bam! The next thing, the seer was already waiting there, waiting for the psychologist. Yo, the host is here. They communicated. The host is here. Psychologist ran all the way to the dungeon. The seer, with the perfect blink anticipation, canceling out the attack.
Yeah,
wow.
That was insane. That was breathtaking. With the blink being available, he just predicted it. Who was on the seer? It was actually Dolisu. My goodness, Dolisu on the seer. Again, the first officer. You have to admit, Mochi didn't have the best early kite, but for them to be able to turn that around, and he still was able to rescue in the end, right? So he had a glimpse of like the kite at the start, and then able to rescue at the end. All tide turners were expended, so they really pushed Mitake to the limit. And shout outs to Mitake for fighting till the very end there. But it was Zeta survivors that was very well coordinated in this, and another highlight was the 49.9% rescue. I really thought the psychologist was gonna fly out of there.
Yeah, looks like Mochi's not the only one who's a successful rescuer, right?
Exactly.
But can I just say it was just so beautiful because two of them body blocked the first officer far away from the host, far away from the influence of the followers. So even if if Mitake resumed control of the leech, it couldn't work because he's gonna lose control, and that's why he had to switch to the psychologist. So Zeta actually took so many successful turns on the chair.
Yeah,
I feel like that's one of the things that they did. And Mitake, it was really 4 brains working against one. Zeta was playing 40 chess, man.
They were. They didn't force anything. They were actually reacting and acting on the situation. Mochi getting the first chase wasn't necessarily the best for them since that was one of their main rescuers, but then they were able to kind of roll with the punches and figure out a way out of that sticky situation. Mitake, like, if you look at the amounts of times he's leeched, which it was pretty good. And he was being very proactive. It's just that, Zeta was just, as you said, playing 4D chess. They anticipated every move that Mitake would have made, and they already kind of covered their grounds. And for arms being so small, it's crazy how they were able to spread out the followers so wide. And Mitake had a hard time keeping the main body at the center of where the action was happening.
Just unfortunately, he wasn't able to keep up with the fast pace of Zeta. There's just so many things going on, and ultimately he couldn't handle the big brains. Their brains are just so big, they think in 4K. So they just couldn't handle it. Like from outside of the influence of the Dream Witch host towards just decoding a new cipher. There's just so many things going on. Mitake, unfortunately, yes, you have a lot of followers to leech, but it's just unfortunate you still one man.
Yeah, so we're going to take a short break, round number 2 after this.
Yeah.
1体しかいないよ。こっちオリジいる。あげさんいた新規の方がいいかも。
あ、オッケー。
下。
オリジが気をつけてる。
ナイス。
離れる。
起動しちゃっていいよ。
クラールを。手押さえた。おお、すごい。
南よち。俺の規制さんいた。南離す。つけて。
つけて。
いいよ。
ナイス。
Mochi is always the MVP. You know, unsung hero. Shout outs here at NawabXX, hashtag COA6 global supports, hashtag Zeta win, hashtag Mochi, hashtag XOXO. I'm just adding it. I know, right? Yesterday, the most XOs I had in my entire life. But yeah, definitely. Yeah. Mochi, unsung hero. I mean, rescuers, they don't get appreciated enough, man.
Yeah, can we spam some hearts in the chat for rescuer mains out there? They don't deserve they don't get the love that they deserve, because if you do your job right, then people won't notice. But if you do it wrong, people notice. So again, you gotta give a hug to your rescuer guys. They out there, you know, they have to. The one moment just defines them. If they get terror shocked, if they save before half, there's a lot that rides on the line there. So shout outs to all the rescuers out there. Shout outs to Mochi being always the MVP of at NawabXXOXOXO.
Exactly. Hashtag XOXO. I mean, if you want to spam XOXO, definitely works as well.
Yeah, you know, I learned a couple years ago what XOXO means. It's hugs and kisses.
Hugs and kisses, yeah. It's not XO, yeah. but yeah, just shout outs to everyone who has been asking and giving us love and support in the chat. And of course, thank you so much for the get well wishes. Yes, I've been a little under the weather, but you guys stay safe too. I feel like it's like a 6th season. Even Robbery was like coughing on the stage.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And someone else, I forgot, Rini in chat also is feeling a little feverish. So please, again, in these times, folks, please stay safe. You know, stay hydrated, as Norton says. Get your rest, your 8 hours. Again, we appreciate you guys here, but if it's like really early or really late for you guys already, just get some sleep. The VODs will be there. We'll still give you guys shout outs and love. Don't worry, we got you guys. And yeah, shout outs. You want to give any shout outs before we head to the stage now?
Yeah, I mean, just continuing what you've mentioned. Stay safe, guys. Shouts to Rini as well. Get well soon. And it's even worse because she's actually on a fasting. She's actually fasting.
Oh my goodness!
Because of Ramadan. So
right.
Yeah, it's definitely. And for those of you who are fasting out there, stay safe and stay healthy. Of course, it's really hard. Like when you don't eat the whole day and you're still sick. So
yeah. All right. I know I was gonna say this for the end, but since Rini's not feeling well. Hey there, Rini. Hello. This is Kermit the Frog. Eli made me do that. Yeah, it's
wow.
It's my Kermit the Frog. Hello.
Nice. Bro, talking.
Shout outs to Jam, Salty B. I see you. Oh, Nello Mello.
Oh my God. Posh. Kermit Posh. Speaking like a true pro.
I'm only gonna do it before the matches, folks, because again, we gotta focus on the players. MS's last stand. We're going to Red Church. This is a map we don't normally see, so yeah, I think they're pulling out all the stops to try and throw off Zeta. But and Mitake is gonna be hunting first. So Hell Ember, Red Church.
It can work, I guess. I mean, the map is pretty small. It can work. But yeah, banning out the Chinatown probably doesn't want to give a lot of mobility towards MS survivors. But yeah, I totally feel like MS could make Red Church work. Mitake not only has the Hell Ember, like he got a 3k with it, but he can also probably use Bonbon here too. So Bonbon here would be good as well if he really wants to go for it. Probably shouldn't be going for the Dream Witch again. It's probably gonna be Backman. I mean, I don't know, man. Zeta choosing to let Mitake play first in game number 2 is showing that they just want to end it here. Like, they just 4-man escape Mitake. Now they just, like, you know what? I'm not even going to give you opportunity to breathe.
Yeah.
Come back here again for game.
I would say it's a little brutal, right? Because now, okay, we just had another game. Like, let's run it back. And fine, you can pick the map, but we want your hunter to come in first. And yeah, this is going to be a huge test for Mitake, folks. So please spam some blue hearts in the chat, or spam the money bags. That's the money sweep emoji. I don't know what the Zeta emoji is though. What is the Zeta?
I mean, I don't know, man. The mascot.
Yeah, we don't have mascots in
Where's the mascot? Oh no, the mascots.
Well, there aren't, right? Yeah, it's only.
Zeta. What about since they were mostly from SST before? What about the Sun?
The Sun? Okay, let's go Sun. Let's go Sun for Zeta. Sun,
right?
Yeah.
Suns for
Zeta, and then we got money bags for money sweep because again, Mitake needs that power up here. And in Red Church now, like when it comes to hunters, what would be like the wait, actually, we're not gonna live in the land of speculation anymore. We're gonna head towards the picks and bans. Let's see if we can try to deduce what Mitake will be bringing out based on his survivor bans.
Yeah, picking out. Yeah, I definitely love this pick. Prospector has been giving me a lot of trouble last game.
Yeah.
Talk about it, like, bro, he literally stunned. Like, he gave so much trouble, he bought so much time as well. So, thank God, this time Mitake was able to ban out these two stunners. So, that leaves Zeta with, they have to take up the Seer for sure, 100%. But now they're going to have the Dancer as well. So, probably preparing against Mitake's Bonbon in this map. Yeah, but regardless of the hunters, I feel like Posh, the dancer is gonna be a force to be reckoned with the music box in the middle of the church.
That's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be a dance floor and not a church anymore. With his dancer loose, man, and especially if you put it in the corner and then like the hunter, it just takes so much time going to the corner, and then if you fall there. So now, the last band being the acrobat. So we're seeing antiquarian, prospector, mercenary, two of the best rescuers in an acrobat band, and I'm pretty sure the only rescuer here is gonna be the patient. Unless Kazuneko is going to bring out the forward of old being the forward rescuer. But man, no, I'm not liking that they have Doliso on that Seer again because he made magic happen on that. So
yeah,
it's so hard because Zeta is such a strong and well-rounded survivor team. Even though you have so many bans on your side, they still have sub-survivors or like a second pick of a survivor, and they can still make it work.
Exactly, I totally agree with you. Like, this is what happened exactly. You cannot ban everything Zeta plays. You ban Kazuneko's Prospector and Antiquarian. Fine, he'll lay back on the forward.
Yeah.
I feel like the choice here would be like yeah, he has so many things to lay.
He does.
I feel like he doesn't have to ban the mercenary first officer first. Could have went for the. Oh well, nah. Cannot work.
Yeah, because Naya came out.
There's just so many things to ban. Yeah, you can't ban everything.
Zeta just has a lot of. Okay, there's this thing in the fighting game community called an option select. It's like if you ban this, then I still have this. So it's like they have an option select of whatever.
Exactly.
Of if you ban my prospect, I still got a forward. You ban my mercenary. Okay, it's cool. Mochi can play patient. It's just they're a good example of just having such a well-rounded survivor team that it's gonna be tough. And a Naiad can work here. At least we've seen how stable it can be. Can try. I think in Mitake's mind, I guess he just can't think about the point difference so much and try his best to get a tie. That'll be already kind of good in their book, and hopefully the survivors on MS's side can try to get the round home. But for now, with this lineup, it's a little scary. At least you can try and negate the owl with the water. Transitional kiters are good. But once Mitake gets to that full presence, it's going to be a little tough to get away from her AoE of the water puddle. So, might see the pop happen.
Yeah, let's see if Mochi this time will be able to get MVP. He's off rescuing UT. Kazuneko's the one taking it now. So, I think if Mochi gets chased first, he will definitely make a lot of points. But I highly doubt it. He probably wants to go for the Seer first. Yeah, but there's just so many obstacles waiting for. He has to make distance now. Mitake has to start throwing his harpoon, makes his distance towards the other side of the map, and find the first survivor. Mochi! Wow,
he wants to get the first kite again. I think he just wants to show everyone. And considering Mochi, scarily enough, has Tide Turner again, he does want to play that rescuer, but he does have the hooks just to work with. And now he's kind of off the ring area. What? Unable to get through the tree though. And now Mitake gets a first swing at him.
Yeah, because I think he wasn't ready with his hook.
Yeah.
Because what happened was he was like, instant one tap hook kind of situation. And it sort of backfired and he crashed into the tree. But yeah, Mitake capitalized on that.
Okay, Seer Owl support for the transition to happen, but that just allows Mitake to go for that swim. He's gonna try to water him off, but now able to force attack recovery. That's so important, especially in the final seconds of that kite. Mochi now has his hook ready. Mitake is being preoccupied, goes for that blink. It's gonna be so important, Nell.
Oh my god. Yeah, but he does have the swim to make it happen. But there's another pallet here. So, my god. This is super important, that pallet slam onto Mitake, extending the kite, because right now, because of that pallet, the hook has recovered. The hook cooldown has recovered. He can use it if he wants to. And no blink on Mitake though, Posh.
Yeah, that blink was so game-changing from Mitake to land, just to down Mochi, but Mochi now definitely has a radar, or has a target on his back, and he's running a great kiting route. He's only at 16% swing. He's gonna use the last of his hook to just transition, and considering the top and back broken part are a tough place to kite, he's really utilizing the pallets here to its full effect. So now Mitake back on the swim.
Yeah, I mean, 3 Cyphers kite, that's just really, really good. And then, not to mention, if the forward wants to come here to help out, it's definitely doable as well, because they know Nayat doesn't have excitement. Yeah,
True.
so goes here already.
Totally fine, just going for that pop. And like you said, Kazuneko, like clockwork, he is here for that support. He also brought Tide Turner. So depending on how he's going to go for a stun rescue, regular rescue, we're just going to have to find out and see. Oh, he's going to charge up for it. Look at that.
Oh my god. Yeah, sort of like, you know what? He doesn't want to risk getting hit at the process. And another stun, but it's going to miss. But now, chasing targets Dolisu.
Interesting. Okay, I thought he was like, all right, you stun me this way, I'm going to move all the way. Dolisu now, he's going to use this window just to vault away. It seems like Mitake is going to go on defense, but this allows a lot of distance away from Mochi. But now, actually healing up at the bottom broken side, and Kazuneko is going to be here for that support, but Mochi doesn't have any more items.
Yeah, worst place. My god, worst place to heal actually. But Kazuneko, I'm not sure if he really should invest into using up all the balls here. He can block here if he wants.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, the block happened there, and now they have some time before the ring happens, so he's gonna try to block off the other entrance here. Kazuneko, look!
Ta-da! He's like, ta-da!
That's a scary jump scare.
Mitake is like, what the heck? But Mochi's gonna die around this corner. It's fine. Cypher's almost prime, Posh. Like, it's almost 70%. If forward comes in, he's gonna buy time. He's gonna buy time with the harass, and this is so important. Like, see, there's nothing Mitake can do, because if you get greedy, you decide to pick up straight away, Kazuneko's just gonna stun you off. And even if he doesn't, the time.
Wow.
My god.
Just look at that. Yeah, Kazuneko, just a constant threat, and now Cypher is already prime, forcing a watered down hit here, just so he'll have attack recovery. They're just gonna pop it now, and now detention is in the air. Can Mochi kite this one out? Unfortunately, unable to get it.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate. The speed boost wasn't enough, but I guess there's really no choice. But he still has another chair, but Mitake knows no one's gonna come rescue. I mean, 3-man escape is definitely enough for Zeta at this point. But Kazuneko, is he gonna? Yeah, he's gonna try and give the Nidus, but there's no dungeon here. Mitake kind of starting to be more cautious, like, yo, Necto rescue.
Yeah, and it seems like the forward is already resided to actually exiting, so they're just going to go for a 3-person escape. Mitake getting a 1k is actually great compared to how the first round went, but Mochi, I don't know, MVP, can we give him that award, folks? Because again, that was a pretty good kite, I would have to say. Again, it didn't start out great, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. He didn't have the best early hook, but he made most out of the 2 other hooks that he was able to get. And at the end, with a lot of help, I would have to say, from Kazuneko. Just amazing stuns, living up to his KOA 5 highlights of him being the main forward. He still got the fast thumbs for the. You saw like he was just trying to build as much football as possible. Right? That's crazy.
Exactly. Yeah, he was trying to maximize it and do like a 4 or 5 second stun. So yeah, used up probably half the football there. He definitely bought a lot of time. There was nothing Mitake could do as soon as he used up the blink. He couldn't even change the excitement even if he wanted to.
Yeah,
it wasn't worth it at that point. But hey, getting 1k is definitely much better compared to getting the 4 escape, right? In the previous game as Dreamwish. So pretty good effort by Mitake, but unfortunately Zeta is still in the lead so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So again, this is MS's last stand, right? If we look at Zeta and MS in their current standings, it's going to be tough for them to. I mean, this match doesn't necessarily have so much bearing with how it's going, especially. So I think the survivor's mindset is all right, we're going up against Alf next. Let's try our best to get the results, or at least we'll go out with a bang. So now we're going to check out the match data, and can I just screen cap that? Our boy Mochi, the rescuer out there, able to get triple digits, and he didn't even touch a cipher. Let's go.
Let's go. He's definitely building this up towards becoming an MVP.
Yeah.
Honestly, the moment he hooked and crashed into a 3,
No.
we never doubted him, bro. We never doubted.
What? Yeah, never doubt. No,
No,
we knew he was gonna kite for like 3 ciphers after that.
Plus for comedic effects, bro.
Yeah, he was building up his case. Like,
exactly.
yeah, look, I'm able to fumble and still come back at this. So
exactly.
You know, building that excitement in us, and we'll be able to.
The guy's
stun resist.
The guy's living with just 1 health. He's like, you know what? Two hits is overrated. Just give me 1 health. That's exactly. Give me this plan. Yeah, but nonetheless, it's a really dangerous game to play. I feel like the third point of that game was when Mitake sort of committed with the blink and still missing.
Yeah.
And that one pallet slam changed the outcome as well. It allowed for the cooldown of the hook to be completed, and he could use the hook for the final time. But so much time there, so I would say really, really good play by the patient there, despite the early crash.
And kudos to Mitake, I'd have to say, bring out the Naiad. He wanted to play stable. He still got at least 1k, despite all the harassment and all the excellent routes that Mochi was taking. Not really known for that Naiad, but he did bring it out, so we have to give kudos to him because that was potentially their last match. You saw the results down there, folks. I think if it's a 3-man escape, the game continues. Yeah, because it's tied up. But if Alf or Vampy, maybe they switch it up, who knows? We're going to find out in a bit. If they tie things up, then it's going to be GG's.
I have a strong feeling it won't be Vampy. It would just be Alf continuing it, because you know what? The Alf aura has been released. It's going to be continued, and there you have it. It's still sitting on the stage. It's like tonight. Okay, now is the time. Now is my time. I'm going to take back the victory. We already got a true survivor's escape. You know what? Nothing less than a 4K. That's probably what he's thinking at this point. They just want to end strong, right? They just want to end strong.
Same. I think, they have the same mission statement as MS, and unfortunately, it's going to be at their expense. This is also Zeta's last game of the group stage. So, yeah, they are sitting well. And considering the group stage, they're in the same group as Wolves, right? That's just so unheard of, because that's the finals of last year. And for them to be drafted into the same group was really tough. So, any team that went up against them was already put their limits to the test. So for MS, I think they just gotta end strong here.
Yeah, they gotta end strong. Looking at the fans, like, we can tell that the fans are really shy, right? Like, trying to cover the mask with a pump. but yeah, it's not gonna stop her from showing the love signs, the Korean love signs. Definitely more support going on in the fans, and of course, viewers, all you guys in the viewers chat, please do remember, spam the money bags to show your support for MS, because right now it is MS Survivor coming in. And of course, Al from Zeta, the sun emoji, because they're from Japan, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the rising sun. I mean, and also they were from Sun Sisters, so most of them, majority of them were from there. That was kind of just crazy how they kind of split up, but again, they formed the super team of Zeta, and that's how it goes. That's why you got to support your favorite players, support your favorite teams as well, because there can be shift ups here and there. But we're gonna head towards the picks and bans. A dancer and seer ban that's very targeted. Again, we do not want to. I mean, you also saw with Mitake, right? He did not want to deal with a dancer in Red Church, and they know I'm so OVO. That's who he mains, and I think a very respectful Bon ban, because you do not want to face Alf's Bon, let alone in Red Church.
Yeah, but here Alf can easily just go for a Naiad in Red pick. Like, I mean, it didn't work out that well previously, but this time, like, everyone's been having great successes with Naiad, so Alf can definitely pick it up if you wanted to use it to drown MS survivors out. And of course, the anti-quarren would be sort of like, you know what, you can try and come and stun, but the puddle's gonna... You're running out of time because of the puddle I make. So maybe that's the plan for Alf, can definitely work. As long as he kicks out... But wait, with the Entomologist and Acrobat, and so he doesn't care much about harassers, except for that one enchantress. That's a respect ban.
Yeah, it is a respect ban. So yeah, will they pick up Prospector though? Because that's Batter, and we've seen loops now in the shack area with Batter. So interesting that they went with, which makes me think,
triple slow decoding.
I know. So this gives Alf a lot of time, and I was actually gonna ask. So now he's eliminated Enchantress from Alf. Can play the Naiad because I mean he banned the Entomologist and Dancer. So Alf, you know what? He has a lot at this point.
Yeah, he can play Wax Artist if he wants to as well. Yeah, I mean with this lineup, Wax Artist could be good as well because the beat ups from the bamboo, the stuns from the batter, and then the stuns from the portal as well. He could if he wants to play Wax Artist in this game. But honestly, I feel like if he wants to go with Naiad, that would be very... It will still be good. I mean, after all he has to do is get a 2K, right? Technically speaking.
Yeah. He could go Naiad, he could go Wax Artist. Yeah, the Batter, that's interesting that they allowed the Batter to come through. He can even bring back his greatest hits with the Dream Witch too, or EQ. Like that's fine.
Clark here though.
Yeah, that'll be EQ, there you go. There we go. He's probably telling Dongxuan, you're not the only 4K queen out here. Let's go. I'm gonna try and get as much out as possible. Yeah, BQ in this map is pretty good, considering the Batter could possibly get her out of the mirror state. At least she's able to counter the Priestess in terms of like the portal support, but I mean the Priestess setting up so much portals inside the church is gonna be a little tough to deal with, so he's gonna have to clean that up.
Yeah, he should and he can, but ultimately if he's gonna pick a Bloody Queen, banning the Entomologist and
a little weird. It was kind of a mix. Yeah, why Entomologist in that? Yeah, I was like, you could just go through that. I thought you were setting up for a swim or a dash of a geisha. So
that makes sense, right? Because if you're going through the middle of the church, Acrobat would be really hard to chase. But if you have a mirror, it's not really impossible to chase. But I guess he just wants to get rid of any kite potential by MS. But right now, he's stuck with the triple Korean wall in the middle, down the middle. And CC's the one actually outside of it.
Usually you see Priestess at the center, right? But I guess they're gonna play this one a little differently. I think they want. I think I'm So OVO wants to get chased first. He has that energy. It's like, it has Dolisu energies, it has MX energies. It's like, chase me first. But Alf, I don't know if he's gonna bite. I think he's gonna try and go for someone else because he knows how much of a headache the Antiquarian can be at the start. So again, it's really up to Alf because he's just so good at picking his shots.
Yeah, I mean, Posh, definitely this might look like really hard game for MS. Like the decoding's not there, but you know what? It might be an SOS situation.
Wow. Okay, so now SOS indeed for MS here because this is their last stand coming into this one. So we see Alf already rotating around because I think he doesn't really want to go toe-to-toe with the Antiquarian. He sees some footsteps coming into the church here, so it seems like he's going to spot out the Batter, but I don't know if he's going to go for it. But it seems like he's taking a hard left, and he's encountering the Batter. So again, Alf being very patient at the onset of this of these games. We're gonna see a beautiful mirror placement here to try and sandwich. He's just gonna change it up and go for the swing. Unfortunately, unable to get it. The Batter was able to land that cricket bat onto Alf, and now Alf has to play down with the cooldown times of this BQ. So excellent kite so far by Oni. We're still waiting for the mirror to pop. While that is happening, the fastest cipher is at 44%. So let's see if Oni's able to create some distance here. Oh my goodness, crouched a little bit, and now he's gonna get chased down. The flywheel, but unfortunately it got baited out, and now the batter is injured. He's still got 2 balls to work with, so we can still provide that distance. We saw that a portal support was set up already inside the church. He's not gonna use it just yet, or he is actually just using the window just to go for it, but the blink, uh-oh, he's gonna have to sidestep this ball if he's able to get it. Oni able to hit. Headshot on Alf's side, and Oni now, unfortunately, oh wow, he's able to get the mercenary. Seiyun was actually in that area. That builds up the first skill of Alf. Again, BQ doesn't necessarily want to build skill, but because she's just so good with the mirror placements, but at least he was able to expel the blink, and now he's got to wait down this mirror cooldown time. So Oni doing an amazing job so far. He's still got 1 ball to use to provide him that distance. He's going to use a little bit of that speed boost and drop down that pallet just to make sure. And now Oni, sights are set. We do see, oh, the Antiquarian support right from behind, unable to get the disarm though. And now he's going to try to play the pallet mind games. He's switching it up. He's going to go for it, but no, Antiquarian stuffing the hit. And now it seems like I'm So OVO is going to receive a hit in the process. 2 ciphers still remaining. 3 survivors that are injured. CC providing that portal support, and Alf is still chasing down one of the survivors, which is going to be I'm So OVO. So switching targets here now, and they have not seen the rocket share just yet. I'm So OVO going for the flywheel and ultimately using the speed boost here. Can Alf catch up?
My god, this is exactly why you have to... That's exactly why you don't really want to have the priestess around here, and Antiquarian as well, especially when you're playing the Bloody Queen. My god, the chase has been amazing. None of them wants to fall down. Everyone's refusing to fall down. They want to get this reversal. They want to bring it to game number 3. And so far, it's...
Oni.
Yeah?
Here we go. He's actually playing the mind games. That was actually interesting that he switched portals there. He lost track of where the Antiquarian was, hoping the batter would be there. The batter, finally able to get a pincer situation. But now, 3 minutes in, this is the first share that we're seeing off of the batter.
My god. I'm not really sure. Now, Bloody Queen doesn't seem like the best idea, right? Like you want to replicate Dongshan's success, but right now MS, it feels like they're just so prepared. They're so ready to deal with the Bloody Queen. Not to mention, this is like a triple, Antiquarian.
Yeah.
Better mercenary.
But the thing is, they haven't been healing up, so the priestess is the only one allowed to go for this rescue, and now she has to time this one well, able to go for a swing, but no, the flywheel, and now the priestess able to flywheel as well.
Everyone.
Everyone's down and about.
Flywheel here, flywheel there, flywheel everywhere. My god. He has to use the blink, right? No, he's not using the blink. Oh my goodness. I feel like he could have just been a little bit more greedy and used the blink there, get it down, change it straight away to teleport. And then by the time the Cypher's Prime, it's fine. But maybe he just wants to save it for late game. Totally fine as well.
Through the window? Oh my goodness. The pop is not yet ready. Is he going to try and farm off a hit? Yeah, he's going to just destroy the ball.
First?
Yeah, and now he's going to pick up. Wow, at 99%. Playing it kind of close to the chest here now.
Priestess can definitely try and go for the
rescue.
I mean, he can go for the force heal, right? Doesn't have to be... Yeah, because the moment Alf gets... the moment late game happens, Oni's gonna go down after Alf hits him.
Then detention.
Yeah, and
then...
Yeah.
Oh, and Oni didn't break borrowed time! Oh my goodness!
No wonder! No force heal.
Okay, so now this turns the game sideways, folks. Yes, oh my god, and I'm So OVO running out in the open here, unable to open the back exit, and this actually turns, oh wow, the blink, unable to get it, but the mirror hit, watch out now, able to get the stun, and now the disarm. I'm So OVO still out in the open here, Alpha's just waiting for the disarm to be done, and he's gonna try and down another survivor.
My god, I'm So OVO, is the dungeon here? The dungeon? No, it's not. I'm So OVO has to be really careful, cannot drop the pallet here. If he drops it, it'll be really hard. Oh my goodness.
Oh wait, I'm So game. This is such a close quarters area. I don't know. I'm So OVO. Oh, watch out. Oh, through the pallet. Yeah, the dungeon unfortunately was not there. And now this is just, I mean, a turnaround for Alf. Again, this was a game that he was potentially slipping away from his grasp. And now the survivors Yeah, Seiyun's
Yeah.
actually, they're gonna have to try
Yes,
and go
sir.
for, they have to go for it.
Yeah, but they have to open the back gate first. Alf realizing this, nah,
Mhm.
it's okay. He's just gonna go and hit it again. He's gonna
Yeah.
hit, but yeah, he
Priestess
cannot afford.
support? Watch.
No.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay,
Yeah.
and Priestess is here. This is so scary for the rest of the survivors. They're trying to provide a backdoor escape plan because, the tide has not been expended just yet. So this is excellent chair placement on his side because there's no way they have to open up the gate.
He has to force it. Yeah, he wants to force the basement. He wants to force the basement. Oh no, he cannot.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
But at least he's so far away. Or is it with the priestess though?
Yeah, and the thing is, detention's gonna run out.
Oh my
And we're still gonna have a tide from the mercenary, so he's gonna have to farm off a hit off the antiquarian. But I don't know if she's gonna make it out in time unless the priestess, is able to provide a
Open
portal
the other
support
game.
through the
He's opening the other gate. If that happens, it'll be so hard to rescue. Oh my god.
Wow.
Waiting
this
for
is
detention.
tense.
Yeah. Detention's over, Seiyun's gonna come.
Okay, now Seiyun's gonna have to time this one well. They still have time, right? Seiyun doesn't have to overextend here. Now the exit gate's about to open. I'm so Ovo is gonna.
Oh my god.
The priestess has to set up a portal here because I don't know if they can sprint it all the way out though. And
I mean,
flywheel is ready by the antiquarian, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, he can hit. After being rescued, he can hit and try to body block. That can be the plan. But there's a priestess portal available already.
There we go.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
clears out, but now
Oh,
Here
he
we
can go for the priestess? No.
But the thing is, I'm so Ovo is actually just gonna go straight for the exit. This is gonna be huge.
Priestess?
Yeah, priestess though.
Priestess cannot get hit here. Priestess cannot get hit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, but the portal here also, right?
Yeah, the portal's gone. Oh, the blink attempt, and now we're gonna have to wait and see if the
Priestess?
mirror is gonna be accurate. Let's see. Here we go. Priestess is so in trouble here if he gets the hit. He's gonna go for a long charged up hit, and it's the priestess.
What?
Oh.
What?
How did that happen? Oh my goodness. Now Alf is gonna take her all the way back. Antiquarian, they're probably gonna heal up. Oh, they're gonna go basement. This is gonna be even tougher for a rescue. Luckily, the mercenary still has 2 elbow pads, but I mean, the priestess is the best to go for this rescue. I think Alf is just gonna chase them out here.
Yeah, he has to. They're getting the heals up. Doesn't matter because Priestess is on the first chair. He definitely needs to chase them out now because if both of them go in with full health.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Antiquarian.
Oh,
he got the hit on
Mercenary
Seiyun?
got the hit. Yeah, Mercenary was able to eat that hit. But that's the thing. If they get hit out here in the open, this is not going to look good for MS. CC Priestess already about to be past the halfway mark. They have to go for this rescue. Nell, I'm at the edge of my seat watching this match.
Yeah, he has to hit I'm so Ovo. He has to hit. If he hits I'm so Ovo, rescue's gonna fail. There's still 2 more pads by Seiyun though. So maybe hitting the hits the mercenary
hitting the
out.
mercenary.
Nice.
That's huge. So mercenary's gonna have to force the heal, and oh wow, we're gonna have a drop down basement camp here. Oh no, it seems like he's just gonna go straight down. Let's see if he can farm off a hit off the priestess. He's still got pads to use.
Oh my god! What kind of hitbox? What kind of hitbox is this? Yeah.
It's an accurate one. Alpha is just he's just tapping heads at this point. And now he's just gonna mirror all the way back up. And this potentially could be a 3K.
Oh, a little bit of emoting going on. Yeah. But
again, he already solidified it, right? A tie would be a win in their book. And Alf, they gave us a match, right? That was an incredible showing of MS. If you wanted to go out, you go out in that fashion, making Alf the Great sweat bullets there because that could have been his game to lose.
Exactly. He was so close to losing because, the portal support was there. But one thing that I have to give props to Alf though, in that situation, he didn't lose his cool. He knows that Tide Turner has been activated, right? Decided to change for the Priestess instead. So the Priestess, I feel like the Priestess wasn't ready to account for it. Because if he did, the moment she used the portal up, let the mercenary rescue, let him go. That's even if the last effort has been triggered, it doesn't matter. Keep running through the check. But you cannot let yourself be hit. And the Priestess allowed that.
Yeah, it was again like in those type of situations, you'd think like we've seen it all, especially in the tournament. But man, that was one of the most white knuckle edge of your seat moment. I mean, everyone in the chat, I was looking at it like everyone was having a panic attack with how tense that could be because we were potentially going to see Money Sweep go to around number 3. But holy smokes, Alf with that BQ again. It didn't look like it was his game. That was a 3-minute kite by the batter. and it didn't look like he was gonna perform that well. But I mean, can you imagine? He started really going crazy after detention, so it just shows that this there's levels to this. And Alf, yeah, he definitely showed his BQ skills and the hitbox. Now the hitbox, oh, that was insane. Like, how many charged up hits did we see?
I know, right? The charge hits to get that hit. That was crazy, man. If Amzo was able to tank that hit for CC, they might be able to make it out, the 3-man skit. But the hits of Alf, I don't know, man, the magic going on, it's just like a hit magnet. It's like, yo, you have a target in the back, the hits, no matter what. And that was close to call for, honestly.
Yeah, and considering you can see the BQ with the swing animation, right? But he was still able to get his mark. It's like, I'm gonna hit the priestess, okay, here it comes. Boom. He called a shot and he was able to take it. Alf, ladies and gentlemen, is one of a kind. But can we give some money bags? Can we give some hearts for MS for giving us an amazing match? I think all the MS matches have been very entertaining with their picks, with their strategy. It's just, I love seeing them on screen, and hopefully you guys will keep supporting them, and hopefully we'll see more of them in the Korean tournaments, and even I hope they also make it again in Call of the Abyss 7.
Yeah. I mean, time flies so fast, right, Posh? Like, we're already on the 9th day of group stage, and now, you know, COA 7 is the next target. So, yeah, IDV has come a very long way. For those of you who have been playing since the very beginning, congratulations. As well. Yeah, the OGs of this game. But of course, our attention towards these two teams. I mean, MS, definitely hoping to see them the next time. Of course, they have IVT to qualify in. So maybe with the performance that they have this time, they might open up a second slot.
That would be great. Oh my goodness. If you have another team like MS, because we did cover the Korea qualifiers, right? And they have very interesting strategies. So hopefully this kind of opens up the floodgates of what the Korean teams can offer. So we're going to head towards the match results. Again, it's a tied game, but my goodness. Look, the exit gate opens up, but from 6 minutes to 9 minutes, it was non-stop action from that from that graph.
Yeah.
So it was just an insane showing of Survivor resolve, and I would say Hunter accuracy on the side of Alf and MS.
Yeah. I mean, if that's one thing we can account for, right? Only did a great kite, but it's just very unfortunate he didn't bring the tree trade. He didn't bring all the time. If he did, they wouldn't be in so much trouble like this. But they probably thought Alf would have greater success, but one thing is for sure, like, you shouldn't be underestimating yourself and not being tight. They're probably expecting only to just go down and, like, you know, you're playing for the But
I think, and then also the surprise pop, right? I think Alf was also surprised because it's like, oh, you're not getting up. All right, cool. This is just allowing the priestess to move on away. Again, they tried. I think if the priestess was able to get the body block and the farm hit didn't happen, then they'd try to go for that pop, but. Yeah, I mean, that's MS in a nutshell, man. They go big or go home, and they definitely made a lot of fans in this group stage. I hope you guys can support them in future endeavors, because this is their last match, unfortunately. But I mean, what a way to go out, though. This was just such a nail-biting match.
Exactly. Unfortunately, this is the last time I'm gonna see them. MS is in this COA. But more to come for sure. And of course, just shout outs to you guys in the chat. You can see all the signs going on in the chat. And of course, for me as well. Thank you so much for all the love. But you really have to rest up.
Yes, you do. Because we want to see you guys in the playoffs as well. And we have another day tomorrow. But again, you guys can catch the VODs. And I'm pretty sure you guys want to see who the best deduction is, because I see a lot of people hoping that Mochi's gonna get it. Hopefully he will, and I can't wait to see that interview. We just have to keep our fingers crossed that he gets it now. Let's go!
Yes! My God, yeah. With that kiting, he definitely needs to have.
We never wavered. We always knew, even though that hook attempt, we knew he was gonna survive that. It's all good.
Mochi, we got you.
We got you, man. Mochi, folks, let's go.
Yeah. And special thanks to Mitake as well for banning out his rescuers. So he's like, yo, here's my moment to shine.
Time to shine. This is my moment. I can't play rescuer. There's no rescuer on the team. I got to do it. So let's introduce our very special and our very best translator, Chocho, here for the interview. Hopefully of Mochi. Let's hope Mochi comes out.
I think he should. He's MVP. But we'll see.
Oh, there is an issue with the mic.
It's like,
Oh.
yeah, we need to get some batteries from 7-Eleven. I don't know if they have 7-Eleven in Japan.
It's
Do
a
they?
Lawson or Family Mart. There, it's on. There we go. There you go.
开始 Super Idol 的 show. I'm just kidding. They don't sing that.
You sing that though. There we go. All right,
There we
Chocho, take the stage.
欢迎来到东京会场的采访环节。那么由
Right,
我们有请
welcome to the interview
刚刚获得
section.
比赛胜利的 ZETA Division 朵丽丝选手和阿尔夫选手，
So
欢
we
迎
having
两位。
Dorisu and Dorisu and
Oh, it's
Dorisu and Elf.
Mochi.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good.
That's good.
Mochi's celebrating. He's probably popping a little bit of the bubbly backstage.
现在获得比赛胜利之后，现在的心情是什么样子呢？
After winning, how are you feeling right now?
我们小组赛的话是3胜1败1负。
Our group stage we got 3 wins and 1 loss.
小组赛出线是已经确定下来了，所以说还是很开心的吧。
Yeah, since we really confirmed our place in the playoffs, we are still quite happy about it.
3胜1负嘛，小组赛打完的话是。
So 3 wins, 1 loss.
怎么说呢？就是一开始可能
At first?
发挥的不是很好吧，但是感觉往后我们这边的一个磨合，还是说是一个发挥。
At first, the performance wasn't very good, but I felt like as time went by, our communications and teamwork was a lot more seamless.
关于比赛的一些问题吧。
And now I'll be going on to match questions.
我们这次也是不得不提一下，我们魔奇选手也是终于拿到他的 MVP。
And yeah, we definitely have to mention how Mochi got his first MVP
他魔奇的
in the Red Church map.
非常非常棒。他刚开始
He kited a really, really long time.
失误了一次吧，但是他之后
Even though he did make a mistake,
也是足够
but the time he brought out was more than enough.
怎么看呢？
What are your views on
选
it?
手其实平常的话，通常都是负责救援位的嘛。
Mochi, on a daily basis, more of like a rescuer for the team.
然后平常他的一些
So this time around, he went to kite.
平常监管也不会去追嘛。
Usually, yeah, Hunter usually doesn't chase Mochi also as a rescuer. So it has been about 2 years since we've been teammates. So he used his kiting skills to get this MVP, so it's a rare sight. So I have to congratulate him. And Dolisu's response to that is... yeah, just like what Elf had mentioned, Mochi usually plays the rescuer role. Yeah, and he managed to kite so long, so yeah, he's still really, really good. So in the first match,
当时在比赛中，你选择使用传送去保击。当时的话
you use teleport to camp the cipher.
在那里在修机的吗？
Do you know that survivors were decoding over there? Yes, I know. At that point in time,
咒术师在，然后
I know that Enchantress was around.
知道的嘛。
Yeah, so more or less, I did know that the cipher was being decoded.
击倒的话，可以两个都挂上椅子之后，感觉机会更大吗？
I felt that chasing the Antiquarian and downing her had more, gave me more chance to probably win that match.
最后
In the Arms Factory match,
先知你也是保了一个萨索里选手最后的一个跑地叫。
the Seer managed to absorb have one more bird, which helped tank one blink hit onto the psychologist during late game, which got that for escape.
打开门战的时候，你们也是很强
During the end game.
去点了门，也没有选择去离开。当时是怎么想？
You guys bravely just went straight on to just force open the gate instead of just hesitating and no hesitation at all.
有闪现没有闪现这样子。
Yeah, so we knew that Hunter had blink.
线的一个管理还是比较好吧。
Had blink and no teleport, so I would say that the way we handled his blink was still quite good.
打扰我们开门，所以说我们最后
So his blink wouldn't affect how we
留了一只鸟嘛，
open the
然后也
gate.
是一直在看我们萨索里保我们的队友最后可以安
Yeah,
全
and we could see how Sasori managed to tank for the team.
关于第二局比赛，想问一下二副选手。
In the second match, I'll be asking Elf.
MS 战队每一个求生者，他们的牵制能力都非常好。
Everyone in the MS Survivor team kites really well.
也是想问一下，
So I'd like to ask,
第一个求生者挂飞之前，你冷静的一个
before you send one of the survivors back to the manor. What was like the game plan or usage of the mirror like? In a kind of competition setting, it is very easy to like lose your momentum, your rhythm of the match itself. So yeah, I would say that I was actually quite nervous. And then in the middle of the match, of course, I would try to calm myself down. And in crucial moments, I would still try to perform normally and to the best of my ability. During the late game, end game, because opponents chose Nayet during end game. The server was just forcing the gate, and you guys weren't worried that Hunter was gonna come to you. So why was that?
满地图跑的能力很强的嘛，所以我这边的话也没有说是在中途留了一个人，而是我们所有人都会跑到2个门前，我们当时就是这么去打算的。那么
so like they were very confident you could get to the gate, and Nayet even he does agree that Nayet has very high mobility to move around the map.
我的话在淘汰赛我们肯定因为输掉了比赛就被淘汰了嘛，所以说我们肯定会珍惜好每一场比赛，争取去夺冠。
Alright, so they will be moving on to playoffs, and they will just cherish every single moment they have during the playoffs and do their best. And we will try our best to achieve and reach greater heights. Achieve more and reach. Alright, thank you for coming for the interview, and back to Costas.
No, thank you, Chocho. Thank you so much for the translation. Thank you guys also for tuning in. You know, that's the drill. We're going to take a break, and we're going to go back into our main event. It's going to be GG versus FPX.ZQ, so don't go anywhere. More of Call of the Abyss when we come back.
Nice. あと1。じゃあもちくん内定だ4。
お前 MVP やでこれ。
大家好，我是中国大陆赛区成都积极求生者选手皮皮参。我们队伍已经成立3年了，并且参加过深渊4、深渊5，还有 IVL 等赛事。我们队伍有着求生者选手枯草草，枯草草是我们队伍的一个牵制位兼救人位，是一个很强力的牵制选手。还有着188，他的一个 OB 位，因为他是我们队伍的花火位嘛，所以他的一个 OB 位玩的是特别好的，并且他也是可以补足我们队的救人位的。然后就是我们队的一个很稳定的前锋位皮皮张。他的发挥也是比较稳定的，然后也是我们队的一个 OB 位兼救人位。另外一个求生者就是我们，因为我们队已经有3个救人位了，就是都可以兼救人位嘛，所以说我这边的话就一般就是不兼救人位，就是打的是一个6个位兼 OB 位的一个位置。接下来就是我们队的监管者西安乌梦，他的打法比较凶悍，并且他有着一个较多的选择在决胜池中，是我们队的一个顶梁柱吧。然后就是我们另外一个监管者猫饼，他其实在队内的一个训练中是有着一个较为优异的表现的，就是希望以后能够期待他的发挥吧。我们队的一个口号就是积极积极，永远积极，亚军开心，冠军嗨皮。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自中国大陆赛区的FunPlus的低保。我们FunPlus的话，建立3年了，好吧，参加过 IV 由自建立以来的大大小小各种赛事。然后我们的队员的话有，首先介绍求生者，好吧，从求生者开始介绍，有我们的猫猫， 还有逃离、神坠和3岁，还有陆晨轩。然后我们的人队的打法是非常的稳健，好吧，稳中带猛，猛中又带稳，非常的强的一个人队，好吧。我愿称为联赛顶级人队啊。我们的监管者是阿兔啊，当然还包括我。我们的打法的话，可能比较稳一点。在这次深渊，我们已经做好了充足准备，我们准备向冠军进发，然后再接再厉吧。希望能够拿到一个好的成绩。
We're back, folks, with the main event of day number 9 here at Call of the Abyss group stage. Pot Spice and Nell, how are you feeling, Nell?
I'm feeling absolutely great. We took Norton's advice to take some water. So, guys at home, I don't remember to hydrate as well for all my Muslim friends who are celebrating Ramadan. Yeah, we're about to break fast soon. But before that, really quick shout out to all the people who have managed to join the Discord server. Tier Cloud, Sarah Lynn, Hazel, Rini, Unstable Soul, Kane, Ryuchi, Festive Phoenix, Foliages, Chat Likes Pasta. Do take your roles. We're chatting in the general chat. It's a muted server, so because there's a lot of people, so we don't want to bother everyone. But,
so much.
Yeah.
And also, you know, we will have little memes towards the end. Again, if you have any more memes, send it over to Nello the World at IG on Nels, and mine is at Spicy Potch. We're just gonna give a real preview before things start, just real quick.
Let's go.
Oh,
is that Eli?
Eli, lawyers better know. And then the lawyers right there. My goodness, there we go, folks. Again, send them on over. Again, it's wholesome fun. Again, we want to replicate the offline to online, so do send us your memes as well, and also use the hashtags as well. The hashtag called Global Support if you guys want to have it on the main stage, but here in the English broadcast, we have fun here. We listen to you guys. And we also try our best to promote the art scene and the meme scene out there. So
so special thanks to Norton's Compass Caliper. That was his meme, by the way. So thank you. We have more to come. Posh is gonna keep surprising you, so make sure you keep looking at his screen.
We'll see, because I also don't want to take anything away from the match we're about to have, right? It's gonna be GG versus FPX.ZQ. Maybe we'll wait till the end. Let's see how this pans out, because again, if we think about it, GG is gonna have, I mean, they're like the flawless runners so far in their group stage, and FPX.ZQ had a hard-fought battle, I believe, with GW in what day was that? Day number minus blah, 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 in April 14. So that's
we have that.
Yeah.
That's Friday.
Yes, they did. So that was the last time they played out, but here we go. GG, folks. This is actually COA 4 winners. So they are a COA champion. They're the recent IVL Autumn champions. And now we have FPX.ZQ on screen. Again, they went through a lot of renditions, but this is the lineup that they have now. We have D, Libao, Sans, Drop, and you have also Maum there, and Rabbit and L as the sub Hunter and Survivor.
Yeah, I mean, FPX.ZQ only dropping 1 game so far. GG champion so far with 3 games, no losses. Let's see if GG will keep their streak alive with a 4-0, because, man, this is gonna be a sight to watch. However, just a little bit to let you guys know, regardless of the results, it feels like they are already GG has already secured their spot in the top 3. FPX.ZQ as well. FPX.ZQ is currently 2-1 with a net win of 3. So technically, this game, with a net win of 1. Oh. So technically, this game is still very important.
Yeah, it's important for FPX.ZQ, right?
Yeah, because RC has a chance to come back. GW 2-2. GW has used up all of their quotas.
Yeah,
this one. So it's FPX.ZQ and RC.
So yeah, I think GG wants to end strong while FPX.ZQ wants to be able. Oh, the panda needs a high five, Xiaoma. Oh no, I high
five, bro.
High five. We'll high five you, panda. Don't worry about that. That was
exactly.
I've been in those situations now. I leave the high five for too long, and I don't get high fived. So I feel you, panda. But now let's introduce the players, shall we? Starting with Drop. He also was interviewed before. I think he's also received a lot of multiple MVPs here. They have Entomologist, they have Toy Merchant. Thing to note about Drop is that he's actually very, I would say, stable. He's not necessarily the main stunner, but he just supports a lot based on his character usage. Ento, Toy Merchant, Dancer. So it's just offline, like not really on-screen support. It's more of just the setups that he gives.
Yeah. Next survivor coming in is Maum from FPX.ZQ, plays the Antiquarian, plays the Seer as well. I mean, we definitely know that he also has a Prospector if he really wants to play it, Army to boot. So definitely have to watch out for his support. I mean, he's like being versatile in this kind of situation is really good. You can be a dedicated Antiquarian player. At the same time, you can also play all these diverse support, heal, support power kind of characters. It's definitely going to be a very useful skill to go up against GG at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of scary if you think about how Xiaoma has been performing, but hopefully Maum will still have those Antiquarian and Stunner highlights. Now going on over to Libao. Libao actually has gotten MVP with his Patience up against GR Super Rich. He also has a Barmaid, he has a Seer, he's brought out, what else has he brought out? I'm trying to look at the list I made. Psychologist, Embalmer. So yeah, he's also another dedicated just support kiter character pool he has.
Yeah, I would say this might turn out to be a battle of the survivors, like FPX.ZQ survivors versus GG survivor. And with the swap between these two teams, right, they're definitely looking to prove themselves being the new faces of FPX.ZQ.
Right. Ooh.
Yeah. Speaking of another character, Sans.
Yeah, Sans coming in here. Sorry, I don't know if it was his hair that I thought it was a new player. I thought it was L that came out. But that's why I was like, oh, it's Sans. Okay, so it's Sans. First officer, Gravekeeper. He's also used mercenary, the dedicated rescuers. And it seems like the theme of today is, shout out to the rescue mains out there. We gave shout out to Mochi. So who knows? maybe Sans might get MVP here because based on my stats, not necessarily. It's really D that gets MVP, Maum getting MVP, Li Bao getting MVP. Basically the hunters and harassers. So show love to the rescuers.
Yeah, basically the more you interact with the hunter, the more points you will get. Yeah, but you do not really want to be interacting with Xiaoma here because when you see him, well, he's definitely got his sights on you. He's gonna start chasing you to the ends of the world, to the ends of the map in this anime.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does have a bonbon to boot to play, and a breaking wheel to boot with, though you might not.
So okay, this is my the way I describe GG is like, right, we describe Do as Dongxuan's team. Like he's the main offensive line. He's the one that's kind of known for it. Wolves, very strong survivor-sidedness. For me, I really think GG hit their stride in the previous IVL. I think they're the most well-balanced team when it comes to hunters and survivors because both of them, based on the stat that I've taken also, it's a good balance of both hunter getting MVP and survivors as well. So that's why I feel like they might be a little underlooked as one to take it for the tournament because people are thinking, oh, it's going to be Wolves, it's going to be Zeta, it's going to be this. But I think GG wants to get that two-peat COA champ status. And yeah, that's just my thoughts on GG and how they've kind of rose in silence, right? Because they didn't get the same notoriety as Dongxuan or Wolves. But here, I just really feel like they're super well-rounded as a team.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that out. I mean, it's good to be under the radar, right? Be less expecting to give the surprise when needed. But it looks like the top bans will be FPX.ZQ's pick. They will be banning the Chinatown, and GG will be picking the Arms Factory. So, wow, looks like we might see a bonbon first game by Xiaoma here.
You could. I mean, I'm excited. We've just been treated to Alf's bonbon. Now Xiaoma's bonbon can come into the mix here. We are gonna start with the picks and bans in this process. I mean, you could bring out bonbon. You could bring out Clerk if you wanted to, but yeah, maybe round one bonbon just to set the pace for the match. I don't know if there's anything to go. Wow, first round mechanic pick.
Wow, they really want to set the pace. Like, you know what? Let's take the mechanic, give you a little bit of Cypher Rush pressure, because Bonbon's definitely afraid of mechanics Cypher Rush ability, right? But
interesting. Well, I mean, this is a good answer back because Xiaoma did pan out the first officer and the mercenary in that one sweep, so they're kind of just relegated to that wildling and psychologist. Now, I mean, as much as the mechanic is there. Once someone's injured, like Cypher progress isn't going to be as fast. You have the wildling that hates technology. Psychologist isn't the fastest decoding. Antiquarian as well. That's just going to be running around trying to support. So, interesting picks here. Wow, and also gets a nice mechanic skin there. I think that's
Koa 3.
3, yeah, that one.
It's really nice though. Koa 3 skin. I have all of them, honestly.
Nice.
Yeah, it's exactly.
You know what? You actually have one of Eli's favorite skins. The Netherwalker, the clown one. I think you like the Netherwalker one.
I don't have Netherwalker.
Dang.
Netherwalker.
Oh shoot, sorry.
Yeah, Giselle has Netherwalker.
Oh, shout outs to Giselle. The windows of opportunity never end for Giselle, don't they?
Exactly. Shout outs to Giselle, wherever you are. Thank you for always waiting for me. But yeah, technically here, the 4 survivors around, right? I mean, it's really nice to have mechanic. I totally agree. Xiaoma's gonna just pick Bonbon anyway. I totally agree. Mechanic's gonna be very important in Cypher Rush. If the teammates get hit, the Cypher decoding is gonna be close to non-existence, right? But technically, I don't know, man. I would say mechanic needs to be chased first.
She does.
And the bot cannot die. That's the only thing. I think mechanic should prepare to be chased first, and he should be chased first. Because even if he goes down, it's fine. It's decoding, and the Cypher wouldn't be slowed down, which is what we really need. So
I agree 100%, and I think the spawn points actually agree with that sentiment too. That they need to keep this mechanic alive and that bot as well. The bonbon though, just thinking that the bonbon would actually spawn at the other side. No, we're just gonna be as close to the mechanic as possible, which is kind of scary now if you think about it, because they're relying so much on that that scenario of mechanic not being chased. Like stars have to completely align for them to be able to pull off this type of lineup, because once the mechanic bot or the mechanic is down, it's gonna be a long match. And
Yeah.
Bon Bon is so fast at just downing people. Yes, mobility isn't there, but once he's able to establish and close out the distance, it's gonna be tough for anyone. So Xiaoma actually just cutting off the factory, so Drop is gonna have to run straight towards the ruins area, stay away from this Bon Bon.
Yeah, I mean, the name of the game is for mechanic to kite as long as possible, because let's face it, apart from the mechanic and possibly the psychologist, they don't have the best cipher decoding team ever. And the Wildling, needless to say, slow decoding. But one thing that's good is at least he has the whistle to sort of cancel the
Yes.
hunter. So that's really important. Mechanic can probably hide it out. But Xiaoma's gonna be bringing 3-6, so I'm not really sure if he's gonna be bringing quenching effect to counter that sort of play. But we'll just have to see. But yeah, very standard bling. Maybe not so much a 3-6.
Yeah, I think hopefully he was inspired by Alf if he's gonna bring that quenching effect, because that's gonna definitely help. Drop already dropping down his mechanics bot, and he actually spots it right away. So that's gonna be an early down. Oh wow, of the bot. No, the bot's still up. So let's see if Xiaoma's actually gonna try and target it. It seems like the bot and the mechanic are actually in a close spot here. So this is actually a great chase for Xiaoma. He needs to down this mechanic and down him quick. The red light trick now.
My God, this guy, Moonwalk King, and you see, look at the patience. He doesn't even want to hit first. He wants to land another bomb before hitting. But maybe he should consider it, because the bomb recharges aren't exactly fast. So Xiaoma has the time bomb now. Can definitely just use it if he wants to. As you said, Posh, it's really, really close.
Yeah, watch out. He needs to walk towards it. He flywheels through. Excellent sequence, but Xiaoma at the end had that basic attack. We're gonna see the bot run away, which is still kind of okay, but I mean,
someone's control it now.
Yeah, he's just right there.
Oh my God.
I was trying to go back my word there. I'm like, oh, wait, the bot.
Yeah. Because technically you can control the bot, but
he picked up.
My God, but still not too bad though. Like you can see, like it's only a minute 20 seconds, and 3 ciphers are about to be popped. And the mechanic lost the bot, but my God, it's quite fast.
And remind me now, we have a Wildling in the mix, and for them to get the cipher progress going on is just insane. That's how Cypher Rush is just so counter. I know they had a discussion in chat about it. So it doesn't matter. The Wildling's still able to push a 69% Cypher, and now he's pressuring down this rescue. Mechanic is actually past the halfway mark, so Xiaoma needs to try and go for farm a hit off this save here. So now he's still riding out the boar. Let's see if he's able to get him off the boar and able to farm a hit out of the mechanic. Able to get it off. Drops another bot, able to hit the the mechanic in the process, and the bot falls down as well.
Yeah, and Sans cannot do anything as well, because he's technically, the boar is on cooldown.
Yeah.
Muro out from action. Drop is gonna drop down into the basement. And I don't know, man, play some EDM, best bass drop, and back to the manor. Do you know this term, Chocho? Gen Z term. But anyway. But now
the basement party with the wub
I know, right?
Okay,
Wub-wub.
so the wub-wubs, yeah. So now Sans actually is gonna be bombed out of that cipher, but cipher progress still looking good. Xiaoma, depending on how this next kite goes, can push for more than just a tie. Luckily for the survivors, this is Sans. He has to wait the boar cooldown time, but if he's able to get him down, this is gonna be great.
Oh my God! Now he's not able. Oh my God! Avoiding that? How?
I thought the Terror Shock was actually gonna happen. Now he's on the boar. It seems like Xiaoma might not. Yeah, he's not gonna commit towards that. That's too long of a chase. He needs to pressure down these 2 ciphers. Note that the one at 69% is actually at the center, and the other one, Libao is about to pop that one. So it seems like, Xiaoma, going back to Sans now.
Yeah, because Sans actually got down the board because he thought that Bon Bon has changed target. But you have to be really careful. This is like the exact same situation with the little girl. You thought the hunter's gonna leave you because you're in, but when the moment you leave, the hunter's just gonna U-turn back. But fortunately, Sans was deep enough in the puzzle, in the rules, so that he wouldn't be able to be spotted.
Malm? Oh my god, he's actually gonna pop the Cypher, able to get it, and now Malm has to be chased out, and we see that endgame is nigh. We see that the exit gate is being opened by Liba, but no, it's too dangerous. Xiaoma, in a potential tie situation, the survivors are able to kind of salvage how this one's gonna go, but Psychologist here doesn't really have much endgame potential since her skill is gonna get canceled out by detention hit.
Yeah. I mean, Liba has to make it. Oh my god, the dungeon's actually here. He can't move if he wants to. He doesn't have flywheel though. That's the thing. Oh,
it's open now. Liba, can he make this happen? He's gonna get chased out further deep in. And now we're gonna see, just a time bomb be used. Xiaoma has to stay cool, calm, and collected to tie this one out. But if Liba is able to get the dungeon escape, that's gonna be huge. Able to get another hit. Can he get it? Able to get it. Can she crawl her way? Oh my goodness, the pickup. It's gonna happen.
That was so close. If Libao actually had a flywheel, that would have worked. But unfortunately, it feels like the survivors left pretty fast and be like, yo, you got this. You have to kite it out. We just have to let dungeon open, right? The door opens. But you know what? Again, it is Xiaoma we're talking about. Oh my goodness, he actually saved himself from a possible 3-man escape there.
He did, and remind me now, because that was actually a good find of the mechanic spot. The Cypher Rush is, I mean, this is just an example of how good the Cypher Rush is, even though you don't have that much decoders. Exactly. And for you, what was the point where the survivors kind of got a stronghold in this match? Because it seemed like it was going Xiaoma's way until it wasn't.
Okay, the key factor here is they have an antiquarian, they have a Waling, and a psychologist who is constantly decoding. You see that the antiquarian didn't even come for the rest, for the block, for the harass, for anything. It was basically just the mechanic and his bot fighting throughout that 3 ciphers. Waling was there to help rescue, and that's about it. So they were very focused on ciphers, which is why it allowed for them to at least get a draw in that situation. If Mao came in with the harass and things like that, you see like 6 seconds of containment, he's like, no bro, I'm not even gonna bother harassing. He's like, decoding is my strength, bro. 231%. And that actually helped them to prime the cipher, honestly.
The anti-decoder Malm here, not even getting he had his whole bamboo flute. He had the whole stick with him the entire time. Like, it wasn't even used.
If only you can beat up the cipher.
Hurry up.
Decoding faster.
you threaten the cipher instead of threaten the hunter. We're revealing the new buffs of the antiquarian. I'm kidding. I hope that doesn't happen. That's gonna be too good. It was really unfortunate, right? And also I would have to say that the moment where it was kind of masterful how Xiaoma actually moved away from the wildling, then came back to it. But then again, like you said, the wildling was too deep into the ruins area that it's gonna be too much of a headache to chase. He tried pressuring down the middle cipher, which was worked on by the wildling. And antiquarian just popped it, so it was a little unfortunate, but he made that end game work. And I think the survivors left a little too early, because he could have just still forced like an end game chair and it could have been different. But now we're gonna introduce the survivors of GG to grace the stage. And these survivors have gone through a lot together, and also PP Xia coming in as before as the hunter, with Xiaoma's brother in arms as a hunter, but now he's a survivor, folks. So what do you think is scarier now? A hunter that became a survivor, or a survivor that became a hunter? No, give a high five, folks. There we go. High five.
I would say a hunter that becomes a survivor, because you're when you're a survivor, you don't have that killer mentality in your mind, like how a killer works, how a hunter works. But when you migrate to survivor, you know how to handle that aura. And in Chinese mainland, there's nothing short of killer auras left and right. So when you know how to counter them, when you know how they think, you sort of are able to adjust yourself and not panic when certain situations happen. Like, oh, I encountered this before. As a hunter, I know exactly what's going on in the hunter's mind. So, which is why we see a lot of successes with PP. And mind you, he's like a celebrated survivor now.
Yeah, no, it took him some time to adjust, but man, he was able to adjust accordingly. As Seer Kai, he was able to get 3 owls, I believe, and just the support with his patient. But let's introduce PPZ first, because PPZ coming into it, one of the main rescuers here. He also plays a little bit of Antiquarian, but based on our record, he has Mercenary, First Officer, Gravekeeper, Psychologist. But yeah, he has also been able to kite for really long as well. So that's PPZ. And yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think because, yeah, the survivor going to a hunter mentality, it's a little tough because when you're a hunter, it's like, yeah, you got that killer instinct. You have to be able to think like a hunter, so you'll be able to counter the hunter.
Yeah, I mean, even though like some of them are survivor mains, they sort of like just, you know, they're just so good at what they're doing. Ku Chao's one of them, also GG, plays an amazing psychologist, but a very like he's also known for playing coordinator, and so far we haven't seen him miss the gun yet, probably because and he made it count. He made it count. And they actually won when he was playing coordinator, so
right,
job on that. But he also plays the dancer when needed, acrobat, barmaid. So yeah, and top patient. He's just all rounded as well, I would say.
Yeah, and I'm excited to introduce this guy, 18, using the thief. Especially if we go to Ever Sleeping Town, if we go into those alleyways, he has brought this this character to life. He also has a patient, acrobat as well. But yeah, I think he's one of him and MX would probably have a lot of good conversations about how thief strats, right? He also uses the entomologist, prospector. Yeah, again, another, I would say, well-rounded team. And one of the anchors of this team is definitely 18.
Yeah, 18, forever looking 18. So, guys, you want to stay 18, just, you know, just
use the thief.
Yeah, use the thief and put your name as 18.
Yeah,
it needs to be celebrated. But yes, guys, I mean, the thief, you've seen a lot of beautiful plays happening, even the ones earlier on where the thief canceled the Bloody Queen's mirror. So that's also a very, very good strategy involving the thief, right?
Yes.
But speaking of another great survivor coming in from the hunter side, this is PP Xia, ladies and gentlemen, not PPX, not
PPZ.
It's PP Xia. Beautiful Seer play. No, I would expect nothing less than 2 owls when he plays Seer. And of course, he plays Prospector as well. So I would say I just love it. Like most of my hunter main friends, right, when they play survivor, they always play impactful roles like forward, like prospector, like something that can help the teammates. So really
yeah, just trying to cover any grounds that need to. So that's PP shot, folks. And now we have D coming in here. He's gonna have to play some defense, just at least getting that tie. Yeah, Nell, I believe we saw his match where he really tried forcing Bloody Queen. So I'm not sure if he's gonna have that same type of mentality. His Wax Artist was the one to get him that 4K up against, I believe it was B4U. So it's a toss up here with how he's gonna handle this situation. But he's kind of known for just being like a defensive type hunter and just going for just the safe plays, not overextending too much. Which again, this situation kind of calls for it. But then again, you kind of want to shoot for more.
Yeah, you kind of want to shoot for more. But again,
is that slippers?
I'm not sure. Was it?
I saw like red slippers come up. Anyway, if Chocho can read this, can you read this now or? Oh, it went past. Like sorry, Chocho.
Yeah, I think it's like a poem from 4K to 3K to so about IDV itself. But look at the panda bouncing up and down. I would say I totally agree with you that D should probably aim for more than just a draw, and he definitely has the skills to do that. Because if they want to depend on, if they want to depend on FPX.ZQ survivors to face up against Shom in the later rounds, they wouldn't want to fall out in points too much. So here is already a draw. If if D can come in here and get this win, I hope it's not a draw, honestly. As long as he can get a win here, he will have solidified the position. Yeah,
I would like that to happen also for all the FPX.ZQ fans out there. And I'm still waiting for, actually, I was looking at the crowd if there was the tram meme, because apparently the tram is an FPX.ZQ teammate. Unfortunately, not in Arms Factory. When we go to Ever Sleeping Town, that might come into fruition. But yeah, I think if D has his one shot, he has to use it now for him to be able to at least solidify a win for his team. Because as the saying goes, shoot for the sun, you land in the stars. Is that what you say now? Like,
shoot for the moon, you land the
sun. Sorry.
You shoot for the sun, you're just gonna.
Icarus.
Yeah, you're just gonna get burned down. But yeah, but honestly, this is like the best ever situation for D. I mean, after all, it is GG choosing this map, right? So if you can capitalize on GG's map choice, you will definitely be able to have a much better game in game 2 when you are the one who choose the map. So D prioritizing to just ban the female dancer, allowing GG to have the seer. My God, another seer coming in. Eli. Sorry, that was wrong. Pipicia seer. Yeah,
Pipicia seer.
Yeah, dangerous.
Okay, let's. Yeah, I want predictions. How many seer owls we're gonna see of?
Let's do it. It's a tradition.
It's a tradition. Okay, fine. Are we gonna count the one he gets at the start or no?
Including the one he gets in the start. In total, 2.
In total, I think 2.
2. Okay.
1.
Do we want to predict again after we see the hunter?
Oh yeah, true. That's true.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh my gosh, a little too early. My goodness. Thank you, Nell, for not making me dig my own grave there. So, Prospector and the Antiquarian gets banned. And wow, look at that. Kuchao living up to his coordinator name.
I know, right? Overlooking the mercenary altogether. Like the mercenary is not even being banned.
Yeah, it shows violence. Will D actually go for the mercenary ban or go for like a decoder ban here? He maybe would. This is gonna be a little tough for the last one, because now it's like, yeah, all right, I banned these 2. It's like, dang, I still have a coordinator flare gun to worry about. And Kuchao, yeah, hit or miss. He never misses. Oh, look at that, a cute Monokuma with the red light.
Yeah, that's so cute. Yeah, but speaking of this, Psychologist could be a good pick, but it's gonna be banned. Yeah.
He read your mind. He read your mind, no.
A mechanic. Ooh.
Yeah, I was actually thinking if he's gonna ban the mechanic, and he's gonna allow the mechanic to come through.
Yeah, I would say this lineup is a little bit more balanced. Like you have the decoding going on. Coordinator, yes, he has a gun. Technically, it's labeled as the rescuer, but it isn't always the case. It can also be the kiter, right? Because with the gun, it's very versatile. So
can I just say also now that I'm so scared? I think they should update Martha's animation here, because she's just like dropping her gun all the time, I don't think that's so scary. You're like, oh, I dropped it. Hang on, whoops, I dropped it again. It's like you want to be careful with that, Martha. It's just a deadly weapon.
Careful. Yeah, with the emotes pretending to lie down on the ground while shooting us, huh? No,
that's a funny one.
It is. With the pew pew as well.
The pew pews, yeah. Running around and pew pewing, yes.
Okay, so yeah.
I was gonna ask for some pew pews in the chat. Can we get, since Martha was picked? This is actually a rare sight to see. I know there was a coordinator early on, but can we get some pew pews in the chat, please?
Yeah. Pew pews in the hands.
Oh, it seems like So it seems like Kuchao is actually on the mechanic and 18 not on the thief, but on the coordinator. And now a mirror match going with the Bonbon here. So strong chance for D to tie this one out.
Yeah, strong chance for D to tie it up. But this team does have a slightly better composition than the previous one, because D has to make a decision. Is he going to bring excitement?
Yeah, that's another one, right? Because it's a one-time thing. You're just gonna bring it out for the flare gun. That just shows mad respect for 18's coordinator, if that's the case. And yeah, he could actually play the same strategy. I'm also interested to see how the spawn points are gonna look. Is it gonna look exactly the same, or is Kuchao gonna have a better? Well, actually, maybe get the factory and not get cut out by the Bonbon here. So we're just gonna have to see the CGI spawn points, folks.
Exactly. Yeah, but I would say it's better for Bonbon to bring Bling, because without Bling, it's just so hard to land, especially when survivors can easily make rotations away through the windows. But looks like Bonbon's gonna spawn right next to the first officer.
First officer chase? Oh no.
Oh no. My god, no, please. I mean, we've seen Mitake on the Dream Bush chase the first officer first by Mochi. Didn't turn out that well, right?
Yeah, but he did get some good hits off eventually, but it took so long, right? Mitake had like, he had the third eye, or was able to see the future where he was going to be at. So it seems like, PP Xia is going to spawn near the factory, Kuchao deep sandbags D, next to the PPZ. So he can, I think same strategy now that you said a while ago. He's going to just have to go, he needs to go for that mechanic. Bon is allergic to Cypher Rush, and he needs to down that mechanic ASAP.
Exactly. Oh, so looks like he will be going with the 3-6 bling route, which is exactly what I would recommend with, because he really lacks that chase potential. But looking at the survivors, everyone has flywheel, so looks like they realize broken window. Yeah, it's good to gain distance, but they probably want to play around close distance.
Yeah,
they want to play close quarter dodges. You know, like go 5 meter, 1 meter dodgeball. Here you go.
1 meter, like inside a telephone booth. This is okay. So what's interesting here is that they all flywheel, right? So the ending kite of the psychologist was cut short because they had no flywheel. So let's see if D's able to find the bot. The bot was actually crouching. Oh no.
My god! And the bot's gonna slowly tiptoeing away. So this is already a good start for GG, because the Bobby survived.
Yeah, it's away. And now PP Shah's gonna take this kite. Oh my god.
Oh, how many owls? We forgot how many owls.
I'm still two.
Okay, I'll say 3.
Whoa, really? Or in total, or just this one game? Oh, total.
No, in this one game.
This one. Okay, yeah, 2. I'm 2.
I'll go 3.
Okay.
PP Shia getting that first kite, Posh.
Oh wow, that's actually a good combination of just a bomb hit as well as a basic attack. So PP Xia is gonna have to go into a better area here, establishing a lot of distance. He has flywheel to move away from that bomb hit. Again, once D closes out the distance, it's gonna be harder for him to dodge these bombs. And through the pallet.
Oh my goodness, PP Xia usually doesn't really fall that soon in the game, but well, these bombs are just too accurate. I think he missed his chance with the owl when he was like swinging with a bomb, right?
Right.
So he kind of missed his chance with the owl, but it's okay. PP Xia still has 1 owl to work with when someone comes to rescue. But unfortunately for GG, they do not know if D has a gun available.
Yeah.
Sorry. If they have excitement.
Yeah. Because that was such an early kite, and Blink, which is the trait he did bring, wasn't even forced out. Now we see that the first officer is here to give tinnitus, so I feel like they're just gonna wait for some ciphers to pop before he goes for this rescue, which can be frustrating for a hunter, right? Because D wants to get more survivors out, but luckily 18's actually here in the corner, so he's just decoding right next to him. So D not going for it just yet, but we see that the first officer is here. Good side steps, and now 18's here for the support.
They know, they probably gamble on the fact that he doesn't have
excitement. Yeah, now PP Shah, he has an owl to use. Oh my goodness!
My god, is he gonna die with the owl, Posh?
I'm not sure, because we do know the coordinator's here for that shot, but D's not gonna be reckless and pick up no matter what. For Seer is gonna fall down. He's gonna set up a blaze path, and now 18, can he cut him off? Oh, he paid out excitement. Oh my goodness.
He's gonna fall. But he's still gonna fall.
That's actually a great usage of the excitement just for that. And the bomb hits, I think they overextended there. Seer is actually expired, I believe, and now coordinator. Oh wow, so we're actually both wrong in our predictions now.
Total
game. Total game. All right. Total game.
Yeah, I mean, nice job, like with the pew-pews, right? That was exciting about the emotes, but there's no distance. There's no distance between him and Bon. So unfortunately, it's gonna go down now. And all of a sudden, Cypher progress, yes, it's looking pretty healthy, because fortunately, there's a mechanic working on it, right? So the question is, PPC just got hit by one chip damage, but the question is, how can they perform this rescue? Cypher's not even primed yet.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little tough. The thing is, 18 actually has a gun to work with. It's still on cooldown. PPZ now using the watch just to close out the distance for this rescue to happen. He's gonna try to make it before half. He just has to make this one really count. He's gonna go for more bomb hits. It's gonna be so hard. And now the first officer gets the last effort. Coordinator gets saved, but first officer gets traded in the process.
My God, was that before 50 or after 50?
Oh man! Oh, and he also spent the flare gun. I was not able to see, but now it seems like D's just gonna be resided to just going for PPZ on the rocket chair. Note that the mechanic still has the bot around. Might go for some heals first, or yeah, feed that tinnitus. So, yeah, last cipher still at 45%. Yeah, that bot is actually just there to feed tinnitus.
God. Yeah, I mean this might look like a 3-man kill, but the last cipher is not even moving. They have to start a whole new cipher. Kuchao definitely has some problem because everyone's injured in his team. It's either they died or they're on the chair or they're injured. So I don't know, man. Mechanic, he has to make this count. He has a perfume to play with, but it seems like he's still really far away, Posh. So maybe sacrifice?
I think the good thing here, I think the bot is actually going to go for it. Yeah, the bot's going to go for the rescue. Able to get it. Beautiful rotation there. The bot is still there just to show that that is the one that made for that rescue. But the first officer with the slow vault. And the cipher is not ready just yet. And I think that was past half now.
It was. That was so unfortunate. So it looks like 2 survivors are already down from the side of D, which proves that you can't trust AI predictions sometimes. But yeah, it's definitely going to be at least a 3-man kill. But they do realize that D doesn't have teleport anymore because he changed it to excitement. So maybe 18 can kite it out, but he has no items.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Mechanical is the only one with perfume, which isn't the best end game item to have. And now 18, yeah, he was able to duck. I don't know if D knows that there's going to be if anyone is here. Actually able to bait out D and chasing. Oh my God, 18 has to hide. He has to still remain here, but D, he's going to turn the corner.
Is he gonna hear? I mean, if they can hear the breathing though. But 18 already moving away. Did D not spot him?
That's huge. Oh, yeah, dungeon's super far though. 18 needs to make haste here. He has flywheel, so that's he can avoid the bombs. Oh my God, but these bombs are way too on point here now. It's gonna be a foot race.
Oh my God! My God, he has to get that bomb down. He has to force it out. No, 18.
Whoa, able to get a basic attack, but now 18 has to be very careful. Charged up attack.
Oh,
able to get it.
What a pog! He was. I look at him celebrating as well. He was like, you know, I got it, bro. I did it.
Oh man, that was insane. That was actually GG's game to lose. And for them to pull that off with such a series of unfortunate events. Unfortunately, the coordinator unable to get the flare gun off. PP Shah not having the best kite. And for them to get a tie in this kind of just shows their tenacity to win. Yeah. And that's very scary because we did say D is known for that tie and he was able to get it, but this was really his game to win. This is like D on another level. This is not the regular D that we see that kind of just goes on defense, it plays it safe. He was able to defend very accordingly, and he was able to punish them for their overextensions. So, wow. Nell, talk to me. How do you feel about that intense ending?
2 very different styles, but ultimately ending in a draw. I mean, 18, there's nothing much to say, except for the fact that 18 carried that game.
Yeah, he did.
That died really early with the owl. That's the most unfortunate thing you can have as a steer main.
Yeah.
The patience though, you see the patience dodging bombs left and right. He did get hit by a couple of bombs on the way, but the patience waiting for Bonbon, waiting for Bonbon to actually swing, that's like dexterity, godlike dexterity there.
Yeah, and considering that it was just it was such a clutch moment, right? And it all ended with that millisecond. I'm watching the replay right now because that was a foot race all the way till the dungeon. And yeah, waiting for the long swing, and unfortunately D wasn't able to rotate enough for the hitbox to register towards the coordinator. And yeah, man, 18 could be potential MVP with that.
Exactly.
This was their game to lose, but 18 turning it around just like that. Beautiful performance. Nothing to take away from D because he performed very well. He really tried gambling it all. I just love the switch up to excitement, right? You saw it, right? Oh, that was so close. Just the charge up.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the replay just now, and I realized he was kind of gambling. He missed the first hit. Then while coordinator was coming in, 18, he was charging up the attack.
Yeah, and it's it's like a
Yeah,
stab, right?
Yeah, but it didn't work because he was actually kind of trying to bait out the flywheel much earlier. Like bait out. So it's not much about dexterity. Yeah, it's something dexterity, but it's also like making the
timing.
He decided that it was going to be a charge attack, and my goodness, D did nothing wrong, but it's just unfortunate. 18, just one step to slither through that hit.
Yeah, I think you painted a good picture there. He missed the first hit, and it's like, let me change it up. Let me go with the charged up attack. But I was watching it too. That's a long charged up attack for Bonbon. You barely see it, but when it happens, it was in that clutch situation. And for 18 to go that far, that was so good. So we're gonna take a very short break, folks. When we return, it's gonna be round number 2 in this matchup. Oh, I need to catch up. Oh, is that
same? We need to drink.
Yeah, that was
drink. But yeah, I think I had
break.
Sure
Or I guess not.
Well, it's okay. We can still drink. I mean, my water. Water.
So while again, I thought that drink your water, folks. Again, shout outs to Norton for always giving that out in the chat. So can I just say we're gonna hit that? I thought I heard it too, but can we just say we're gonna go game number 3? I'm not even mad because of how intense this game is. This is FPX.ZQ saying that okay, this is our last match. We gotta get some points. While GG, they want to end strong. They saw Zeta performance like we need to end like seriously on top here. So unfortunately for them, they're not going to get that that 2-0 sweep, but you still can get it since the first one tied. So it's just not going to be an early night in the office for GG.
Exactly. Not an early night for us as well, because
I'm not mad. That's good.
Yeah, I'm not mad, just hungry. But we're definitely gonna go for a game number 3. So just really excited to see what's gonna happen in the coming rounds. Of course, 2 very, very different styles, man. Like
so now it seems like we're gonna go to that break. And we're back, folks, with more Identity 5 action here at the main event of day number 9 of Call of the Abyss group stage, day number 9. Nello Melon Potch Spice here, just taking a quick break. We just have to jump right back into the action here because it's going to be an intense one with FPX.ZQ versus GG because we're guaranteed a game number 3 and we're still all tied up. We thought it was the battle of the survivors, but it seems like, I don't know, we're seeing shades of both here since it's so evenly matched.
It is. I mean, with just how different the styles were, but ultimately resulting in a 2 escape, it definitely shows that they are neck and neck. No one's trying to lose out yet. And honestly, I was ready to read some XOXO messages, but you know what? But this is also good. I feel like GG sort of well, let's talk about GG more. Let Xiaoma explain himself.
配合特别好的，然后特别是在医院这张图里，他们的各种配合啊，包括转点都配合的特别好，所以我觉得把医院搬掉就行了。
People getting ready. FPX.ZQ is going to be taking up the slot first again as survivors. Xiaoma is going to be up next. We don't know what map is being banned yet, nor do we know what map is being chosen yet. By right, it should be FPX.ZQ choosing the map this time. And GG's decided to send out the Hunter first. So we'll see if there's going to be a reversal in this game itself.
Yeah. It seems like, I think Xiaoma coming in, it's good because he can set the pace for his survivors. Because I think the survivors have more win potential. Wow, and FPX.ZQ going Red Church. This is actually, I mean, I welcome it. I love the Red Church, but you rarely see Red Church being picked by a Chinese mainland team. You usually see it from OM, you see it for Japan, you see it from Southeast Asia, but not necessarily mainland China. So I feel like for them to pick this, they have something ready for Xiaoma.
Exactly. I mean, you already heard what Xiaoma said. They just don't want FPX.ZQ to be comfortable in the Sacred Heart Hospital, which is why I feel like this is also one more team besides ZT that always likes to choose Sacred Heart Hospital for their survivor's advantage. So maybe that's why Xiaoma doesn't want FPX.ZQ to be comfortable in the hospital. So this is the next best choice, being the Red Church. Xiaoma, he's gotta know that FPX.ZQ survivors are strong now. So question is, what hunter can help him step up in this moment?
Yeah, he still has a lot to offer, right? And there's a lot of options in Red Church, since I mean, you can give an argument like it's kind of balanced, but if looking at the things that he can bring to the table, his Bonbon was banned. He could bring out Clerk. He has a Spider. He could bring out Wax Artist if he wants to. We're just gonna wait and see how these bans go. So Antiquarian and Seer being banned, allowing the Priestess to come in. We saw how much support Priestess can bring in the previous round, especially with the different I would say structures around Red Church. So that could be a problem for Xiaoma. Well, I think Xiaoma would, I think he'd want to go for more, but let's see how the rest of the bans are gonna go.
Yeah, but they're just gonna ban out his Bonbon out of respect. But surprise though, we're not gonna see any dancer picked first, so they're prioritizing the Priestess and forward. So they really want to get those stuns going on, eh? So so it doesn't make sense for Xiaoma to ban the Mercenary and First Officer first. So it kind of gives them a little bit more leeway. It gives Xiaoma a bit more leeway because it's like, yo, I don't need to ban Rescuers anymore. I can focus on banning your supports now. So not really sure FPX.ZQ wants to pick up the forwards straight up the bat. I guess they're just more comfortable with the forward.
Yeah, I was gonna say comfort, right? It might be just out of comfort because like you don't see forward being picked up at the start of the picks and bans. But now we see that the Psychologist has been picked up by FPX.ZQ, and Patient being banned. I actually thought they were gonna opt to ban like Prospector or something, but just to negate like double stunners. But now having Patient being banned, he has good jump spots. And speaking of hook spots, we have a Acrobat here. How do you feel about Acrobat not being as prioritized? Because I really kind of miss seeing a lot of Acrobat plays come from survivors here. And it seems like Maum is actually going to be on that Acrobat, no?
I mean, Acrobat's just so strong. The only weakness is, again, opening up gates. So I'm not really sure why there's a decline in the usage of Acrobat. But maybe... Oh, that's scary.
It's really pretty scary.
Yeah, it is. Shark Teeth. But as I mentioned, I feel like it's still very strong. Not really sure why a lot of teams are not picking him up anymore. Maybe it's because they have other better options. But if you want to rely on Kaita, Acrobat basically is it. And if you want a Silence Hunter, maybe some teams opt to have Thief to Silence Hunter instead of Acrobat, because you always have that risk of resetting Hunter's attack recovery, right? With the red bombs.
Yeah. And I would have to say that does play into, I mean, you love seeing it, especially with a double rescue and then the silence comes in. So now Xiaoma is definitely gonna have to consider all these variables before he makes his decision. We're waiting for how he's gonna bring it out. Yeah, he can bring out a Naiad, he could bring out a Clerk, he could bring out what else could he bring out? Wax Artist too. We don't really see Wax Artist on. Actually, we don't see that much Hunters on this map because we barely see this map. So now it seems like it's gonna be that Wax Artist here.
Wax Artist in Red Church. Well, I guess that's why he decided to ban out the Entomologist and Dancer. But you know, the Antiquarian, I'm not really sure about that. But well, I guess this is kind of like the route he has to go for, right? Because Bonbon has been banned. Naiad might not be his comfort pick. And with the Priestess around as well, maybe not the best target as well. So I would say this is a pretty good pick for Xiaoma. Again, the Priestess Portal will allow like the stuns from the Priestess Portal, the forward, is gonna help him, put up more wax onto the survivors. Maybe that's his go-to plan. So I like this pick. Let's see if he can make the wax artist turn into a cracked artist in this. Yeah.
Yeah, in this map, there's gonna be some spots where he can just block off the windows, so it's gonna be suboptimal kiting routes. But I think that's why the priestess is there. So, yeah, I understand that the dancer and the entomologist, but yeah, I also share the same sentiments with antiquarian being banned. Maybe, yeah, like you said, this is the route he had to take. Maybe he was trying to opt for something else, but based on how the picks and bans went, this is the best possible hunter to use.
Sorry.
Is that what they say?
No. No.
Sorry, I don't know.
That's like Happy Chinese New Year.
Oh, jeez. Okay, see, I didn't know that. Now I know.
Yeah, but it's okay. Like the respect from both teams, definitely. But now the spawn locators, Posh, right between the psychologist and the forward. Priestess like belongs where she definitely needs to belong at, in the middle, setting up portals. So I like that. But 6-9 blink on the wax artist.
Yeah, and also note that the psychologist actually didn't bring flywheel and did bring broken window. So this is actually great if he's gonna go for the psychologist first. So at least psychologist can build some distance vaulting through windows. Yeah, he's just gonna have to. I mean, you'd want to go for the psychologist first, since that is technically your easiest chase. She doesn't really have much counterplay to this wax artist, and it seems like he will start to transition towards Li Bao that is going to be spawning at the back gate area.
Yeah, I mean, no better target to chase than Li Bao, right? Get off the hook first. But maybe he wants a priestess instead. But everyone's aware. No one's touching the cipher first. Everyone's just transitioning away, making sure that they know who Xiaoma's locked onto first before deciding to touch the cipher.
Wow, he's able to block the window off? Oh, thank God. Drop was able to get out of there. But it seems like, oh my God, just going through a little too early. And now Priestess actually eating a lot of wax here. So that's not good, because the Priestess kite able to set up portals, doesn't have any more. So he's going to have to use these portals that he's already set up. Back trick. Okay, let's go.
Nice. The dropping those jukes on Xiaoma. My goodness, that was really beautiful. Trying to go for the slow vault, probably not to attract the attention of the hunter with the notification, but doesn't really matter. The wax almost up on 2 drop. Meanwhile, Cypher's going pretty healthily, 1 minute plus into the game. Drop's gonna get hit first. Oh my God, what? Oh,
yeah, beautiful portal placement there, but now at 80%. Yeah, this is, and already the blink was expended, right? So Drop needs to try and kite towards the window part. The wax bomb, is it gonna cut her off? And now she's almost at 100%. The priestess might fall down in this next few seconds. Can Drop last longer? It seems like he's gonna have to go through the window, and now and transitioning too.
Oh my God, that wasted so much time though. Like, you know, the moment you climb through you vault through the window, I don't know why he could have just turned left, but it's fine because he finally got down the priestess. Priestess has no more portals to work with, and he's gonna be parked at the most dangerous place. I would say the most dangerous place in this map, because there's nowhere to really kite to.
Yeah, and there's a hard chance for you to get a backdoor rescue, because I mean, this whole 180 view he has, it's free reign for him to just drop wax. We do see Sands. Is he gonna go for a stun? Oh wow,
nice. He knows that he doesn't have excitement. I mean, typically the wax artist doesn't need excitement, but let's see if he's able to cover up. I feel like Drop, it doesn't matter if he gets down here. He should just run away further into a wall, far away from the chair. But Sands has to be really careful.
Yeah, Sands. Oh, it seems like he's farming off a hit off of Sands. Oh my God, Sands still in this area. Can he stop him? He had to use the ball, and he has no more left now.
My God.
Oh, he still has a little bit, like a quarter left, but
he's gonna feast him straight away.
Yeah, it's like, stay right there, sir.
Stay right there, sir. Yes, sir. I don't like ice cream, but I'll take it on behalf of the priestess. But that strategy worked for Xiaoma, but obviously Xiaoma doesn't know that forward has so little ball to work with, right? But while all of that's going on, though, Posh, you have to remember there are people focusing on ciphers, and it's almost done. Like 2 of them at this moment.
Yeah, Sans has to be very careful. He does not have the hot wax trick just yet, but he's able to freeze him. He's not gonna He's not gonna do the hot wax trick yet. It's so close to actually getting full presence. So he's gonna just try to delay the inevitable. He's gonna go for a flywheel and a portal trick, and now we see that they're gonna just go around. The last cipher is not popped yet, Nell. I mean, it's not even close. It's at 75.
Yeah, they have to run towards that cipher. Malm's already on that last cipher. Forward, will he be able to? Will he be able to last longer? Sans coming back for the rescue. My goodness, what a beautiful teamwork blocking there. And now, even the psychologist joining the fray.
Oh, wow, they're going to go for the pop. Oh, unfortunate, 99%. Yeah, psychologist able to eat that hit. They're just waiting for the end game to happen. They're probably also waiting for the priestess to gain some portals here. The blink is going to be available for him to use, but FPX.ZQ survivors are performing very impressively here now.
Yeah, like Xiaoma's struggling to get that one last survivor down. Like drop. The thing is, someone should probably it's okay. Drop's gonna probably drop a pallet here. What Xiaoma's looking to do is probably get the wax into 100%. Use the hot wax. At least you'll be able to check out. But no, it's gonna happen right away. Drop.
Yeah, Drop is he's fully healed, and now look at that, all the wax has been used already, so Xiaoma's win condition. Oh my god, tried to do the portal trick. He tried to go around, he got stuck in a little bit of a traffic jam, but the situation calls for a 3-man escape. For them to be able to get this out of Xiaoma's wax artist is quite impressive now.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, right, if I may say so, Drop didn't lose to Xiaoma. Drop lost to himself. he kind of set himself up to get stuck at that moment. Otherwise, I feel like he could have run much further. Was he like trying to bang the wall just now? But honestly,
it was so awkward, right? The traffic jam situation. So yeah, it was unfortunate, but hey, it still led to a 3-person escape. I think either way, Drop would have actually been the sacrificial lamb. I'm not sure where Dungeon was actually at. So
Unbreakable, I think.
Front breakable. So yeah. So I mean, it was just an incredible performance by Drop. Really, he kind of carried that entire thing, and it kind of begs the question with how Xiaoma was chasing at the start. That bought so much time for Drop to actually transition, and there is a lot of support. So I wouldn't say it's just Drop. The forward Sans, my goodness, just being the best wingman ever. Tanking the hits, getting the wax, and also psychologist coming in also. Like, I can tank one hit. All right, cool. We're even now.
Yeah. And the fact that Priestess died far away from the cipher also helped their case. Like, Xiaoma wasn't able to shoot any wax. Like, there's a big building right on top in the middle, right? So that he wasn't able to use his physics knowledge to, to drop some. All the ciphers were lined far away from him. So there was nothing Xiaoma could do to utilize the wax blocking the ciphers. So I would say kiting is really important, but knowing where to fall is also very important. And he bought so much time, allowing Sans to body block as well. I just have to say, beautiful communication going on. I'm surprised the voice chat isn't more chaotic. Like, you realize, right? Like the portals and then back and forth. Like,
we're gonna find out once we hit the highlights how the voice chat is. Who knows? They might sound like zoo animals there, because like.
I mean, those kind of the language.
All the time.
Hear it all the time. 可以. Yeah, but honestly, he did an amazing job lah. Xiaoma wasn't able to catch up fast enough. By the time he caught up, it was already 3 ciphers pop. Xiaoma couldn't do anything. As a matter of fact, I would think that choosing a Nayat would have been
more stable, right?
Yeah, at least a draw lah. Because now 3-man escape, it's kind of bad.
It's very bad, I would have to say, especially if you're using the cracked artist. And I don't know, we're kind of eating our own words here, because we did kind of open it up as GG being the top dog here, but I don't know. I'm open to this because FPX.ZQ taking the fight to them, getting the first lead in this game is actually really good. It just goes to show that any team from the group stage could take a win over anyone. And now it's GG Survivor's turn to kind of salvage this situation, because that was not how Xiaoma would want to end round number 2, but that's the way it went. And D could just keep living up to his tie potential and just go for that tie for them to hold on to that lead.
Yeah, D, playing the D. I mean, no, he shouldn't be playing the D. He should be going on the offense now. Actually, no. It's D who has to play defense, right?
Yeah,
D is
defense,
the
yeah.
one playing offense. So we'll just have to see how they're gonna work it through. I mean, D is definitely very comfortable playing D here because, I mean, they have to get a 4-man escape to win or a 3-man to tie it. So getting a 3-man escape is definitely no easy feat, right?
Oh, their feet, slippers. Look, GG has slippers.
Yo.
Mm-hmm.
Slippers from GG with the kung fu
slides. The slides, man. How we get GG merch? I would love to get that.
I don't know, man. But we definitely love to get it, like what Posh mentioned. But of course,
It would be funny if she actually removed her slippers just to show it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, stinky feet. But I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We're not thinking about that for sure. But honestly, speaking of merch, right? From people from the IVA tournament, like we have gifts for all the loyal and the active viewers.
Let's go.
Yes, especially if you're in Malaysia, if you're in Singapore, we could courier it. But in the Philippines, it's different. So if you
Don't worry, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. If you're in the
For sure,
Philippines,
for sure.
I got some IDV stuff also that I wanna like, especially for IVA. If we have those fan contests, that'd be great. Again, support your locals, guys. Support your favorite tournaments. Again, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves since we still have a COA, but we will resume in just a bit. Before that, just giving shout outs to each and everyone since we are talking about community. Shout outs to Salty B, Chew, Pepperland, Rini, Mystic Saint. What's going on? YMM's Toilet.
That's Hanako.
Yeah.
But Rini, why are you getting high? Meds make me high. Okay, so lesson of the day.
Be like the toy. You're like a toy merchant right now. You're flying high with the it's at the glider of the meds there. So we are going to head towards the picks and bans, folks. Now we're still at the red church, and D's got to play that defense.
Yeah, D playing the D. I mean, that's exactly what he needs to do. As long as he gets a draw here, it's FPX.ZQ's game to take. And ultimately, like, GG has been untouched in this group, right? They've been doing so good, getting a 3-0. Will FPX.ZQ be the team to actually get one over GG, so far the top dog in this group? Because, I don't know, man, it's going to look really, really hard here to get a 3-man escape for GG.
That's actually going to be very poetic if FPX.ZQ can do that, because they've been kind of like the middle range team. Yes, they have victories over some top teams, but if you go consistency, it is GG that has been a little more consistent compared to FPX.ZQ. But I mean, FPX.ZQ, you know what? This is their new version of themselves. They can possibly get that. So Bonbon is banned. Antiquarian, Dancer, Priestess, and Seer have been banned as well, leaving open the Forward and Psychologist to start off. So I gotta love the Forward usage in this match. There's a lot of priorities on first round Forwards.
Yeah, I mean, Forward, FPX.ZQ has made the Forward work in that game, right? Against the Wax Artist. So maybe they're like, yeah, Red Church has a lot of corners where you can just sort of sit still and let the Forward try and do a bum rescue, probably buy a little bit more time. So D's probably like forced to make a certain decision, like blink or excitement. Like you saw how it happened last game. In the first game itself, he sort of didn't even use. Sharma didn't even use the. D didn't even use the blink.
Yeah,
and he sort of had to change the excitement. Right, so. Probably that's another case. They're trying to force him to make a decision. They're forcing him to make, but wow, bending the teeth as the final one.
Just the respect ban of 18's Thief, right? And in Red Church, there are some spots you could possibly work with, especially like in the graveyard area, or those at the back of the church, at the back of the shack. You could like set up like just an alleyway for them to walk into the light. But now I feel like this might go in Wax Artist again, so it might be like a mirror match of sorts because. They banned the Bonbon. D has picked the Wax Artist the most in this qualifier. So if the Wax Artist does come out here, how do you like its chances compared to this lineup now with a Prospector, Psychologist, Forward, and Patient?
I mean, without the Priestess, it might not be that ideal. Like you saw, it was the Priestess making so much movement, right, against the Wax Artist. But I guess they're trying to probably redeem Kite with Pipishia's Prospector, because Pipishia kind of did die with the owl in the first game. So maybe that's what Soul Weaver
here in this match. Okay, so D actually. Oh wait, was it Ani? Yeah, I mean, we saw a very intense Soul Weaver, but that was in Chinatown. So let's talk about the Red Church here. How do you like the Soul Weaver's chances at Red Church with this lineup of stunners?
He's gonna have a very hard time. You remember God J bringing? I don't know why I keep going back to God J as reference, but you remember?
Well, we've commentated his Soul Weaver matches also here in Church, yeah.
But he has a Soul Weaver. He used it against Kazuneko, and Kazuneko was a prospector at the time. The speed boost doesn't matter if the Soul Weaver gets stunned. So like, yeah, you can keep moving through the weaves like boom, boom, boom. You're very fast. Suddenly you get stunned, and all of those speed effects are gone.
Wow.
So that's the idea of it. Like the idea of what a prospector can do against a Soul Weaver, but honestly, against every other character, like for example, Psychologist, it would be like a chasing a punching bag, a running punching bag. But
so yeah, I think in this match you kind of hit the nail on the head. We're gonna see some support from that prospector happen because you have Patient and Psychologist here. Patient can kite a little. Sorry. I just want to add it on before I forget. Not to mention D, he sort of but he can counter this composition. For example, forward. Yeah. He cannot stun rescue if D chooses to spin the web instead of carrying the survivors. So that's also a point. That can possibly come to fruition here now. So let's see if he's gonna do that. We're gonna see the persona built here: 2 tide turners and 2 flywheels. So very interesting. You see a trump card detention as well as a blink. Yeah, he just wants to go for this, secure that down with that blink, and possibly just get the first kill before detention is needed for that second kill. So D still playing defense here. So it's... Yeah, I thought I heard something. It was voices in my head.
I thought something too, but it's okay. Voices in our head are telling us that D is probably gonna chase Pipishia first, and Pipishia is going to be taking the first kite push.
Yeah, it seems like Pipishia here. Again, maybe he's gonna have that redeem kite of the previous match, since he was on that seer. We're seeing D just look down again, activating that hunt, and as he's doing that, you know what? He's still slowly building that web, but chasing the prospector at the start of this game, and Pipisha knowing he needs that redemption kite. I don't know if D's gonna be able to like have the best of kites, but he's proven that wrong before with that Bon Seer chase. So we're gonna see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, Pipisha has to be really careful not to use the magnets too early. Make sure he has one to work with when D has that Spoot Beast to work. Speed boost. Speed boost. Okay. But now the speed boost. Oh no, he knows that he's used up one. Oh my god, beautiful.
Yeah, out in the open. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to go through that pallet, but now he's got a magnet to use. So he's gonna pick up some webs here just for him to be able to get more speed. Oh, he's able to get the stun, and now resetting the speed of this, but the blink.
Wow. I mean, honestly, getting Pipisha down again in quite a very respectable time, like 1.5 minutes. But using the blink also allows the forward to know that D doesn't have any excitement, so it's definitely very safe to go and OB after the rescue. Not to mention you can regen the magnets throughout the entire time, but ciphers are not going as fast as intended. Only 2 ciphers have been done, 2.5 ciphers.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough rescue here, and they're gonna have to time this properly. PPZ already revealing himself early on, gets a little bit of that web shot. He's gonna have to be very careful here. He's still building that web. He's holding on here. Wow.
No, terror shot. Yeah, and the bump as well. PPZ. Yeah, he's like, yo, you trying to terror shot me? Here's a bump for you.
Look at that! Able to block as well, and PPZ is going to take a round. Yeah, he's going to get another hit so he can get the full presence, right? But it seems like PPZ, he's changing. Not. Yeah.
The reason why he's not hitting any more Posh is because he wants to save that one web shot to get that secondary web shot.
And then, okay,
Yeah.
double web shot. Yes, okay, gotcha. So this is going to be an interesting situation now. That a good body block on the side of that that alleyway situation. So now forward on the rocket chair. We're just going to see who's going to go for this next rescue.
I mean, the only person available is definitely the forward again, right? Because forward has been killed by the psychologist. Obviously, psychologist doesn't want to be near in case he gets caught in the line of fire. After all, it's only one cipher remaining at 61%. The rescue can definitely happen. So, who was it that got healed just now?
It was the prospector. Yeah, forward is on the rocket chair, and it's now he's it's prospector's actually it's actually 18 because he does have the tide turner. Now 18, he's gonna get this rescue going while D is actually kind of preoccupied here. And 18, oh my goodness, he's gonna try to body block, but forward he's able to get a farm hit off the forward, and unfortunately it was past the half. So now it's too late for a secondary rescue since he's flying out of the mountain. But one cipher remaining. They're gonna go for a pop possibly once he falls down. Let's just see when they're gonna time this up.
Yeah, they just want him to. Oh my God, he's gonna commit. Is he gonna commit with the blink? PPZ! Oh no, getting hit by the web shot.
Yeah, so now he's just gonna go for the just the web, and this is gonna be really scary because now they have to run away from the exit gates because detention is still in the air. So 18, oh man, this is actually, if they can get another dungeon escape, this is gonna be clutch. GG would be king of dungeon. 18 almost got hit by that web shot. He's still got a hook to use, so now they have to time this one very perfectly, Nell.
Yeah, he has to, but D does have a blink to work with. So D can definitely end the streak of 18
flywheel
here.
Though? Can he time it? Oh my goodness!
He has no flywheel.
No flywheel. I was looking at the psychologist. Oh, that was so close, but we're tied up here. This is insane. FPX.ZQ, folks, is in the lead in this round.
Exactly. What? FPX.ZQ pulling one over GG. I mean, there was two situations just now. Prospector could have come out and helped with the stuns because he definitely regenerated enough donuts. Sorry, magnets. I don't know why I'm thinking about donuts, but he could do that. But if he does that, the dungeon won't be open because none of them will be at the gate fast enough for him to open.
Right.
So the second choice is to allow him to kite towards the dungeon. So unfortunately, the second choice didn't work because he still had a blink. So I feel like if the prospector came out with a magnet, that would have changed things a little bit. But I don't know, man.
This is interesting because GG is actually getting contested at their top spot here in FPX.ZQ. Like you said, a lot is on the line for them since this is also their last match. They want to solidify their place in the top 3. So I don't know. This could shake up a little bit of the confidence in GG. I'm looking at our casters chat, and Eli's like, "My apples, oh no!" Like how strong. I mean, it's FPX.ZQ is a very strong team, right? It's just that the consistency was not necessarily there, but it could be that case also of FPX.ZQ maybe not making as much noise, and now that it's the final sprint towards the finish line to get to playoffs, it's like, all right, it's time to go all out. Let's show everyone what we're really made of. If we're able to get a win over GG, that's gonna be a huge confident boost coming into the playoffs.
Exactly. By no means are ZQ considered weaker than GG. It's just that GG has been having such a smooth game, right? And coming into this game, proving that they have what it takes to take down the previous Koa Kings. It's just very inspiring to watch. And honestly, D making it worth the Soul Weaver doesn't even need to use the web. Web trap, what's it called? Web trap.
Web shot.
I mean the imprisonment.
Cocoon.
Cocoon. Okay.
I guess.
Yeah. I mean, getting the draw is definitely what he's looking for, and it's enough to get the game up to 1 win and 1 draw in favor against GG. So let's hope they keep it up in game number 3. But knowing GG, I mean, Xiaoma has to sort of power up in that final game.
I think they had the right strategy here. They're empowering their survivors, and they're kind of playing to D's strength in just maintaining tie positions. So I think, and if you think about it, it's he's actually been 2-0 in chasing PP shot first, and he's been doing so well just countering any plays that he's had, and he's been on the Seer, he's been on the Prospector. So I think also if you're talking about leveling up, I think it's also PP Shah wants to be able to redeem those two kites and for him to last a little bit longer. Even though Cypher Rush was still there, if he was able to last a little bit longer, could have been a different story. But FPX.ZQ, keep going, keep soldiering on because they have the winning game plan. They just need to, the last final stretch for them to finish off here in day number 9. If they're able to just tie this next round, they're your winners for tonight, folks.
Exactly. And just looking at the stats itself as well, technically, GG is already solid.
Yeah.
3-0 with a net win of 5. It just shows how strong they are. But
yeah,
more of that after this short break, so don't go anywhere, guys. See you.
Oh, look at that. I haven't done that in a while. What's going on, you guys? Hand hearts from Nello, Mellow, and Potch Spice as we continue this intense match. Are you doing doubles? You can do like...
You remember Cocoa teaching us how to do it?
Oh, yeah, Cocoa. Shout out to Cocoa, yeah. Teaching us double hearts. So, yeah. Hearts in the chat for all the players out there. Also, hearts in the chat for these two teams. FPX.ZQ, now surprising everyone. Again, GG were the ones established at the top, but now they're trying to gun for the kings. And as I like to say, if you come after the king, you better not miss. And FPX.ZQ, so far, so good. They have not missed their shot, and now they have gained themselves round number 2. Come round number 3, GG is going to have map advantage, but they're going to have to win and win points, too, if they want to solidify this victory tonight.
Yeah. I mean, GG can choose the map, and FPX.ZQ cannot ban the maps anymore. So this is definitely a sort of favorable position for GG, because they can choose a map that helps their survivors more. It helps Xiaoma more, because Xiaoma so far a draw and then a 1k. He definitely needs to get at least a draw if he wants to keep the team alive, and then hope for GG survivors to get that 3-man escape. So
okay, so now we're going to Lakeside Village, and yeah, they need to power up Xiaoma, and I think so Hunter first half is going to be D. So I think this is actually good that it's Xiaoma that has been hunting first. So now I think it's the survivors that want to be able to set the... Wow, look at that. Just the golden apples being tipped over by Xiaoma.
Yeah, he's like, yo, Eli, you got the predictions wrong. Just kidding. It's still correct, I think. I think it's still correct. Ultimately, GG will still be first place, right? After everything's done.
Right.
In FPX.ZQ.
So I like this change up because now it's the survivors that are telling Xiaoma, yo, okay, we got this. Let's set the tone for this next match, and we'll allow you to kind of just take it home. We'll try to have an easy layup for you come second half of round number 3. But hopefully they'll be able to do that because D has been playing for ties as of late.
Yeah, I mean, the name speaks for itself. He's playing D. So defense is the name of the game here. Because
solid. Whoa.
Yeah. Whoa. I mean, man, it's like you're being afraid of yourself.
Right? Yeah. He didn't even put different casters. It's
like, one. Yo, who are you? I am you. You know. But
Rush Hour.
Yeah, Rush Hour for sure. Chris Tucker. Chris Chris Tucker.
Yeah.
Funny dude with Jackie Chan. But yeah, Liak Happy being really angry that his apples are not placed properly. I'm not, I'm not sure. But yo, guys, I really we talked about D, right? He's really solid at defense now, and technically he has made the correct decision to play defense. Because honestly, it was so close. The only reason why FPX.ZQ is up now is because Xiaoma missed his shot in getting a draw. So Xiaoma, I mean, I don't know, man. It's hard to get back that points by taking a 2K, but I mean, either him or his survivor teams have to make it, and it's the survivor teams going up first.
Yeah. So especially like in Lakeside Village, yeah, that Soul Weaver is really good, but you can bring out Soul Weaver in Lakeside Village, but I don't know if that's gonna merit a ban on the side of GG. Probably he's gonna ban the wax Bonbon. Okay, Bonbon BQ, right? How could we forget? D had that saga where he was really he was really picking BQ round 1 to round 3.
Yeah.
Now it's gonna get banned. Seer, Antiquarian, and Prospector. I like D how he's really solidly playing defense by batting any harassers. Like, nah, I don't want my defense to be tested by these harassers. Let me just ban them right off the bat.
Exactly. But now that GG has already picked up Mercenary, it doesn't make sense to ban the forward anymore. So he's gonna take that choice and ban out the annoying characters, Thief and the Dancer. You know that Thief is just so freaking annoying, right? Like canceling out the skills of the Hunter. If you have a mirror, bam, magically gone. And and then if you have a bomb, if you like throwing bombs, bam, it's gone. Yeah, you know, right? If you're Asia, yeah, dash into my light, girl.
Yeah,
Dash
that's what I
into my
want.
light. Yeah.
So now, we. Sorry, I imagine like a web comic already of that. Like, no, like those animated of like, no, run to the light. But now we see that they did pick up a batter. So this is you rarely see batter come out from Chinese mainland already, and we usually see it in MS, right? So now them bring it out 18. Yeah, still wanting to moonwalk, but moonwalking just to go for a cricket bat hit. So this is going to be an interesting situation on how D is going to play this one out. Since BQ and Bonbon were banned, D has kind of limited choices here. I'm glad that they brought out the Priestess though, but what hunter do you think can come out to combat these picks now?
I mean, Naiad is also good, but honestly, I'm not sure if he really wants to bring out Naiad. I mean, Naiad's really good in this map, like the versatility, and honestly, all he has to do is play D, right? Get the draw. I mean, even the name stands for D, draw. But
Actually, that was a good one. I didn't get that D draw.
Yeah, I mean, but he's gonna go with Soul Weaver. I mean, yeah, it's good in Red Church because it's a smaller map, but this is a much bigger map. I'm not sure if this is gonna work. But hey, there's no stunners except for the batter. Maybe they can make it. He can make it work.
Yeah, I agree that not Red Church would be better for the Soul Weaver, but we've seen some people use Soul Weaver here. Again, it is round number 3, so it's going to be a little tough. So yeah, he can't, if he stays out in the open, he needs to still have that web for the web shot. At least if he's like in the 11 area or the palleted areas around the shore area, it's still going to be good for him to set up those traps. Unfortunately for him, he's gonna have to pick the targets wisely here because he needs to just play to that D, that draw, that defense. Any other words that come to mind to describe D's playstyle?
I mean, he's definitely a very deadly hunter as well. Deadly and I don't know, man.
Deadly, that's a good one.
Deadly and defensive, yeah. Deadly but defensive. Defensive but deadly. That's a good one.
That's a good one. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, but apparently the Great Wall of China is gonna take a cornering at the side. So PPZ 18 gonna tank the front. PP Shia on the Priestess duty. Honestly, he's done well enough as the Prospector in last game. Fortunately, it wasn't enough to get a 3-man escape. Let's see if the Priestess this time is gonna make an impact in this game because, I mean, I don't know, if you get that big portal going on, that long portal going on, D might not be able to catch up.
Yeah. Considering, he did bring trump card just in case, but We saw how well he has good call outs when he's a hunter, right? He knew when to switch to excitement. He knew when to pop the blink and hold on to it. And yeah, we're just gonna have to see how that one is gonna play out as we head towards the match, folks. Again, D already transitioning towards the. Hang on for a sec. No. Yeah, there. Okay. He's already inside the ship here where the priestess is gonna be at. So it seems like he's really targeting PP Shah in these matches.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably sure we are not the only ones singing the praises of PP Shah as the survivor in GG's team. He's probably like, yeah, you think he's good? Let's see if he's done enough to face the D. I mean, he's just, but right now D is just like sort of struggling to find.
Yeah, to pin someone down. He doesn't even see scratch marks on the floor because the priestess, I don't think, is in this area anymore or has transitioned away already. Look at that. PP Shah has already left the boat, and this leaves D, biting the dust here and has to make sure he's gonna try and down someone. Kuchao is actually here, so I'm not sure if he's gonna settle for chasing the acrobat, because the acrobat has a pretty good well, I would say counter, and he can just transition very well, and he's already got 2 bombs on this. Well, he's used one already, and now it seems like he's just gonna go for another one.
Yeah, he has to. I mean, he's already done the decoding, right? And you do notice like this is why we don't really see Spider in this game, but wow, getting that first early hit, you can see the speed happening in. Because while all of that's going, the first hit happened only after 3 ciphers have almost been decoded. So
yeah,
GG's already at a very good start, I would say.
18 getting ready for the hit. Oh, unable to get it though, but it seems like D is focused onto 18. So that's actually great. And now he gets a bad hit. This actually transitions him away. Kuchao is already actually at the line of sight, but we do see some portal setups here, and we see that the acrobat's ready for a bomb hit, and now 18 back on the bat here, ready for another pitch, able to get it, but now this allows him just to go through the window in a blink.
Oh my god, I missed that. Oh no, it doesn't matter because he's already blinked out, right? Attack recovery. So beautifully done by D. Apparently he's gonna stop PP Shah here as well, because this is PP Shah Cypher, 44%. But fortunately he has the global portal to work with. 18 still has 2 balls to work with, finished his Cypher already. Of course, I'm not really sure what the game plan is. Mercenary is still trying to pop his Cypher all the way the other side. Batter probably trying to make a rescue, but Batter does not have Titan. So PP Shah stealing one under the nose.
Oh, but unfortunate there. Hit him before the trajectory was able to happen. And that was a slow bomb too that could have helped a rebound kite. But you know, excellent backdoor rescue on PP Shah's side. So now seems like he's gonna go for a cocoon. Okay, and now this is gonna be a little tough for them to go for this rescue, because now yeah, he can be rolling. And they don't have the last cipher yet now.
Yeah, because the problem is 18 came to support after that, right? And unfortunately, they weren't able to get any of those hits onto them, so that's very important. Not to mention, Kuchao died on the last cipher. Sorry, not on the last cipher, but died on PP Shah's
There we
cipher.
go. Gets the rescue. Now Acrobat trying to get escorted out of here. Can they get the body block going? Able to eat a web shot here, so now it's going to be super important. Mercenary still in this area, dropping down the pallet just for the Acrobat to move on along. 2 ciphers still remaining, so there's a lot of containment that needs to be done before this expires.
Oh my god. Sorry, I was just impressed. Like, everyone's just good. D's now gonna change target. He realizes that if he plays this kind of game, the 5th cipher is gonna be finished by PP Shah, and the moment that they rotate away, this cipher is gonna be done as well. But it sort of allowed that short period of time allows for the Acrobat to run away. So D, I'm not really sure what you're doing, but Kuchao's far from sight. He's not gonna appear anymore.
So this constant changing of targets. It started with PP Shah losing him. Now it's Kuchao, and Kuchao's not even here. You know, he understands the assignment. He's the one dead on chair. He needs to push for ciphers while D tries to look for another one. But it seems like D is making a beeline for Kuchao. But yeah, the long portal is there, and the after image is gonna be done. So he's just gonna have to clean out that portal. So, oh man, D is on the back foot here. Oh, he's still able to get the hit off the Acrobat. Can he get him down? Wow, that stays for so long.
Yeah, because of the attack as well, right? But my god, Batter probably trying to buy some time, not really sure. yeah, he really needs to come and rescue lah. I feel he needs to come and block lah, because Mercenary is the one doing the last cipher, right? It's already at 75%, so it's very important that Pipicia does not let go of Kuchao. Okay, Kuchao has been healed up. The kite continues.
Yeah, Kuchao now in this area. Priestess is here. Pipisha able to support, cleaning up that holy key just so he won't have access, but also the basement's here, so have to be very careful. 18 is also here. Cypher is already primed now. So now Kuchao just needs to have a really good endgame kite once the Cypher is already popped. He goes for another round at the ground floor. He has to avoid the web shots that will come out. And D still has that trump card, so they have to be very careful. Pipisha, oh, they just go for that endgame pop. And able to get a bad hit. Let's go.
Not really sure if he should go for that hit now, because now 18 is vulnerable. You see, and after he misses, see, my God, 18's gonna get hit with a web shot, and with the speed boost, he's gonna catch up to 18 in no time. Oh wait, will he?
Pallet drop, and now through the pallet. Beautiful stuff on the side of D. And he still has that trump card, so he can actually go for a chair here and then teleport to the other gate, because the other gate hasn't even been touched yet now.
My God, this is looking so... Like, D is in position now. Like, there's 18 seconds of detention now, right? And 3 of them are actually running in the same corner. Of course, D does not yet realize this, but the moment he realizes no one is in the vicinity, he's probably gonna change straight to teleport, but spots out the mercenary. It's a trap.
Yeah. He saw he was able to dodge that. Nice vaulting of PPZ. Just buying time here at the 11 area while we see someone trying to go for that rescue. Look at that. Yeah, the web threadings, but the blink hit. But it's a mercenary, so now they have no teleport. So D has the chase on foot, and now that exit gate's gonna be open, Nell.
My God. And Pipisha and PPZ has the sort of has the dungeon here, but he's not gonna last long enough. But the portal!
Portal! Oh, this is gonna be huge. Can he last long? Oh, it doesn't seem like the case.
Oh, the mistiming! Oh my God. 3-man escape, that has to be good enough, right? You can see D so frustrated, like, he just threw down the phone.
That's true. So now they're all tied up. So this begs the question: if Xiaoma does get a tie, we get another tiebreaker now. So OT King, let's go.
No. It's already OT after all. I don't mind, honestly. Honestly, I don't think Xiaoma's gonna go for a draw. I think Xiaoma would either get a 3K or only a 1K. How's that?
3 or 1? 3 or 1.
3 or 1.
Okay.
Either 3 or 1. It's either GG wins or FPX.ZQ wins. That's it.
Okay, that's your prediction. Either doesn't matter if it's 3 or 1. Just either FPX.ZQ wins or GG wins.
That's not a draw. Yeah. I don't think it's gonna be a draw.
Caster chat, I want to get to know your thoughts. Like Eli, Chocho, what do you think? Because I don't know, I feel it in the air. I don't know. It feels like there's something tingling. I feel like we might go for that tie. Who knows?
But yeah, I mean, they've pretty much cracked D, right? They cracked D in that last game. Almost getting that 4 escape. Unfortunately, like the mercenary was already waiting. It was like, yo, maybe the countdown wasn't accurate enough. Like 3, 2, what? It's already 3, 2, 1. Why are you guys not out yet? Right?
Yeah, the timing is a little bit off there, but yeah, just the clutch Priestess. Again, that's why it's so scary to have Priestess in a huge map like this. And you saw how hard it was because D had to use the webs just to catch up to the mercenary, use the web shots, and you saw how gimp the spider was and how slow the spider was with no web holdings. So that's why you have to play around that, and that's why you don't really see that much spider. But you know, you got to praise D for bringing out the spider. Again, just such a crowd-pleasing hunter. A lot of people in chat were freaking out that D brought out the spider once again. So now Xiaoma, he has to perform at least 3, 4, or 1. He can't get. Well, if he gets 1, then the FPX.ZQ wins, right?
Anything but 2.
There we go. 2 is the overtime. That is the one in how many realities that Doctor Strange has said. That's gonna be the overtime round. But
out of the 5 universe, I see.
You see that? What?
I see 1 possibility of OT, so we're gonna avoid that. We can avoid that.
We shall
Yeah.
see. I don't know. Prod also is thinking, I don't know, Firm's saying like, Firm's definitely feeling a lot better. He's helping us in so he's helping us kind of predict these things. So chat, your message to him definitely reached out. So shout outs to the Prod team at the back. Now though, yeah, they need to push for a 3-man, or at least they cannot settle for ties.
I know, right? Why? I mean, I'm just grateful to be part of the custom test. The only reason that everyone's making this joke about OT is because they all know that I'm feeling under the weather. So really, they're just hoping that I don't.
You feel better, yeah. So
Yeah.
let's message the players.
Yeah,
No,
it's
but
like-
yeah, no. We appreciate you being here, man. So guys, can we give some hearts for Nell, please? Because again, if it goes OT, if it's not, he's always here to perform and entertain everyone. So that he's tanking a lot of the OTs for us casters. And I don't know, I just feel like when the players know, oh, Nell's casting, all right, we're gonna give it our all. We're gonna go all the way, best of 4.
I'm just like, no, I don't care. I don't care. I think I'll go for a draw and go OT because then we can ban more of these Hunter. We have a better chance. But yeah, honestly, I feel like if they can take it away here, GG should definitely do it because honestly, Shaoma is showing a little bit more of his weakness that he doesn't want to show to the public.
Right.
Yeah, so I think he should just stop. He should just aim for winning it right here, right now. Instead of waiting for a draw.
Yeah, it's his 8-mile moment, right? Even though this is his last game in the group stage, more than secure. You want to end on a strong note and end on a good note for people to be able to have that confidence in you coming into the finals or the playoffs. And considering that the hunters that he has brought out before, pretty sure that Bonbon's going to be banned. He has a clerk. He also has a spider. So that's something that he can consider. He has a wax artist, BQ, and his Anne in Koa 4 was just insane. Like his jumps. If you guys can check out Koa 4, he was able to jump, but he changed the arc just so that he can hug a tree for the coordinator flare gun to hit the tree instead of him.
Yeah, that was sick, man. That was really sick. But again, guys in the chat, don't forget to spam the emojis as well. The prayer hands for GG. No, sorry.
Panda.
The panda for GG and FPX.ZQ.
The bird, the chick, the dancing, the chicken. The chicken.
Spam the chicken. Because I'm thinking of chicken now for sure. Just kidding. But yeah.
You were thinking about donuts a while ago. I was now too.
Yeah, I know, right? Okay, you know what? It's okay. Chickens for ZQ and pandas for GG. All right, guys, let's go. I see a lot of people asking, Shelma, 5K. Official immune, Nello's laugh so cute. Thank you.
Oh, let's go. See, there's the hearts on chat. They're gonna try to empower you, Nell. Again, if it is OT, I know you're still here to give it your all. So big shout outs to you. Thank you. I'm just translating what chat is trying to do with these emojis. And also, drink your water, guys.
Drink your water.
So,
yeah, sure.
While this is happening, we do see patient, psychologist, antiquarian, dancer, and seer band, which allows. Whoa, they didn't pick up the priestess. They went for toy merchant instead. I have to ask you, Nell, what are you more of a fan of in Lakeside? Would you like toy merchant or priestess? Which do you prefer more?
If Night Owl is in my team, I would say priestess. If Chocho's in my team, I would say toy merchant.
Oh, hey, look, praise to Chocho's toy merchant, a rare find in the English broadcast here, because Eli's not here.
If Eli's here, I would. Wait, what? There's no choice. There's no choice. And Eli doesn't play Mercenary, so
he does not.
We will draft forward for him for sure. 100%.
Forward. Oh, I'm pretty sure Eli is a good forward, unless he wants to be priestess. You've seen my priestess. I make Oreo portals, dude. You don't want me on priestess.
Bro, we got 100% win rate on the up tier.
So Embalmer. So FPX.ZQ trying to go for a tie here. Again, Embalmer kind of screams tie, but it's just more for that safe rescue. You can still kind of go for that 3-man escape. They just have to play it kind of good. But I would have to say, though, they don't have any stunners on the team, which kind of concerns me. Because in this meta, usually if there's no stunners, yeah, you don't have to bring excitement anymore. You don't have to really constantly look over your shoulder. So Xiaoma here has, I would say that's one less thing to worry about. We do see that the geisha and the spider have been banned.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to face what their hunter played. So that was the irony of it. But if they notice, only got a 1k with the spider. So maybe they think that Xiaoma would be able to bring it up a notch. But yeah, I feel like at least a Bonbon can be banned as well here. I mean, he has short legs, but there's no priest. Yeah, there's no. You already banned out the priestess. You already banned out the patient. You don't have the dancer. I mean, yeah, toy merchant can be hard to chase, but I feel like Bonbon is still a threat here. Honestly, even Wax Artist would be good for getting a draw. But no.
Oh, going with the queen here, the tie.
My God.
He's gonna rise above that now. He's gonna rise above that, or FPX.ZQ is gonna rise above the tie here. So.
Exactly. Yeah, he's gonna make the 2K, the 4K queen, the queen in 4K resolution.
There we go, in 4K resolution. I love it. I love that one. So BQ coming out here. I think the most notable ones have definitely been Dong Xuan and I forgot someone else brought out, and it was also 4K. If chat, you can just remind me about that. But he's gonna try to etch his name as one of the people to bring out the 4K queen here in HD 4K resolution, as Nell would say. So BQ on this map is actually very strong. It's just that, yeah, your mirrors need to be timed well, and it seems like, look, the Seer Owl prediction's not gonna come through now. Let's talk about the mirrors hits here. How many? I know you and Chocho had something going on before with those predictions. Yeah, okay, go. How many? What? Mirror hits or mirror unused mirror hits?
Mirror miss.
Mirror misses. Okay. Okay. You go first now. You predict first.
It's Xiaoma after all. So I'll say 7.
Are you serious?
Big math. Come on.
Okay. Really? Okay.
I mean, yeah.
I'll go with your 5. What did you predict last time? It was 5 or 4?
8.
You went 8? No, you didn't go 8.
Oh, I can't remember.
You had 5. I'll go 5.
Okay, you go 5. Okay, so I'll take 7. You know what? I'll take 6.
No, I'll take 8.
No.
Well, there's no consequence here. No, I'm not gonna ask you to sing.
Okay,
any. I don't know that, so we can't do that. So yeah.
Yeah, the Xiaoma here, technically he's trying to go for 4K, but but what usually happens is a tie here. So I mean,
let him cook. Let him cook. He's just cooking. Yeah. He's just marinating, guys. Don't worry, Xiaoma fans out there, or if you're FPX.ZQ fans, let them cook, because now they're in a good spot here. But folks, this may potentially be the last match we're gonna see, but we're gonna find out. Again, if it's a tie, it goes to game number 4. But if it's a 3-man escape, 3-man kill, it could go either to GG or FPX.ZQ. Where you go first, mirror. Oh, that's 1. That's none. So we're still at 0 because he's able to get that. So now Xiaoma able to get the embalmer. So that's actually really big. I didn't see where he dropped the coffin, but now if he's able to down the embalmer, that's actually really good, especially early seconds here.
Yeah, I just love how Xiaoma just looks on the floor to get the Han trait activated. But now Li Bao is sort of caught between a rock and a hard place because the mirror is about to be ready. So let's see if the second mirror actually hits. Oh,
hang on. There we go. He is so accurate. What did I tell you, chat? Let him cook. And now we see that the embalmer has fallen down relatively early because ciphers are just still on their way. All of them are like 50%, and we've hit our first minute already.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate this because obviously a fast out means that she has more chances to get a win. But
Mirror's ready. She's just gonna teleport towards it. Oh no, he's gonna try to go for Sands this time. So not going for just trying to cut off the rescue. Yeah. Able to get it, and now we see Sands. He might have to eat this hit. That counts as another hit.
That's it, because it was actually
his sandwich.
Oh, okay, fine. But Li Bao's gonna be rescued. Li Bao has nothing to kite with. That's the thing.
Yeah. So now he's gonna have to rely on the coffin to just save him again. But now you're kind of playing to the cooldowns of Xiaoma here, and they don't know what the trade is yet. Pretty sure they know it's gonna be blink, because I mean, oh my god, teleport Bloody Queen. That's so aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, our prediction seems to be off the mark. Even late candlesticks, like 7. Even I don't miss so many mirrors. But you never know, because this Survivor.
It's big. It's a big map. It's a big map.
Yeah,
So,
and they're supposed to. They have flywheels, so we took all that into consideration.
Yeah, but hey, we're still seeing how this is gonna go. And now this is actually a miss mirror hit, because he's just gonna use this to teleport. So there we go. That's 1.
Oh, okay, 1. Okay, that's only because he wants to close the distance.
Yeah, so that's that counts. That counts, chat. So now, Li Bao, Xiaoma has still not used the flywheel, so he's still working on getting Li Bao down. Sorry, the flywheel. Sorry, the blink. So Li Bao again has not much kite ability here. We're gonna see probably him pop the skill. Not quite. Oh, to get through. So this is a huge turnaround here. We're gonna see him try to go for the climb.
Second mirror? Yeah.
Oh,
second mirror. Blink's gonna happen.
Boom. Able to get it before Maum could go for the body block. Now the flywheel, beautifully executed by Maum, and this is the last chair we're gonna see of the Embalmer. So last cipher is not yet primed, and we're still gonna have to wait for the mirror cooldown. But so far so good on Xiaoma's side. He's gonna he's not gonna break the catapult. I thought he was gonna do that. So now another mirror.
Yeah, let's see if that's gonna be the 3rd mirror. Oh, might be. He's gonna break it now. Yes, it's gonna be the 3rd one. Yeah, but I don't know why we're celebrating him missing. But honestly, it feels like he's just really going for a draw. He wants the OT. He's like, yo, why would I go back to my room in Guangzhou? I just want to stay here longer.
Now it seems like drop would actually be the next chase target here. Mirror is going to be ready for him to use. And Toy Merchant, through the pallet, gets a regular hit. That's 4.
That's 4. That's a regular hit, bro. It's not even a mirror hit.
We set it up. But anyway, okay, so we're at 4 now. So Xiaoma chasing down the Toy Merchant here. Cypher is not primed just yet, Nell, and Mercenary is injured. So it seems like he's going to go for a slugging strategy here. It seems like he's changing targets, going for another, we're waiting for the mirror to be cooled down just so he can chase someone out of that Cypher. And now Sans is actually going to have to use the elbow pad.
Oh, the 5th mirror.
Uh-oh. He's not going to miss anymore.
No, he's going to miss 2 more. But yeah, technically, well, honestly, we can't really say that he missed. He
just used it. Yeah, so that's not a...
But we technically count it. So,
so sorry, chat. This is actually just a funny little prediction. It's not even a prediction at this point. We're just counting the mirrors that he's using.
Exactly.
Okay, so now mirror cooldown is done. Maum has to be very careful to get chased out of that last cipher. Hang on. He's trying his best. He's going to use it to teleport now. Oh, he's changing it up. Can he actually go for the swing? No, he's not going to use it anymore. Look at that. Just pressuring down these 2 ciphers. So we're at 6.
Yeah, you can stop after the next one. But yeah, he definitely needs to get dropped down now, because Cypher's about to be progressed really soon. Oh my god. Trash attack? That's weird.
Switching over. Hang on. Changing it up. Goes for the hit, and now that's a hit.
Okay, not too bad. Still 6.
So now this allows them to push for the last cipher. Luckily for that, Mercenary is already rescued. Yeah, it's looking pretty solid for this tie. Mercenary is just... Oh, and this is actually a tough rescue from... good thing he cleaned up that catapult. So now Sans has to be very careful. He just easily gets that hit. We're going to farm one off of drop. He's going to actually pass an item off to the Mercenary. Just gets a regular hit. We're going to see the detention is already there. He's actually going to go for the exit gate.
Wow, and the dash away, I don't think he's gonna let Mercenary go. He has to kill him first, right? So because he still has a trait to change off, so it's still a 3k potential. Oh, and the 7! Yes, 7. Is he gonna blink here? I feel like he
might have to, and now Mercenary has no more items left. He's just gonna eat that regular hit. Mirror cooldown is still at 5 seconds, so he can still potentially chase down Drop here. So they have to be very careful. Drop is still not too far away from the exit. How is Xiaoma's gonna deal with this? Is he gonna go for
there? Yeah, he's almost there.
Catapult? Yeah, he's gonna go for catapult. So let's see him try and chase it down. It's already open, and we're gonna go to an overtime. Nell, you got your prediction though, 7. You got 7. They got that right. But the OT though, the OT king remains uncontested, folks.
My God, I'd rather have my predictions wrong.
Ah, you still got the 7, man. You got the 7. Let's go.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. But honestly, from the start, actually, I was saying, this is looking more like a draw. As much as he wants to get a 4K with it, it's still actually a draw. Considering there wasn't anything like a failed rescue. There wasn't any Terra Shock. Honestly, Terra Shock's possibility is just so low. But yeah, ultimately getting a draw is what GG can do to bring it to game 4.
Yeah, again, we're memeing around here, chat, because again, Nell has been synonymous to taking a lot of OTs, and look at that, we got the surprise caster of Crystal that's going to take over for OT. Again, Nell has been feeling under the weather, so if you guys can help power him up, because we're going to receive another OT. This whole day, actually, we received 2 overtimes, so that's crazy. We went to overtime in the first one, just the sandwich ends, right? The first match and the second match, the first match and the last match. So, again, they're really trying to fight tooth and nail to get all the way till the end here. FPX.ZQ, I have to say, I'm very impressed with how they've been surviving and the way that they've been handling Xiaoma. And Xiaoma, again, bring up BQ. We were kind of fighting the feeling that he wanted to go for a tie, but I think, he just wanted to go for that tie, push for the overtime round. And hopefully one of them is actually going to get the victory, not just end in ties that we have to compare the survivor escape time. So let's head on over to the match data now.
Yeah, as you can see, nothing over 100 seconds in terms of containing the hunter. But Cypher has been done fairly quickly. I mean, you saw a bomber falling rather quickly, but ultimately the coffin bought enough time for FPX.ZQ to draw the game. Like technically they won a 3-man escape, right? In order to just win it. But both sides are being really careful. They know that both sides, they know that their opponents are not going to aim for a win. You can tell by the Bloody Queen pick, which is a very draw kind of pick. And you can tell by the Embalmer pick as well. Yes, maybe in some situations you can. But as you can see just now, it just all gears up towards a draw. And they probably already had this in mind to settle it in game number 4.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the tie all along.
Yeah. It's the tie. It was a tie all along. I think it's actually, it gets more intense, right, as we head towards that tie, because even if they still continue to go neck and neck with each other, Eli explained it well. We have to actually explain that after this short break, folks. So see you guys in just a bit. And we're back, folks, with more IDV action here at the overtime game of game number 4. Poch Spice and Nello Mello still strong, still powering through, just like everyone in the chat. Nell, do you want to give any shout-outs to anyone in chat?
Shout-outs to all of you guys in chat, Rini, NTT as well. Yeah, NTT, our bestie. Of course, Nell as well. Nell, what's the name of your dog? It's a Crystal. Of course, Yuki as well, Pipple and Mystic saying everyone on the chat right now. So unfortunately, my doggo can't speak. He can only bark, so I can't commentate at all. But yeah, Posh, anyone you wanna say hi to? In the
I
chat?
just want to just tell everyone to drink your water. Okay.
Oh,
Drink
okay,
your
okay.
water. Drink your water, guys, because we're going to overtime. Yeah, go for it, Nell. While I set the stakes up here. So it's been tied all throughout. We're heading towards game number 4. There could still it happened in the first match, right? And now it's gonna happen again here. So this is an intense back and forth, and at this point, one of them has to say SOS and try their best to claim victory here.
Yeah, I mean, bringing it to Ever Sleeping Town in this BO4, it just comes back to the root. Like, yo, let's settle it with our best lineups, with our best hunter in neutral grounds. Like, honestly, Ever Sleeping Town is as balanced as it gets, except for the fact that there's always the trend around to actually, the RNG factor where one of those survivors are gonna fly away after being run over by the tram. But of course, that's just a possibility of it happening. But yeah, this is definitely a good map to have, especially since the survivors. They have a lot more choices here. Like if you ban all those harassing, like you have so many players to play with here. You have so many characters to choose from. You have the priestess. You have, provided if it's not bad, you have the priestess. You have the patient. You have the acrobat. You have the dancer. You have the toy merchant. You have the barmaid, entomologist, antiquarian, and Balma. Even just so many things you can play with. So this is definitely a pretty good map, especially since it's BO4. You're gonna get so many characters banned at this point.
True. Again, we set the stakes before, and we've said it again we've said it first in the first game, and now we're gonna say it again. If we end up in a tie, we're gonna have to go with escape times in this game, and D going in first is actually gonna I would say is actually kind of good. Again, GG for their winning game was actually game number 3 for their survivors to go in first and have Xiaoma come in and be like, all right, cool, I'll just go for that tie, so they can actually duplicate that same type of success. Yes, it's gonna be the same amount of picks and bans, but hopefully the game number 4 clutch factor, ice in their veins, will come out from either of these teams. I think GG has seen the bright lights, but same as FPX.ZQ. Thing is though, GG has been a team longer, I believe, so that's gonna definitely play a factor into this.
Yeah, I mean, it's already good enough that they brought it all the way to OT, right? So no complaints, guys, because yesterday you guys were saying, yo, the games are ending so early today, and the day before that as well. So today you get what you're asking for. In spectacular fashion, because these are the giant teams in China. FPX.ZQ and GG. So D looking very dazzled. Sorry, not really dazzled.
Lucky.
I mean, I don't know, man. We're making all the memes with these. But yeah,
D. Yep.
Yeah. Fiction seems unfazed. Sorry, I was gonna make the D puns again, but it looks unfazed. Looking very comfortable to play again. But yes, settling it Ever Sleeping Town, I definitely approve of. So many possibilities.
Since Nell, do you wanna double or nothing the predictions here?
How
many times do you think the tram is gonna be seen on screen?
On screen, not knock anyone out.
Not knock anyone out, just seen on screen. Because that's more possible than a tram hit, right? Unless you think there's gonna be a tram hit.
Let's go for tram hits.
You want to go with tram hits?
Yeah, let's go. Okay. It's very simple. Either a yes or a no. How's that?
Okay, all right.
It's 50-50, right? It's either a yes or none.
Sure. Okay.
And let the chat join in as well. So guys,
yes or no.
Yes or no, guys.
Spam a tram if it's gonna happen or not. I feel like no, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
You.
I mean, you need an emoji for whether it happens or not too, right? So maybe trams if it happens, and an X mark if nothing's gonna happen.
Okay, all right. I like that.
So there you have it, guys. Posh says none's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say yes.
Okay.
Because have faith in the tram. Have faith in public transportation.
No, and have faith in FPX.ZQ tram. We've seen the memes. We know it's real. So it might come in clutch, chat. I can't go back on my predictions. But what I can say is the picks and bans are banning out the Bonbon and the BQ of D, which kind of plays to his Wax Artist. So now it's interesting to see how they're going to try and target ban the Wax Artist for him not to use it. But I like the fact that D has banned out the Thief. We're not seeing the Priestess here for sure. Prospector as well, Antiquarian. He loves really banning out those two just double harassers. So now it's kind of forcing them to go forward. And I like that they picked up Dancer. But I feel like, yeah, D might try and go Wax Artist here since that's his most consistent one. And he's going to definitely need that come this overtime round.
I agree with you. He might go with the Wax Artist. And GG probably thinks that way as well because they picked up the Entomologist over Toy Merchant, over Annulma. So yeah, that's probably the case. So already we are seeing a pretty standard lineup. There's only one rescuer in the team. Female Dancer obviously being the decoder if he's not getting chased first. So yeah, probably setting up the boxes and then leaving one box for he himself to go and decode with. Or if he gets chased first, technically D should be chasing Kuchao first. He should be chasing Kuchao first. 18, because like even if that's the B support, 18 will be wasting time.
Right.
Every time wasted on supporting with the Bs is time Cypher's not decoded. So
yeah. So just sidetracking a little bit, giving a shout out to Reverie. He goes, "Don't worry, Nello. I'm a fan of your puns." Okay, a fan of puns. Let's go. So we will try to keep them at a minimum and try to surprise you with some puns here and there. But yeah, it's just let's see if D is gonna surprise us with his Hunter pick, because yeah, again, no surprise if he's just gonna go with that Wax Artist, because it's do or die at this point, and they allowed him to actually bring it out. He also has a Naiad, but he's gonna go Breaking Wheel. What?
My God. Okay, we see
That
a few people
surprised me.
saying no, but yeah. I mean, honestly, no trams. Maybe a tick mark. Okay, like I don't think they have a tram emoji.
There's no tram emoji. Darn. Okay, or like
Yeah,
a Thomas the engine, Thomas the train.
Pepperland. Hey, shout out to Pepperland as well. Also in our Discord server. Again, it is D with the Breaking Wheel. I mean, it is a high risk, high reward kind of thing, right? So instead of playing D, he's going for the kill.
He's not playing D anymore. He's going offense. Yeah, because this is a 4K type Hunter. But I'm thinking also it's a good counter to Dancer because like when the boxes are out, just go in wheel form, get the spikes, but yeah, you're gonna have to still do some cleanup afterwards. So forward can stun you out of the music, out of wheel, going to human form out of wheel form. Flywheel is gonna be so important. They need Flywheel in this one. So let's see if they've choose accordingly. And also Entomologist is a great kiter. I mean, like she could sidestep easily, especially early presence without the spikes when she's in her Bs. So it's yeah, D's really I would say he's doubling down on his defense here by going offense. The best type of defense is off. What's that saying? The best type of offense is defense.
The best type of defense is offense.
So that's what he's thinking. That's what he's thinking. Let's go offensive.
Yeah, let's go offensive. Like he can definitely play around anyhow he wants, because again, the survivors won't have enough time to transition away. So that's the idea behind choosing a Breaking Wheel, because you do not want to lose sight. It's almost impossible to not spot anyone. At all, because once you get into wheel mode, you're gonna be spotting people left and right, unless if you're a really bad driver. And you just knock into the wall for the entire time. But other than that, I think he's probably gonna find the target that he wants. I would say chase after the Psychologist would be good, because Psychologist does get countered by Breaking Wheel's spike. Like just like 2 hits with the spike, instant down. There's not even gonna be time for the stress to take place.
Yeah. I think chat is also like, what? We're seeing just Paul, and like everyone's actually kind of shocked with how D's kind of come into this. And I think this is great. You know, it's surprising everyone, surprising probably GG as well, because maybe they're expecting that Wax Artist. But you know what, either bigger, go home, and that's what D is thinking. And now he's already on the wheel form, trying to find his best possible target. It seems like he has a date with PP Shah every time in this round. Yeah, and he's in the Psychologist, so obviously he's gonna just zone in on Psychologist since it's countered so hard by Breaking Wheel.
Oh my god, and getting hit by that first spike, Pipicia. I mean, I don't know, man. Does D have beef with Pipicia? 4 times in a row. 4 times in a row he's chasing after Pipicia first. And now with the psychologist being the optimal target to chase Pipicia. My god!
Going through, but unable to get... Okay, still has 1 spike. That's still A-okay. He has to be very careful not to feed too much presence to this Breaking Wheel. And now that's the 2nd spike, Nell. Uh-oh, drops it down. Excitement, not just yet.
He got stunned at the wrong side. If he got stunned at the correct side, he will probably just use excitement straight away. But so far so good. Pipicia managing to kite out the first 2 spikes, but the 3rd spike has already happened. He's just gonna get blocked here. But Pipicia will be running away, and the bees!
Oh, the bees are here just to block out the path of D. So now it seems like he's transitioning targets, which I feel like, okay, just throwing it. This is the beauty of Breaking Wheel. You can transition targets because you could easily just go for the next one. But this allows Pipicia actually to heal up, and actually not heal up, just unspike.
Yeah, he needs to get 1 spike onto 18 straight away and get the 2nd spike instantly because he does have insolence, right? But my god, it looks like it's not gonna happen.
Yeah. And he's already thrown the trap, so now 18's gonna ride the bees just to go through this pallet, but no able to get him through. And now he could just easily eat that. Now he's got the extended spikes, which is gonna be big. 18's not gonna be able to kite for as long, so he's gonna be able to get another spike onto him in a snap. Psychologist has still not removed the spikes yet, Nell, so that's gonna be kind of scary.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. The ciphers are going pretty healthily. 2 ciphers about to be done, and D hasn't even found 1 target to bring down yet. So Pipicia probably realizing this, like, yeah, no, you know what? We got this. But no, what?
Oh my goodness. Down. Yeah, he did. Uh-oh. There we go. Oh, getting a stun. Still not using the excitement just yet. So now PPZ is actually here just to give that support. Now we see the constant rotations. Oh, it seems like D actually is going to give up on the chase or go back and forth, actually.
This is hard. This is super hard for D. Like, not to mention Pipicia is already ready for him. And he has no blink to work with.
Yeah. The thing is, did he prime at least getting rid of these spikes? Because, yeah, he's just an instant down at this point. So now Pipicia is going to take this kite. He was the first kiter. He's going to get blocked out a little bit, dropping the pallet. And yeah, there's definitely no blink now. He knows that. So it's actually going to be another tough chase here. He's going to get the swing, flywheels through,
and doesn't have a blink again to use with. So that's why I'm like, bro, excitement's not working well for him so far at all. Pipicia avoiding it left and right, has no more flywheels, so Pipicia's going to go down here. But damage has been done. 1 cipher remaining, Posh.
Yeah.
1 cipher remaining. The last cipher already at 50%.
It was actually a great start for the survivors. Pipicia actually had a redemption kite with that, and now D gonna use the mobility of this breaking wheel to try to pressure down the ciphers, but big damage has already been done. He's gonna have to go on defense. He's gonna find 18 in the process. He can actually just go for this snap, and then he's just gonna fall down. So now he can go for another chair. Forward has already expended the tide turner, so that's actually great on the side of D. Last cipher has still not gotten any progress just yet. We're standing at 5%, 59%, and 30%. And yeah, D's just gonna have to keep chairing, going back into wheel form, and trying to go for more downs of these survivors, because he's got to make up for lost times.
Exactly, and you can see that the excitement didn't really have any impact in this game, and the sad case is he actually brought 6-9, so there's no blink to work with, no trades to work with.
Oh. Yeah, he leaned heavily on the stuns here, but now 18 gets rescued. We're gonna see a spike onto the entomologist. Oh, and PPZ trying to go for not getting spiked there, but now last cipher is actually at 95%. We're gonna get a snap ongoing, and now we're gonna see another. Oh, there's the excitement, but he's able to get through, and they pop the cipher now.
What a play! I mean, D, he should have activated the excitement much earlier. Yeah, but now, but it's okay. He still can catch up here. He has the mobility to work with. But unfortunately, 18 is gonna buy enough time here. With different elevations, he can't even snaps on cooldown, and that's even the music box to work with. Now that they know he has excitement and he has used up excitement, nothing can be done here.
Yeah, now the snap commences. We are seeing that Kuchao is already making his way towards that exit gate. It seems like GG survivors are gonna still stick to that 3-man escape. You gotta give it up to D. He tried going on offense here. He tried going for the 4K, but it ended up with a 1K and 3-man escape for the side of GG.
Yeah, I mean, you can see he's definitely disappointed with that game itself, right? But honestly, like the Soul Weaver with 1K and now even the Breaking Wheel with 1K, it just shows that the at later games might not be as confident as taking it away. Like even in the stats itself from the qualifiers, if you recall, in best of three, he's been taking more losses than wins. He doesn't even have any wins in the qualifiers or even a tie. It's just losses. So I think GG recognizing this fact made a really good call and
Right.
force D to play a very risky hunter. Because Breaking Wheel technically is on paper is supposed to be a really good hunter to get the win, right? But unfortunately the controls were a little anticipated by the survivors of GG.
Yeah, it was.
And he
it
changed
really
target
was.
so much. And he changed target so much.
Yeah, he was kind of forced to do so. It's like, and just when he got 3 spikes on the PPCR, I thought he was gonna go and just chase on foot, but saw the entomologist, thought it'd be a better chase. Not the best chase there because the entomologist 18 was so good, and then I'm watching the end game, pop of the cipher. Using the excitement a little bit late there. It was. The forward was able to get the stun and he had to force attack recovery, and it was a little unfortunate. GG, I would have to say they came up with a long-term plan, right? This is like you said, it's kind of, hindsight is 2020 with how we think about this, because FPX.ZQ does struggle as the rounds go in. So maybe, just maybe, they knew this strategy coming in, so they tried to play it. Even though I would say nothing wrong with how they didn't give away any games, but I think they realized when they faced resistance in game number 1, game number 2, they're like, oh, okay, let's get them in the tie. We can definitely get them back here. And this is now where Xiaoma has to be able to at least get a tie for them to be able to claim victory here.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the best gift that GG survivors can give to Xiaoma now. Because it's really a 3-1. If he just gets a draw, which he did with his Bloody Queen in the previous game, that'll be GG's win again, making a total of 4 wins to 0 losses, which is a very remarkable feat, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, apart from him, even Wolves is also uncontended so far. AXE, GG, and Dou.
Yeah, you know what actually is interesting? GG is known for actually kind of like Dou, that they get stronger as rounds go in. If you take it back to the winners, the upper bracket finals of the IVL Autumn finals, the playoffs, they were actually 2 rounds down to Wolves in a best of 5, and they were able to turn it back. So they might be actually the king of the best of 5, or the tiebreaker, or the overtime kings, really. So we're gonna see if that's gonna happen, because FPX.ZQ survivors, their chance of winning is for them to get a 4-man escape, or get a faster escape time than than a faster 3-man escape.
That could work too. But honestly, I feel like getting a draw is hard.
Slow everything down.
Slow everything down. He's like, yo, you see, I'm thinking I want to eat the chicken rice earlier, but Nello say must get the win, so now I get the draw. It's okay. We both don't eat dinner tonight.
Yeah, it's about the time is ticking. You can't.
What time is it? Yeah, I mean, what time is it? What time is it now over there? Like in China?
It's the same time, I believe, as us.
It's the same time, right? So
it is.
Technically, they haven't had anything to eat too. So they're like,
maybe. Hopefully, they ate beforehand.
Or in the
locker rooms.
Locker, yeah. That'll be good. Yeah, but honestly, he does stand a chance now to get the draw and bring it in. Yo,
the reactions of GG, folks.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll be reacting that way when they get back or when they see Xiaoma perform. Again, I think PPCR has the strongest relation to Xiaoma because they were fellow brothers in arms. They were actually one of the few teams that had sub-hunters that they regularly swap around. Like Xiaoma would go first, then PPCR would come in next. But now it seems like a lot of the teams just focus on one. And they just come in if ever it needs be. It's not like the China where in Japan where the first hunter comes in always the point hunter, and then the follow-up comes next. So
I can't imagine for them to play this long. I mean, as survivors, at least you have teammates to rely on, right? But on the side of the hunter, the longer the game progresses, well, it takes a lot out of your mental state. Like it definitely takes a toll on your mental state. But Sharma, last game of the night, he's gotta make it count for GG. And ladies and gentlemen, a draw is the minimum requirement for getting a win against FPX.ZQ here. Whereas for the ZQ survivors, anything less than a 3 escape will result in a win for GG. So,
Yes, sir. That is the stakes that we are playing at. We're seeing that the Clerk and Bonbon have been banned on Xiaoma's side. He's going with a Mechanic ban, Seer ban, and Priestess ban. Yeah, Priestess, Seer, uncontested. Mechanic ban is interesting because I guess he doesn't want Cypher Rush to happen. It just so happens that Bonbon was banned, so it's like he can't bring out the Bonbon now. So that can still heavily benefit him. At least his chase won't be hampered by Cypher. But again, we can't say that because Cypher Rush is real now, especially in this meta. It's so fast.
Yeah, as long as they don't leave the ciphers, like they focus on decoding, and then one person's doing extremely well against the hunter. That's technically the term of the cipher rush lah, because everyone's just focused on decoding. No one's leaving the cipher to provide support. But again, it is Sharma we're talking about. He's definitely not going to make things easy for the survivors. He's already banned out all these potential supporters and kiters. As you can see, he doesn't prioritize rescuers anymore. Because he knows if they decide to go with a support heavy, assist heavy kind of lineup, well, he will have enough time to make a comeback at certain point, at any point in the match.
And not just that, it's like I forgot to see. Yeah, what's up?
The Explorer?
What? Kurt's coming out. Oh, there's no grass. Oh, yeah. Well, he could actually hide where the tram's coming.
He can hide, under the tram.
Hopefully not get hit, but wow. FPX.ZQ pulling out the first Explorer of the group stage. I don't think we've seen Explorer just yet. So this is huge. So thank you, Chocho. We're at 5 minutes 20 seconds in the first round if they're going to get a 3-person escape. So that's what they're going to play after. If they don't get a 4-man escape, they have to play under 5 minutes for them to be able to claim victory. This is FPX.ZQ. Xiaoma did a great job banning out the decoders. We had one decoder in the mechanic. And it's interesting that Kurt coming in here. This is unheard of because it's ever sleeping town. You usually want like in hospital arms or Leos where you could just like crouch down and hide near the pallets because it's a town. You can't hide in the town.
Yeah. My God. Well, apparently maybe FPX.ZQ's answer to the wax artist blocking the ciphers is through Kurt's
popping. Yeah.
You know what would be exciting to watch? If somehow during the rescue, Drop decides to, you know what? I don't even have any more passive pages. Now let's drop the book for the last survivor. Yo, what? But nah, technically it's not really efficient playing like that because the hunter
That would
can
be so
still-
funny. If that does happen, I'm like, wow, Kurt dropping his book
Mini
of
Naibu.
the mini. What was that? Like you see a tiny like
No.
what's this?
I must be
figure.
seeing things. I must be like Rini taking too much medicine, seeing things now.
Could be. I hope Rainey's feeling well. Oh, Rainey's still here. Yeah, I see her in the chat. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Please. Hope you're feeling well. Hope everyone's feeling well. This is the last match of the day, folks. So give them your all. I want to see some emojis, whatever you guys want. And let us know if you think a tram hit's gonna happen. I highly doubt it. Nell thinks it's gonna happen, but you know what? He's on the side of he's vote FPX.ZQ tram, right?
Yeah, I'm pro public transportation, but I don't take public transportation. The irony of it. I mean,
You don't want to get hit by public transportation first and foremost.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you get hit, well, the government compensates you, but that's not the point here.
Here,
If I'm-
you will get compensated by a long stun time.
I know, exactly. If I'm in Singapore, I would definitely love the public transport. I don't know about you, but in my place, public transport is kind of bad. People just stop the buses at the side of the road without warning.
Wow, that's a
And
little
not at the
scary.
bus stop. Yeah, it is. So
we'll put a pin in that discussion now because the spawn points are here now. It seems like Xiaoma's gonna cut anyone off to go towards the graveyard area. I can't wait to see the builds too, if they're gonna bring flywheel or the broken windows. Seems like wow, all with flywheel. So again, we've talked about this, how broken windows is a little stronger, but they can time the last wax hit. But you have to be super on point with that. This isn't gonna allow them to transitional kite. We have Tramp Card, Detention, and Blink to start out with very standard builds on the side of Xiaoma. Hopefully he'll be able to build up that presence for the wax artist to become the cracked artist.
Yeah, exactly. I don't really agree with the flywheel, but even Kurt has a flywheel, so he's definitely not confident with the hiding ability. He has to show himself up, right? But I mean, we'll see if Kurt's the first target, but honestly, Xiaoma should have. I mean, the optimal target would be chased after Explorer, but Explorer's just so small, can't see anything. So, unfortunately, out of all the targets, Psychologist would be good too, but Antiquarian is also a very good first chase target, which is what he's doing now.
Yeah, so this actually opens up the opportunity for Kurt to look for pages. And that is one point you mentioned that can bring up the end game for him. At least if the Cypher gets blocked, he could just bomb it with that page. And Maum doing an amazing job, just constantly just hugging this palette. But now I think Xiaoma's had enough. And this is what's tough. He didn't bring Insolence. So he's going to have to go for hits here if he wants to build that presence and get that wax bomb and the hot wax trick.
Yeah. Why is he wasting time like this? Just go ahead, break the palette.
Yeah, this is buying so much time for FPX.ZQ.
Yeah.
So now just waiting for the blink. Okay, beautiful. Goes for the hit, and now forcing Maum to actually go the other side. I thought he was going to go through the window, but that window can be blocked. Goes for a drop down, but oh, it's so hard if you drop down a pallet in front of a wax artist. So now Maum...
Yeah. I mean, he can definitely go the same route again, because he didn't break the pallet. That's the thing. But he decides to come in the middle. He another stun. Wow, Posh. This is. I mean, waiting for the blink already bought so much time. I don't agree with Sean with that early start.
Yeah, it bought so much time. And look, we already have a page done, or we have a Cypher done, and it seems like he's gonna change targets. So now this actually is a big opportunity for FPX.ZQ to, you know what, heal up, go for... This is interesting because, yeah, he was actually about to down. And note that he has not built enough presence yet for the wax bomb. So it's still going to be hard for Xiaoma to down anyone in this state, at least.
Yeah, 3 Cyphers almost done. And Explorer still has some password pages, does he? He has 24% pages. But honestly, Xiaoma has no more blink. Again, I have to say I don't agree. Like, yeah, you can block off the Cyphers now, but let's not forget, there's an Explorer in the mix. You're not doing anything exactly now, and you don't even have the proper traits. Like,
yeah,
you should at least get an Insolence if you're gonna play around.
Shout out to the Chocho in the chat. She did say that, yeah, the Psychologist actually, her flywheel's still on cooldown, so she kind of popped it. So now Libao is gonna get chased for a little bit. But yeah, I would say Xiaoma playing too much defense here. It allows a lot of Cyphers to be popped. And this is actually what FPX.ZQ wants. Xiaoma unfortunately did not bring Insolence. So it's gonna be hard for him to be able to swat anyone out of here. He's gonna have to use a lot of wax to bomb the Cyphers. And now, yeah, he has that lineup on point, but he still has not seen anyone on a rocket chair just yet. And you still have Kurt's pages, so it's gonna be a tough end game for him.
And you know what's the funny thing? No one's getting chased, and yet Cyphers are already almost done. No one's getting chased.
Yeah, that's true. So just a correction also, I know there's a in-game timer here, but there is also, we're gonna have to refer to the one that is in the final match data results for them to be able to do this. But I don't know if it's gonna go to that now, because he's still not at full presence. Yes, he's gonna have that detention, but now we're gonna see the Psychologist actually take this kite.
I don't know what Xiaoma's doing. He even allowed for the Psychologist to heal up the Antiquarian and getting a stun in the process. The enemy is the running survivors, not the Cyphers.
Yeah, I think Xiaoma's playing too much defense that he's kind of kind of playing like D at this point, but to a point that this is not going to go in favor for him towards the end game unless he just goes wild and uses the detention to just knock out everyone. But look, no one has seen the rocket charges yet. Tide turn is still in effect. We have not seen any flywheels, and now he's just trying to bomb these ciphers.
I never seen this before. I don't think any of us have ever seen this before. Like, what, 5 minutes into the game and no one's on the chair yet, and he's practically not even unlocked the first presence yet. So,
yeah, it's I would say it's a little underwhelming here with how the wax artist is, because usually at this 4-minute mark he's already at full presence. He's become the cracked artist. Now a flywheel used by Libao, excellent stuff. So it seems like Xiaoma is content with just chasing this psychologist. Able to get that hit. She's already expended her heal, but now Nell, yeah, Cypher is already primed. He's gonna have to go for one. I don't know if he's gonna just go for I think what he's gonna do is that he's gonna prolong this game, and that's what he's done. And if they still have a 3-man escape, they still win. So it's a very bold strategy, but if he's able to prolong this chase for a while or prolong the exit gate from happening, yeah, it's gonna be GG for the win. So now he's gonna leave the psychologist there, because again, he just needs 1K, but in a long manner. That's how I feel. That's how I deduce this game.
He's trying to drag out the survivor's time.
Drag out the time, yeah.
Honestly, this is like the worst. This is like the worst way to end a game. But hey, it's still a strategy, right? Wasting the time of the survivors. I mean, but let's hope it doesn't backfire, because
yeah, and also they can just go, they can wait out the tension at this point if they don't chase anyone out. Psychologist is already up, so this is going to be a little tough, because yeah, you play so close to the you play to the bare minimum, you can actually end up getting burnt here. You play with fire, you get burnt. So Xiaoma here, he's gonna, there's an extra desperation here. And also I'm pretty sure that now FPX.ZQ, they want everyone out the gate, so they're just gonna try to go for everyone. They're just gonna try to go for oh my goodness, he's actually gonna wait. He's gonna wait for the psychologist here and bleed her out here.
Yeah, I mean, technically Mercenary still has Tide. Explorer also has Tide. But he doesn't have borrowed time, so it's very risky to rest. So, but maybe this can happen because Explorer doesn't have the book anymore. Explorer actually has the YOLO trap.
Watch out! Oh, no.
Yeah, because Explorer has the 2 elbow pads now. So
here we go. Libao is here for the support, just in case. Psychologist, they're gonna try to tank. They're gonna try to escort this antiquarian here. So now he's just gonna have to wax them all off. Again, it's not the most conventional of strategies, but it seems like they can actually go for it now. All of them are here. He's gonna have to wax them all off, so he's gonna have to be very proficient with this wax usage. So now Xiaoma, he's laying all the eggs in this one basket, and he needs to get at least 1K for him to be able to claim victory for GG. Again, a bold strategy, but let's see how it happens.
My god, Psychologist is healing the Antiquarian up. Yeah, Antiquarian is gonna be able to run out the gate, and all that needs to happen is for Psychologist to run the other way. At least the Antiquarian will be braver to help stun, right?
Exactly.
What?
Oh my goodness, he doesn't have his hot wax trick just yet, so this is actually gonna still be a little tough. He can just only freeze these survivors down, and the exit gate is already there, and now he's gonna have no more wax. He's gonna teleport there to see if he can stop anyone. He's gonna get stunned. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be a 4-man escape now.
What? Oh my god, I'm so frustrated with this game. He has been guarding the Cypher since the beginning of the game. Your name is not D. You can see FPX.ZQ is so happy at that result, because honestly, I don't know, man. Xiaoma.
Yeah. We they are pro players. They're trying to go for the strategy, and it got approved. And he was really basing it all on that strategy, which again, I can feel you there, because he had the win. It's a wax artist. You can go for a tie. The map is perfect for it. If he was able to just go around, he just played very passively at that point, and it bit him at the end there. And FPX.ZQ getting the win here. It's a head scratcher for sure, folks. But that's how GG wanted to play things out.
Yeah, but ultimately, FPX.ZQ has to feel very good about that game, and for GG, it's still okay for them. because technically they're still up 3 games to 1. Like they already win against 3 other teams, so they would typically still top the list of their rank, but not like this, man.
Yeah, I feel the same sentiments. And then again, I can only trust in the pro players and what they're doing. Yeah, a little underwhelming, I'd have to say, because I thought Xiaoma was going to go for... he was cooking something up big. He tried going for a defensive strategy. It did not work out. Leave the defense to D, if I would say so myself. Yeah, so there you go. Tonight goes to FPX.ZQ. I feel like Eli is well, he's also confused with this one. A lot of people are, but again, I think maybe okay, here's what I think also. FPX.ZQ, they did amazingly, right? And as you said, Xiaoma, GG, they're already guaranteed a spot. They don't want to give away too much of their strategy coming in, or they don't want, I think maybe they don't want to risk too much, so they went super conservative. Again, we're gonna find out in the interview how FPX.ZQ feels about that, but I would say also as a fan, you'd want to see, especially if you're a GG fan, you'd want to see a little more action coming out of Xiaoma.
You might as well play Undead. You might as well, you might as well learn from Celia and play Undead at match, because man, that was like the least hit ever.
Right?
Very bold strategy. Unfortunately,
bold strategy, I would say. So, guys, you know what? We want to end on a high note as well. So it's time for the memes now. Can you tell them how to send them over? Yes. Okay.
Please do send the memes over to either one of our Instagram tags. For me, it's Nello at Nello the World. For Posh, it's at Spicy Posh, not Posh Spice, yeah.
Yes,
at
Spicy Posh. So here we go. Oh, the tram. Oh my goodness. Shout out. Don't put this on. So we're able to see a tram, but you see a jump scare tram right there. Another one. This is me and Nell running away, folks.
Oh,
running away.
Oh my god, why do I get to be Rita?
I don't know. You got because you're more stressed. That's why you have the stress. Last but not least, we got the Norton Campbell soup. Again, big Campbell soup, folks. And I just want to show this one again. This is one of my favorite ones. Lawyer meta. Let's go. Lawyer is in the meta, folks. Let's go.
Exactly. And
make sure to I'll tag it also on our stories. Once again, do follow us on our socials. We'll be posting this on our stories, and I'll for sure post Eli on that last one. That's just too funny.
Special thanks to Norton's Compass Calipers, and of course Ghost Investigations.
Yes, and also shout out to our bestie Chantal, because Chantal, and also I got the one of us running away on Twitter. So he keeps so I'll give that shout out. But yeah, give some more shout outs now.
Sure, Frank. Like, thank you so much for staying with us until now. I see you explaining the situation in the chat.
So Iffy. Shout outs to Iffy again, one of the biggest supporters of Identity 5 over on Twitter. Thank you so much for making that really cute meme of me and Nell running away. So
thank you so much.
So Eli's in the chat explaining.
Yeah, he's explaining, but it's okay. They're still cooking. It's fine.
Again, I just think that it's as a fan, you'd want to see a little more action, but I feel like GG has proven enough, and they just wanted to go for a safe defensive strategy. It kind of bit them at the end. But hey, again, he played with fire. You're gonna get a little burnt there. He tried flying too close to the sun, and he got waxed.
Exactly. It's okay, because there's plenty of actions going on for the past 9 days. Tomorrow's going to be the last day of group stage. Ultimately, I would say it's still pretty good. But before that, let's just look at the match data to see, like, Xiaoma, the stats show for itself, right? 2-4 survivor hits. That's about it.
Yeah, and you'd think, right? And I feel a little bad. We were kind of building up, and here him having like just kind of a safe game towards the end. Yeah, as a GG fan, you'd want more. So hopefully, in the playoffs, they're going to be giving us more of the action. But you know what? We cannot take things away from FPX.ZQ, because well deserved. They're able to get the win tonight. So congratulations to FPX.ZQ for them to be able to play, I would say, evenly on both the Hunter and Survivor faction.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's definitely a strategy. Unfortunately, it just didn't pay off. Not gonna lie, it's definitely a very, very bold decision to drag out the time. But yeah, FPX.ZQ, however, managing to pull off that insane 4-man healing at the same time. And that's exactly what happens when you don't have full presence as wax artist. You don't have the. If you have the hot wax, things would have been so different.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would have started spraying everyone with hot wax, and everyone would like just fall like pinballs.
Exactly. But the thing is, yeah, it was a very passive wax artist, and I like what YMM's toilet said here. I think stalling the game is fine. The problem was everyone still had resources, and especially the Tide, which was very crucial for survivors in endgame. And we're in this meta already where detention, like survivors can just wait out detention. And for you not to build your entire, like for you to get cracked artist status, for you to get that chip hot wax damage, it was already real tough. So
It is.
again, I feel like it was just the strategy did not pay off, and he tried going conservative, and that's what you get. You want to be able to shoot for more. He really tried going for just the 1K with a faster survivor escape time on his survivor side. So that did not pan out. They got a 4-man escape.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, both these teams are still going to make it to the world's top 12. They've done their group stages. They're definitely in next week in the playoffs. So, still very good game ultimately.
And it goes. Best deduction goes to none other than Drop. We made some puns with Drop in the mechanic spot, dropping these amazing kites, and now he's dropping the best deduction. He has not actually, if I remember correctly, I don't think he's gotten best deduction yet. In the qualifiers at least, because that's where our notes are at. So this is definitely well deserved. Again, FPX.ZQ, congratulations for them to be able to. Oh, and another pose. We got the three.
Yeah, it's like one poster is not enough. We need two. But yeah, for now, let us welcome Chocho to take the translation stand again.
Thank you.
Why are you laughing? Okay.
Oh, so yeah, Drop as well as Li Bao. Today is a very exciting match. And then play all the way until BO3 overtime. How are you feeling right now? Li Bao. So this match, once we win, will be at our first, will be the top one in our groupings. In the first match, we didn't play very well, and BO2 onwards, we played pretty good.
还是比较谦虚的，今天真的特别秀啊！那想问一下，今天在第一局的时候，其实当时在神队机械师挂飞之后，节奏并不是特别好。那
in the first match after mechanic flew back to sent back to the manor, how was it? Yeah, so yeah.
对，第一局的时候。
In the first match.
他倒的那个时间就我们就想着保平了。
The time that mechanic kind of downed, we have to kind of go for a tie already.
我一直点接后点，不知道为什么就没跳成。
是那一波还是比较可惜的，本来是能够完成一个3人3跑嘛。那在
Yeah, that match was very a pity because that match could have been a 3 escape.
前锋作为 OB 位，
So afterwards.
是怎么样去进行这个阵容的选择的？来跟我们稍微复盘一下。
Okay, so they pick a forward at the start as well. So why was it the pick selection at the start?
可以 OB 嘛？
Oh, because picking forward, he can harass, he can do OB. Oh, and then for psychologists, psychologists can whistle the forward and tank one hit.
就是在上椅之后，跟3岁那一波扛到了配合，你们是怎么样去沟通的？
李宝3岁，I think it's when psychologists came to body block also when forward was being.
怎么去博弈的？因为当时打了2个洞在那个地方。
我就再打个洞嘛，然后在那里洞面前看着他就好了，他不钻我不钻，他钻过来我就跑了。
是，也是完成了2个非常帅气的一个反钻嘛。
He did this priestess portal trick and he said that if the hunter don't come over, I'm not gonna go the other side also. So it was like a mind game.
劣势的一个情况之下，你们只能说去选择一个速修阵容，然后去争一个3跑甚至于4跑。
In a match that they were in a losing end, they had no choice but to pick a fast decoding team comp.
第一次，那当时
第一次。
对自己有多少的把握去玩这个冒险？
我感觉冒险家。
I guess it was their first time doing this kind of team comp, and she's asking how confident Drop is in that team comp. That he said, I just have to think that I'm very invincible. Alright. So at the point in time, Hunter was trying to map control, cipher control.
因为他那样打的话，
So
他看门战是没有2阶的。我们就想着他既然这样的话，就打4跑了，因为有2个搏命的，冒险家跟佣兵，然后的话他看门战没有2阶，基本大概率会被4跑。
because okay, they kind of capitalized that Xiao Wumang didn't open second skill, and because they also have mercenary with the tag turner, Explorer was actually flying wheel, not tag turner. So yeah, so they were just capitalizing on Hunter's inability to down all of them a lot at the same time. Oh, I'm guessing that they actually kind of screamed a lot. Yeah, that's why their voice is kind of nasal. The host said that.
有没有小目标对于接下来的比赛？
先争四，然后再争冠吗？
一步一步往前。
Oh, so their goal in the playoff is to get into top 4 first, and then if there is a chance, then they will aim for the first place, which is champion.
那最后有没有什么话想要送给支持你们的粉丝的？
And any words for people who have encouraged you, support you?
会加油努力的，这个深渊努力夺冠。
We will work harder and then do our best in the playoffs. Thank you so much for your support.
今天的话也是请到了一位非常可爱的粉丝来到赛后采访。
And now, one of FPX.ZQ's fan will be coming onto stage.
Hello， 欢迎来到我们的赛后采访。想先问一下你啊，今天比赛看下来的话，有没有什么感觉？ 感想。
How do you feel after watching the match?
就是因为第一把的时候，我就是觉得
I see you one more time.
每次要3跑了，结果都平了，我就觉得就是还挺遗憾的吧。但是我们最后还是赢了，说明我。
Oh, it was supposed to be a 3 escape match, but it got into a tie, so she felt it was a real pity.
证明了一切嘛。那如果说今天要给他们的表现
And
打分的话，
the host is saying how like skills proved otherwise,
真的，今天他
and
们的
that
这个表
they
现
kind of
是
prevailed.
这样的一个满分嘛。那最后的话，有没有什么祝福想要送给他们的？
Any words for the players
深渊
themselves?
线下手感越打越好，然后状态越打越棒，我们一定可以临到金羽的，我们这么棒。
非常
So that hopefully the condition in playoffs will kind of maintain or be even better, and hope that they can perform well as well.
周边送到粉丝手中。
And then now the plushie will be given to them.
Great keeper, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and then back to casters.
All right, thank you so much, best translator Cho. And we're gonna thank you also to the hostess here, and thank you also to the interview of Li Bao and Drop. Well-deserved MVP. Again, we went the full OT. I feel like we've had the best of the best today, like going the full OT in game number 1, best of 3 in the second one. Two games in the ones we started out with, Nell, and now it seems like we're here. This is the second to the last day. How you feeling about, now that the group stage is almost coming to this close?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like all the teams have tried their best, and we've seen so many interesting picks and unconventional play styles coming in. So I'm definitely very satisfied with the outcome, regardless of the OTs, for sure. Yeah, but tomorrow may be the last day, but I have to say, the playoffs is definitely going to be something to watch out for, because stakes are higher than ever. The team that loses goes home, and the teams that only win will move on. So that's not to be missed, for sure.
Yeah. Playoffs, ladies and gentlemen, are inbound, but we got to take you through today's results because we had such a long day, a lot of OTs here. Again, overtime in first game, but you know what? It was Dou to win it, and FL versus RD, another intense match. FL gaining the victory. MS versus ZETA, ZETA with an impressive victory, and last but not least, FPX.ZQ getting the victory. And guys, let us know how your apples are, because it seems like we're kind of settling in with the rankings here. FPX.ZQ, GG, GW in Group A, AXZ, FL, ZT in Group B. In Group C, we have Dou versus Dou, Weibo Gaming, Scars, and Group D, Wolves, ZETA, and GR. Again, we still have some matches tomorrow, so this is still subject to change, but hopefully all your apples are still okay.
Hopefully, indeed. Yeah, but anything can happen in the tournament. Doesn't matter as long as we have fun supporting our teams, right? And of course, as long as the games are enjoyable. Yeah, looks like Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D more or less concluded. Tomorrow's matchup as well, GR versus Wolves, not to be missed.
Yes.
ZTAXZ, followed by B4U versus RC and WBG versus ACT. So all of this is going to happen on the last day tomorrow. So make sure you guys join us tomorrow.
Yeah, make sure to join us. Send in your memes as well, since that will be we will be celebrating that tomorrow as well. Just showing everyone what you guys have been working hard for, and also we'll be celebrating the last day of the group stage. My goodness, these past few days have gone by so quick now. Any final thoughts? Any final shout outs you want to give out to the chat, or any messages you want to give out to the world?
Again, thank you so much for people on the chat. We keep saying thank you to you guys because you guys made this whole journey more entertaining. Like we're just here enjoying the game with you, but only as professional fans, time and time again. So yeah, I'm just really glad. Of course, special shout outs to everyone who's joined the server, to the NM fam as well. Shout outs to you, Maney. Thank you so much, Maney, as well. Yeah, so of course, Princess Pasta, thank you so much. And
I just want to give a quick shout out to Maney. Jam is here too. We got Sarah Lynn. We'll see you guys. Enora, all you guys, big shout outs to each and every one of you. But we got to sign out for now. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more Call of the Abyss action. But for tonight, good night.
Bye-bye.
With iron in my heart and steel inside my blood, I was made to be the match that strikes and starts to catch, to spark